In class, I forcefully kissed the ugliest girl in the whole school and even sucked hard on the mint flavor in her mouth. This scene made the school's beauty, Zhou Yuan, so angry that she almost bit her teeth to pieces. In the previous life, I confessed my love to Zhou Yuan 99 times and was rejected 99 times. She said she wanted to start a business, so I secretly gave her the 2 million yuan that my parents had saved to buy a house for myself. But all I got in return was repeated hurt. Yet, I still didn't feel discouraged at all and continued to treat her well as always. However, the reward I received was, on the Qixi festival, the day I saw with my own eyes the girl I had been pursuing for 9 years being embraced by someone else. Watching the sweet couple, I felt ice cold all over and felt ridiculous. After a moment, I ended my life expressionlessly. If there is a next life, I will definitely not look at Zhou Yuan again. Maybe even heaven doesn't want to disappoint the affectionate. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to high school. In the previous life, I did too many foolish things that were beyond reach. Now that I have a second chance, I will not let the tragedy happen again. Just as I was lost in thought, a voice interrupted me. Shin Su, we are only in the first year of high school now. We should focus on studying. I looked at Zhou Yuan standing in front of me, smiling brightly, looking pure and lovely. In the past, hearing this voice would make me feel better, but now it just feels disgusting no matter how I hear it. Zhou Yuan saw that I ignored her and continued, but I am very grateful that you can give me a phone. I accept this gift. As she spoke, she reached out to take the phone in my hand. This phone was bought with the money I saved from working on several weekends, plus the savings from skipping breakfast for 2 weeks. As a result, my recent grades have plummeted significantly, almost losing the top spot in the grade. Seeing Zhou Yuan's hand about to touch the phone box, I quickly dodged. When did I say I would give you this phone? Zhou Yuan was a bit confused. Who else can you give your phone to besides me? It's already the second semester of the first year of high school, but the other person has confessed to me at least 10 times. Even though Zhou Yuan used very harsh words, the other person was unmoved. Therefore, Zhou Yuan has developed a feeling that the other person cannot do without her and can be easily controlled by her. I wouldn't even give this phone to a dog, let alone give it to you. After saying that, I sat back in my seat. This statement shocked the whole class, each of them with their mouths wide open, their faces full of astonishment. As the well-known most affectionate person in the school, today feels like a different person. Zhou Yuan's face turned pale and then green. Completely unexpected that I would say such words, she angrily pointed at me. You better apologize to me right now, or I won't talk to you again in the future. What? Is there such a good thing? Then it's a deal. Zhou was so angry that she was about to lose control, feeling extremely embarrassed. After all, she had never been so angry before. Just as she was about to question me about what was wrong with me today, the teacher arrived, so she had to sit down first. After I returned to my seat, my gaze was quickly drawn to a girl sitting in the last seat of the first row, who was not eye-catching at all. It was Nuonyuo, a girl who had no presence in high school for 3 years. She was tall and thin, with thick bangs covering most of her face, average grades, and few words. However, no one knew what kind of treasure this girl was. In her 3 years of high school, no one paid attention to her, but she entered the country's top university with the highest score in the province. At the post-college entrance exam dinner, Nuonyuo finally cut her bangs, revealing a stunning face that captivated everyone. Even Zhou seemed only fit to be a foil in front of her. Besides all this, Nuonyuo had an even more powerful identity, the daughter of the richest man in the country. When Nuonyuo was in high school, her family was very poor, but by the time she went to college, her father had become rich, and it was an unstoppable kind of wealth. For many years until my rebirth, her father had always been sitting on the throne of the richest man. In this life, besides making up for some regrets from my past life and staying away from Zhou, the rest was about Nuonyuo. The next focus was to win Nuonyuo over, not because she would have a rich father in the future, but simply because I didn't want to work hard. I said, Shin Su, what's wrong with you today? My desk mate Fu Yanjie leaned over. He was my best friend, quite wealthy, but we were like brothers. In the past life, he was cheated out of billions by his girlfriend, and I wouldn't let my good brother make the same mistake in this life. I shook my head. Nothing, I just suddenly don't like her anymore. Fu Yanjie clearly didn't believe it. Come on, everyone in the school knows how deeply you love her. Just one glance from her and you might jump into the river. I smiled helplessly. I really don't like her anymore. You'll see. When the bell rang for the end of class and the teacher left, Zhou leisurely packed up her stationery. Out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance at me, coldly snorting in her heart. She thought I was playing hard to get, trying to attract her attention in this way, but it was really ridiculous. She had already made up her mind. This time, besides giving her a phone, the other party had to treat her to milk tea for a month in a row. Otherwise she would never forgive him. She caught a glimpse of me standing up from the corner of her eye, knowing for sure that the other person must be coming over to invite her to go home together. After all, for most of the semester, he would ride his bike to take her home every day. Even in heavy rain, he would still pay for a taxi. I picked up my backpack and walked over to Anuonuo, then sat down beside her. Chin Shui, do you need anything? I suddenly sat down next to her, making her nervous. In the class, she had always been invisible, with hardly any friends. While Wan Feng was good-looking and smart, she felt like an ugly duckling, so of course she was nervous. I smiled and said, well, I have a question that I don't understand. Can you help me with it? Ha, Chin Shui doesn't know it. I definitely won't know it either. Just take a look. Maybe you'll know. Saying that, Kangwook placed the question in front of her and didn't move a bit closer. Getting closer, Kangwook realizes that she has great skin. It's one of those whites that glows. It just looks a little thin. There is also a nice fresh smell on the body. Like jasmine. Like cinnamon. This question. Hey, Jiang. Mr. Jiang, can you not get so close? And Nua's voice was weak. Feeling that sunny aura emanating from Jiang Su's body, she couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate and her face blush. Kangwook played dumb. Ah, could it be that I have a smell on me and you dislike me? No. And Nuonuo shook her head in a hurry, the ponytail behind her following with a flick. This scene, when it fell in Zhou Qingyue's eyes, she immediately felt annoyed. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qingyue could no longer keep her composure and violently stood up. Walking up to Jiang Su, he said with a cold face, Jiang Su, is it fun for you to engage in such tricks? Jiang Su and Nuanua raised their heads at the same time. Two blank faces. What do you mean? Kangwook asked. Humph, Zhou Qingyue snorted coldly, slightly angling her head, revealing her snow-white neck. Like a noble little swan, don't think I don't know that you're doing this on purpose to show me. Thought getting closer to another girl would make me jealous, and then come around and agree to be your girlfriend. Such tactics are too childish, and I advise you to save your breath. Jiang Su's entire speechlessness lived on. This woman is sick in the head. Get lost and leave me alone. Jiang Su didn't give her any face at all. It took a long time to think of a chance to strike up a conversation with a Nuanua in class itself. It can't be spoiled by this woman. A hint of anger spread across Zhou Qingyue's pretty face. How much longer do you plan to pretend? Keep it up and I'll really ignore you. I'm going home now. Hurry up and go for a ride. Ha! With that, she turned her head and walked away. Jiang Su's expression was like eating a dead fly. I was so larded up in my previous life that I like this kind of stuff. Take a deep breath. Jiang Su twisted his head and flashed a renewed smile at Nuonuo. Ignore her. Let's continue. Oh, Mr. Kong, do you understand? Kangwook scratched his head. Still don't quite understand. Can I trouble you to tell me again? And Nuanua felt something strange. It's not a hard question. Why doesn't Kong understand it? Anxious to get home though. But Nuanua wasn't good at rejecting people. So she told Jiang Su again. Now what? Well, there's still a little bit of not getting it. Ah, but it's getting dark, and I still have to go home to cook. A trace of difficulty surfaced on Nuonuo's small face. Her parents work overtime until 8 or 9 every day. When you get home on your own, you do your homework and a lot of chores. Tell me again. Kangwook folded his hands. I'll take you back later, please San. But, isn't Joe waiting outside for you to send her back? It's been so long. Kangwook, I won't send her again. I don't like it anymore. Ha, and Nuanuo's eyes widened, feeling incredulous. In the meantime, Zhou Qingyue was outside, waiting for Jiang Su for half an hour, and actually didn't show up. The whole cheeks were bulging with anger. This asshole. Now he has the nerve to stand me up. I swear. Don't even bother with him for the next week and won't eat any more breakfasts from him. Zhou Qingyue thought as she walked back. It didn't take long for my legs to get tired. It used to be Kangwook himself. Now that I'm on my own, I realize it's a long way home. By the time she got home, Zhou Qingyue was so tired that she laid directly on the bed. The resentment in the mind against someone grows exponentially and multiplied. Sit tight and go. Jiang Su rode his bike with Nuonuo sitting on the back. She had her head down and her cheeks were red. It's the first time I've been in a man's car besides my dad's since I was a kid. There was nowhere to put my hands. I didn't know where to put them anymore. The breeze blew the bangs in front of the young girl's forehead, revealing a face that had fallen in love with the world. Perhaps due to the lack of nutrition, the young girl's face was slightly pale. It rather added to her delicate beauty. One can't help but feel the urge to pamper her. The place where Nuono lives is quite far from the school. At this time, Jiangchang has not yet developed. Are some old houses. and Nua's family has a small yard. If it was a decade or so later, in a first-tier city like Zhangcheng, to have such a house would be worth at least $100 million. After dropping her off at home, Kangwook notices that there is still a large amount of firewood piled up in front of the courtyard. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. And Nua got out of the car, not really daring to look into Kangwook's eyes. Do you want to go in for a glass of water? Yeah. Jiangsu agreed in one breath. Ha, and Nua was dumbfounded. Lifting his head, he stared blankly at Kangwook. With her cherry mouth slightly open, she looked dopey and cute. A breeze came through, blow the bangs up on her forehead. Kangwook saw her complete face, even if I had seen it a couple times in a previous life. But seeing it again still made Kangwook's heart stop. Some people do nothing, just standing there stunned time. What? Could it be that you were just talking casually? Jiangsu pretended to be angry. No, please come in, Mr. Jiang. And Nua hurriedly opened the door. The heart was about to jump out of his throat. It's the first time I've brought a boy home since I was a kid. It's a good thing mom and dad aren't around. And Nua's home is simple. Not even a TV. Just a diamond floor fan. But it was cleaned and made to look nice. Drink water, Mr. Kong. I'm sorry, I don't have any drinks at home. And Nua placed the glass of water in front of Jiangsu. A glimmer of gloom flashed in the young girl's eyes. Her family was poor and often didn't have enough to eat. He also developed an inferiority complex and didn't talk much to the people in his class. It's fine. I just like drinking plain water. Jiangsu smiled and finished the water. This time of year saw that the young girl's hands were full of calluses. It's definitely a proper cocoon. Associated with those faggots out there. I guess I have to chop wood a lot. When he thought of the young girl's thin body, having to split so much firewood, Jiangsu felt a little heartbroken. This is my future wife. So Jiangsu said, thank you for helping me solve the problem today. In return, those firewoods in the courtyard, I'll split them for you. Saying that, without waiting for Nuonuo to agree, Jiangsu ran out, grabbed an axe and chopped away, and Nuonuo chased out. Mr. Jiang, it's not necessary. It's all trivial. Kangwook, it's okay. I have to play basketball every day or I'm too energetic to sleep. While he was talking, Jiangsu had already split 5 pieces of firewood. The young girl slightly bit her pink lips. The string in her heart, inexplicably, was touched. Because of her family, she is more mature than the average girl. Naturally, he could feel Jiangsu's sincere heart. Such a nice boy. Cho, why don't you want him? And Nua was puzzled. If it was her, having someone who was single-mindedly good to her, she would definitely hold on for dear life and never let go. Shake your head. And Nua felt shy at the thought. Hastily, he squatted down to help as well. Daughter, we're home. And Nuonuo's hand shook and she almost didn't drop the firewood she was holding in her hand. Instantly, he panicked. Why are mom and dad home so early tonight? Where should I hide? No, where should I hide Kong? And Nua's pretty face became a reddish color, and it was on the verge of heating up. Kangwook looked very amused. The door was pushed open. The voice ended abruptly, and Feng and Li Yuanwan both froze. Jiangsu's gaze quickly traveled around the two. Focus looked at Anthony a few more times. Middle-aged man, not fat, and of medium build and good looks. It's not like there's a system in place, is it? Mentally, he spat this out. On the surface, Jiangsu smiled and greeted. Hello uncle and aunt, I'm Nua's classmate, Jiangsu. Today she helped me with my lecture and was delayed, so I sent her back. By the way, I saw quite a bit of firewood in the yard, so I'll help split it. Jiangsu speaks clearly and has a sunny and handsome appearance. It instantly made Nuonuo's parents feel good about him. Seeing this, and Nuo was slightly relieved. It's a good thing mom and dad didn't think in the other direction. It's getting a little late. Jiangsu didn't linger much, and Nuonuo sent Jiangsu out, red-faced, whispering, be careful on the road. The little girl's face was like a red apple, radiating a tantalizing shine. I really want to take her into my arms right now. I was so blind before, and Nuonuo could be much stronger than Zhou Qingyue. Okay, I know, bye. Ben wanted to flirt some more. Think about it. Ninny is thin-skinned and in no hurry. Come what may, serious word. Kangwook went back on his bicycle. Instead of going home immediately, he went to the store where he had bought the cell phone earlier. Gonna return that phone. Come over to the store. Kangwook walked up to the stage and said, Boss, remember me? The middle-aged balding boss smiled and said, Of course I remember. From his school bag, Kangwook took out his cell phone, which was still unopened. Put it on the counter. I don't want this cell phone anymore. Please help me return it, boss. The bald boss's smile immediately tightened. Indifferently, he said, Anything sold in this store is not returnable unless it is a quality issue. Brick and mortar stores are like that. Kang-wook thought of the law when he arrived, but just as he was about to carry it out, he saw a girl who was also wearing the uniform of Jungchang-no one middle school come in from outside, and with a yell of "Daddy" at this boss, he ran inside. Kang-wook was calculating. "Boss, is this your daughter? Also from Jungchang First Middle School?" "That's right." The owner was a little smug. "My daughter does well in school." Jiang-soo hemmed and hawed. "Then please boss, or help me return the cell phone. You wouldn't want your daughter to fall in love early at school, would you?" As soon as the boss heard this, he became furious. Rushing at Jiang-soo, he said viciously, "Little dagger slaughter juice, if you dare to hit my daughter's idea, I'll get you killed." Kang-wook wasn't scared at all. Still full of smiles. "Boss, don't get so angry. I just want to come and return a cell phone. If you return it for me, it'll be fine. Otherwise, with my looks and figure, it wouldn't be easy to get your daughter. Oh yeah, one more thing to tell the boss. I'm number 1 in my grade. With this name, it would be easy to approach your daughter." The owner was confused and his anger was allayed. A bright smile appeared on his face in the next second. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. Return it, right away." Jiang-soo had an extra $2,800 in his hand. He was a bit stunned. "Boss, there's been a mistake. I bought this phone for 2006. That's right, the remaining $200, to pay for your materials. I only have one request." Jiang-soo waved his hand. "Don't worry boss, I won't do anything to your daughter. Bye. That said, I'm gone." As soon as Jiang-soo's side left, his daughter came out of her room. Looking at Jiang-soo's back, his eyes flickered. With a huge sum of 2018 in hand, Jiang-soo pondered what he would do with the money. Entrepreneurship? He shook his head. Serious people who start businesses. Future wife's dad is the richest man in the country. Doesn't rounding up make you the richest man in the country? It's not necessary. Not at all. For the time being, Jiang-soo couldn't think of what this money would do, so he didn't think about it for a while. Back home, as expected, mom and dad weren't there. Kang-wook's mom and dad own a seafood stall. Business is good because the cooking is good, the ingredients are real, and the prices are affordable. Often busy until 2 or 3 o'clock at night. There's a net profit of $80,000 or $90,000 a month on weekdays. In high season, it can double. And that's why Kang-wook grew up with a pretty good life. The only bad thing is that there are no adults in the house and he basically cooks for himself every day. Wash your hands and cook yourself a bowl of noodles. Jo Ching-yue's home. She had just gotten out of the shower and was wearing a bare pajama top and her hair was wet. She is indeed quite beautiful. Only a sophomore in high school and already about 5 feet 6 inches. Has big kazoo eyes. The body is also well developed. It looks green with a hint of flirtation. She flopped down on her bed, pulled out her cell phone, and looked at her buttons. Didn't see the plea for peace sent by Kang-wook. In the past, every time Kang-wook had upset her, he would definitely be the first to apologize. But this one went on for hours without a message. Jo Ching-yue snorted coldly. How childish. Playing this kind of lustful trick. I'll see how long you'll put up with me. Jo Ching-yue huffed and threw her broken cell phone away, not even thinking in the direction that Kang-wook had given up on her. After all, what Jiang-soo had shown in the past was just too affectionate and too humble. It gave the impression that there was no way to continue living without Jo Ching-yue. It was also because of this that Jo Ching-yue did not take Jiang-soo to heart in the slightest. Casual take. The next day, Kang-wook woke up at 6 o'clock. After washing up, you start studying for half an hour first. After all, he had just been reborn here and had basically forgotten all his high school knowledge. It's going to take some work to pick it back up. Ridiculous. In his previous life, Jiang-soo, in order to be able to go to the same university as Jo Ching-yue, I can't believe I'm controlling my score downward on the high school exams, would have been in the top 3 nationally with his strengths, but for the sake of Jo Ching-yue, the latter went to an ordinary specialty. Now that I think about it, I was a big shot dagger at the time. 6:30, Kang-wook put the book away and went out. The movement was light. Mom and dad are still sleeping. Passing by the breakfast place, Kang-wook stopped and bought 2 breakfasts. When I came to the class, only 1/10 of the class had arrived. With a glance, Jiang-soo saw a Nuonyuo in the corner. With a happy heart, he walked towards her. Jo Ching-yue also arrived. In a foul mood. Every morning in the past, Kang-wook would message her to say good morning. I can't believe I didn't post it today. Turned the tables on him. Seeing the breakfast carried in Jiang-soo's hand, Jo Ching-yue coldly grunted. Don't think I'll forgive you if you buy a little breakfast. Jiang-soo looked at Jo Ching-yue in shock. You're talking to me? Pretend. Keep pretending. Jo Ching-yue wrapped her hands around her front, squeezing her clothes out of shape. Large question marks floated above Jiang-soo's head. It was only when she saw Zhou Qingyue's gaze fall on the breakfast in her hand that she came to a realization. Do you think this breakfast was bought for you? Or else? Zhou Qingyue asked rhetorically. Other than me, who else can you give it to? The young girl's face was full of arrogance as she took it for granted. If you want me to accept your breakfast, you have to sincerely apologize to me. And only if you buy me 2 months worth of milk tea in a row. The gesture was purely spoiled. Looking at Zhou Qingyue at this moment, a fog arose in Jiang Su's heart. In fact, when school had just started, Zhou Qingyue was not like this. Speaking of which, it was also Manhwa who was too obedient and affectionate towards her, giving Zhou Qingyue all the best he had on him. And then that's how she was raised to be the way she is. After all, Zhou Qingyue's family was in average condition and could not raise a princess. After figuring this out, Jiang Su couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is that what they call sowing cause and getting cause? In this life, Jiang Su didn't want to have any more interactions with Zhou Qingyue, so he shook his head and said, "This breakfast is not for you." A trace of impatience surfaced on Zhou Qingyue's face. His voice was also much louder. Jiang Su, that's enough. Just how long is this childish trick going to last? It's just that I rejected your confession. I did that for your own good. The class, at this point, was pretty much here. Jiang Su took a deep breath, looking at her very seriously. I'll say it one last time. I don't like you anymore. From now on, don't talk to me. If you say one more word to me, you're a dog. With that, he walked away from her. Zhou Qingyue froze there. It just felt like my face was on fire and tears were welling up in my eyes. When the other female students in the class heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. He actually said in public that he no longer liked Zhou Qingyue. So do they have a chance? After all, Jiang Su is a good student. I heard that his family's condition is not bad, and he is so handsome. There's also a lot of talent, like singing and dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Such a perfect boy. Zhou Qingyue doesn't want it. A large number of people do. Qingyue, are you okay? Zhou Qingyue's tablemate, Li Honghong, pulled on her sleeve. Why did he change so much all of a sudden? Zhou Qingyue was puzzled. Li Honghong thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because you've rejected him too many times in public and your pride can't take it. He must be doing this on purpose to piss you off. When school's out, you give in to him. According to his character, he must have just gotten his ass in gear and made up with you. I don't want it. Zhou Qingyue wiped her tears. Why should I be soft? In the past, when the two of them were together, Kanwook has always been the one to give the humble party. Over time, Zhou Qingyue had formed a kind of taking for granted that all of this was supposed to be thinking. It's like a boss who doesn't apologize to his employees even if he makes a mistake. Li Honghong said, you're stupid. You can't just use strong-arm tactics to deal with men. It takes both a soft and a hard approach to hold them hard. Hit them with a stick and give them a sweet date, and they'll never escape you. Zhou Qingyue unconsciously nodded her head, then curiously asked, where did you get this knowledge from when you've never been in a relationship? Li Honghong smiled faintly, revealing an inscrutable expression. Inside the book bag, a book, the female version, How to Pass Through 100 Flowers Without a Leaf, lay quietly. Jiang Su walked over to a nuonuo and put breakfast on her table. I bought more. You eat. This little ninny is chronically malnourished and bloodless. Ha, and Nuo looked up. He looked at Jiang Su and then at Zhou Qingyue, a little heartened, but shook his head. Thanks, but I'll eat. Growling. The words had just fallen out of her mouth when her stomach growled uncontrollably. A small, pink face was instantly streaked with red, embarrassed enough to want to find a hole in the ground. Kanwook didn't bother to laugh at her, pretending not to hear. Teachers have taught us not to waste food. Just do me a favor and eat it for me. Seeing that Nuo was still hesitant, Jiang Su then came to her ear and whispered, if you don't eat, I'll announce it out loud in front of the class and say I like you. Don't. And Nuo panicked. Hurriedly, he picked up his breakfast and took small bites. Teenage girls have a very serious case of sociopathy. It was scary to think about having her get all the attention from the class. Seeing that he and Nuo ate, Jiang Su only revealed a smile and sat back in his seat. This scene was completely watched by Zhou Qingyue. The ballpoint pen in her hand was about to break. There had been some hesitation to follow what Li Honghong said. Make up your mind now. No. What's your situation? Fu Yanjie brought his head over. You don't lick Zhou Qingyue. You licked a Nuo instead? Roll. Jiang Su said without a trace of anger. Why are you talking so harshly? How can this be called licking? I'm a bit confused by your taste. Fu Yanjie was very strange. The difference in looks between Zhou Qingyue and Nuo is so big. Why would you choose the latter? Jiang Su's heart That's because you haven't seen what a Nuo really looks like. The bell rang. Jiang Su said to Yanjie, I'm sorry, this time dad is going to leave you. Fu Yanjie, Without waiting for him to ask in detail, Jiangsu stood up. Teacher, I want to change my seat. Zhou Qingyue raised her willow eyebrows. Li Honghong, who was sitting beside her, whispered, so his big move is waiting for you here. Looks like we two won't make it to the same table. The corners of Zhou Qingyue's mouth rose slightly, and her mood was somewhat pleasant, but still maintained a haughty stance. Who wants to be at the same table with him? This person is annoying as hell. The mind, on the other hand, was made up. If the teacher asked if he wanted to do it later, he would have to turn him down. Let Kongwook know that he has a temper too. It's not that easy to sit with yourself that easily. The old class looked at Jiangsu with a kind face. Student Jiangsu, where do you want to change to? The eyes glanced at Zhou Qingyue without a trace. The teachers also knew about Jiangsu licking Zhou Qingyue. The whole school, teachers and students, all know Jiangsu, the super big licking dog. It's known far and wide. It was only that Jiangsu's achievements were too powerful, so he turned a blind eye. Jiangsu said with a big smile, I want to sit at the same table as classmate in Nuonuo. Oh, you want to talk to Zhou? What? In Nuonuo? Old Ben had a look on his face like did I hear wrong? The class was in an uproar, and Nuonuo was dumbfounded. Zhou Qingyue's hands were clenched tightly, and a vein emerged on the back of her hand, and his face went from sunny to cloudy. Fu Yanjie had a sad face. Jiangsu, you actually gave me up for that woman? Kongwook, get lost. Mr. Jiangsu, are you sure you're not wrong that you're going to sit with a Nuonuo? Old class asked. Kongwook nodded. Yes. Old Ben, tell me the reason. Jiangsu had a righteous look on his face. As the number one in my grade, I think I have a responsibility to help the less accomplished students in my class to improve their grades. At this time, a female student raised her hand. My grades aren't too good either. Can you help me improve? Kongwook gave her a look. Next time for sure. Okay, then you'll change seats. Thank you, sensei. Jiangsu numbly picked up his book bag and sat down next to a Nuonuo. Hello new tablemate, more to come. And Nuonuo's entire face rolled. The voice was as thin as a fly in response. A pair of eyes, hidden under thick bangs, were clear and penetrating. The more Jiangsu looked at it, the more he liked it. I thought to myself that my future wife is so good looking. And Nuonuo's grades were average all 3 years in high school. Kongwook tested it and she didn't hide it. Either that or she's a late bloomer in the head. Either that or they put a lot of effort into their senior year. There can't really be any system, can there? If I don't have it, how could she? When class ended at noon, everyone rushed to the dining hall in a flurry. Zhou Qingyue put her things away and left with a stern face. The whole time he didn't look at Jiangsu. This guy is really pissing himself off, the kind that can't be coaxed well. Aren't you going to dinner? Kongwook saw that Nuonuo was still sitting in her seat. I ate too much in the morning. I'm not hungry. Mr. Kong, you hurry to eat. And Nuonuo lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiangsu, because the gaze that Jiangsu looked at himself was too hot. It always felt like it was going to melt itself away. Kongwook naturally knew that the young girl must be so frugal because of her family, and there was no imposition. Road. Fu Yanjie looked at Jiangsu with a grimace. Kongwook couldn't stand being looked at like that by him, kicking him in the ass. What's wrong with you, isn't it? Don't give me that disgusting look. Fu Yanjie wiped the non-existent tears from his face. Crying, she said, you've changed. You didn't used to be like this. Jiangsu lazily ignored this drama queen and accelerated his steps in the direction of the cafeteria. Other side. When Zhou Qingyue came to the cafeteria, she looked at so many people and was dumbfounded on the spot. There's a long line at every window. How long is this going to take? It was only at this time that Zhou Qingyue thought of the fact that it was Jiangsu who used to help her with her meals every day at noon. She didn't even have to wait in a long line. Kongwook puts his favorite meal in front of him just about every day. She used to take it for granted. But now that it's her turn to get her own food, she realizes that it's not an easy thing to do. Hey, Jiangsu. Li Honghong suddenly pointed to the left. Zhou Qingyue followed her hand and her eyes lit up. She saw Kongwook holding 2 lunchboxes in his hands. One of them, for sure, is for yourself. Although Kongwook came out of the classroom very late, but he and Fu Yanjie had long ago traced an unknown shortcut. So by the time the rest of the class was halfway across the room, the two had already finished their meal. Cafeteria ants of this era still don't have shaky hands when serving food, and they give pretty generous portions. 2 meat and 2 veggies with extra rice is only $4. Kongwook, which lunchbox is mine? Zhou Qingyue stopped Jiangsu with a smile on her face. She actually does have a pretty good body image. School-wide, ranking in the top 10 is not a problem. When you smile, you get 2 little dimples on your face. In his previous life, Kongwook was captured by this smile of hers, and then began a very unattractive life. Kongwook didn't even want to talk to her and just walked right past her. The smile on Zhou Qingyue's face stiffened, and anger grew from the bottom of his heart and stopped Jiang Su once again. But a smile soon reappeared on her face once more. The voice was also much softer. If it's because I made you upset last time by rejecting your confession in public, I apologize to you. Actually, I have a pretty good feeling about you. You just have to try a little harder. And maybe I'll say yes. Standard scumbag statement. I can't promise to be with you right now, but if you then continue to be nice to me, maybe one day I'll agree. After saying these words, Zhou Qingyue looked at Jiang Su fixedly, thinking to myself, I've lowered my stance. Kong Wook won't continue to pretend to ignore himself, will he? Surely they'll be ass backwards again for their own drive. You can't get away with this? However, Jiang Su did not have half a bit of joy on his face. Instead, he had a cold face. Suddenly, Jiang Su pointed behind Zhou Qingyue. Look, what's that? Ha! Zhou Qingyue turned around. Kong Wook pulled out his legs and ran. By the time Zhou Qingyue turned around again, Jiang Su had already disappeared. Only Fu Yanjie was left standing there dumbfounded. Zhou Qingyue froze for a moment before her anger level filled up. Kong Wook ran all the way. What the hell? Do you really think you're a dog licker? Arriving at the classroom door, Jiang Su stopped, just in time to see Nuonyuo eat the last bite of the steamed bun and then take a sip of plain water. It's no wonder this little ninny is so skinny. She eats this every day at noon. It's only strange that she can gain weight. Jiang Su deliberately made a little noise and then walked in. Ah! Suddenly, Kong Wook let out a scream and fell down. How are you doing, Mr. Kong? And Nuonyuo rushed over, her face filled with anxiety. Are you alright? Okay, hold me up. And Nuonyuo looked soft and weak, but her strength was still there. It should have something to do with the fact that she works a lot. Jiang Su put one hand on Nuonyuo's fragrant shoulder, and Nuonyuo's petite body trembled slightly. It was the first time I had intimate contact with a boy since I grew up, and I was really a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Su leaned most of his body against Nuonyuo. A fresh, light aroma came from her nose. It's the characteristic body odor of a young girl. Jiang Su leaned half of his body against Nuonyuo. The young girl's body was as soft as cotton, so tempted to pinch her face. Jiang Su was helped to sit down by Nuonyuo. After sitting for a few minutes, Kong Wook exhaled, meeting the young girl's somewhat worried gaze. Smiling, I said, there doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. It's just that after such a fall just now, my appetite is gone. I can't finish 2 meals here in the fight. Can you help me eliminate one? Jiang Su knew that Nuonyuo's self-esteem was fragile. Straight up, I'll give you lunch. She won't take it. So here's the deal. With Jiang Su's sincere look, and Nuonyuo took it after a little hesitation, whispering, how much? I'll give it to you. 4 pieces. Oh, good. And Nuonyuo pulled out a few bills from her pocket. 1 for $2. 1 for 1 and 2 for 50 cents. Jiang Su took it without hesitation, and Nuonyuo revealed a small smile. Open the lid and the aroma is overwhelming. A shredded pork with fish, a fried egg with tomato, a piece of fried fish and bok choy. And Nuonyuo's nose twitched, her stomach squirming involuntarily. It smells good. It's a bit pricey at $4, but it's acceptable for once in a while. Small bites were taken. Kong Wook sees that she eats rice and vegetables first, and puts the meat last. One has to wonder when it's really the same rice for all. I remember when I used to feed Zhou Qingyue, meat that is too lean to eat, too fat to eat, must be fatty. No cabbage, no bitter melon, just a few types of tomatoes and cucumbers. A large portion of a meal goes to waste, unlike Nuonyuo, who ate all the meals. Not picky at all. And Nuonyuo gently touched her slightly bulging stomach. It's been a long time since I've experienced that feeling of being well fed. The body was warm and energized. Then Nuonyuo felt Jiang Su's blazing gaze. She was a bit overwhelmed. I'll go wash the lunchbox. After that, he picked up 2 lunchboxes and fled the place. Looking at her back, Jiang Su smiled and said to himself, my wife is so cute. Today's meal was awful. On the way back, Zhou Qingyue kept complaining. The line was too long. By the time she did, the food was cold. It used to be that Kong Wook used to help her with her meals, all hot and in the best shape. It also tastes the best. Li Honghong said in her heart that it is not your own ink. You made it yourself. As Zhou Qingyue's tablemate. In the past, Kong Wook used to buy meals or snacks and milk tea or whatever, and he would also buy her a share along the way. Now that Kong Wook doesn't lick anymore, she loses an extra perk. Hey, isn't that a Nuonyuo? What she's holding in her hand is. Li Honghong saw a Nuonyuo. Zhou Qingyue's gaze froze. He also saw the lunchbox held in Nuonyuo's hand. She recognized it at once. It was Kong Wook's. One of them, the one she used to specialize in. Zhou Qingyue instantly became taut. There's a sense of having something of your own taken away from you. stopping in Nua who was walking with her head down. Ah, Cho-san. And Nua almost crashed into it when she didn't check. Zhou Qingyue's eyes spewed fire. Jiangsu's lunchbox. Why is it in your hands? And Nua was a little flustered, not knowing how to explain. Li Honghong said from the side, and Nua, I hope you have a little self-knowledge. You don't really think that Kong Wook would like an average student with a poor family like you. Jiangsu approached you only to be angry with Zhou Qingyue, but don't get confused. And Nua slightly bit her lip, feeling a bit aggrieved, only not being good with words. She didn't know how to explain. Zhou Qingyue said to Nua in a commanding tone, go wash the lunchbox and give it to me. And Nua didn't dare to resist. Family reasons have always made her have low self-esteem. Go to the dining hall and finish washing the lunchbox and hand it over to Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue carried her lunchbox and walked into the classroom with her head held high. Walked up to Kong Wook, putting the lunchbox on his table. He said arrogantly, I just saw in the dining hall that Nua didn't wash it seriously. I'll just wash myself and bring it to you. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept an eye on Kong Wook. Mind you, this lady personally washes your dishes. I'm sure you're touched by this. Jiangsu was suspicious. And Nua didn't look like the kind of person she was talking about. At this time, Jiangsu saw Nua come in with her head down. Without a word he sat down in his seat. Kong Wook probably guessed something. Getting up, he looked at Zhou Qingyue. You washed this lunchbox? Zhou Qingyue's face was slightly unnatural, but still, he said stiffly, of course. Jiangsu suddenly grabbed Zhou Qingyue's hand. Zhou Qingyue was taken aback. Subconsciously, he tried to draw it back, but the thought of Kong Wook being in a mood for the past few days. Mindfulness. Forget it, let him take advantage of it. Then, he saw Jiangsu grab Zhou Qingyue's hand and put it under his nose to smell it. Li Honghong was shocked. It's a good thing that you're not a soldier. And Nua's eyes were a little bleak. It seemed that what Li Honghong had just said was indeed true. He was merely a tool that Jiangsu used to anger Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue's face also crawled with redness. Jiangsu, how can you be so frivolous? Hastily, he jerked his hand back with all his might. But what Jiangsu said next made her face pale. Who are you kidding when you say you washed these dishes and your hands smell a little like detergent? Zhou Qingyue opened her mouth to make a sly defense and was interrupted by Jiangsu. And Nua was stopped by you on the road. Then snatch the lunchbox and say it's your doing. Don't you think that's disgusting and despicable behavior? Zhou Qingyue's eyes instantly turned red. You scolded me? The hucksters, lending a hand. Li Honghong also helped. Jiangsu lunchbox is Qingyue wash. Certainly right. I can testify. Her hands didn't smell like detergent. And that was because she washed her hands more often. If you don't believe me, ask Nua, isn't it? After saying that, he looked at Nua with a warning look. What else could Nua say but to nod her head? Jiangsu sighed darkly. Even the person in question was like this, and there was nothing more he could say. Sit down. Waving his hand at Zhou Qingyue, hurry up and leave, don't bother me. Zhou Qingyue's tears fell. Jiangsu, I hate you. I will never talk to you in this life. Luckily there was no one else in the class at this time, or there would have been all kinds of gossip. Jiangsu looked at the moody Nua, whispering in her ear, don't be upset. I'll avenge you this afternoon. And Nua didn't understand. The first class of the afternoon was math. The math teacher was very strict. Although she was quite pretty, she had a nickname, Jade Face Shura. However, her classes were rather boring and many of her students couldn't listen. And then there's a little bit of maneuvering. At this moment, Jiangsu saw Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong secretly looking at the novel. Jiangsu directly raised his hand and stood up. Teacher, I'm reporting Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong for peeking at novels in class. Damn it, Jiangsu is so inhuman. Outside the classroom, Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong were penalized. The teacher searched under their desks and found 2 romance novels. This could be said to have touched her backbone. The 2 men were cursed on the spot. Go stand outside and write a 1,000 word review. It was the first time that Zhou Qingyue had been penalized, and she felt humiliated and disgraced. The resentment towards Jiangsu in his heart became even deeper. In the past 2 days Zhou Qingyue had been continuously hit by storms from Jiangsu, and the whole person was not well. This dog man is so hateful. Li Honghong was indignant. Qingyue, he's taking revenge on you. Such a man is so unqualified. Let's not choose him again. With your looks, what kind of boyfriend can't you find? Zhou Qingyue bit her lip and didn't answer, not knowing what was going through her mind. Inside the classroom, Jiangsu looked at Nua. How about it? I'm as good as my word. Happy to have avenged you? And Nua didn't expect Jiangsu to really do this. She was naturally a little happy in her heart. But there was no small amount of concern. If you do this, Joe may never forgive you. How are you going to be with her from now on? Jiang Su said somewhat helplessly. Didn't I tell you this a long time ago? I'm not interested in that woman anymore. The biggest goal now is to study hard. By the way, tutor you, and in the future, we'll go to the top institutions in the country together. Together. Why And Nua was speaking a bit poorly. It always felt like there was something in Jiang Su's words. Although Nuonual was a bit slow, she wasn't stupid. A bold idea arose in his mind, but she quickly dismissed that thought for herself. How can it be? She got bad grades, was not pretty, and her family was poor. Completely different worlds from Kongwook. Whoever Kongwook likes, he can't possibly like himself. And Nua, stop flattering yourself, Kongwook said, because we're at the same table. For the rest of the time, we're all going to be together. Then we're the closest thing to comrades in arms. Shouldn't we work together? Is that so? And Nua looked dumbfounded. This look made Jiang Su's fingers twitch. I'd love to rua her. The last class was gym class. In the past, when he was in gym class, Jiang Su basically surrounded Zhou Qingyue. All sorts of boo-boos and no sports with other students. This time, Jiang Su did not surround Zhou Qingyue. Instead, he played basketball with Fu Yanjie and the others. The pitch. Kongwook moves quickly and shoots frequently. The handsome appearance and movements attracted many girls to let out screams. There were even quite a few female students from other classes gathered around as well. Kongwook is well known, whether it's grades or face value. It's just that before, all of his heart had fallen on Zhou Qingyue, not giving the rest of the girls a chance at all. Now, everyone knew that he had given up on Zhou Qingyue. There were just a number of girls whose minds were alive. Some of the smarter ones have already gone and gotten their drinks. When Kongwook finished playing, he ran over. Blushing, he handed over his drink and wanted his button. Looking aside, Fu Yanjie was envious and jealous, touching the pimples on his face. He thought indignantly, I'm obviously very handsome. Why don't any girls bring me water? Zhou Qingyue stood under a tree with Li Honghong. Zhou Qingyue saw a whole bunch of girls surrounding Jiang Su. The mind was furious. A strong sense of crisis rose even more. It was only now that she realized that Jiang Su was actually so popular. Why hadn't she noticed it before? People are like that. You don't know how to appreciate it when you get it. It is only when lost that one realizes how precious and rare what one once had is. On the other side, and Nua sat quietly, looking at the very popular Kongwook. He smiled. A touch of youthfulness was felt. I'm sorry, I don't drink beverages and I don't drink ice. Thank you. Kongwook refused all the girls' kind offers. Without a trace, he glanced at Nua. Didn't go over to her, lest she become the object of all the girls' jealousy. Hey, Jiang Su actually rejected all the girls. Li Honghong's eyes lit up, touching Zhou Qingyue. Do you think he actually still likes you? The corners of Zhou Qingyue's mouth rose when she heard this. The mood was instantly pleasant. But still, he was stiff-lipped. What he did earlier was already making me very unhappy. I won't give him another chance. Li Honghong said. I think he's just trying to get away with it. Let's watch for 2 more days, and I'm sure he won't be able to resist coming to you to make up. Zhou Qingyue said arrogantly. Unless he kneels down at that time, there's no way I can forgive him. Class is over. Tomorrow is a Saturday day. Fu Yanjie went straight to the internet cafe, and Nua was the last to go. She's on duty today. She had just closed the door and window, though, when she turned around, Jiang Su stood behind him at some point, looking at himself with a smile, and Nua blushed all of a sudden. Kongwook realized that this little ninny was really easy to blush, pure as a lamb. The more he looked at her, the more Kongwook wanted to bully her. Are you still here, Kong? Yeah. Are you free tomorrow? I'm going to help my mom sell groceries. Kongwook had heard Nua say it. Her dad works in a factory and her mom does odd jobs. There are a couple of vegetable plots behind your own house. Apart from eating the vegetables they grow for themselves, they take the excess and sell it to subsidize their families. Every Saturday and Sunday, and Nua helps out. Don't go selling vegetables. Jiang Su said. Didn't I tell you in the morning that my family owns a restaurant? Now go to the peak season. The guests are especially busy, especially on Saturdays and Sundays. How about you come with me and help out? And I'll give you $40 a day. Food included? Ha! And Nua opened her mouth. Jiang Su didn't even give her a chance to refuse. Then he said, a normal salary for hiring a waiter is about $15,000 a month. That translates to $50 a day. Giving you $40 my family makes. I'll be upset if you don't say yes. You don't want to lose me as a fellow student, do you? And Nua student. And Nua couldn't interject at all. Being said so by Jiang Su, it felt as if he would be 10 evils and a great sin if he didn't agree. So it was a thinly veiled agreement. A treacherous smile appeared on Jiang Su's face. To show my appreciation, I'll send you home today. And Nua's heart raced. It was Kongwook who sent himself back yesterday. Today again. She was a little embarrassed. Open your mouth and try to refuse. Kongwook pulled her straight away. And Nua's head was suddenly confused. Kongwook's hand, so wide and warm, it fills one with a sense of security. For a moment they forgot to break away. Jiangsu was likewise very excited. And Nua's hands were soft, truly boneless. It was cold, like grabbing jelly. I don't know when I'll be able to do this in a proper way. When they got downstairs, Kongwook let go of her. The young girl's entire face was on the verge of steam. Kongwook went to push the bike over, patting the back seat. Get in the car, and if you refuse, I'll tell the teacher you read novels in class. And Nuo was anxious. I didn't. Jiangsu revealed a villainous smile. Do you think the teacher believes you or me? You don't want to be criticized by the teacher yourself either. And Nuo student. And Nuo felt as if she was completely held by Jiangsu. Neither put up much of a fight, but she didn't feel angry or resentful at all. Instead, there was a strange emotion that spread from the bottom of his heart. It's like moisturizing something without realizing it. Maybe someday, it blossoms. And Nuo carefully sat on the back of the bike, two little hands, gripping the springs under the cushions. Sit tight, I'm going to start. On Nuo's face, a light smile appeared. Kongwook is considered her first friend in the true sense of the word, though it's only been 2 days since the two of them really crossed paths. But Nuo felt as if the two had known each other for a long time. Secretly, he cheered himself up. Be sure to study hard and go to the same college as Kongwook in the future. As for what she was going to do when she went to college, she didn't think about it now and didn't dare to think about it. Damn it! Stinking Jiangsu! Dead Jiangsu! I really want to dismantle you. On the way home, Zhou Qingyu's mouth didn't stop cursing Jiangsu. After school she deliberately waited for some time in front of the school, just to wait for Kongwook to come out and drive himself back. Who knew that after waiting for half a day, there was no one there? I'm going to have to walk back on my own again today. It's tiring and a waste of time. While scolding Jiangsu, he also misses the old days when Jiangsu used to pick up and drop off himself rain or shine. Jingle bells! The sound of a bicycle bell came from behind him. Zhou Qingyue's heart was delighted. This is Kongwook's car. The sound of his bell is different from others, because once Zhou Qingyue mentioned it in passing. Everyone's bells sound the same. It's so impersonal. So Kongwook went ahead and made some modifications. The sound is more crisp and penetrating. Humph. So what if you talk a good game, but now you're still a good boy and come to pick me up? You'll have to hang you out to dry later. You can't easily get into your car. Zhou Qingyue thought as such in her heart, and her waist couldn't help but straighten up a bit. The voices are getting closer. The bicycle passed by Zhou Qingyue, but it didn't stop the way she expected. What made Zhou Qingyue feel even more unbelievable was, there was actually a man planted in the back of the car. And Nuo, Kongwook actually drove her? Zhou Qingyue felt very ridiculous. Couldn't help but yell. Jiangsu, stop it. She felt very strongly insulted. In what way is he not better than Nuo? Even if Kongwook wanted to find someone to piss himself off, then he would have to find a better one. What's that supposed to mean? However, Zhou Qingyue's shouts did not make Jiangsu stop. Instead, he sped up. After being reborn, Jiangsu simply didn't want to have the slightest bit more contact with this woman. Avoid it like a snake. Just don't get it. The woman hadn't always rejected herself before, all the while painting themselves all sorts of big pictures, saying something about how if you're going to be in a relationship in the future, you're definitely going to be the first choice. Just because of these words, Jiangsu didn't know how much he had paid. At the end of the day, it's more like losing everything. Ah, Kongwook, you asshole. Jiangsu's look of seeing himself as if he was seeing the plague made Zhou Qingyue completely freak out. But at this moment, Kongwook man had already walked away and didn't hear her voice, smoothly sending Nuo back home, waving a hand toward her. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Okay, bye-bye Kong. Stopped by the food market, back at the house to get the meal ready, and then it was time to ride to the family's restaurant. It was a little after 6 o'clock and the crowd was already large. Kongwook looked at this 3-story high and still well-located stall. Thoughts drifted. The store is rented. In a previous life, as house prices rose, the landlord sold the house. Supposedly it seemed to have sold for over $100 million at the time. The new homeowner was not willing to continue renting this store to his family after he bought the house. It took a bit of work later on to find a store in a relatively poor location, but with even higher rents. Business suffered for a long time. It wasn't until later, when the area it was in underwent demolition and remodeling, that the traffic got good again. If Jiangsu remembered correctly, now the price of housing in Jiangcheng is only 3,000 to 4,000. This commercial and residential building covers 300 square feet. The 3 floors together are nearly 1,000 square feet. All in, 4 million should be enough. Gotta find a way to get mom and dad to take it down while prices are low. That way you won't have to run off somewhere else in the future. I don't think the family has that much savings now, but $1 million is probably within reach. Then take out a loan. With the store's current business, the probability of bank approval would not be low. Mom and dad, eat first, I'll help you. Kangwook handed over the lunchbox and then took over the work in their hands. The store has a chef and 2 waiters, and they're just too busy when there's a lot of traffic. Oh, my son is so good. Chunyu smiled. Jiangshan nodded his head while picking up his meal. My son's cooking skills are getting better and better. Even if he doesn't get into a good university in the future, he can still be a good cook. Shut your crow's mouth, Chunyu said without a trace of anger. My son's grades are so good, it's just no problem for him to get into the first school. Jiangsu felt nothing but immense satisfaction as he did the math and listened to his parents chatter. Past life. When he controlled his scores and only scored 400 and something, it was as if the 2 old men were instantly drained of their essence. All of a sudden, you've aged a dozen years. Now that I think about it, I'm really not a thing. In this life, it will never happen again. Mom and dad, how much savings does our family have now? Jiangsu asked. Jiangshan and Shen Yu did not hide anything from their own sons. Shen Yu replied, currently, the family's several passbooks add up to $1,025,000. Jiangsu's eyes lit up. Take it all out and give it to me. Jiangshan silently put down his chopsticks and picked up the broom that was placed in the corner. You brat. You're young and you're thinking about your old man's savings, aren't you? Kong-san picked up a broom and made a show of hitting it. 1 minute it's a father and son. The next it's a chicken and a dog. Dad, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. Jiangsu was startled. What I mean is, take out the money and let's buy this place. Jiangshan frowned. What makes you think that? Jiangsu then said, renting someone else's store is always without a heel. The day they don't want to rent, we'll have to run. Besides, it's not useless to buy a house that will be used by future generations. Buy it while it's cheap. Chenyu, my son has a point, but there's not enough money to buy this place out. Kangwook, you can get a loan from the bank, as long as we provide the running water from the restaurant. The loan rates are not high now and the monthly payments are easy. What if the prices fall later? Jiangshan asked. Impossible. Jiangsu spoke with certainty. Then it goes on from macroeconomics, to the international situation, to domestic historical changes in recent years and so on. In short, Chenyu and Jiangshan had their heads turned to mush by what Jiangsu said. Unknown. In the end, 6 words came to mind. My son is awesome. Being spoken to by Jiangsu, it felt like it would be a sin if he didn't buy this place. By the way, mom and dad, how about I hire a classmate to help me out tomorrow and pay her $40 a day and include food? Female? Chenyu came to be interested. Aha. Kangwook hemmed and hawed. Mom, I've got my eye on her. The person is very kind and sweet, and I've decided on her for this life. When the time comes, you'll take the opportunity to say more good things about me in front of her. Kangwook's family is not like other families. It's very open-minded. Chenyu had said it long ago. To fall in love, no problem. Just don't do anything over the top and be responsible for someone's little girl. And it's fine if it doesn't affect your grades. Gee, then I'll have to take a good look at how good that little girl is tomorrow to make my son say something like that. Friday nights are always busy. It was busy until after 3 a.m. When it closed. Already talked to mom and dad. They'll go ahead and talk to the owner of the store in the morning to see if there's any willingness to sell. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Jiangsu woke up on time. He was already activating most of his memories from his previous life in the past 2 days. Sophomore year textbooks, almost all of them. When it was 7 o'clock, after washing up, Jiangsu went out to buy breakfast and came back. Soy milk donuts with buns. In his family, his parents gave $50 a week in allowance from junior high school. For high school, it was raised to $150 a week. There was no need to pay Zhou Qingyue in this life. His pocket money was simply inexhaustible. On the way back, Jiangsu pondered, in passing, what he had to do next. For himself, entrepreneurship doesn't interest me at the moment. He's rather interested in the literary side of things. There it is. Storytelling. You can write a short story and submit it. This one he's good at. For storytelling, there are 3 categories with the largest audiences: family ethics, green school and the workplace. In his previous life, when Kangwook was in college, he liked to watch the green campus type. The mind remembers countless storylines. Write these up and they should sell for quite a bit of money as well. There is even the possibility that the rights can be sold. Back home, Kangwook ate his breakfast and put the rest in the kitchen for when his parents woke up. The time came to 7:15. Jiangsu went back into the bedroom, took out a pen and paper, and roughly wrote a synopsis of the story. And then it's out the door. The rest will wait until we get back tonight. Ride your bike and head to Nua's house. When I arrived at her door, I found her already chopping wood in the yard. Nua, let's go. Ah, Kong-san. And Nua put down her axe and wiped her sweat. Please wait a moment. She ran back into the house. When he came out again, he had changed into a set of jeans that had washed a little white. Looking at Jiangsu's eyes lit up. And Nua has long, straight legs. The top half of his body was dressed in a loose white body shirt. However, gusts of raging were vaguely visible. His face was still covered with thick bangs. Jiangsu didn't think about letting Nuo cut it off now. He hadn't taken it himself yet, so he couldn't just add competitors to the mix. Nonetheless, in the eyes of Jiangsu, the Nuo at this moment also gave him a feeling that he had stunned time. Come on, get in the car. Oh, and Nua sat down obediently. Not as shy now as I was the first time I sat on it. Here, breakfast. Kamwook hands her the hot breakfast he bought on the way when he just arrived. 3 meat loaves, 1 hot milk. Thanks, but there's too much for me to eat. Kamwook twisted his head to look at her. You're so thin. You need to eat more. Besides, you have quite a big appetite. Can't you finish 3 buns? And Nua took a bite of the bun, both cheeks bulging. What the hell? Who says a girl has a big appetite? That's outrageous. 3 neat buns and a hot milk. And Nua estimated it at $2. After eating, she quietly took out $2 and stuffed it into Jiangsu's pants pocket. The corner of Jiangsu's mouth curled up slightly. Pretend not to notice. This girl is not the kind of Zhou Qingyue who only knows how to receive and not know how to give. No one likes the kind that just takes and doesn't give. Ah, what brings you to the library? And Nua raised her head and realized that she had already reached the front of the library. Jiangsu laughed. The restaurant doesn't open until 10 o'clock. Let's go read a book first. The mind was set on spending as much time with her as possible. This will promote a better relationship between the two. Then take her to more popular places, like libraries, milk shops, parks, and other such places. After a long time, even if Kamwook did not accompany her, when you see these sights, it is possible to touch them. I'm quite the little wit, the little white rabbit, and Nua doesn't know that he has been arranged by Jiangsu in a clear way. Sniffing, and not thinking much about it. It's okay to read a book. She also loves to read. Kamwook locked the car and the two of them walked inside. This is a public library. Students can come in as long as they have their student ID. Kamwook went and chose 2 books and sat in the corner. Not many people reading at this point. Pick a corner. The two sat together. Just had the sun shining down. And Nua turned her head and saw Jiangsu's perfect sight face. A heartbeat. Then red-faced, he bowed his head. The mood was long. Kamwook noticed the difference in her. Smiling, he asked, "Is it a good book?" "Well, it's pretty." And Nua whispered. "It felt like my face was getting a little hot again." She felt so useless. Moving like this. Jiang students will not hate. Jiangsu, let me see what godly book that makes you read it upside down with such gusto. And Nua, what is meant by social death? This is. And Nuo couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. Jiangsu smiled and was in a happy mood. That's probably what the years are all about. After reading the book until about 9:30, Jiangsu pulled Nuo away. Road. Jiangsu instructed Nuo, you only need to be responsible for serving the food. If any of the guests get drunk, you come to me first. Another one, some of the more boisterous guests will tip. This is money that belongs to you. Just keep it. You don't have to give it to me. And it's not like you can turn people down, because it makes the other guy feel like you're looking down on him. Got it? Oh, I know. And Nua nodded her head obediently. Only Chenyu was in the store with 2 waiters. Kong-san went to talk to the homeowner. "Hey, hello auntie, I'm a Nua. Excuse me." When she saw Chenyu, and Nuo directly made a 90-degree bow. "Gee, don't be so polite. Come on, come in." Chenyu was full of smiles as she pulled Nuo inside and acted enthusiastically. "Come, auntie will take you through the situation." 10 minutes later, and Nua walked out with a red face and went to wipe the table. Jiangsu ran to ask Chenyu, "Mom, what did you do to her?" "Nothing much," Chenyu replied, "just telling her some precautions." "By the way," Chenyu came to Jiangsu's ear and said in a thievish manner, "By the way, I will take care of it for you. Not to mention, the little girl looks a little malnourished, but the figure is really good. Mom just touched it. It's one that will give birth to a son. The little girl has a great personality, too, and Mom is very pleased." Jiangsu was speechless. "Mom, you're going too far. What if you scare her away?" "No, it won't. The little girl looks kind at first sight. Catch it. Starting next week, double the allowance." Jiangsu immediately changed his face. "Old Mom is mighty. Can't help it. Mom gives too much. At 11 o'clock or so, the customers gradually increased. Kong-san is also back. Speaking to Kong-wook, who was teaching in Manhwa, he said. The homeowner agreed. His whole family happens to be emigrating, at 3,900 a square foot. Jiangsu was overjoyed. The price was a little lower than I thought it would be. Good day, uncle. And Nuanua's voice was soft. When Jiangshan saw the well-behaved and understanding in Nuonuo, he immediately had a smile on his face. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for coming to help. Uncle is really overwhelmed. And Nuonuo shook her head. No. It's me who should say thank you. She's not stupid. Knowing that Kong-wook brought her here so he could make more money for himself. This favor she silently remembered. I'm not in a position to repay now, but I will certainly do so in the future. It was nearing noon and the guests were getting more and more numerous. Everyone got busy. Not to mention, and Nuonuo did a decent job. Tea was served and food was served steadily and quickly. Jiangsu was relieved when he secretly observed it. There's nothing wrong with her except that she's a little sociopathic. Jiangsu took advantage of a Nuonuo's inattention and walked into a few private rooms. When he came out, he said to a Nuonuo, 2 bottles of red wine with a large can of soda are delivered to the 5th private room. Oh, good. And Nuonuo answered and went in with her things in her hands and feet. It didn't take long, and Nuonuo came out of it, trotting to Jiangsu, holding out a small hand. Here, in the palm of his hand, there was a $20 bill. What for? Kong-wook asked. I can't take the tip from the table just now. Here you go. Just take it. I'm not missing this. Don't. And Nuonuo shook her head. I work part-time and you give money. This is extra. I can't take it. The little girl has a soft personality, but sometimes, it's quite stubborn. Jiangsu patiently explained. This money, and not from my pocket, it is given by the guests. What's more, do you know how much pocket money I get in a week? And Nuonuo shook her head. $1,000 a week. Jiangsu lied without blushing at all. Brother has money. What are you giving me this $20 for? Humiliate me? Take it or I'll ignore you later. And Nuonuo bit her lip. He saw that Jiangsu seemed to be getting angry before he hurriedly put the money away. There seems to be an unusually large number of guests today. It was busy until after 11 o'clock at night, when the customers were a little less. Chenyu pulled in Nuonuo to the back kitchen. Nuonuo, I didn't expect to be so busy today. Hard work. Let's call it a day. Here's 2 days' pay. I'll give it to you first. Take out $100. Seeing that Nuonuo wanted to find her money, Chenyu stopped her. The extra counts as overtime. Originally you only had to work until 8 p.m. It's still Auntie's advantage if you do the math that way. Thank you, Auntie. And Nuonuo's nose twitched. She felt the kindness that Kong-wook's family released towards her, holding onto the $100 tightly. Because of bad family conditions, most of the time, what teenage girls feel is disdain from others, looking down on them. But Jiangsu's family, however, had treated her as one of their own from the very beginning. Is it genuine or not? This was easy to distinguish for Nuonuo, who was sensitive by nature. Kong-wook went and washed his hands. Then he took Nuonuo out of the hotel and sent her back. And Nuonuo whispered, actually, you don't need to send me. The store needs manpower. I can go back alone. It's not particularly far. How can that be? Jiangsu disagreed. It's nighttime. You're a little girl. What if you meet a pervert? I'm not pretty either. Who would look at me? That's right too. Jiangsu rubbed his chin and said, look at you. Her academic performance is average. Her body is average. And she's not particularly pretty. In the future, 80% of them will not be able to get married. And Nuonuo looked at Jiangsu with some aggravation. How can you say such a thing? Kind of sad. Unexpected. Jiangsu turned his tone. But, who made us the same table? We must help each other, right? I could grudgingly marry you. Ah, you, bullying me. And Nuonuo's face swished red. With his head down, he ran off. For a nerd like her, the killing power of Jiangsu's words was enormous. Jiangsu smiled and chased after him. After safely sending Nuonuo home, Jiangsu returned to the hotel again. Followed my parents around until 2:30 a.m. before calling it a day. When he got back, Kong-wook fell back to sleep. On the other hand, Nuonuo lost sleep, lying in bed tossing and turning. I couldn't get to sleep. The words that Jiangsu had said earlier were being replayed in his mind. I could grudgingly marry you. Is he joking? Or, and Nuonuo's heart, messed up. And tonight, those who lost sleep were not only Nuonuo, but also Zhou Qingyue. Ah, Kong-wook, you asshole. In the room, Zhou Qingyue was frantic for a while. Kong-wook has ignored himself for the 3rd day. In the past, Kong-wook used to bring himself breakfast and lunch every day and send her home. Good morning will be sent in the morning and good night in the evening. The fact that it hadn't been issued for a few days made it very difficult for Jo Chingyue. After all, she's used to Kongwook being unconditionally good to her. And since Jiang-Su started licking, Jo Chingyue had saved a lot of money. Breakfast, lunch at no cost to you. With the money you save, you can go out and buy some of your favorite little pieces of jewelry or something like that. And a few more nice dresses. Now she'd be afraid to spend money. After all, the family only gives $100 a month. Jo Chingyue blamed it all on Jiang-Su and also on Nuonyuo. Jiang-Su, you wait for me. The trick of wanting to escape. Let's see how long you're going to play. The young girl is still adamant that this is all Kongwook's pretense. After all, Jiang-Su had licked too aggressively earlier. How could it be converted in an instant? It's very unhealthy. Fine, since you want to play, then I'll play with you and see who can't help it first. Jo Chingyue made up her mind. From now on, absolutely will not take the initiative to say one more word to Jiang-Su. Let's see how long he can hold back. Today, Kongwook got up late. It was past 7 o'clock. After reading for a while, I went out to get breakfast. When he went to bed last night, Kongwook incidentally thought about the entire content of the storytelling session he wanted to pitch. Just write about his experience of having been in love and not being able to do so. It's something you've really experienced and writing it resonates with the words. It was a mental note, so it was extraordinarily smooth to write. At 8:30, it's 2,000 words done. 1,000 words a chapter. It's already ready to go for submission. Let's see if we can get a successful signing first. Then we'll think about the later. The title of the novel is called Those Years of Miserable Youth. Go to postal delivery. Then it was off to find a Nuonyuo. On the way, I met a bald uncle. Jiang-Su smiled and greeted. Hello Uncle Wang. It's Jiang-Su. How's it going? Did you get that little girl last night? Not yet. Thanks to Uncle Wang yesterday. You're welcome. That was supposed to be your money that went through my hands and was transferred to the little girl. After a few chats, they parted ways. That's right. The tips given by those guests yesterday were actually from Jiang-Su's side. That is to say, and Nuonyuo doesn't know anything. It's only then that one would think that there would actually be customers who would tip for eating at such a restaurant. It's not like it's a KTV or a club or anything like that. It's adorably silly. Last night, and Nuonyuo earned a total of $360. She'll probably be able to be a little more generous with her meals in the future. And on Jiang-Su's way to Nuonyuo's house, she's already done all her chores. Mom and Dad, this is the money I've earned from working for the past 2 days. I'll keep $60 and take the rest for you to pay off your debts. And Nuonyuo's father has a stable income of $16,000 a month. With her mom, it's a little over $2,000 a month. It's not particularly rich, but it's normally enough. The reason why they are in such a tight spot is that their family owes a considerable amount of money. Most of the income that comes in goes to paying back the money. Daughter, why is it so much? Isn't it $80? Li Yuanwan asked. They knew about a Nuonyuo going to work, and Nuonyuo said, it's a tip from a restaurant guest. Li Yuanwan and Infeng exchanged glances. My daughter doesn't have much social experience right now, but both of them have been out of the community for 10 or 20 years. Nature is clear. How rich can a consumer be in a restaurant? How is it possible to receive $200 or $300 in tips in one night? 9 times out of 10, that Kongwook student gave it out of his own pocket, right? The two couples didn't tell a Nuonyuo about this speculation. Just silently take note of this favor. The heart's favorable impression of Jiang-Su was raised to another level. Future richest man plus 10 favorability. This little boy has a high emotional intelligence and seems to be very sophisticated in his approach to things. While helping others, the first consideration is the dignity of the other person. This kind of moisturizing is something that many adults don't necessarily have. Nuonyuo, I'm coming. Kongwook's voice rang from the outside of the house. A smile involuntarily appeared on the young girl's face. Infeng and Li Yuanjuan's hearts were like clear mirrors. And yet there was no stopping it. Mom and Dad, I'll go first. Saying that, and Nuonyuo lifted the lunchbox placed on the table and went out. Li Yuanwan reminded behind her. Daughter, pay attention to safety. Oh, got it. Li Yuanwan shook her head. She doesn't know. And Nuonyuo is wearing a sports outfit today. It looks like it has been worn for many years and is faded in some places. But, the gradual bubbling youthfulness of the young girl. And yet, it's not something that can be covered up by a set of sportswear. Good morning Mr. Kong. This is the breakfast I made. Try it and see if it's good? And Nuonyuo handed out the lunchbox with both hands, with anticipation and apprehension in her eyes. The young girl was a little livelier than she had been a few days before. Jiang-Su's eyes lit up. You made it. I definitely want to try it. When you open the lunchbox, there's an aroma coming from it. Donuts and buns. The colors just look pretty good. It takes a long time to make this, right? Kongwook asked as he took a bite of the donut. It's okay. and Nua didn't tell Jiangsu that she got up after 5 o'clock, went shopping for various materials and did it all by myself. She didn't have much money on hand, and all she could return to Jiangsu was a little bit of craftsmanship. Is it good? And Nua asked again. She didn't know if what she made was to Kong-wook's taste. Hey, Kong-wook sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten the breakfast you made. And Nua blanched, barely squeezing out a smile. I'm not much of a cook. Sorry. Say what? Kong-wook laughed. I mean the breakfast you made tasted too good. That's one time I've had it, and I don't want to eat out for breakfast ever again. Bottom line, just let Nua go from hell to heaven. The mood has also taken a sharp turn for the worse. A dazzling smile reappeared on her face. At that exact moment, a gust of wind blew, blowing up in Nuonuo's thick bangs, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that overwhelmed the world. All of Jiangsu's attention was drawn to the young girl at this moment. It was as if this moment had become an eternity, frozen in time forever. And Nuonuo was a little overwhelmed by Jiangsu's gaze and said weakly, Mr. Jiang, don't look at me like that. Kong-wook returned to his senses and smiled as he continued to eat. You eat too. Jiangsu picked up a piece of donut and gave it to Nuonuo, and Nuonuo shook her head. I ate. I'm already full. Kong-wook, no, you're not full. Facing the slightly domineering Jiangsu, and Nuonuo could only obediently open her mouth. At this point, a sharp voice came from behind the two men. What are you doing? Jiangsu and Nuonuo looked at the sound. He saw Li Honghong running over in a rage, glaring at the two men. What are you doing? And Nuonuo moved her lips, not knowing what to say. Kong-wook frowned. What are you yelling about here? Li Honghong was angry, pointing a finger at Jiangsu. You're courting Zhou Qingyue while you're having an affair with this woman. You're simply scum. Speak clearly. Jiangsu was offended. I said a long time ago to give up Zhou Qingyue. Ha! Li Honghong sneered. Who doesn't know that you are deeply in love with Zhou Qingyue? How can you just give up? You separate from this woman immediately now. And I won't tell Zhou Qingyue what I saw today. Kong-wook didn't want to talk so much nonsense with this woman. Waving his hand. Whatever you want. Get out of the way. This kind of indifferent attitude made Li Honghong fire up, pointing the spear at Nuonuo. Why are you so shameless? Meddling in other people's relationships. But wherever you have an ounce of self-respect, you should get as far away as you can. And Nuonuo's eyes instantly turned red. There were tears welling up in his eyes. Sucking in a hard breath, he forced himself to keep the tears from falling. She wanted to back up and get away from Kong-wook's, but Jiangsu grabbed his wrist. Then, a deep five-finger print appeared on Li Honghong's face. The sound was unusually crisp. Li Honghong covered her punched face. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiangsu. You hit me? Pop. The words fell, and on the other side of her face, she received a slap. Jiangsu spoke in a calm tone. However, what was said gave Li Honghong a shuddering feeling. And Nuonuo eye cover, if you bully her once, I'll beat you up twice. It was the first time in her long life that Li Honghong had been slapped twice in a row, trying to put in a hard word, but after touching Jiangsu's icy gaze, he didn't dare to say it. The Jiangsu at this moment made Li Honghong feel very strange. This seemed to be different from the one she remembered who only knew how to circle around Zhou Qingyue. Jiangsu, who had no dignity and only knew how to humbly curry favor, was a completely different person. Li Honghong twisted her head and ran away, waiting to run away for some distance before stopping. Shouting at Jiangsu, he said, You wait for me. This matter won't be settled like this. Jiangsu raised his fist, and Li Honghong's heart trembled as she ran away. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Nuonuo's face was already covered in tears. This immediately made Jiangsu panic. Hands were busy wiping the tears off her face. Don't you cry. That woman really deserves to die. Wait, I'll go beat her up again. Don't. And Nuonuo grabbed Jiangsu's arm. Inhaled hard. She cried though there was a reason why she was humiliated by Li Honghong like that just now. But what really made her tense up was the sentence that Jiangsu had just said that she was under his cover. This feeling of being protected, and Nuonuo had never experienced before. It made her heart ripple for a long time at this time. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare bully you. Thanks. And Nuonuo lowered her head as a way to hide her shyness. Kong-wook-san, what a nice guy. Only when Nuonuo's emotions completely calmed down did Jiangsu take her to the library again. When it's almost noon, go to the restaurant. Today is as busy as yesterday. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiangsu pulled Nuonuo away. There's school tomorrow. Road. Kong-wook asks her how much she collected in tips today. That's a total of $560. Thank you, Mr. Kong. The young girl sat in the back seat of the car with a fluttering face. For this money, she kept 102 for herself and invited Jiang to dinner tomorrow to thank him. The rest, as living expenses until the end of the semester. Nice. Good luck. Someone grinned, not caring that his wallet is much deflated. This is called a strategic investment. Walk her to her door. And Nuonyuo got down from the back seat. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You go back slowly. Jiangsu, I'm a few months older than you. Don't call Jiang classmate in the future. It's too raw. Call Jiang brother. The thin-skinned and Nuonua's face reddened again. She couldn't scream. Kong-wook urged. Hurry up and call. Don't. And Nuonua turned and ran back inside. Jiangsu was dumbfounded. And there's no rush. From now on, not only will I make you call me brother, I'll also make you call. Just as he was about to turn around. And Nuonuo poked her head out. Be careful on the road. Brother. Immediately after saying that, he shrunk back. It's so adorable that it explodes. How in the world can there be such a cute girl? Kong-wook giggled in place. The next day, Kong-wook got up on time to review for half an hour, and then out the door. Classroom. Jo Chingyue came in with red eyes. She didn't sleep well last night, naturally because of someone. She has an obsessive side to her personality. The more Kong-wook ignored her, the more upset she became. He had just sworn that he would never take the initiative to find Jiangsu, only able to endure. Suddenly, Jo Chingyue, who had been slack-jawed all the way, had a smile on her face, because she saw that on her table, there were buns with soy milk. Humph, I thought you could hold out for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be unable to hold out so soon. Jo Chingyue had just sat down. Kong-wook then arrived. The rest of the class came one by one. Strange, why hasn't Nuonua come yet? Jiangsu muttered in a small voice. Normally by this time, and Nuonuo had already arrived. Jo Chingyue saw Jiangsu come in. Mentally, he grunted coldly. One doesn't forgive him that easily. Think buying breakfast is enough? Think about it. She got up. Picking up his breakfast, he walked over to Kong-wook, snapped and put breakfast on his table. Coldly, he said, take it away. I told you, I won't forgive you. Kong-wook, who was about to read a book, raised his head in some consternation. What? Pretend. Keep pretending. Jo Chingyue sneered. Buying me breakfast doesn't dare to admit it, does it? I tell you, don't think you can make me forgive you with such small favors. Dream on. I didn't buy this breakfast. Kong-wook said. Jo Chingyue didn't believe it at all. What? Afraid of being rejected by me, so you dare not do it right. It's really not me. Jiangsu was speechless. This woman. She's getting nasty. How could my old self have liked such a woman? When really, it was larded up. You're meaningless. Jo Chingyue had a look of contempt. Dare to do it. I despise you. No. You're sick. Kong-wook couldn't help himself. I said I didn't buy it. Why? What are you arguing about? At this time, the squad leader came running in. He looked at the breakfast on Jiangsu's table. Hey, isn't this what I bought for classmate Joe? You bought this breakfast? Jo Chingyue froze. Yeah. The class president nodded. All pouty. And I don't know if you like it. If it's not to my liking, I'll change it to something else next time. Jo Chingyue was dumbfounded on the spot. Immediately afterward, he felt his face burning. Himself. Another stupid thing to do. But right after that, she realized something more serious. Kong-wook didn't buy this breakfast. Why doesn't he buy himself breakfast? Jo Chingyue only felt a wave of air clogging up in her chest. Indescribably hard to bear. In a fit of irritation. Straight away, he picked up his breakfast and threw it in the trash. I don't like it. Don't bring it to me again. After saying that, he huffed and sat back in his seat, sulking alone. Jiangsu looked at the class president whose face was filled with aggression with some speechlessness. Not that I'm saying, why are you bringing her breakfast when you're doing fine? The class president scratched his head. Actually, I quite like classmate Joe as well. It's not to see that you're not chasing her. Then I thought, let's see if we can make it work. With Jo Chingyue's looks, there must be a lot of people in the class who liked her. It's just that Kong-wook used to lick so hard that he licked away all the other contenders. But by now everyone knows that Kong-wook has given up on continuing to lick. A lot of people just feel hopeful and start to get excited. Jiangsu's head was full of black lines. What's this called? The squad leader went back with a disappointed look on his face. Couldn't figure out why I was failing so fast. Is it not as good at licking as Kong-wook? And Nuonua is here. Jiangsu asked. Why are you so late today? Did you have breakfast? Eat? And Nuonua whispered. Wait until you put your book bag down. Just open the zipper and pull a pink-scented bag out of it. Head swiveled around. Make sure no one notices this way. It was only then that he lightning-fast shoved it into Jiangsu's hand. I made this one. Thank you for introducing me to part-time work. Inside I put dried cinnamon flowers and a peace talisman. It's not worth much. I hope you don't mind. When he finished speaking, he hastily took out a book and pretended to look at it seriously, out of the corner of his eye. However, He looked uncontrollably at Jiangsu. The heart is nervous and expectant. I was afraid that Kongwook would not like it. Even more so. I look forward to hearing the word like from him. Jiangsu's eyes lit up. This bomb is exquisite. It was also embroidered with the words years of peace. Put it under your nose and smell it. That light fresh scent of cinnamon is nice. Kongwook notices that Manhwa has a wound on her hand. Grab it and take a look. Lots of tiny pinholes in the fingers. He was a little distressed. Did you get it from making a scented sachet? And Manhwa drew her hand back and whispered. The moon didn't come out last night, and the light was rather dim, so accidentally zapped a few. It's fine. And Manhwa's family is not well off, so she left the lights on. Instead, she sat by the window and sewed this scented bag for Kongwook. Silly girl. I love it and will treasure it for the rest of my life. A warm current flowed through Jiangsu's heart. I guess she came late today because she stayed up late last night to make this scented bag. After all, it was after 10 last night when I got back. Hearing Jiangsu say he liked it, the corners of Manhwa's mouth rose slightly. The mood was like springtime all of a sudden. A sweet joy spreads from the heart and spreads throughout the body. It seemed that every cell was emitting joy. It was an amazing feeling, and it made her linger a bit. Jiangsu, the homeroom teacher is calling you. At the door, Li Honghong yelled at Jiangsu, eyes with a gloating look. She's too embarrassed to tell her parents after being slapped twice by Kongwook yesterday. As soon as I came in today, I went to tell my homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher has always been a vicious person, so this is going to be a bad time for Kongwook. Kongwook got up and went to the teacher's office. Li Honghong was full of grievances. Teacher, you have to do it for me. The homeroom teacher stared at Jiangsu. Jiangsu, Li said that you hit her yesterday. What happened? Kongwook shrugged. Teacher, I shot down a J-10 with a slingshot yesterday. Can you believe it? The homeroom teacher didn't have the heart to say, what are you babbling about? Jiangsu had an innocent look on his face. You also think it's impossible, right? I'm a first in my grade. The most handsome pretty boy in the school. Why would you go and have a problem with someone who is average academically? Average looking and average sized? It doesn't fit my persona. Li Honghong reddened on the spot, stomping his foot vigorously. Look at him, teacher, physically attacking me. With every word, Kongwook was poking her in the heart. The class teacher looked at Jiangsu suspiciously. You really didn't hit her? Teacher, if I did hit her, then ask her to show proof. Otherwise this thing won't be over. I might mope around and thus not be able to take my studies seriously. This leads to a drop in academic performance and eventually failure to get into a good university. In the end, it affects the teacher. You get a promotion and a raise, marry a rich white woman, and go to the top of life. Teacher, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Don't tell me that's not a bad thing to say. After all of the class teacher's hopes were now placed on Jiangsu, so he said to Li Honghong in a stern tone, since you said that Jiangsu hit you, then show me the evidence. Li Honghong was directly dumbfounded. Where can she find the evidence? In this day and age, a lot of places don't have surveillance equipment, plus the fingerprints on the face are long gone from the past day. As long as Jiangsu doesn't admit it, this matter becomes a headless case. Oh, I know. Jiangsu suddenly slapped his thigh. Student Li Honghong, is it because last week I reported to the teacher that you and your classmate were reading novels in class, so you hold a grudge and now you're running around slandering me? The homeroom teacher's face instantly grimaced. I'm not. Li Honghong shouted anxiously. Well, that's the end of this matter. The homeroom teacher clapped. Neither side can produce any evidence, and there is no point in continuing this matter. Still, he was more inclined to what Jiangsu had said, so he said to Li Honghong, in the exam 2 days from now, if you don't reach an average score of 80 in each subject, just stay after school every day and tutor for half an hour. Don't teacher. Li Honghong had a look of despair on her face. Jiangsu said smilingly, okay teacher, I'll leave first. Li Honghong came out with her head hanging down. In the fight with Kongwook, she finished losing and received 2 slaps for nothing. It's a bloody shame to think about it. No, this can't just be left alone. Li Honghong raised her head, a glint in her eyes. Go back to class and sit down. And Manhwa's lips moved. After hesitating for a short while, he still opened his mouth to ask Jiangsu, did you just go to the homeroom teacher's office because you beat up Li Honghong yesterday? Is he okay? Kongwook put his head together, smelling the distinctive body odor of the young girl. What? Are you concerned about me? I didn't. And Manhwa hurriedly shook her head to deny it. It could be seen that her ears were red through and through, like they could drip blood. The more he saw her in this shy manner, the more Kongwook wanted to bully. But bear with me. Little girl can't be teased. Still need to slowly improve her stamina. During class Kongwook is very serious and teaches Manhwa carefully. Anything she didn't understand was explained over and over again without fail. And Jiangsu himself had already memorized the entire sophomore year curriculum after the past few days. The senior class has also mastered about a fifth of the curriculum. If we continue at this rate, we'll be able to master all of our senior year classes before the end of our sophomore year. On this side, the two were studying very carefully. On the other side, Li Honghong quietly, adding fuel to the fire, told Zhou Qingyue what happened yesterday. I saw the two of them having a secret rendezvous yesterday. Feeling indignant on your behalf, I went up and said something. I didn't realize that Kongwook had gone too far in punching and kicking me. He's a scumbag, and all the deep affection he's shown for you in the past is feigned. And the vision is so bad, you kill a Nuonual 1,000,000 times over. Jiangsu was actually with such a person. His eyes are really blind. The ballpoint pen in Zhou Qingyue's hand was about to be broken by her. Li Honghong added, I think you're going to get your revenge back. How to retaliate? Zhou Qingyue subconsciously asked. Honghong Li, find someone even better than him and pretend you're dating. Let him know the pain of losing you. Men are like that. Once they realize that they are going to lose, it fuels their desire to win. When the time comes, he will be around you again, as he was before. When that day comes, you'll humiliate him severely and take the heat for me. Zhou Qingyue, but no boy in the whole school has better academic performance than him. You're silly. Excellence isn't just about grades. There's more to it than that. Like being good at sports, good looking, having a rich family or being able to sing or something. You can look at Chang Fei. He's second in his class academically. He sings beautifully and is quite handsome. And I have a feeling he should like you too. If you just hook your finger, he'll be shit-faced. Zhou Qingyue felt that Li Honghong had a point. Couldn't help but look back at Jiangsu. In her heart, she grunted coldly. I'll have you know that this young lady has more than enough people to chase after. You'll regret it then. After class, Zhou Qingyue then took the book and went to find Chang Fei. Mr. Chang Fei, I don't know how to do this question. Can you explain it to me? Chang Fei froze for a moment. He saw Zhou Qingyue looking at himself with a few shyness on her face. Immediately his heart was on fire. Thinking, is spring coming for me? Zhou Qingyue even deliberately came closer. A few strands of hair gently cut through Process Fly's arm. It was like a stone had been invested in his heart, sending a ripple through it. Zhou Qingyue slightly bit her lip. You're really great, fellow student Chang Fei. Chang Fei blushed and scratched his head. No la, Jiangsu is much better than me. Hell no, he's not as smart as you are, and a good grade for a moment doesn't mean forever. I'm sure you'll get into an even better college than him in the future. I'm looking out for you. Chang Fei was as if he had been hit with chicken blood all of a sudden. Zhou Qingyue added, the next class is music class. Can you sing me a song? Chang Fei is the music class representative. Before every class, the teacher would ask him to sing a song. Yes, no problem. The inexplicably excited Chang Fei agreed without hesitation. Zhou Qingyue got up and returned to her seat. Subconsciously, he looked towards Jiangsu's side. He said that he must have been jealous already when he just saw himself so close to Chang Fei, but she was disappointed. Kongwook didn't even look at her. The class was over, and it was also explaining to Nua something that she just didn't understand in class. This feeling of taking someone a little bit further is also quite rewarding. Zhou Qingyue grit her teeth for a while. Indignantly, he sat back down. The school bell rang. The music teacher is a female college student who just graduated not long ago and has a pretty good personality. Okay, as usual today, let's start by asking Mr. Chang Fei to sing a song for us. Everyone applauded. Chang Fei stood up and glanced at Zhou Qingyue. Then he said, then today, I'll sing a serious song about snow. For student Zhou Qingyue. Whoa! The class let out an exaggerated yelp. The eyes all fell on Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue subconsciously straightened her back. Then he looked at Jiangsu and raised an eyebrow. That look was saying, see, this lady is so popular that she has people chasing after her. So you'll regret it. Kongwook grinned. At this moment, it was tempting to go and say thank you to Chang Fei. Brother, you're so righteous, drawing fire for yourself. He had long been annoyed with Zhou Qingyue. It was able to make Zhou Qingyue shift her goalposts and stop annoying herself in the future. It's like pie in the sky. Chang Fei has a very good voice indeed. The song is also very emotional. After the song, the class erupted in applause. Zhou Qingyue glanced at Jiangsu in triumph. Kongwook doesn't even look at her. He had suffered enough in his previous life because of this woman. In this life, even if he looks at her one more time, Jiangsu feels bad luck. Humph. Still pretending to be indifferent. You must be anxious in your heart. Zhou Qingyue thought in her heart. Good. Thanks to Mr. Chang Fei. The music teacher said. Teacher has a little cold today and her throat is not feeling well, so she will not be in class. Anyone else who wants to sing can come up. This teacher is still very open-minded. She wouldn't get mad or say much about things like this public confession in class. Jiangsu, go up and sing a song for everyone. Li Honghong suddenly opened her mouth. She knows Kongwook can sing. However, it's not even close to Chung Fei. It was because he wanted to see Jiangsu being compared to him, so it would be considered revenge. Zhou Qingyue's heart fluttered. This woman. Jiangsu's eyes narrowed, giving herself a hard time again. Right? The music teacher also said. That's fine too. Mr. Jiang, you have good singing skills too. How about a song? Kongwook was not going to sing, but since the music teacher had asked, there was no excuse, so he stood up and walked to the podium. Li Honghong sneered in her heart. Let's see how I'll degrade you later. And Nua looked at Jiangsu without blinking. The young girl was looking forward to what Kongwook would sing. Cough. Jiangsu coughed lightly. This song, it belongs to a deceased friend of mine. The name of the song is called, Walking Up to You Makes Me Stupid. Babe, oh, the first time a duck turned out like this BB, only because of the mud taiga. One more look and it'll explode. Class? Music teacher? What's that? Ahem. Jiangsu coughed. No, just kidding with everyone. Next up is a serious sing-along for everyone. You at the table. And Nua's delicate body trembled slightly. Can't guess the question you. Sentimental you. When it comes to natural conditions like voice, Jiangsu is indeed inferior to Chung Fei, but he was more emotional and caught everyone's attention as soon as he opened his mouth. Can't help but be brought into that mood by his song. Zhou Qingyue's eyes were clouded with a mist of water, thinking about the times when Kongwook used to be nice to him. When it rained and she didn't have an umbrella, she would give her own umbrella and go back in the rain herself. When it was her turn on duty, Kongwook never let himself be touched. He was the one who wiped down the blackboards and sanitized the floors. Kongwook said that a girl's hands can't do this kind of work. There's a lot more. Without asking, Kongwook puts his favorite drink on the table when he's thirsty. When you have your period, you will be attentive and have hot water ready, etc. Looking back now, Kongwook is really gentle and treats himself well. As for himself, he never took Kongwook to heart. He also often gives him a face and makes him look bad in public. Heart, hidden pain. Zhou Qingyue realized that she had been too harsh on Jiangsu in the past. But, isn't Kongwook right? I'm a girl. I can't be treated like that even if I've made a mistake. Humph. I'm not going to voluntarily bow down and admit I'm wrong. The song is over. After a few moments of silence, there was a round of applause. Chang Fei sighed. As far as this song was concerned, he was inferior to Jiangsu. Ah, both the ginger and the Cheng. Snowflakes are drifting and the north wind is blowing. The music teacher also applauded. Not bad. Jiangsu sang well. Reward you for going to help the teacher fetch water. Kongwook, I thank you teacher. All students, ha ha ha. After class, Fu Yanjie ran to Jiangsu, with tears in his eyes. I didn't think that you have such deep feelings for me. Ooh, I'm just so impressed. Kongwook, what? Fu Yanjie wiped his tears. The song you just sang, wasn't it for me? It's to honor the two of us who have been at the same table for almost a year. You boys really got to me. Walk to the commissary. My treat. Kongwook? Jiangsu kicked him in the ass. Fuck off. You deserve it. Pei Yanjie laughingly, give back to the brother to pretend is it? Shy. Certainly shy. Kongwook. He sat back in his seat. Take out a large white rabbit milk candy and peel it off, handing it to a Nua. Eat. This little ninny has occasional low blood sugar due to the fact that she used to skip meals to save money. Kongwook found out when he was working at his own restaurant. So keep a few candies in your pocket from time to time. Thanks. And Nua whispered. It was about to take the candy from Kongwook's hand. Kongwook ducked. Don't move. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. No, I can eat it myself. You've got a pencil in your hand. It's not clean. Come on, don't make me beg. Oh, okay. In the end, and Nuonyo still couldn't argue with Jiangsu. Dutifully, he opened his cherry mouth and ate this candy as well. Although her face was flushed and she felt shy, she felt happier than ever. And, this candy is so sweet, the kind that goes to your heart. Fu Yanjie put his head over. I also want it. Kongwook then shoves the candy paper in his mouth. Fu Yanjie spat it out. With a sultry face. Jiangsu, you've changed your mind. Jiangsu's forehead was covered with black lines, and Nua covered her mouth and laughed lightly from the side. Such a day. Well, after school at noon. And Nuonyo then said to Jiangsu, why don't I treat you at lunch today? Good. Jiangsu agreed in a single breath. You've made so much money in the past 2 days, you must be properly slaughtered before you can do so. And Nua laughed happily. It was a pleasure to spend time with Kongwook. He didn't pose as a compassionate person to himself just because his family was in a bad situation. Instead, always put yourself on equal footing. And so attentive. So good at taking care of other people's emotions. Why did you invite him to dinner all of a sudden? I wanted to. Fu Yanjie came over. You want a hammer? Jiangsu gave him another kick. Fu Yanjie rubbed his ass. Very aggrieved. Jiangsu, you really have a new person now. Forget the old person, right? Have you forgotten your old words to me? Those promises? The few students passing by heard this and looked at the two of them with a look of horror. There were a few other girls whose eyes burned with the fire of gossip. Jiangsu raised his fist. Fu Yanjie, I'll tenderize you to death today. Ah, help! The noise made its way to the dining hall. There's not much there yet. Took this shortcut. It's hidden. Very few people know about it at the moment. Kongwook walked to a window where no one was in line. Sister, please give me a fried chicken wing, steamed egg, fried greens and stir-fried pork with fungus. It's Jiangsu. Come on, I'll give you more. The auntie who fought the food smiled when she saw Kongwook. This kid is sweet-talking. When you see a woman, no matter how old she is, you call her sister. The aunts who were beating the food at these windows were very fond of him. Every time you give your meal the largest portion and the best parts. And Nuonyo was standing behind her envied Jiangsu for having such strong social skills. After your own fight, Kongwook brought in Nuonua's lunchbox over again. The cafeteria auntie's eyes lit up. First time I've seen you bring a girl over to eat. Is this your girlfriend? It's really well behaved and cute. Kongwook didn't deny it or say yes. Instead, he asked with a grin, do we, the two of us, look much like a couple? Of course, that's what anyone would think at first glance, that you two are a couple. A man and a woman are made for each other. And Nuonua had buried her head deep on her chest. She looked down, though, so she couldn't see her toes. That alone is a killer for 99% of girls. Jiangsu implicitly gave the cafeteria aunt a thumbs up, then pulled in Nuonua away. Jiangsu had guessed that Nuonua would invite himself to dinner as a thank you. So after the first class was over, just run inside the dining hall alone. Bought drinks for a couple of aunts. Ask them for help. If he or she brings a girl to lunch today or whenever, let's just say that the two look like a couple and are very married. This is all a setup for Kongwook. Silly, simple, and Nuonua still doesn't know that she has long been arranged in a clear way. Eat? What are you waiting for? Jiangsu looked at Nuonua, who was sitting across from him and blushing, and asked knowingly, this little ninny. She still hadn't reacted from within the words of the cafeteria aunt just now. Little Sunflower Mom's class is in session. Delineate the focus. One of the ways to chase girls. It's what keeps people around her whispering in her ear all the time that the two are a good match. A lot of times, originally that girl didn't even have feelings for you and didn't like you, but can't help the people around me who keep talking about it. For a long time. They then create a suspicion in their minds. Do I really like him? Mind. Naturally, you'll be there. If you don't believe me, observe your classmates around you. A lot of it is just friends getting up in arms. Originally neither one liked each other. Been upstaged so many times. I'm skeptical myself. And then somehow come together. Jiangsu's words brought Nuonua back to her senses. Shaking his head back and forth, he ducked his head to pick at his meal. But the words that the cafeteria aunt had just said kept floating in her mind. A hidden smile appeared at the corner of Jiangsu's mouth. This approach is feasible. Next, wait until Nuonua got used to it. And then mobilize the students around her to follow suit. Strive to make Nuonua's heart earlier. Only exist Jiangsu alone. Look, it's Kongwook, Zhou Qingyue, Li Honghong and Chang Fei were together today. Chang Fei took over Jiangsu's burden and now started licking Zhou Qingyue. As soon as school was over, he ran over with the speed of a 100-meter sprint to give Zhou Qingyue and also Li Honghong a meal. Let's go over there too, Zhou Qingyue said. Mind if we sit down? Although the words were said this way, Zhou Qingyue sat down without waiting for Jiangsu and the others to respond. Put the rice on the table. Holding his head high, he looked at Jiangsu. That means to say, see, this girl is popular. Don't think you can't do it without you. Without saying a word, Kongwook picked up his and Nuonua's rice. Go sit in another empty seat. A good meal. He didn't want to be disturbed and have his appetite affected. Excuse me. And Nuonua rushed at them and then followed suit. Hey, wait for me. Fu Yanjie also picked up his plate. Zhou Qingyue froze there, then felt a face burning hot. A strong wave of humiliation arose. Just now, she clearly saw a deep disgust and impatience in Jiangsu's eyes. Could it be that he really hated himself and wasn't playing a lustful trick? It's not possible. Zhou Qingyue didn't want to believe this result. How can a deep licker suddenly have a complete personality change? She didn't want to believe that. This guy really has no quality at all. Li Honghong snorted coldly. Ever since she was slapped twice by Kongwook, she's been looking at Kongwook in a bad way. Ignore them. Let's eat. This chicken leg is good. Try it. A new licking dog. Chang Fei showed great attentiveness to Zhou Qingyue. Zhou Qingyue, however, felt annoyed. Doesn't this Chang Fei know that he dislikes chicken legs the most? Subconsciously, he compared him to Kongwook. Just find out. It's still good for Kongwook. One look from himself and he knew what was needed. However, Zhou Qingyue did not show any impatience towards Chang Fei. Instead, he chucked him another chicken leg. Smiling, she said, "Boys are growing and are in need of nutrition. We girls don't need that many calories. You just eat." At once, Chang Fei then felt that Zhou Qingyue was just too sweet. She's concerned about me. The whole thing was light and airy. It's a moment to even think of what to name the child of the two. The other side. Jiang Su ate while saying to Nuonuo, as a courtesy, after school in the afternoon, "I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Jai, you come along too. Prices are still cheap enough that you can eat a lot for $5 a person." The main reason for calling on Fu Yanjie is that he is afraid that Nuonuo has too much psychological burden. Tool Man 1. Brothers are meant to be used and stabbed. Fu Yanjie was touched. Jiang Su, you really do still love me. Kongwook, get lost. Afternoon. Not bad, not bad. The grades have improved a lot. Jiang Su nodded approvingly. The exams are in the afternoon. After the test, he checked the answers with a Nuonuo. Probably know the score. A 10-point improvement over her last average. And Nuonuo was also happy. The gaze that looked toward Jiang Su was filled with gratitude. Kongwook is like a light shining into her life. Bring yourself warmth, hope and joy. Let's go. Let's go eat spicy hot pot. Yeah. Jiang Su went for a ride with Fu Yanjie, while Nuonuo waited at the school entrance. Say, are you really planning to chase after Nuonuo? Fu Yanjie asked. Kongwook nodded. It's okay. Fu Yanjie barred his mouth. Although Nuonuo looks mediocre, but the personality is quite good. And I guess I'll be a good wife and mother afterward. I'll support you. Jiang Su said. You don't go all the time. Go to the internet cafe to play games. Study a little more. And go to a better university in the future. In his previous life, he paid Yan Jie. His grades were average, so he went to a very ordinary university. I didn't find a job for a long time after graduation. In desperation, he can only go back to inherit his dad's 3 listed companies. Come to the school gate. Jiang Su saw that Zhou Qingyue was also there. Chang Fei rode over and said to Zhou Qingyue, "You've been waiting for a long time. Get in." "Thanks." Zhou Qingyue smiled sweetly before sitting in the back seat. She's also spotted Kongwook, but, purposely not looking at him. It's to make Kongwook's heartache and make him feel that he's going to lose himself soon. Tonight, Jiang Su will definitely take the initiative to contact himself. When the time comes to be a little more reserved yourself, you'll give him another chance. After all, after a few days, Zhou Qingyue realized that in the middle of life, Jiang Su's role was still quite large. It feels inconvenient without him. In the end, Zhou Qingyue didn't really like Jiang Su. Rather, they need a free laborer who can do a lot of things for them and doesn't have to pay for it. As well as, on certain occasions, it's just capital that can be used to show off. Only, she had no idea about Jiang Su's inner activities at this moment. Rapture. They got it together. Great. Jiang Su was ecstatic. Zhou Qingyue was no good. And Chang Fei was pretty much the same. This guy went on to become a singer in the back of his former life. A couple of good songs came out. After you have a fan, then what a powder. And destroying other people's families. After the house collapsed, he was also caught cheating on his taxes and ended up going in. These two could be a perfect match. Putting them together also saves them from going out and wreaking havoc on others. Kongwook also really hopes that they can last forever. There is a food court right behind the school. The 3 of them came to the stall selling spicy hot pot. The owner is a girl in her 20s. Jiang Su gave the stall owner a look. The owner of this spicy hot pot stall is Jiang Su's cousin, Chan Mi. I quit high school after high school and set up a stall over here. And business is pretty good. Before school was over, Kongwook sent her a text message. Chen Mi would understand. The 3 of them each took a plate and began to choose their dishes. And Nuonuo all ordered some very cheap vegetarian dishes. Jiang Su, on the other hand, took all of the meat and quickly took a large plate full. Fu Yanjie showed his teeth. Jiang Su, can you finish it? Kongwook, it should be okay. Chenmi, $16 total. Kongwook was about to pay out. Instead, Chenmi said, today is the year I set up my stall. So, a special raffle was held. There's a chance to win a free ticket in the drawing. Jiang Su came interested. In that case, Nuo, you smoke it. No, you do it. I'm out of luck. Okay, I'll do it then. Kongwook reached into the box. Already got through to Chenmi. There are prizes. The paper is different. It's rougher. Kongwook touched it a few times and selected it. Take it out. Throwing it to a Nuonuo. You open it. And Nua took a deep breath. And then, open. Ah. She covered her mouth with a look of surprise. Well, did you win? Free of charge, hey. And Nuonuo's eyes brightened. You're so lucky. Oh, that's not bad. Eat. There was plenty to order. All enough for 4 or 5 adults. Once the stuff was cooked and served, Jiangsu frowned. Hasty. So much to eat. Too wasteful. Fu Yanjie just wanted to open his mouth and say it's okay. I can pack up and take it back if I can't finish it. Before he could say anything, Kong Wook gave him a warning look. Fu Yanjie obediently shut up and understood. This dog, he's here to pick up girls. Jiangsu smiled and said to, there are too many sisters to eat. Do me a favor and half of them you pack up and take back with you? Okay? Seeing that Nuonuo had the tendency to intend to open her mouth to refuse, Jiangsu then jumped the gun and said, this is all free anyway. My parents at home eat at restaurants again, so there's not much use in packing it back. Fu Yanjie's family is rich and doesn't see any of this as a favor to me. Kong Wook tried with all his heart to make Nuonua eat more good food. It's just that I hope she can get back the nutrition she was missing before a little faster. Now think. The reason why Nuonua is an average learner is probably because she can't keep up with her nutrition. How much energy is there to study when you are hungry every day? The brain is not even effectively replenished. Perhaps, this life, and Nuonuo could blossom into the light that belonged to her ahead of time thanks to Jiangsu's efforts. Oh, okay. And Nuonua swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Another small protest. Can you stop calling me sister? Jiangsu, you called me brother last time. What's wrong with me calling you sister? And Nuonua was instantly stuck, not knowing how to retort. So it was just a matter of keeping my head down and eating my bowl of hot and spicy food. Both cheeks are puffed out looking very cute. Kong Wook's fingers were tingling, so he wanted to go and pinch her cheeks. In the past few days, and Nuonua's entire complexion already looked a lot better. With adequate nutrition, you'll be able to recover in another week or two. I go. What's the situation? You all brother and sister address? Fu Yanjie was incomparably surprised, and Nuonua didn't want to answer that question. Kong Wook gave him a blank stare. After the stuff is eaten, Kong Wook took advantage of the gap when he went to ask for the bag and sneaked the money to Chenmi. Chenmi blinked her eyes and said in a rapid speech, this little girl is good. Take her. Jiangsu, thank you cousin. At the intersection, Jiangsu said to Yanjie, see you tomorrow. Fu Yanjie, not right you are not with me a road? Kong Wook, it's closer to go this way. Fu Yanjie, nonsense. This road is the closest. You go that way. Speaking in a diminishing voice, because Jiangsu's eyes were already leaking a murderous aura. Yes, you're closer that way. I'll take my leave. Both legs stomped as fast as they could, and Nuonuo's pink lips moved. You don't have to send me off every day. I can go back on my own. Aha. Kong Wook nodded. Your advice is good. I'm not taking it. Take off with both legs. And Nuonua exclaimed. Jiangsu was so fast that she almost couldn't sit still. Subconsciously, he wrapped his arms around Kong Wook's waist. Clothes worn in the summer are thin, and Nuonua could clearly feel the burst of heat coming from Jiangsu's abdomen. With abs. And Nuonua retracted her hand in a lightning-fast manner, her heart beating several times the usual rate. The whole head. It's a daze. This kind of intimacy is still a bit over the top for her. The corner of Jiangsu's mouth curled up. After dropping Nuonua off at home, she said goodbye and ran back to the house as if she was fleeing. It took a long time to wash my face with cold water to bring the temperature down. Looking at herself in front of the mirror, and Nuonua couldn't help but cover her face. It feels so awkward. The other side. Kong Wook didn't go straight home. Instead, I went to the post office to see if the storytellers had returned yet. I can't believe it. A pretty thick letter. Kong Wook touched it, and his heart was in the right place. There should be money in there. I didn't open it until I got home. There was a letter inside, and 6 tens. The letter was long, and the general content was that they recognized Jiangsu's strength. Invite him to join the storytellers. The price given was $30 for 1,000 words. In this day and age, that's pretty high. As far as Jiangsu knows, those very famous writers are only $200 or $300 for 1,000 words. The $60 given was the payment for the 2,000 words Kong Wook had submitted. Subsequently, if the numbers for this novel are good, you can also raise the price. And a contract. It's a simple contract. As long as the distribution rights, the rest of the rights, are Kong Wook's. The letter ends with the statement that even if Kong Wook doesn't sign the contract, the $60 will be his. Rather atmospheric. Kong Wook read the contents of the contract carefully once more. In his previous life, he often helped Zhou Qingyue's company to run business and so on. Whether the contract has any traps or not, it is easy to know at a glance. It's not too much to ask. A week, with a minimum of 2 chapters due. Each chapter should be no less than 1,000 words. Signed. He still has fast hands. When you sign up, you can go to an internet cafe and play. 3 or 4,000 words an hour is easy. Then just print it out. After signing it, put it aside. When I go to school tomorrow, I'll stop by and mail it. And then Kong-wook went to cook and bring it to his parents. That set of stores is done. It was transferred to Kong-san's name. Borrowed $3 million from the bank for a 30-year loan with interest totaling a little over $1,100,000 at a rate of 2.6. Equal principal amount chosen. It's still almost $15,000 for the first month. Every month after that, it's reduced by a couple dozen dollars. Ding dong. I was just about to leave the house when I got a snap message. It was actually sent by Jo Chinue. The content was even more surprising to Jiang-soo. So annoying. Jo Chinue sat at her desk, looking at the title, unable to read a single word. Couldn't figure out why Kong-wook was doing this to himself. It's too much. Aren't you afraid you'll be sad and upset, or even robbed by someone else? Then came the thought of a Nua. In the past few days, she was almost inseparable from Jiang-soo. Although Jo Chinue thought that she was far superior to a Nuo in every aspect, to this day, they also think that Kong-wook is doing this on purpose in order to piss himself off. But still, I felt some sense of crisis. What if the two of them become fond of each other over time? Why don't I just take the initiative? This thought flashed through Jo Chingue's mind. Then it spread like crazy. It was only a short while ago that he swore that he would never take the initiative to seek peace. A woman's mouth. Jo Chinue picked up her cell phone and opened her button. Just saw Chang's face and a bunch of messages over. Is it in? Did you eat? Did you wash it? Are you asleep? Remember to cover up more at night. Jo Chinue looked annoyed for a while. What's all this? Don't want to bother. When you see him tomorrow, tell him your cell phone was confiscated by your parents. Jo Chinue tapped on Jiang-soo's chat box. The message is still stuck on the good morning sent by Kong-wook a few days ago. Jo Chinue couldn't help but slide up and look at the two's previous chats. Compared to Chung Fei's nutrient-less chatting style, Kong-wook's is much more interesting. We'll tell some jokes. We'll also post some of my favorite short stories. People are like that, afraid of being compared. It was originally intended to use Chung Fei to anger Jiang-soo. With this contact, Jo Chinue felt more and more that Jiang-soo was even better. Think about it. Jo Chinue edited a message and sent it over. Kong-wook, can you bring me breakfast tomorrow? I miss your breakfast. At the back, there's a smiley emoji. The smiley faces of this era were not yet offensive. After sending it, Jo Chinue thought about what kind of surprise tone Jiang-soo would reply with later. After all, this is the first time she has taken the initiative. Hey. No. This woman is sick. Jiang-soo was speechless plus upset after receiving the message from Jo Chinue. Really thought I was the same person I used to be. 30 years east of the river. Nope. Wrong movie set. Without saying a word, he just deleted her. That's a lot of shit. After returning from delivering dinner to mom and dad, Kong-wook finished his homework and wrote out a fine outline of the novel. Tomorrow afternoon after school, I'll go to the internet cafe and update the chapters. Looking at the time, it was almost 10:30. Wash up, go to bed. Young bodies are just fine. And as soon as I lay down, I fell asleep. And the other side, Jo Chinue waited for a long time, but did not wait for Jiang-soo's reply. The mood was a little agitated. Just send a message again. However, the next second she was dumbfounded. You are not yet a friend of the other party. Please add a friend before sending a message. Boom! Jo Chingue's head felt like it had been struck by lightning, instantly going blank. He, deleted himself? Shaking his head vigorously, he wondered if he was hallucinating. Take a closer look. Yes indeed, Kong-wook deleted himself. Jo Chingue's hands were shaking. Anger, resentment, and a hint of fear he didn't even notice spread from his heart. He couldn't wait to rush to Jiang-soo right now, question why he deleted himself. How dare he? It was a night of complete and utter insomnia for her. When I got up the next day, I had a big black eye. After hurriedly washing up, Jo Chinue went out. She's going to block Kong-wook's door and question him face to face. Otherwise she couldn't get out of this one. Jo Chinue had just walked out the door when she froze. She doesn't know where Kong-wook lives. Kong-wook, however, knows where her house is. After all, Jiang-soo used to send himself home every day, rain or shine. Jo Chinue had tears welling up in her eyes. This moment only felt an infinite amount of aggravation welling up in his heart. Kong-wook had a full night's sleep. Get up, wash up, read a book, get breakfast. As he passed a used bike store, Kong-wook stopped. Boss, how do you sell this car? 30 at the cheapest, 200 at the most. Which one of the 30? This. The owner pointed to a bike with a badly rusted body. Kong-wook tried it. Aside from the stuttering appearance, the performance is fine in every way. The shape can be painted with some paint you can buy yourself. That little ninny. And Nua doesn't have her own bike yet. It's inconvenient a lot of the time. And since everyone in the class has one, Kongwook wants her to have one too. But Kongwook didn't buy it right away. Shaking his head, he said he'd have to think about it. Let's wait until after school this afternoon. Come to the classroom. Jiangsu saw Nua at a glance. She was reading quietly. Zhou Qingyue and Chang Fei, who arrived only a minute slower than Jiangsu. Chang Fei is licking up a storm now. All kinds of escorts, help with meals, water, shushing, buying gifts, etc. It feels like Chang Fei is a bit of a greenhorn. Kongwook expressed his relief. When Zhou Qingyue saw Jiangsu, her two pink fists subconsciously clenched together. It was tempting to immediately rush over and question why Kongwook had deleted his friend. But hold back. In front of so many people, doesn't she want to lose face? And Kongwook didn't even notice her. After sitting down, he put the breakfast he brought for Nuonuo in front of her. Eat, and Nuonuo raised her head before shaking her head. I don't want it. I can't eat your food every day. Though she did enjoy it. But you can't spend Kongwook's money every day for nothing. Jiangsu laughed. This breakfast isn't for nothing. There's something I need your help with. What? Kongwook, isn't it my turn to be on duty today? I have something that requires a trip to the internet cafe. You help me clean up, and this breakfast will be the reward. And Nua whispered. You don't have to buy me breakfast. I'm willing to help you clean up. Kongwook suddenly came over. Up close, one could see the subtle fuzz on the young girl's face. So delicate that one couldn't see half of the flaws in her stunningly beautiful face. There was also a nice body odor drilling into his nose. What are you doing? And Nuonuo faced Jiangsu's sudden approach and her body instinctively stepped back. Kongwook smiled and said, why are you willing to help me even if you don't want to be paid? Do you like me? Only. No, it's not. I did it because. And Nuonuo became stuttering all of a sudden, not knowing how to explain it well. Well, hurry up and eat. Breakfast is getting cold. And the matter is settled. Kongwook stopped teasing her. Otherwise the little ninny would probably have heat coming out of both ears. Jiangsu's tone was slightly overbearing, and Nua didn't dare to say no again. Picked up breakfast and ate it. Why do I feel that the meat buns have a slight sweet flavor? After the first period, Zhou Qingyue walked to Jiangsu and said coldly, Jiangsu, come out. I have something to say to you. Classroom downstairs. Kongwook leaned under a tree and looked at the young girl standing in front of him. Faintly, he said, go ahead. What is it? Originally, Kongwook didn't want to come out, but thought it best to get it all out of the way at once, lest the woman continue to pester herself later. Seeing Jiangsu's cold tone and indifferent expression, that aggression in Zhou Qingyue's heart bubbled up again at once. Why did you delete my friend? Kongwook, don't want any more contact with you. I've made it very, very clear to you a long time ago. I don't have an ounce of affection for you anymore. Let's just be strangers from now on and leave each other alone. Okay? Zhou Qingyue couldn't hold back her tears any longer and they gushed out furiously. It just felt incredibly aggravating. The pearly look did look like it would be easy to take pity. Even the urge to take her in his arms and pamper her. Only Jiangsu's heart was like iron. In his previous life, he had already been hurt badly by this woman, giving up the opportunity to enter one of the top 3 institutions of higher learning in the country for nothing. Took the money mom and dad gave her to buy a house in a first-tier city to start her own business. Home prices weren't particularly outrageous at the time. Jiangsu's $2 million can buy a house of 80 or 90 square meters in full. After a couple of years, the prices have gone up at least tenfold. And wasted years for her. What was the final takeaway? Instead of waiting for sweet love, he witnesses her snuggling with a rich kid. In this life, if Jiangsu were to look at this woman one more time, he himself would look down on himself. I don't believe it. You obviously liked me so much before. Let's make up. Kongwook. With that, Zhou Qingyue wanted to grab Jiangsu's hand. He dodged it. Jiangsu sneered. That's right. I did like you in the past. You've been so kind to you. But what have you done to me? Taking you to and from school every day, rain or shine, save your money and buy you all kinds of gifts, helping you with your duty, cleaning up after you, doing your homework for you. I did what I could with what I had. But you, how are you treating me? Not to mention the equivalent of a return. You don't even hear a word of thanks from you. Really think I'm your slave? Even the most fiery heart will get cold after being blown by a cold wind for a long time. Anyway, that's all I have to say. In the future, leave me alone. I don't want anything more to do with you right now. After saying that, Jiangsu went back to the classroom with his hands in his pockets. Just feel refreshed. The resentment in his heart that had accumulated in his previous life was completely vented. In the future, he will be happier. It's just that this kind of happiness won't have anything to do with Zhou Qingyue anymore. Zhou Qingyue's entire body stiffened as if she had been subjected to a fixation spell. It turned out that Kongwook had done so many things to himself in the past almost a year. It turned out that he had failed him so much. Zhou Qingyue was so sorry. The old self would have been like this? She wanted to slap herself. Turn around. Looking at Jiang Su's back, Zhou Qingyue very much wanted to chase after her and say she was sorry. But just as his feet lifted, he stopped. Tears clouded his eyes. Just now, Jiang Su had made it very clear. Never want anything more to do with myself in this life. She was afraid to go back to him. This time, Zhou Qingyue recognized the reality. By himself, he really lost Kongwook completely. Lost once a boy who genuinely liked and was good to him. Zhou Qingyue only felt empty in her heart, as if a piece of her heart had been ripped out. Crouched down and cried silently. Jiang Su didn't take this matter to heart. As always, read and learn. By the way, tutor and Nua tease her occasionally. Seeing her blushing all over her face and not knowing how she was going to have to fight back made her feel very amused. This girl, she's the real treasure. Soon it was time for afternoon school. Jiang Su said to Nuonuo, I'll be back soon, in an hour or so. After you help me clean up, you read and do your homework in the classroom. I'll come back for you and send you back. And Nuonuo shook her head. No need. I can go back by myself. Don't bother. Kongwook pinched her face. I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. When I come back later, if I don't see you, there will be consequences. After saying that, he pulled Fu Yinjie away, and Nua couldn't help but beep. What the hell? Kong is so bossy. Strangely enough, though, one doesn't seem to be angry at all. Why did you turn around today and actually accompany me to an internet cafe? Fu Yinjie was incomparably surprised. Kongwook wrapped his arms around his neck. We have to take care of your emotions once in a while. Look, isn't daddy being nice to you? Fu Yinjie, get lost. Come to the internet cafe. Internet cafes in this day and age are still dirty. Pandemonium. Jiangsu asked Pei Yinjie for 2 machines. Jiangsu turned on his computer and started coding. It was a little slow at first. Once you get past the 10 or so minute ones and get acclimated, the speeds fly up. The fine outline he had written long ago, all imprinted in his mind, was unbelievably smooth. Fu Yinjie asked curiously, what are you doing? Didn't you come to the internet cafe to play games? Writing. Jiang Su didn't look back. His eyes stayed focused on the screen. Let me see what you're writing. Fu Yinjie stared for a while, then felt bored. Something about youth, love and pain and all that. What the hell? Where's the game sent? An hour passed quickly. Tallied up the numbers. 5,000 words. The feel is great and beyond normal. Kongwook plugged in the USB drive he brought and copied the article over. Getting up, he patted Fu Yinjie's shoulder. I'll go back first. Take your time to play by yourself. Hey, why are you leaving so soon? Play a little longer, Moncler. Out of the internet cafe. There just happened to be a print store right next to it. Spent $2 to print out the article. Then mail it to storytellers on the way back to school. That's $150 right there. Get to the school as fast as you can. Kongwook came to the classroom door. A quick glance caught sight of a Nua. There was actually a strange boy besides her. By the looks of it, it should be a senior. Tall and quite handsome. He was saying to a Nua with an excited look on his face. Classmate, I'm from the 2nd class of the sophomore year. My name is Wang Ming. Can you add a button? I think you're pretty cute. Like a frightened rabbit. And Nuonuo shook her head. I don't have a button. How can that be? Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. No offense. I really didn't. And Nua whispered. She was about to be cornered. Wang Ming didn't want to give up and pressed forward another step. Eyes on fire. Classmate, give a chance. Just simply want to make friends with you. At this moment, and Nuonuo was on the verge of crying. Looking at Nuonuo's delicate, chaste appearance, Wang Ming felt his blood boiling. Just now, he happened to be passing by. He saw Nuonuo who was sitting in the classroom by the window, quietly doing her homework. The young girl's head was lowered, and most of her face was covered by thick bangs. At that exact moment, a gust of wind blow up Nuonuo's thick bangs. Wang Ming then saw an image that he would never forget in his life. The young girl was bright-eyed and white-toothed, fresh and elegant, with a stunningly beautiful face. Wang Ming felt his heartbeat slow down by half a beat. It's amazing that there's such a treasure of a girl hidden in the school. The so-called school flower in the school now was not worth mentioning in front of her. That's the real schoolgirl. Right after that, he rushed into the classroom, wanting Nuonuo's contact information. The more the young girl backed away, the more Wang Ming felt excited. Such a soft character and beautiful girl. He had to get his hands on her. But just at this time, Wang Ming sensed that someone was tapping his shoulder. Quizzically, he craned his head. Bang! A huge fist slammed into it. It was followed by a flurry of punches and kicks from Kongwook. You're so fucking tired of living. You dare to touch my people. Containing anger, Jiangsu struck very hard, especially the first punch. Wang Ming's teeth were knocked out. Don't fight. And Nua was startled, and then hurriedly pulled Jiangsu. Only then did Jiangsu stop and asked with concern. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No. And Nua shook her head. That's good. Jiangsu was relieved. Wang Ming struggled to get up, his eyes spitting fire. Hitting me for no reason. You're just waiting to be expelled. Ha! Jiangsu sneered. Go ahead and say it. I'd like to see if I'll be expelled or you, the scum who molested a female classmate, will be expelled. Wang Ming angrily shouted. Nonsense. When did I molest her? I just want a contact. Jiangsu looked at Nuonuo. Did he molest you just now? And Nua wanted to say no, but on second thought, still nodding. Aha! Wang Ming's face changed. Jiangsu sneered and said to Wang Ming, know who I am, number 1 in the grade in sophomore year. This one beside me. A good boy in the eyes of his teacher. Never lies. What would happen to both of us if we balked at the idea that you were just molesting a female classmate? You guys? Wang Ming was stunned. Get lost. Jiangsu's face suddenly turned cold. If you don't want to be expelled, don't appear in front of me in the future. Also, if you ever harass her again, I promise you'll be miserable. Wang Ming couldn't help but shiver. The Jiangsu at this moment was frightening. Swallowed. In the end, weighing the pros and cons, he dared not continue and left in disgrace. The beating was for nothing. Can you loosen your hand now? And Nua said weakly. Just now. Kongwook put his hand on his shoulder. His hands were broad and strong. The palm was even hotter. And Nua felt as if she was going to be melted away. Half of her body was crispy. Jiangsu withdrew his hand without moving. Then he criticized somewhat harshly. Are you a fool? Facing this kind of person, don't you know how to resist? And Nua put her head down. Jiangsu broke her head up. Next time you encounter someone bullying you, you must resist. You can kick the other guy in the leg, or the crotch, or bite his arm, and then use the opportunity to run away. Got it? And Nua weakly asked. Including you? Jiangsu was infuriated. You're purposely angry at me, aren't you? When have I ever bullied you? And Nua said in her heart that it was obvious. Day after day, they bully me. Well, remember what I said and go back. And Nua lowered her head and followed Jiangsu like a little aggravated bag. Skillfully, he got into Kongwook's car. Do you know how to ride a bike? Kongwook asked. And Nua, no, I won't. Kongwook, then I'll teach you this Saturday and Sunday. No saying no. Next, Kongwook then felt his arm get a little wet. Turn your head. Nice guy. This chick actually bit up. She didn't push as hard though. A touch of separation. And Nuonuo red-faced, whispered, you taught me. If someone bullies me, bite him. Quite good at learning now. Jiangsu sneered. Looks like you haven't been beaten by society. Saying that, Jiangsu quickly twisted the front end of the car. It causes the car to sway from side to side. Ah! And Nua let out a cry of surprise and didn't sit still for a moment. Almost collapsed. Subconsciously, he hugged Jiangsu's waist. Blue skies and white clouds. Breeze gusts. Trails. Sunset. You're with me. It makes up a picture called Youth. And coincidentally, by Zhou Qingyue, who had returned home alone. She saw the scene. She rejected Cheng Fei today and said that she shouldn't even pursue her in the future. Starting tomorrow, she's going to learn to ride her bike by herself and go to school alone. It would have all been in the back of my mind, telling myself over and over again that it was okay, that everything would pass. And yet, she was shown such an intimate picture of two people. Zhou Qingyue was a bit tense. Infinite aggravation and regret welled up in his heart. It was clearly me who came first. Kongwook stopped at the store that sold used bicycles that he had passed by in the morning. The cheapest car that's still around. Say to the owner, boss, I really want this car. Can I get it cheaper? The owner is a middle-aged man who looks quite kind. Smilingly, he said, since you're a student, I'll make a little less. Just give 28. Jiangsu, boss, look at this broken car. Buy it back and have to be overhauled. A little less. Boss, can it be cheaper? And Nuonuo also spoke up. She had a weak voice that naturally gave the urge to pamper her. The boss's heart softened. Okay, 25. The cheapest. Jiangsu grinned. Thanks, boss. Pay and go. The two men each pushed a cart along. It's not far from the two men's home. Mr. Kong, what did you buy this car for? Call brother. Ginger, brother. And Nuonuo pouted slightly. Jiangsu was bullying himself again. The car. Ah, I'll buy it and remodel it and give it to you. And Nuonuo was startled and shook her head repeatedly. No, it's too expensive. I can't have it. $25 was enough to pay for her meals for a long time. Jiangsu, you gave me a scented pouch, so I naturally have to return the favor. But, the scented sachet isn't worth much. And Nua protested in a small voice. Who said that? Jiangsu's eyes glared. In my heart, that scented bag is priceless. Taking a mountain of gold won't even change it. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart, and Nua gently swallowed. I don't know why, but hearing those words made her feel all sweet in her mouth. So amazing. Kongwook continued. So, you're going to let me down for you? Being said so by Jiangsu, and Nua felt that she would be too heartless if she refused again. Just have to say yes. But she was secretly determined to save more money, and when the time comes, give Kongwook a gift of similar price as well. Jiangsu and Nuonuo's homes are not particularly far apart. Let's go back to Kongwook's house for today. Put away the bike you bought. Then Jiangsu was planning to send Nuonuo back. The little girl ran off in a huff, ran into the alley before turning around. The bangs in front of her forehead floated up. It seemed to brighten up all around. She waved her hand towards Jiangsu. There's no need to send me off. It's close to home. So take some rest. Goodbye, Kong. With that, he dug into the alley. Jiangsu was dumbfounded. Calling me classmate again. I'll clean you up tomorrow. But there's one thing to be said for it. And Nuonuo was now a lot more cheerful than she had been at the beginning. And, of course, only when confronted with myself. Kongwook finished his homework first. Then go to the neighborhood food market and start cooking. Everyone else is a parent taking care of a child. When it comes to his side of the family, it's the kids who take care of the parents. The main focus is one of filial piety. When the meal is ready, Jiangsu eats it himself before sending it to his parents. It's okay to have a restaurant and eat over there though, but you can't eat seafood too often. So most of the time, Kongwook cooks and delivers the food. On the way back, Jiangsu was at the paint store and bought 2 small buckets of paint, pink with blue. When I got home, it was time to start working on the rusty bike. Scrape all the rust off the car with a pocket knife. Sandpaper again to clean it up. Just use pink for the main body. For things like the frame, wheels, and back seat, use blue. After the first coat of paint dried, Jiangsu sanded the second coat with fine sandpaper and painted again. Bikes that were looking beat up were as good as new all of a sudden. The overall style is girly. Just buy another lock tomorrow. After finishing her chores and taking a bath, and Nuo went back to her room and closed the door behind her. She has a small room, apart from a bed and a table. It took up half the place. No closet of their own. After the shower, he was also in his school uniform and didn't even have a set of pajamas of his own. From his book bag, he carefully pulled out a few balls of sweater yarn. She bought this at a store on her way home today. Knit a sweater for Kongwook. She didn't know why. She just wanted to. It's still summer and there's plenty of time. Knit the top first, and then a pair of pants if you get around to it. That must be very warm in the winter. The corner of Nuo's mouth curled up slightly as she began to knit. Her eyesight is good, and she has a good idea of what size Kongwook is. A little more volume and it's solid. Kapatul. Storyteller's Associate Editor Nan Lin. It's after 7 p.m., and she's still working late. The editor-in-chief resigned. This position is vacant. Several associate editors are now riveted to that position. The competition for the position of editor-in-chief is naturally based on the number of authors at hand and the results achieved. After Lin Nan finished reading the manuscript on his hand, shake your head and put it aside. This is a follow-up chapter from an author who just signed on. The writing is so mediocre that there's no way to get past the draft, so I'll contact the person tomorrow to change it. Another envelope was opened. It's a new author who just recently signed on. Years and years of peace for those years of miserable youth. The opening 2 chapters gave Lin Nan a very stunning visual experience. That's why they pay a newcomer a whopping 30 per 1,000 words. Lin Nan read it carefully. The story is completely based on Jiangsu and Zhou Qingyue, with a few added elements. Aha! In simple layman's terms, it's a story between a licking dog and a green tea. Still, in this day and age, dog licking is called deep love. Lin Nan finished reading it without realizing it. The eyes were a little red. She couldn't help but think of her youth. A sunny summer. Far from it. Lin Nan calmed down a little bit, and then perked up. The emotional mobilization of this manuscript is awesome. The words reveal a faint sadness of infatuation and love. It's definitely going to be a fire. The 2 submissions before and after added up to 7,000 words. It could be on the serialized section. Immediately, Lin Nan lined up those years of miserable youth. And, giving the story all the best spots. It's up to you to get me promoted to editor-in-chief. And Nuo, you're in love with Kongwook? How does he like you? Ooh, so I don't have a chance then? Morning. As soon as Nuo came to the classroom, several female classmates ran over. What was said confused her. A quick shake of the head said no. Humph. Who believes that? Li Honghong sneered. The two of you are now stuck together like velvet candy. He either brings you breakfast or takes you home every day. I just don't understand. What's so good about you? Compared to Zhou Qingyue, it's far worse. She was the one who put out the news that the two were suspected to be in a relationship. The purpose, naturally, was to get back at Jiang Su for being slapped twice. She thought to herself. It was only a matter of time before the story got back to the homeroom teacher. When that happens, the two will not only be criticized, but surely they will be separated. Just thinking about it, Li Honghong felt a sense of relief. What are you guys doing? Just as Nua was panicking and helpless, Jiang Su came. Jiang Su, there's a rumor that you're dating Nuonuo. Is that right? A female classmate asked. Jiang Su glanced sternly at Li Honghong. I don't have to guess. I know it must be this woman. Li Honghong was flustered, but it quickly straightened up again. Scared of what? Would he dare to beat himself up in public? Jiang Su waved his hand. No matter. And Nua is my distant relative, so I take extra care of her. Oh, so that's it. In that case, you two are kinda alike. Hey. The female students who had gathered around this side of the room, one by one, left contentedly. Li Honghong was anxious. How can this be possible? Kangwook didn't even look at her more than once. With her little tricks, she didn't even deserve to be her own opponent. No one paid any attention to her, so Li Honghong could only sit down resentfully. Zhou Qingyue seemed like a different person these 2 days, silent and buried. The whole thing looked haggard. Qingyue, why don't you say anything? Li Honghong touched her. I'm helping you out. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. Stop taking it personally. It was all my fault in the past. All I want, right now, is to study hard. There was a sentence that followed that she didn't say. She has no intention of giving up on Kangwook. Rather, the intention is to get better. Then, in turn, pursue Kangwook. I, Zhou Qingyue, have never been weak in my life. How can I give up so easily? After school in the afternoon, Jiang Su whispered to Nuonuo, let's go get a room. Ha! The pen in Nuonuo's hand snapped. His face was red and his eyes looked at Jiang Su in horror. The body couldn't help but shrink back. It's like a scared little bunny, and it looks adorable as hell. I'm still young, small, Mr. Kong. You can't. And Nuonuo was so incoherent that she didn't know how to speak completely. What are you thinking? Jiang Su said in a serious manner. I mean to go to the KTV to get a room and sing, and pay Yenjie to go too. Entertainment was not particularly plentiful in this era. And Nuonuo lay on the table, both hands covering her ears. The cheeks rolled. It's so humiliating. Woohoo! Kangwook must have done it on purpose. He just knows how to bully himself. It's an abomination. How can there be such a tablemate? Go or not? Kangwook touched her. This sophomore year is almost over. Kangwook remembered an incident from his previous life. That was the night the sophomore year ended when the homeroom teacher organized all the students in the class to go to a KTV to sing, and Nuonuo had never been there before, didn't know how to order a song, and was taunted by a few of the more snarky female classmates. At that time, Jiang Su had his mind on Zhou Qingyue and didn't care too much. Now think. It must have traumatized in Nuonuo's self-esteem at that time. So this time, Jiang Su was planning to bring her to see her once in advance. It won't be so confining when you go next time. And Nuonuo dawdled for a few moments before raising her head. Some squirming. It must have been expensive, right? She used to hear from others that the consumption inside KTV was very high. It won't. Jiang Su shook his head. It's more expensive at night, and there aren't many people during the day. Let's go over there now. And the cost of the room for 3 hours will only be $10 or so at the most. And Nuonuo weakly said, but, $10 is a lot. Before the words were finished, he shut his mouth, because Kangwook had already shown his eyes. It's not okay for me to go. And Nuonuo lowered her head. Jiang Su finally revealed a smile. So good. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at Shanghai KTV. This decorating style seems quite old-fashioned to Jiang Su, but for Nuonuo, who came here for the first time, it was like entering a palace. It seems to be very confined, always following behind Jiang Su, like a little ostrich. The charter rate for this time period is $15 for 3 hours. Kangwook asked for a set menu, 19.9, which came with a fruit plate and 2 drinks. The room number is 666. Fu Yenjie was the first to swoop in and order a song, taking the microphone. And now, it's up to me to sing a song for you, Perfume Poison, followed closely by his gruff voice. You smell like her perfume, but unfortunately it's not as expensive as what I use. Jiang Su had a look of disgust on his face. pulling the still somewhat nervous and Nua to sit down, handing her a piece of fruit. Eat, and Nua took it and ate it in small bites. She's not very good at turning down Kong-wook anymore, because once he refuses, he uses all sorts of reasons, when you really can't find a reason to be mean to yourself. In that case, it's better to behave. She hadn't realized, herself, what the change meant. What do you want to sing? Kong-wook asked, and Nua stared. The room was too noisy for her to hear. Kong-wook then came up to her ear and repeated it again, and Nua's petite body trembled slightly. The searing hot gas that Jung-soo exhaled hit her ears, causing her entire body to twist unnaturally. Unsurprisingly, the face was red again, and he was breathing a little harder. Aha! This was one of the reasons why Jung-soo had brought in Nua here. There are studies that show that being in a more dimly lit environment allows two people to let their guard down and quickly bring them closer together. What was already a good relationship can also be accelerated to step into another phase. What? Didn't you hear me clearly? Jung-soo asked again, and Nua came back to her senses and bit her pink lips. I don't know how to sing. Ha, what did you say? Kong-wook yelled. Actually, he heard it, putting his ear in front of a Nua. The distance between the two is no more than a centimeter. The young girl's heart was racing and her palms were sweating. I can't sing. She increased her voice slightly. What won't you do? I'll take you. With that, he pulled in Nuonuo's hand and went to the location where the song was ordered, hands on teaching her how to order songs. In this era, the number 1 spot on the jukebox was Promise, and the number 2 spot was Broken Bridge. Both songs are more popular with girls. Kong-wook ordered a song Broken Bridge and Broken Snow. When Fu Yenjie finished singing, he had the good sense to pass the microphone over. He had seen it. He himself was a chaperone, and Nuonuo was the protagonist. The broken-winged deadleaf butterfly that can't find a flower will never see it wither. Kong-wook rose and gave a Nua an encouraging look. She took a deep breath and sang along. The moment he opened his mouth, Jung-soo and Fu Yenjie were shocked. It sung so well. The voice is ethereal and clean. It was as if a clear river appeared in front of me, with a few small fish swimming in the water. It gives a feeling of age. The song is over. Jung-soo and Fu Yenjie both clapped their hands. Great singing. That's right. All ready to debut as a singer. I'm a mediocre singer. And Nua said with embarrassment. You're great. Kong-wook said seriously. You should be more confident. You're not bad looking. And you're in the top tier of your age group in terms of height. Grades have been improving as well and have gotten to the second tier of the class. As for the family conditions, this is something that can be changed through your own efforts later in life. So there's absolutely no need for you to get down on yourself. You're better than a lot of people. Taking this opportunity, Kong-wook also increased her confidence a little more. The little girl is still a bit of a wimp right now. In case of any injustice one day, one would only suffer in silence. Aha! And Nua nodded gently, her eyes bright, sang for over 2 hours and then went back. And Nuonuo's parents would be worried if they went back too late. Jung-soo and Fu Yenjie first sent Nuonuo back before the two brothers went home together. On the way, Kong-wook asked his parents how much pocket money they give a month. So little. Fu Yenjie poured out his bitterness. Just $800 a month. It's not enough to spend. Kong-wook wanted to get him killed. Look at that. Does that speak human language? There are still a lot of people who don't even make $800 a month. This side of Zhangchang, it's not developed yet. Some of the more poorly situated houses cost just over $500 per unit. Jung-soo said, I'll give you a suggestion. Save some money and buy a bigger house. Ah, buy a house for what? Fu Yenjie had a puzzled look on his face. My family has more than a dozen houses. Kong-wook. It's fucking. Inadvertent displays of wealth are the most deadly. Jung-soo calmed down and said, getting a secret base that we will own later. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to sing there later? Or get a couple of good computers and play as much as you want? That's one reason. There is another reason. Naturally, is that he wants to help pay Yenjie to increase the bottom some more. Housing prices will skyrocket in the future. And by buying a few more units, his future is also more secure. It's not like he has a future richest father-in-law like himself. Fu Yenjie's eyes lit up. You have a good idea, in the future to play the game. My parents will not be able to go to the internet cafe to seize me. It's just, I don't have enough money. All those years worth of money for the New Year's Eve. It's with my mom, and she says she'll give it to me when I'm an adult. Jiang-soo was a bit curious. How many? Not much. 50,000. Bah! Jiang-soo spat on the ground. Dog, I shouldn't have talked to you. The pressure money is $50,000. It's a beast. A lot? Some of my parents' friends have kids at home that have over $100,000 a year in New Year's money. Kong-wook is tired and doesn't want to talk. Destroy it. As he was about to reach the fork in the road, Kong-wook told him, tell your mom and dad directly that you want to own a house of your own. and ask them to give you their yearbook money. If you ask, just say that the domestic economy is now growing at a high rate and that housing prices will definitely go up. Fu Yanjie will believe it, but secretly note it down. Back home, Fu Yanjie shouted, "Mom, give me my New Year's money. I want to buy a suite. What's a good reason to buy a house?" Fu Yanjie then told the rhetoric taught by Jiangsu. His mom appreciated. "Not bad, worthy of being my son, with an eye for investment. But you can't buy a nice house with that kind of money. I'll give you an extra $500,000 for a villa." Kang Wook got up at 5:30 on Saturday morning. Being young is good. Even when I get up that early, I'm still energized. Wash up and read for half an hour. After going out to buy breakfast and coming back, Kang Wook took the USB flash drive to a nearby internet cafe. Take advantage of Saturday and Sunday to write a little more. When I came to the internet cafe, there were quite a few packages for the night. Kang Wook asked for a seat against the corner. It snapped on and off. For this first story, Jiangsu estimated the word count to be around 50,000. Trying to get it done this Saturday and Sunday. Help at the hotel can be a couple hours late. With his full concentration, Jiangsu's typing speed was feedingly fast and incomparably smooth. Arrived at 6 o'clock. By the time it was 8 o'clock, 8,000 words had been managed. Get off the plane. Jiangsu rode the pink bicycle to the door of Nuonyuo's house. Her parents left for work a long time ago. They're early in the morning, watering the vegetables and feeding the chickens and ducks that were raised. She had a ponytail today and was wearing loose, somewhat faded washable sweatshirts. When Kang Wook arrived, she happened to be bent over with her back turned, feeding the chickens and ducks. Jiangsu came to a realization. No wonder mom said Nuonyuo would have a son. Sure enough, it's too good. With such a beautiful view, Jiangsu couldn't bear to destroy it. So there was no sound, and he watched in silence. He didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to keep the beauty. And Nuonyuo turned around. After seeing Jiangsu with a face of joy, he trotted over. "You're here, brother. Wait, I'll wash my hands." And Nuonyuo came out after washing her hands. "The sight of this pink bike is girly." Kang Wook patted the cushion. "How's that? It's nice. Do you like it?" "Aha!" The young girl nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. Among a pair of beautiful eyes, they were filled with love, and there were spots of crystal tears. God knows how much she envied her classmates who had bicycles. It's just that because of her family's condition, she, knowing what she knows, never mentioned that she wanted her family to buy a bicycle. Although, mom and dad had said they were going to buy her one, but they were all rejected by Nuonyuo. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car and I'll teach you." "Ooh-hoo." And Nuonyuo returned to her senses and carefully sat up. "Here, hold on to me and put both feet on the footrest. Concentrate. Are you stupid?" And Nuonyuo's pink lips pouted slightly. Kang Wook is bullying himself again. But instead of feeling upset, there was a strange feeling. Not happy. It's hard to describe. Anyway, she liked the feeling. And Nuonyuo is actually quite smart and has enough sports cells. An hour or so of learning and you can ride alone. She had a bright, windy smile on her face. After a week or so of Kang Wook's various feedings, his body filled up. The face is also much rosier. Hidden underneath the thick bangs is a face that can make countless boys forget for the rest of their lives. In the future, it will be possible to ride home with him. And Nuonyuo thought in her heart, despite still wanting to ride on, but not forgetting business. Stopping, he said to Kang Wook, "Let's go to the restaurant. It's getting a little late." Yeah, come to the restaurant." Chen Yu's face was all smiles after seeing Nuonyuo. Enthusiastic as hell. Soda, fruit, drinks, whatever, all brought up. It caused Nuonyuo to be at a loss for words. Casting a look of help to Jiangsu, Kang Wook said with some dissatisfaction, "Mom, why don't I see you treating me like this? Can that be the same?" Chen Yu said smilingly, "Sons are for beating, daughters are for pain." Jiangsu immediately picked up. "She's not your daughter either. Chen Yu, if it's not a daughter, it can be a daughter-in-law. Don't you think so, Nuonyuo? Auntie." And Nuonyuo's head was about to go up in smoke. Can't stand up to that kind of offense at all. Jiangsu implicitly gave Chen Yu a thumbs up. The assists were powerful. See the good in the bad. Jiangsu pulled Nuonyuo to work. Laughing, he said, "My mom is more of a joker, if you don't mind." And Nuonyuo shook her head slightly. The blush on her face had not yet dissipated. "No, Auntie is very nice." Soon there were more guests. It was busy until after 1 o'clock when there were fewer customers. Jiangsu took a bottle of drink for Nuonyuo. "You go to your room and rest. I'm going to make a trip to the internet cafe." "Oh, got it. So good." Kang Wook couldn't help but rub her head. Hair is soft and feels great. And Nuonyuo shrunk her neck. At first she was a little uncomfortable being touched on the head, but with more times, instead, I felt a bit comfortable. He also enjoyed being touched on the head by Kong-wook. Feeling very secure, Jang-soo rushed to the internet cafe in a hurry. From 1:30 to 6 o'clock in the yard. There was hardly a pause. Got 22,000 words. With the 8,000 from this morning, that's 30,000. I'll write another 10,000 or so tomorrow and it'll be a grand finale. That speed would definitely freak Lin Nan out. After all, most authors are still on monthly shifts at this time of year. Go to the front desk and check out. Kong-wook moved his body while walking outside. However, coincidentally, just after walking to the door, Jiang-soo saw testimonials. It's on the shelves today. I'm sure some readers will say if they're crazy about money. This book first QQ reading. This side of the requirements is 50,000 words on the shelf. It's not easy to code, so I hope you can give a first order. Like QQ reading monthly subscription is very cheap, and on the starting point side, you can get a free reading chapter card every day by watching ads. So, I implore you to give a first subscription, and I will do my best to present even more exciting content to you. Bye bye. The schoolgirl's family is poor, so she'll become his girlfriend. It is being hand-typed. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. While the schoolgirl's family is poor, fooled her as a girlfriend thought guest full text update. Keep in mind the URL www.isalook.org. Just after walking to the entrance of the internet cafe, Jiang-soo saw Jo Chingyue. She looked much more haggard, walking with his head down. He didn't notice Kong-wook. Jiang-soo hastened his pace. Wouldn't want to have anything to do with her. Jo Chingyue turned around as if she felt something. Only Jiang-soo's back was seen. I didn't think much of it even though I thought it looked a little familiar. Enter the cyber cafe. Find a computer with a keyboard that doesn't have a lot of soot. After booting up her computer, she started searching the internet for some information. She was a big fan of storytelling. I've recently resolved to contribute to storytellers. One that I liked after reading a lot. The other is trying to make a name for myself as an additional writer. In this way, when Kong-wook finds out later, he will definitely be impressed too, right? Maybe, it will come back to itself. Once again, I enshrine myself as a goddess. Thinking of this, the corner of Jo Chingyue's mouth curled up slightly. Jiang-soo printed out all the manuscripts from the past 2 days and mailed them. By the way, there is a suggestion attached to it. That is if you can send the manuscript directly to the other person's button email in the future. In 2002, Snap Mail came out. It's much easier and faster to send an email, and it saves a lot of postage too. Back at the hotel, then he saw in Nuonuo's busy figure. Kong-wook heard a number of customers commenting on her when she walked in. This little girl is pretty good, polite and understanding, hardworking. I wonder whose child it is. It's so enviable. If only my kids were half as good as her. The corners of Kong-wook's mouth curled so much that AK couldn't even suppress it. If it hadn't been premature, he would have had to say something to these people. This is my future daughter-in-law. Worked on it until 9:30 p.m. Jiang-soo dragged in Nuonuo to the back kitchen to eat some seafood and went back. There's school tomorrow. How much did the guests tip today? Jiang-soo asked. There are more than 300 hay. And Nuonuo was happy. This money, for her, belongs to a huge amount. Instead, Jiang-soo said, when you reach your sophomore year, you can't work anymore. You need to spend your time studying and trying to be able to get a scholarship for school. Oh, okay. There was some reluctance in Nuonuo's heart, but it also felt like Kong-wook was right. By the way, where does your father work? Jiang-soo's words changed. In her senior year of high school, and Nuonuo's father was rich. As for what her father did before his rise, Kong-wook doesn't know. Working as a repairman in a clothing factory, and Nuonuo became a bit depressed. The factory is getting worse and worse, and my dad says there's a lot of backlogged inventory. If we can't sell anymore, the factory will have to close down and lay off workers. Jiang-soo's heart fluttered. The rise behind Anthony might have something to do with it. Jiang-soo comforted Nuonuo for a few moments. Send her home. The bike stopped in front of her house. Jiang-soo said to her, ride tomorrow, to the three-way intersection where we came back. Starting tomorrow, we'll go to and from school together. And Nuonuo was heartened. Not hard. Kong-wook smiled. This little girl doesn't know how to be reserved. Well, I'm off. Bye. Be careful on your way. And Nuonuo kept looking at Jiang-soo. It was not until it disappeared at the end of his vision that he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Enter the house. Found mom and dad in the living room. Frowning. Mom and dad. What's wrong? A bad feeling arose in Nuonuo's heart. And Fong forced a smile. It's nothing. Nuonuo. It's late. Go back to your room and rest. And Nuonuo walked to Fong. Dad. I'm not a child anymore. She saw the blood in her dad's eyes. Li Yuan sighed. Your father's factory. it can't pay wages. And Nua's heart trembled. Can't you hold out so soon? At dinner last night, Anfeng all but said that it would at least last a few more months. We were all fooled by that boss. And Feng shook his head. The factory actually ran out of money a long time ago. A lot of the garments that are produced are not even paid for by third parties. And Nuo suddenly felt a huge pressure. Without even thinking about it, he took all the money from the 2 days of work plus tips. Keep it for yourself. Li Yuanwan reddened her eyes. It's mom and dad who are sorry for not giving you a good life. It must have taken a lot out of you at school, too. I'll be fine. And Nua shook her head. Someone will protect me. In his mind, the figure of Jiangsu naturally surfaced. It just feels inexplicably reassuring. The next day, when Jiangsu arrived at the three-way intersection, and Nuo was already there, thinking back to the previous about Zhou Qingyue, every time, she waits for her by herself for hours, if not half a day, let alone arriving early. Arriving on time is something that doesn't happen. It was the first time that Kongwook had experienced what it was like to be waited on by a girl. It's nice. Add 100 to your favor. Didn't sleep well? Jiangsu approached and saw that Nuo was not in good spirits. No. And Nua shook her head. Kongwook, your whole body is broken when you lie. And Nuo lowered her head. My father's factory couldn't pay his salary. So soon? Jiangsu's gaze stared. Tell me as we walk. The two rode. And Nua narrated. It turns out that the clothing factory wherein Feng works is still doing quite well. Something went wrong back there though. Being set up. A merchant came by to buy goods. The first few transactions were paid in full up front. After gaining the trust of the owner of the garment factory, the order was increased. He said he didn't have that much money, so could he give a deposit of a few tens of thousands of dollars first? Since this buyer was quick to give money the first few times, the owner of the clothing factory didn't think too much about it and agreed. Wait in the back until the stuff is produced. That buyer was suddenly unreachable. Hundreds of thousands of garments were pressed and all of them could not be sold. In one fell swoop, it made the whole money chain break. All the workers can't be paid. The owner of the garment factory was then only able to mortgage these garments to the workers. And Nuonuo's family has more than 500 pieces now. As we spoke, we were already at the school. The two men locked the car. Kongwook then asked in Nuo what style and material these garments were made of. It's all white, cotton, plain, and you can't sell more than a few of them by bringing them in. The young girl's voice became very low. Even if she was normally strong, she was on the verge of a breakdown at this point. The breadwinner of the family is out of work, and there is no telling how long it will take to find a new job. Even if you find one, the pay won't necessarily be more than it is now. Still owe a lot of money. Whether or not she'll be able to read next semester seems to be an open question at this point. Jiangsu gently patted in Nuonuo's fragrant shoulder. Isn't it just a few pieces of clothing? It's just a small problem. Your ginger brother, will help you out. Ask for a first booking, please. No need. And Nuonuo forced a smile. After school, I'll go to the stall with my mom. If you can sell one, it's one. Can't be bothered with everything. Jiangsu didn't say anything and already had calculations in his heart. Afternoon after school, Jiangsu pulled Fu Yanjie, who wanted to run to the internet cafe. I remember that your painting is very good, right? That's natural. Fu Yanjie proudly. It's not that I'm bragging. My paintings, they can all go to a painting exhibition. Okay, need a favor. Go, talk on the way. Saying that, he pulled in Nuo in as well. Road. Kongwook put his thoughts into words. Private customization. It may not be very difficult to sell a plain white t-shirt, but it would be very difficult to sell 500 pieces in a short time. Does this really work? Fu Yanjie was skeptical. After all, in this day and age, for the most part, this type of selling is not available. Don't worry, the advantage is mine. First, I went and bought some paint that wouldn't lose its color, followed closely by Nuonuo's home. At the door, Li Yuanwan was getting ready to put the bundles of clothes in the back of the car, planning to take it to an outside vendor. Auntie Good X2. Hey, it's Kongwook. Hello. When Li Yuanwan saw Jiangsu, it was the same as when Shenyu saw Nuonuo. It was all very welcoming. Hello auntie, this is my friend Fu Yanjie. Jiangsu said with a smile. I heard Nuo say about uncle. Now that school's out, there's not much going on. We just thought we'd help you sell it together. No need. It's important for you guys to study. Li Yuanwan hastily refused. The heart is very happy. My own daughter, who is usually quiet, has made a few good friends who treat her genuinely. Jiangsu said. It's okay auntie. Think of it as adding some social experience to us. Mom, give me some clothes. And Nuo spoke up. Let's try them on. She actually had no idea in her heart, but was willing to trust Jiangsu for once. Okay, then you guys be safe. This dress cost $8. Sell it for 10. 12 will do. In the end, Li Yuanwan agreed. Take out 20 pieces of clothing. At such a small amount, Kanwook felt it was a bit less. Didn't say much though. There are no results yet. So I guess Li Yuanwan just thought Kanwook was fun. Then Auntie will go first. And Nano left the car at home. Clothes put on the back seat of the Pei Yenjie car. Jiangsu carries in Nuonuo. Where are we going to sell it? And Nuonuo asked. Internet. Ha? And Nuonuo and Fu Yenjie were both confused. Who goes to an internet cafe to buy clothes? Come to the door of a nearby internet cafe. Jiangsu took out 2 sets of clothes first. Turning to Yenjie, he said, on the front of the shirt, draw Naruto and Sasuke. The hottest anime of this era is naturally Naruto. It's selling well all around, especially some teenagers. It's at the age of middle child plus non-mainstream. Love all the fancy stuff, and also like to pursue individuality. Just like to use something I have that you don't. And Nuonuo was puzzled, but obediently stepped aside and didn't say anything. Without much thought, Fu Yenjie began to draw. Don't say, this kid has a bad face, average grades, and a poor IQ though. That's a pretty good drawing though. In a few minutes, both dresses were done. This hand speed. Jiangsu suspected that this kid is not secretly using some strange method to make up. Kanwook took a closer look. The restoration is great and the detailing is good. Come on, let's go in. The three entered the internet cafe. Jiangsu swept his gaze quickly, and later came behind a yellow hair. The other side is playing Bubble Bobble. Kanwook didn't bother. He waited until his round was over before giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. Who are you and what are you doing? Yellow hair was upset at being disturbed and turned his head around with a fierce glare. Jiangsu said smilingly, sorry to interrupt. This clothes you buy? With that, he spread out a piece of clothing in his hand. It's Sasuke's move to cast Chidori. Hey, yellow hair's eyes lit up. Quite handsome. How much is this? 25. And Nuonuo and Fu Yenjie listened and were secretly staggered. Kanwook, this is too bold to say. Clothes that cost $8 are sold for $25. Will anyone really buy it? It's a bit expensive. Yellow hair was a little hesitant. Jiangsu said, the clothes are all unique patterns. If you don't like this, we can help you customize it exclusively on site. The only one with a front pattern is 25. It's $32 if you take it before and after. It can be customized on the spot? Yellow hair came to be interested, waiting to see Kanwook nod his head. Yellow hair immediately opened his space, pointing to a picture of Naruto summoning a toad. This will work? Jiangsu nodded. No problem, but you have to give half of the deposit first. Could be. After determining the pattern and the size of the clothes, Fu Yenjie began to follow the picture and began to draw up. The move attracted a number of people from the internet cafe to gather around. It took a few minutes to complete the pattern. Fu Yenjie often paint at a glance. Many patterns know by heart. Very quickly. It's very dominant. Very powerful. Yellow hair's eyes were bright and he wore it on the spot. Looked left and right and was very happy with it. The remaining half was paid for immediately. And Nuonuo and Fu Yenjie were shocked. Is it so easy to make money? Costs $8 for a dress. Add a pattern and it sells for triple the price. Shocking, but I don't, Sister Lee. I want one too. Draw me one of Daisy. I want Ino in the front, Tsunade in the back, and Tsunade's clothes remember less. I'll take Orochimaru's and draw it perverted. Had ha. People have a follow the leader mindset. Plus, private ordering is something that many people encounter for the first time. Most importantly, these people are at their most middle-aged, hot-blooded age. It's definitely a walk in the park when you see this kind. Fu Yenjie was busy all of a sudden, non-stop painting and drawing. 20 dresses sold out quickly. There are still a lot of people who didn't buy on. Jiangsu then said, there's not enough goods. Please wait a moment. We'll go back and get it. The three left the internet cafe. The owner of the internet cafe chased him out. Give each of the three a drink. Smilingly, he said, 3, please come early. This boss still has business sense. Knowing that this behavior would bring him even greater popularity, Kanwook smiled and nodded. After leaving the internet cafe, Jiangsu took the money out. A total of 507. Exactly 25 sells 10 pieces and 32 sells 10 pieces. Jiangsu said, pay Yenjie to draw a picture and take $5. In all, 30 paintings, take 150. I didn't put in much effort to get 2 pieces for a dress, which added up to $40. The remaining 308 is glutinous. And Nuonuo and Fu Yenjie were both stunned. That's a lot of money for just an hour or two? And Nuonuo froze for a few seconds before coming back to her senses, hastily shaking his head. I can't take that much. You came up with the method. You should take the big lead. Jiangsu gently patted her head. You don't have a say. Be good and shut up. Okay. Annoyance, yes. Jiangsu swept over with one look. And Nuonuo obediently shut up. But the heart is warm. What she knows. Kangwook is doing it all for himself. Fu Yenjie wiped his hands vigorously. For the first time in my life, I made so much money on my own. The whole group is now in a state of exuberance. Let's go get some more goods to sell. Aha. Jiangsu nodded. Work hard today. And sell them all in one day if possible. Otherwise, when others see how much money this stuff is making, they'll surely scramble to copy it. And Nuonuo and Fu Yenjie both felt a sense of urgency. Soldiers split in two. Pei Yenjie to buy paint, while Jiangsu and Nuonuo went back to get clothes. This time Nuonuo rode her own bike as well. Put quite a bit in the back along with the front. Took 100 pieces. Soon, the two sides met again. A few of those who got the dresses are already showing them off in front of their friends. And so, by the time Jiangsu and the others arrived at the internet cafe again, there were already quite a few people waiting here. There was a flurry of people gathered around. Pei Yenjie to turn on the full power. Jiangsu asked Nuonuo to go outside to buy some food. The owner of the internet cafe's mouth was smiling after seeing the popularity of the store. Worked until 7 o'clock. This first cyber cafe sold 21 items for the second time. Move on to the next internet cafe. Pei Yenjie said to his family in advance that he was outside with his classmates. Jiangsu and Nuonuo, needless to say, there's no one at home right now. That factory in Anfeng can't pay wages now though. But numerous workers still stay at the factory in 24-hour shifts. Fear that the owner will take the goods and equipment from the factory and sell them. Li Yuanwan, on the other hand, set up a stall at an evening market. My hands are so sore. Fu Yenjie moved his wrist, but still very uplifting. This is not a particularly large amount of money to earn, but it's earned with your own hard work and it means a lot. Went to another internet cafe, as it were. This internet cafe is a bit bigger, so the remaining 79 dresses were all sold. The three of them went back to Nuonuo's house in a hurry. This time all three had loaded bikes. There are 150 pieces. Li Yuanwan took 100 pieces, so there was 103 left in the house. Dimly lit streetlights. 3 teenage girls, pedaling hard on their bikes. The clothes are soaking wet, but with a heartfelt smile on his face. Before I knew it, it was past 1 in the morning. Almost 2. 400 dresses, all sold. Fu Yenjie is like a dead dog, an experience like no other. He was the one who put in the most effort and now he can't move his right hand. So Jiangsu drove him back first, and Nuonuo stayed behind to look after the 2 bicycles. The money will be given to you tomorrow. Fu Yenjie grinned. It's okay, be safe on the road. Jiangsu rushed to find Nuonuo. She can't be left alone out there for too long on a big night. Son, what have you been doing? Coming home so late. Fu Yenjie's parents are anxious. It was a relief to see him back. Then, Pei Yenjie's father then silently draw out the belt. If you do not say a clear what to do today, I'll call in sick for you tomorrow. Don't, Dad. Don't be impulsive. Fu Yenjie was startled. I went with my classmates to make money today. Do you know how much money was made? $3,000. Fu Yenjie's mom looked around. Where is my duster? His dad had already pulled the belt out. Good. Now you've learned to lie and brag, haven't you? Just you. If you can make $2,000 or $3,000, I'll call you daddy. Said. The belt is going to pay Yenjie a body greeting. Her mom also raised her chicken duster. No, you guys, listen to me. Here's the thing. Fu Yenjie spoke quickly and told the story. I'm afraid that if I speak a little slower, I'll get a beating for no reason. His mom and dad were stunned to hear it. Is that true? Fu Yenjie, of course it's true. I'm with Jiangsu. It's not like you guys don't know what kind of person he is. Indeed. Fu Yenjie's father nodded. Jiangsu is much more reliable than you. You're nothing but my son. Fu Yenjie received a 100,000 point blitz. Fu Yenjie's mother was so relieved. My good son. There are good results. Mom is proud of you. He. Fu Yenjie scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He looked at his dad. Dad, you just said you want to call me dad about this. You see. I was wrong, Dad. Stop hitting. In the living room, the miserable screams of Fu Yenjie resounded for a long time. Mom and Dad, I'm home. And Nuonuo dragged her tired body. Li Yuanwan and Infeng had also just returned not long ago. Only both men now had incredibly flustered expressions. Daughter, our house has been burglarized. Ha, and Nuonuo froze. What's going on? Li Yuanwan said. The 400 pieces of clothing left in the house are all gone. That's 2.5 months of your dad's salary. Oh, it's this one. And Nuonuo breathed a sigh of relief. There are no thieves yet. We sold out of clothes. Oh, it's good that it's sold out. What? And Feng and Li Yuanjuan's voices drew up at once. Doubt he heard it right. And Nuonuo repeated. Mom and Dad, the clothes are all sold out. It was Kongwook who helped. He's so good. And Nua told the story one by one. And finally Yuan couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing this. Is there such a big difference between people? Li Yuan sold 12 pieces out after a night of selling and her mouth was dry. People are young. And in one night, they sell 400 pieces. And, still, it sells for a high price. Mom and Dad, here's the money from the clothes sale. And Nua opened the black plastic bag in her hand. Inside are bills of various denominations. Mom and Dad, that's $6,800 in there. The total was over 10,000 sold. This is after deducting the money given to Jiangsu with Pei Yinjie, and the money for the paint. At first, she was shocked herself for a long time. Almost $7,000. Her dad would have to work for 4 months to make that much money. And Feng and Li Yuan were both dumbfounded. It's such a large sum of money that it's unthinkable. Daughter, there are still a lot of goods in the factory that can't be sold. And Feng proposed a bold idea. Hundreds of thousands of clothes. If all of them could be sold, the factory could be revitalized. At this moment, something seemed to have awakened within Feng. The next morning, when Jiangsu arrived at the three-way intersection, he saw that Nuonyuo had already arrived. She waved her hand vigorously towards Jiangsu, and her pair of slender, vain legs, stomping on the pedals, flew. The bangs were blown up, revealing a face that could never get tired of looking at. Luckily, no one noticed, or I'm afraid there would have been a traffic accident. I made breakfast this morning. See if you like it. And Nua's face was flushed as she handed a bag to Jiangsu, bright eyes with anticipation among them. When Jiangsu opened it, there was an aroma coming from it. And Nua makes buns, pork stuffed with leeks. One bite is juicy and full of flavor. Did you make this yourself? Kongwook was shocked. The buns tasted even better than the last breakfast she had brought. Well, does it taste okay? And Nua was quite apprehensive. 5-star chef, Jiangsu gave her a thumbs up. The most beautiful cook is you. And Nua smiled happily. Last night, after her parents found out what Kongwook had done, he then instructs Nua to thank Jiangsu properly. In addition to making this breakfast, she also instructed her to invite Jiangsu and Fu Yinjie to come to the house for dinner this Sunday. I can't even dare to imagine how happy anyone would be if they married you in the future. Jiangsu said smilingly, and Nua shyly lowered her head, ears burning. In his mind, he thought about what Kongwook meant by saying that. She didn't even know how she got to school and her seat. She didn't come back to her senses until Kongwook gave her a big white rabbit milk candy. By the way, my dad said he wanted to sell those goods from the factory, too, somehow. A dress costs $8, and even if you sell it for 10, you still make a profit. Yesterday they had a long discussion as a family, thinking this might be a chance to change your destiny. Anfeng wanted to get another batch of goods from the factory with the thousands of dollars he had on hand. Take it somewhere else and sell it. This is certainly a good thing. Jiangsu nodded. You can ask your uncle to bring another 500 pieces and we'll sell them together. Selling another 500 pieces is the limit. Kongwook is planning to go and sell it in front of the school. There are about 2,000 people in the school. Digesting 500 pieces is not a big problem, but he can't do this kind of thing every day. This can't be messed with after one more sale. To prioritize. He's here to learn. It's better to leave things like making money to the future in-laws. And Nua nodded heavily. Well, thank you, brother. The voice was sweet and soft. Jiangsu's hand shook. The eyes looked slyly at Nua. Why are you looking at me like that? And Nua was a little flustered. Kongwook's gaze was too blazing to top himself. Jiangsu shook his head and averted his gaze with difficulty. This little girl's charm was so strong even now that her face was sealed off. It would be great to unseal it. No way. We'll have to prepare a clearing spell. We'll need it sooner or later. After the first class, Jiangsu gave $2,600 to Fu Yinjie. He was jumping up and down like a monkey in excitement. If it wasn't for Jiangsu's repeated admonitions not to go around talking about it, I guess within 2 classes, the whole school will know about it. Hearing that it will be sold again, Fu Yinjie was the first to agree. He's already experienced the joy of making money. All of a sudden it didn't even hurt as much as it did when he got his ass whipped with a belt by his dad yesterday. You won't be able to sell it again this time with customization. That's too wasteful to pay Yinjie. At the end of the school day at noon, Jiangsu purposely takes Nuonyuo to the factory to find her father. Said he'd take another 500 pieces. Let's see if we can drive the price down a bit. The longer these things are piled up inside the warehouse, the more they will be lost. Finally, under the efforts of Amphion, it only cost $6 a piece to take. $3,000. It just took all the money Kongwook had on hand. The stuff will be delivered to his house by Anfeng in the afternoon. As soon as school ended in the afternoon, The trio rushed inside Jiangsu's house at the first opportunity. Didn't have to wait long for the shipment to arrive. This batch of Manhwa intended to be half painted as patterns of various characters inside Naruto. The remaining half features characters from Hyaki Sakura and some cute little animals. The Naruto patterns are fine, but the girl-oriented ones need to be compared. It's too much of a hassle to take it to an internet cafe. Kong-wook frowned. If only I had a laptop, I could download all the patterns. My family has one. Fu Yanjie said. My dad bought me one just a little while ago. Top of the line. $15,000 laptop. Kong-wook showed his teeth. You deserve to die. Inadvertent displays of wealth are the most deadly. Fu Yanjie rolled to download the picture and brought the laptop over. Jiangsu and Nuonuo can't help with the latter, so the two of them went to the market together to buy food and cook. Jiangsu's height of 1 meter 8 is estimated to grow to 1 meter 9 by his senior year of high school, and Nuonuo seems to be a little taller as well. The two walked side by side. Height-wise the two are a good match, and Nuonuo slightly lowered her head. Her two small hands placed in front of her body and gripped tightly. Quite a bit of tension. All sorts of nonsense was going on in his head. Will people get the wrong idea about anything if we go grocery shopping with him? This looks like a couple going to the market after work. What if I run into a classmate? What's wrong with you? Your face is so red? Kong-wook's words interrupted her rambling thoughts. No, and Nuonuo shook her head like a rattle. Jiangsu didn't think much of it either. Come to the food market. I simply bought some pork, meatballs, cabbage and eggplant and went back. In the kitchen of Kong-wook's house, and Nuonuo pushed him out. I'll do it. Boys are less likely to enter the kitchen. Jiangsu smiled. You're so virtuous. Wait until you graduate from college later and marry me. Okay? Boom. And Nuonuo's head exploded on the spot. The killing power of Jiangsu's words was too great. It killed her straight away. I don't know where the strength came from. With one hand, he pushed Kong-wook out and closed the door behind him. And Nuonuo leaned against the back of the door, gasping for air. Heads are spinning again. Why did he say that all of a sudden? Is it like me? Or is it a joke? What should I do if he confesses to me? Girls at this age have rich and sensitive minds. Kong-wook smiled. And Nuonuo is so cute. It's so unamusing. X in Kong-wook's impression. And Nuonuo was very powerful. While there was no rack, there was an intangible aura that kept most people at bay. In this life, Kong-wook wanted her to always look this shy in front of him. The meal was ready just after 6 in the evening. And Nuonuo hadn't yet eased up from that sentence and didn't dare to look at Jiangsu. Kong-wook chucked a slice of eggplant. After eating, he said something that made Nuonuo tense up again. I'm begging for a catch-up read. And thank you to those who have rewarded me. Wahahaha. Nuonuo's cooking is too good. Or else I'll go and request my aunt and uncle to live with you. You molest me again. I'll ignore you. And Nuonuo glared at Jiangsu while picking at her rice. Only she didn't have any pizzazz at all. Instead of being a deterrent, it made people want to bully her even more. It's as if it's more than a decade later, and the thugs in the short video are excited to punch. Fu Yanjie buried his head and ate bitterly, ignoring the flirting of these two. After eating, it was time to get back to work. He found he liked the feeling of making money, and Nuonuo went to wash the dishes, while Jiangsu went to cut the fruits and prepare the drinks. Then it began to load up one piece of clothing that Fu Yanjie had handled. The workload is even greater than yesterday. But Fu Yanjie's hand speed has also improved a lot from yesterday. The time is more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Exhausted old me. Fu Yanjie lay on the ground and let out a feeble groan. Jiangsu quickly pinched Dad's shoulders. Hard work. Jiangsu smiled and rubbed his right arm, incidentally applying a little vitalizing oil. After easing up for a while, Jiangsu first sent Fu Yanjie back to a Nuonuo. He said, you stay here and wait for me to send him back. Then I'll send you. Oh, got it. And Nuonuo's gaze flickered before she nodded. Jiangsu saw through her little mind with a glance. If I come back and don't see you, there will be consequences. And Nuonuo looked at him with a puff of air. Originally, I didn't want to make Kong-wook work that hard, but he had said so. So a Nuonuo didn't dare to really just leave. Idle boredom. She then grabbed a broom and cleaned the room, wiping down tables and whatnot. Ka-ching! Just then, the door to the room was opened, and Nuonuo thought it was Kong-wook coming back. Turning his head, he was dumbfounded. Outside, it was Jiang Shan and Shenyu. Shenyu rubbed her eyes. Did she walk too fast and hallucinate? She backed out. Come back in. After confirming that it was a Nuonuo, that smile was so bright that it could light up a city. Aya Nuonuo, why are you here? Where's Jiangsu? Auntie, uncle? And Nuonuo was at a loss for words. It's not what you think. It was the middle of the night, and he was inside someone's house, and his mom and dad bumped into him. This really can't be washed away by jumping into the Yellow River water. Especially the way Chen Yu looked at herself was unusually ambiguous. Just a fool would know what she was thinking. Chen Yu grabbed Nuonyuo's hand and said with a kind face, Nuonyuo is really virtuous. Still, you should focus on your studies and put up with some things a little longer. Auntie, it's really not what you think. And Nuonyuo was on the verge of crying. It was Jiang Shan who saw the clothes piled up in the living room and asked what was going on before giving Nuonyuo a chance to explain. After listening to Nuonyuo's explanation, Chen Yu had a disappointed look on her face. So that's how it is. That Jiangsu kid is really useless. Kong-san, and Nuonyuo, Kong-wook is back. Mom and Dad, you're home so early today? Aha. Jiang Shan nodded. Business is a little worse today. Hurry up and send Nuonyuo home. You can't do this in the future. People's parents are going to be anxious by then. Good. Looking at the backs of the two, Chen Yu sighed. My son has a good eye. Nuonyuo is too virtuous. When they're freshmen, they can have a baby first and let me bring it up. Aha. Ginger Hill thought deeply. 4 years of college, 2 years at a time. Just right. Ha ball. Kong-wook sneezed. A little uncertain. The next afternoon, Jiangsu purposely took the last class off. He does have a tricycle at home. Load up all your clothes and bring them to the school gate. And put up a sign. It says, limited edition. Each piece is unique and unrepeatable. Then lay out the clothes. It didn't take long for class to end. Jiangsu yelled out at the top of his lungs. Don't miss it if you walk by. Factories closing down. Bosses running away. Clothes that originally cost hundreds of dollars now only cost 20-inch. This voice roared out and immediately attracted many students to gather around. A female student looked at one with a kitten painted on it and asked if the price could be less. Kong-wook saw that she was accompanied by a male student. The male student's eyes were too familiar to Kong-wook. The dog licking is too strong. So instead of answering her, he said to the man, classmate, buy 2 pieces no? The kitten came as a set with the puppy. And the last time a man and woman bought it, then it didn't take long for them to get together. When the words fell, the other party threw Jiangsu a $50 one. Pick up 2 pieces of clothing and giggle at them. Kong-wook, another female student asked, is this really unique to each piece? At this age, many seek to be mavericks. Jiangsu nodded. That's for sure. I pay Yenjie never lie. Okay, I'll take one of the Hyaki Sakura ones. And Nuonyuo and Fu Yenjie also came running and followed along to sell. And Nuonyuo was in charge of collecting money, while Jiangsu and Fu Yenjie, the 2 social terrorists, were in charge of hawking. Hey, what's going on over there that's so lively? Let's go take a look. Li Honghong and Zhou Qingyue pushed their bicycles out and discovered a lot of people gathered at the school entrance. It's not clear. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. I won't go. She had just submitted a piece to storytellers yesterday and now wanted to get back to reading. Just go over there and take a look. What's the point of going back so early? In the end, Zhou Qingyue couldn't argue with her, so she put the car aside and locked it, and squeezed in. Then Zhou Qingyue froze. He's selling clothes? At a teenage age, most people can't pull off a stall. Zhou Qingyue also saw Nuonyuo who was in charge of finding and collecting money behind Jiangsu. It gives the impression of a husband and wife. This made Zhou Qingyue feel uncomfortable in her heart. A nameless anger was growing, but there was nowhere to vent it. This pair of dogs are actually selling clothes. Li Honghong had a face of bad luck. Really uneducated. Definitely won't be able to get into a good university in the future. Let's go. There's nothing to see. With that, he went to pull down Zhou Qingyue. Didn't pull. Zhou Qingyue stared straight at a dress with a painting of a field on the stall. She loved it. Gently breaking away from Li Honghong's hand. Stepping forward, he stood in front of Jiangsu. That one. Can I have it? Okay, $20. Please. Jiangsu nimbly picked up the clothes and handed them to Zhou Qingyue with a sunny smile, but with a sense of detachment. It may seem close, but in reality it's 1,000 miles away. Zhou Qingyue, however, had a pain in her heart. Froze in place. He, completely, treats himself as if he were a stranger. Was it really necessary to lose the boy who had loved her so deeply forever? No, it won't. I still have a chance. Zhou Qingyue quickly strengthened her confidence. She's now on a constant mission to make herself better. With a body, looks, and grades boosted up, it's the perfect goddess. And what's in that Nuonyuo? Average looks, average grades, bad home conditions, and no talent. Who are you to compare yourself with? Zhou Qingyue gritted her teeth and said thank you. After paying the money, he held the clothes tightly from Kong-wook's hand. It's from him. Rounding up, it is what Jiangsu sent, and it is only right to collect it yourself. A number of students in the class also saw it and ran to buy it. It took less than 2 hours for all 500 pieces of clothing to be sold out. $10,000 in hand. Deduct 3,000 costs. Similarly, pay Yinjia another $2,550, and earn $4,550 themselves. As for Manhwa, it's not for her. This little ninny would never take it. Jiangsu waved his hand. Let's go. It's my treat today. Let's eat at my family's restaurant. That's a good feeling. Fu Yinjia rubbed his hands. Do you have hairy crabs? Big lobsters in your house? Kongwook, if it's on you, it's on you. If it's on me, it's not. Fu Yinjia bristled. Put the stuff away. At 6 o'clock in the evening, came to the restaurant of Kongwook's family. Business has been a little worse the last few days. Not particularly crowded. Opened a private room. Jiangsu ordered a dozen dishes. The main thing was to let Manhwa taste it. Here, this one has a lot of crab meat. You eat it. This 9-jointed shrimp tastes delicious. A few more of these oysters. Jiangsu kept on chucking food into Manhwa's bowl, making her embarrassed. Hey. Fu Yinjie was not happy. Forgot about me, didn't you? You're making a lot of money thanks to me. Come on, people want it too, said the man, putting a large crab in his bowl. Fu Yinjie grinned, and Manhwa looked at Jiangsu, then lowered her head and silently ate her meal. The corners of his mouth rose imperceptibly. After dinner, and Manhwa insisted on staying to help. Fu Yinjie then left first. After working until almost 10 o'clock, Jiangsu pulled Manhwa back. On the way, she kept criticizing her. Why are you so diligent? You haven't even married into my family yet. Aren't you afraid of being bullied by your in-laws in the future? I'm ignoring you. Just know how to bully me. And Manhwa huffed and puffed and sped up her bike. Kongwook easily chased after him, looked at her annoyed and laughed out loud. And Manhwa said that her father, along with some of his workers, had gotten a batch of clothes, then go to the next city and sell it. Took the train. Lots of those in this day and age. The cost price is a little lower than what Kongwook took. $5.80. As long as a piece can be sold for $10, there's money to be made. It seems that Anfeng is on the rise. Jiangsu silently rose in anticipation. Future father-in-law, you've got to give it a go. In the future, it's up to you whether I can drive a sports car, own a private jet, yacht or whatever. Little son-in-law. After sending Manhwa home, Jiangsu slowly rode back. Capital. Storyteller's headquarters. Lin Nan is still working hard overtime. The quality of recent drafts has been mediocre. Until, that is, she saw a newcomer's manuscript. The pen name is Youth with the Wind. One look at the writing is a girl. It's written as a love story about youth on campus. The writing is juvenile, but the storyline is great. Lin Nan nodded. This can be signed. Putting it aside, he picked up another envelope. It's thick. As soon as he read the message on the envelope, Lin Nan frowned. This is the draft of the Years of Peace. It's so thick. There must be a lot of words. She thought it would be watery to pitch so many at once. Looks like we're going to have to talk to him about it. Quality is what counts. Muttering to himself, Lin Nan opened the envelope and browsed through it. That look was mesmerizing. When she finished reading it, she came back to her senses. Her eyes glowing. Amazing. Too amazing. Updating so much at once. And it's actually not watery at all. She thought either she had a stockpile or she was gifted. Prefer the former. Also saw Kongwook's message at the end. Took down the mailbox number. Added Kongwook's button on the spot. When filling out the contract, Kongwook only provided his cell phone number. In less than a minute, the friend request went through. Hi, I'm your contracted editor, Lin Nan. Do you have an idea for your next book yet? Kongwook replied. Hi, the idea is there. Haven't put pen to paper yet. For the second book, he planned to write a youthful campus quadrangle. Lin Nan's eyes lit up. Her favorite kind of authors are those with high output, so she was asked what type she was. Jiangsu didn't say it outright, and variously changed the topic. Lin Nan got it. This is going to raise the price. However, the first edition of Those Years of Miserable Youth has just been released. She doesn't know what the grades are yet. The amount of money for the manuscript is based on merit. Lin Nan also said directly that she would give him an answer as soon as possible. The time soon came again on Friday morning. Next Thursday, it's finals. It's summer vacation after the exam. It's been a few days since Anthony went out of town, but there's no news to wear back. Jiangsu's family's restaurant is doing average business these days. Parents are urging their children to study. By the time the final exams plus the high school exams are over, the traffic will have increased dramatically. Jiangsu and Manhwa entered the classroom back and forth. The class has seen it all. Jiangsu had said that the two were related, so no one doubted it and assumed that the two were really brother and sister. Zhou Qingyue lifted her head and glanced at Jiangsu, then lowered her head again to continue reading. She's watching Storytime. The latest installment is out. There's a new one, titled Those Years of Miserable Youth. She took the first look and fell in love. It felt like This story was very much about her and Kong-wook. Qingyue, are you watching the latest storytelling session? Li Honghong also came, her eyes staring straight at the book in Zhou Qingyue's hand. Aha! Zhou Qingyue nodded. There's a new one out. It's a good read. Take a look. 5 minutes later, Li Honghong said with a florid face. It's wonderful. I want to see the later episodes. It's so beautifully written, with a youthful air between the lines. It must have been written by a big handsome guy. Would love to meet him and get an autograph. Straight away, I was enamored. Girls at this age are attracted to those who can sing, dance, or other various talents. But if she knew that this person was Jiangsu, I wonder what kind of expression she would have. Zhou Qingyue said in her heart that you probably won't have a chance to see it. However, if you sign up for storytellers yourself, you might be able to run into them in the future. Another subconscious glance at Jiangsu. I said, soon, you'll be impressed and even worship me. Ha! A certain bookstore in River City. A female student walked in and looked to the most prominent spot. Ha! The latest version of Storytellers is out. She picked it up and looked at it. She's a loyal Storytellers reader with a keen eye. The average article is now out of her sight. Picked it up casually and immediately caught the eye of a new story. Those Years of Miserable Youth. After reading the beginning, she fell in love with the story. So, when it came time to pay, the form was checked off. Customers are asked to check off which story you are buying the storytelling because of when they buy the storytelling. Choose up to 3. This is also used to keep track of grades for each article. And from the opening of the sale yesterday, in this one bookstore alone, the sales figures for Those Years of Miserable Youth are way ahead of the rest of the articles. This girl was walking and looking at the same time. One accident and you hit a pole, covering his head. His eyes were red. Instead, his eyes stayed glued to the storytelling session in his hand. This is a story I'm going to keep following. Those Years of Miserable Youth is on fire. Both the title and the content of the book hit most girls hard. And, with the word being passed around to each other, the reputation grew. Storytelling, sales. Lin Nan came running over here early in the morning. In addition to her, there were 2 other associate editors, who also came over. They all want to know firsthand how their signed authors are doing. Several deputy editors greeted each other with a smile on the surface, but in reality they were all filled with hostility, all eyeing the editor-in-chief position. How's it going? Have the results come out? Lu Yu, the glasses-wearing deputy editor-in-chief, asked. The head of sales said wait, followed closely by some computer maneuvering and printing out a form. A couple of associate editors rushed over. At this look, Lin Nan burst out laughing. At the top of the list is, quite literally, her signing of Those Years of Miserable Youth. The heat value is 58,000. One customer checkmark counts as 1 heat value. That means this latest version of the story will. It's just been online for a few days. Already almost 60,000 people have bought it because of the Those Years of Miserable Youth 1. Second place is only a little over 10,000 heat credits. And, a 5th grade writer. There is a writer's list within Storytellers. It is ranked by past article sales. Level 1 is the lowest and the highest is level 10. But for the entire Storytelling Council, it's just one 6th grade writer. Oops. Really? I'm sorry to have come in first by accident. Saying so, Lin Nan's mouth was harder to suppress than even an AK-47. One is one step closer to the position of editor-in-chief. The others several deputy editors. Their faces were worse than eating flies. Years and years of peace and quiet. You've given me a big surprise. Lin Nan is in a good mood. Then it was immediately back to his office. She's going to strike while the iron is hot and grab the back chapters for the next edition as well. Kong-wook, did you watch this My Miserable Youth in Those Years? After class, Fu Yanjie came over. No. Why? Before you know it, this is on fire and every class is talking about it. Even I, a big man, cried when I watched it. The hero is so deep and touching. Kong-wook hemmed and hawed. I wrote this. Cut. Fu Yanjie disdain, do not brag. You do not have that sell well. Kong-wook said seriously. I really wrote it. Fu Yanjie rolled his eyes and didn't believe it at all. If you wrote this, I'll call you dad. Kong-wook, true 6. Is it okay to have a good old son for no reason? Why are you so happy? Jiangsu's mouth was tinged with a light smile when he saw Nuonyuo who had just gone outside to use the restroom come back. I met brother Junyue, the young girl said with a flutter after sitting down. Just saw him on the first floor. I didn't realize that he was at this school as well, and I hadn't even noticed before. I haven't seen him in years. He's changed so much. Tall, handsome, and with a soft voice. Junyue? Jiangsu frowned. Who? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Inexplicably, a trace of vigilance arose in Jiangsu's heart. This isn't some kind of fucking childhood friend, is it? And Nuonyuo said. The big brother in the village before. Jiangsu remembers that Nuonuo told herself that when she was a child in the past, her family was in the countryside. Brother Junue is so nice. He used to take me to play when I was little, and when someone bullied me, he would also help me. The young girl was in an extraordinarily good mood today. Kongwook was a little sour. I'm still a long way from being able to hold my own. Just out of nowhere, some Junue brother pops up. Judging by the tone and demeanor of the young girl, for this brother to say that there is any love between a man and a woman, that is certainly not the case. But, the kind of friendship that is built up in that purest, innocent period of time when you're a child, there is a high probability that it will develop into love if there are some external forces interfering. Fu Yanjie implicitly winked at Jiangsu at a high frequency, sending a silent telegram, "Your love interest is here?" Jiangsu replied, "LOL, small scene, no panic." The bell rang. Fu Yanjie ran back to his seat. Jiangsu said to Nuonuo, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a place." Ah, and Nuo looked embarrassed. "But brother Junue asked me out first just now. Asked me to come along tomorrow to help in his orchard. He really helped me a lot as a kid, and often bring me good food. So I can't say no. Is the day after tomorrow okay?" Jiangsu raised his eyebrows. "Just the two of you?" "No, there's his sister, and another sister in the same village. Don't worry, it's just not the two of them alone together." Kongwook wasn't the possessive type. It was essential to keep an Nano by his side 24 hours a day, and she's not allowed to touch anyone else. Unrealistic and too narrow-minded. Besides, people are not their girlfriends yet. To really overact in any way would probably scare Nuo away. So he nodded. "Okay, day after tomorrow then." Did another practice test in the afternoon. Unsurprisingly, Kongwook was still in first place. What is surprising is how much Nuo has improved. It has improved from being in the 20s or 30s of the class to the 15th. That's a scary rate of growth. In addition to tutoring by Kongwook, more importantly, her own talent, it seemed, was beginning to show. Spicy woman from a previous life, coming in fat. After school, Fu Yanjie ran over. Quietly, he said to Jiangsu, "About that love rival of yours, brother Junyu, I've inquired about a very important clue." Kongwook, speak. Fu Yanjie, that love rival of yours has always been second in the senior class, also plays basketball very well and plays guitar. The man is tall and handsome, a very strong opponent, so be careful. Oh, so it's him. Jiangsu was dazed. Is that the one that I'm perennially crushing and leading by 20 or 30 points? He hadn't bothered to pay attention to who the second one was. After all, they're all worse than me, so there's no point in bothering, right? Fu Yanjie. Well, he thought he was overthinking it. This kid is pressing no disadvantages, and when you look at it, it's all advantages. Immediately following, Fu Yanjie rubbed his hands. Can we talk about selling clothes? I'm going to be sick of holding it in. Such an opportunity to brag and show his sainthood in front of people. He had not been able to show it. Don't mention how hard it was. Jiangsu waved his hand. Speechless. Go go go. Fu Yanjie's eyes lit up. Good. He then saw the squad leader walking behind him. One took his hand. Squad leader, are you going home? The squad leader, feeling a little strange, nodded yes. Fu Yanjie heatedly smiled. How do you know that I made more than $3,000 selling clothes a few days ago nah? Class president? Fu Yanjie was full of red face, waving his hand, and said in a very profound manner, it's nothing really. A little money, but casually, it's not worth mentioning. Ha. Class president? Fu Yanjie saw the study committee again. Running over, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. Study committee member. What place did you take on this mock exam? Study committee member, 10th place. What happened? Fu Yanjie waved his hand. Yes. I made more than $3,000 selling clothes the other day. It's not worth mentioning. Ha! Study committee member? This guy's crazy. Jiangsu shook his head, and Nuo went ahead and waited at the school entrance. But, when Jiangsu went out, he saw a big sunny and cheerful boy standing beside Nuo. It's eye-catching from the looks of it. At the moment, he was talking and laughing with Nuo. A number of young girls walked past him with little stars in their eyes. However, in looking at Nuo's gaze, it was tinged with envy or jealousy. That one, I think, is the wannabe. Kongwook saw adoration in his eyes. Jiangsu felt a little strange. It shouldn't be. And Nuo is still so mediocre right now. In addition to his own discerning eye, how did the others fall for this little twit? With doubts, Jiangsu walked over and said with a smile, Nuo, you've waited long. Then naturally, he took her book bag and put it in the frame. Put it here with me, it's heavy. And Nuo shook her head. No, just got here. Thanks. And this one is? Jun, you looked at Jiangsu. Kamwook was also looking at him, with 4 eyes facing each other. In the air, there seemed to be an arc of electricity stirring, and Nua didn't notice that the atmosphere was off. Very happily, he said, Junyue brother, this is my desk mate Jiangsu. He's very nice, helps me a lot, and is my best friend. You're Jiangsu, Junyu said with a smile. Thank you for taking care of my sister. Purposefully biting the words my sister very hard. Oh, so you are Junyu. Jiangsu made a dazed look. Like thunder. I've heard your name often. Junyue was in a bad mood then. The words were so targeted that Junyu naturally heard them. Isn't it just to say that he's a million years old? Junyue wisely chose to change the topic. Let's not block the gate entrance. Let's go back. As the top student in his grade, Kamwook must have spent all his time studying. From today onwards, leave the task of sending Nua home to me. No, Kamwook said with an exaggerated face. Do you need to spend extra time after school to study? No way. No way. Junyue. At this moment, even if the Nuonuo's reaction was slow, she realized that these two people's tone of voice carried the smell of gunpowder. She said weakly, no, I'll just go back by myself. With a bike, she gets home fast, and there's no need to take the trails anymore, which is a huge increase in safety. No, the two of them spoke in unison, taking in Nua by surprise. Both then realized that they were a bit out of their element. After the rush, he resumed his role as a sunny and cheerful big boy. The end result was that the two of them sent Nuonuo back together. One on the left, one on the right, caught in the middle, and Nuonuo felt very uncomfortable and strange. The biking speed, all of it, has sped up quite a bit. None of the three spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. After waiting for the three-way intersection, Jiangsu waved his hand towards Nuonuo. See you the day after tomorrow, ha. Aha. And Nuonuo nodded. Be careful on the road. Jiangsu glanced at Junyu and headed in the direction of his house. Junyue didn't move. What about your appointment on Sunday? Yeah. And Nuonuo said, Brother Junyue, goodbye then. See you tomorrow. Junyue had wanted to ask for more details, but think of it as too purposeful. It might scare Nuonuo. Forget it. Junyue smiled and said goodbye. Back at home, Kamwook cooks dinner first. Then he opened his cell phone and saw a message from Lin Nan. Is it in? Kamwook replied to her, yes, Editor-in-Chief Lin. May I ask what's the matter? On that side, Lin Nan sent a message over and waited for a long time without a reply. All a bit anxious. Seeing Jiangsu's reply immediately lifted his spirits. 10 fingers flying typing, you're doing great with this book. When will you send me the beginning of the second book? At least 50,000 words if the quality isn't particularly bad. Jiangwook, send it, please check. Lin Nan? The beginning Jiangsu had written it long ago and saved it inside the mailbox. Just waiting for Lin Nan to say something about raising the price. Lin Nan froze for a moment, then immediately opened the mailbox. Saw the manuscript sent by Kamwook. Tap in. The title of this one is called Youth and Sorrow. The name, as it sounds, is emo. Lin Nan watched intently. This one tells a pretty doggone good story. The male lead likes the female one. Female one likes male too. The second female likes the first male again. The second male likes the second female again. The main attraction is an intricate one. It's dog-eared, but it's a genre that has appeared in very few markets so far. There must be a big market for it. Kamwook isn't worried about getting bad grades either. In the beginning, Jiangsu wrote 4 chapters, and Lin also included an outline. Lin Nan quickly finished reading it, feeling unfulfilled, eyes glowing. Intuition told her that this one would be even hotter than the last one. And so, after a little thought, Lin Nan then quoted Jiangsu a price that was unexpected even to him. In my professional opinion, and with the results of your first book, I'll give you a price of 150 per 1,000 words. But there's a requirement, and that's a word count of at least 100. 000. Each associate editor, for 1 year, has the power to raise the price of one superlative. Let's say you're a level 1 author. You'll only get 1,030 at most, but with this superlative power, you can raise the price to a new level. After receiving the news from Lin Nan, Jiangsu was quite surprised. Originally, he thought it would be great to get 1,060 words for the second book. With such generous conditions, Jiangsu naturally wouldn't refuse. His original word count for this book was intended to be about 150,000 words, and it's running for a future that could be brought to the screen. It's about 20,000 bucks, after taxes, if you write it all. Instantly he agreed. Lin Nan was overjoyed and said that he would deliver the contract to him as fast as possible. End of conversation. Jiangsu finished cooking, ate it himself, and sent it to his parents. Then it was time to head to a large nearby electronics store and get ready to buy a laptop. It's time-consuming and uneconomical to keep going to internet cafes. Laptops are still expensive in this day and age. It starts at $5,000. And of all the various brands, a certain one is the most numerous. But for some reason, Comwook would never touch this brand. In the end, an HP was chosen for $6,800. Payment to go away. The money I made from selling clothes just about ran out. When he returned home, Jiangsu began to code. He had higher expectations for this one, so it was slower. It's only 3,000 words an hour. Wrote for 2 hours and managed 6,000 words. After checking for typos, save and go to bed. Having lived again, he knew all too well how much staying up all night could damage your body. In my previous life, I often didn't go to bed until 2 or 3 o'clock in order to work on projects. It caused him to be in poor shape and bald at an early age. The next day, Jiangsu woke up on time. After washing up, reading, making my own breakfast, and then leaving one for my parents, I opened my laptop and continued to code. He's going to have to write some more out while he's at it this Saturday. 10 hours of writing today and I'll have 30,000 words. Zhou Qingyue got up early. Run to the post office and see if there is any mail for you. After rummaging around, she found the letter the storytellers had sent. A heartbeat later, take the letters. Back home. Take a deep breath before opening it. She bounced in place when she saw the words invited to sign, and then read it carefully. The gist of it was that her work was good enough to sign. The price is $10 for 1,000 words. What a high price. Zhou Qingyue snapped her fingers and thought joyfully, if I write 1,000 a day, I'll have 450 a month. Turning to think of a nuonuo, she hummed lightly, I'm about to become a beautiful big writer. What are you going to compare with me? It was as if she had seen the near future. Comwook's adoration and love for himself, and the way a nuonua glumly licked her wounds alone in the corner now. Just thinking about it, one can't help but let out a give a chuckle. Sister circle. Sister share. Hello. In Juenyue's orchard, and Nuonua politely greeted the other two sisters. Juenyue's own sister, Wang Xiaoyuan, just graduated from college this year. Juenyue's childhood neighbor, Chen Shuer. Hello Sister Nuonua. Chen Shuer greeted with a smile. Only a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. And Nuonua's dress code. It's plain, to put it nicely, and it's poor, to put it mildly, and with such an old-fashioned haircut. Brother Junyu, how could you like such a girl? Obviously, she and Brother Junyue were the perfect match. Wang Xiaoyuan stepped forward and grabbed Nuonua's small hand. Nuonuo, I haven't seen you in years. You're getting cuter and cuter. And Nuonua whispered, Sister is so pretty. Unlike Chen Shuer, Wang Xiaoyuan was quite fond of a Nuonuo. I was supposed to go shopping with my girlfriends today itself. Pulled over hard by his brother. Mainly, it was to lower in Nuonua's guard. After all, so long did not meet. The first to come alone about the orchard, this kind of place with very few people. Guess I'll guessed what the other party's intentions. Junyue said. Stop chatting. Let's go pick grapes first. Zhangcheng belongs to the south, and grapes ripen in June and July. This orchard of the Junyue family is very large and grows more than 20 kinds of fruits. It was the first time for a Nuonuo to come to this kind of place, and she was dazzled. Think everything feels new. In my heart, I thought that it would be good if Comwook's classmates also came. Before I knew it, it was past 5 p.m. Almost 6 p.m. No, there's too much for me to eat. Before saying goodbye, Wang Xiaoyuan and Junyue, one after another, stuffed fruits on a Nuonuo's bike. The back rack of the car held a large cardboard box that was nearly full of all kinds of fruit. Junyue smiled and said, It's good for girls to eat more fruits, and there are uncles and aunts who can eat them too. Tell me when you're done eating and I'll deliver it myself. Thank you Brother Junyue, thank you Sister Xiaoyuan. And Nuonuo was touched. Junyue said thoughtfully, Why don't I take you back? There's so much stuff. No need. It's not far from home, so I'll go first. Bye. Goodbye, and be careful on your way. Witnessing in Nuonuo's departure, Wang Xiaoyuan said with a smile, This girl is not bad. She has a good character and is very virtuous. And that body, it's good to be born and raised at first glance. You kid has a good eye. That's natural. The fondness in Juenyue's eyes was overwhelming. He also discovered the girl, who looked dull and earthy on the outside. By chance. In reality, it's a piece of stunning jade. Then upon closer inspection, I realized that it was actually my sister who I played with in the village when I was a child. So a chance encounter was created. The only thing that's not cool is that she's got a fly on the wall and it's obnoxious. When Chen Shuer on the side heard these words, she was naturally very unhappy in her heart. But she didn't say anything. Well, you work on the back. I don't care. Wang Xiaoyuan stretched her back. Her clothes were tight, revealing her beautiful figure. And then, from the back pocket of his jeans, he pulled out a copy of Storytellers and read it as he walked. A recent new one called Those Years of Miserable Youth was very much to her liking. The writing is excellent and the story is highly readable. It was as if she saw her own lost youth. Have watched it several times already. 30,000 words. Done. Jiang-Su stretched. His head was a little groggy. It's been a day of nothing but cooking, eating, and delivering food to mom and dad. And it's been a day of tapping away at the keyboard. Tomorrow, I should be able to write another 10,000 words or so when I find the time. Looked at the time, it was after 6. Shaking his head, he wondered if that little ninny and Nua had gone home by now. It's better to cook first. Close the computer and walk out of the bedroom. Just getting ready to go into the kitchen. Outside, and Nuonuo's clear and pleasant voice rang out. Mr. Jiang, are you at home? Outside the house, teenage girl holding onto her bike. The sun's afterglow spilled down just as a butterfly flew in and rested on her head. It makes a stunning picture. Jiang-Su, who walked out of the room, happened to see the scene. He froze for a moment before walking over. Did you have fun? Happy? The young girl smiled sweetly and looked very healing. Brother Junyue, Sister Xiao Yuan and Sister Shuer are all very nice. The orchard is so big, the grapes are so sweet, and the apples are so good. The young girl, in her rare vivaciousness, turned into a chatterbox, jabbering away. Jiang-Su was full of smiles and looked at her with a bit of doting in his eyes. It's just a bit of a shame that you didn't go. And Nua's words changed. But it's okay, they gave me lots of fruit. You take half of it. I was just passing by your restaurant and brought some for my aunt and uncle as well. And you took it for my parents? Kongwook was a little surprised. At the same time, the heart is a little touched. Yeah, it's only right that my aunt and uncle are so nice to me. With that, the young girl began to take the fruit out of the box. Out of the box. Give it to the house. When he came out, he was holding a bunch of washed grapes. You taste it, it's really sweet. Jiang-Su blinked and held up his hands. I just went to the bathroom and didn't have time to wash my hands. So you can feed me. You. Then you go wash your hands first. And Nuonuo said with a bit of a blush. Jiang-Su made a serious nonsense. After the grapes are washed, they will become tasteless if they are not eaten for a minute. It's too late. Feed me quickly. Really? The young girl asked stupidly. Of course, Jiang-Su said seriously. I'm the top sophomore in grades. Would I lie to you? Okay. The young girl, who would believe it, picked a grape and sent it to Jiang-Su's mouth. Her hands were slender, although the skin is a bit rough due to years of work, but the hands are perfectly shaped. Jiang-Su took a bite. It's so sweet. One more. And Nua beamed slightly. It's been reacted to this moment. What with not eating it in a minute, it's going to be tasteless. Liar. Ha. However, it still obediently fed Kongwook a whole bunch of grapes. Only then did she wrinkle her nose. I'm outta here. Bad guy. The young girl turned, her long hair flowing with her. A light shampoo, mixed with the unique body odor of a young girl, drilled into Kongwook's nose. That's the scent of youthful hormones. Kongwook yelled at him. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I'll meet you. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Kong, call brother. No, it's just Kong-san. Slightly, the young girl spat her fragrant tongue at Kongwook before running off on her bike. Kongwook smiled. Under his intervention, and Nua's character became more and more lively. It is also slowly blossoming out its own light. Kongwook was about to turn around and go back to the house when the phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Answer. A royal voice came from the other end. Hello, this is Lin Nan. May I ask if it's years and years of peace? It's me, Editor-in-Chief Lim. Jiang-Su was a bit strange. Why are you calling yourself for a good reason? I'm at the post office. Can you come over? I've brought you the contract. What? Jiang-Su was stunned for a moment. What's going on here? The editor-in-chief personally delivered the contract? I don't think I have that much influence myself yet. What Kongwook doesn't know is this. Lin Nan is obsessed with that position of editor-in-chief. So take advantage of this Saturday day and run over and deliver the contract yourself. By getting the contract in place sooner, she could have an earlier placement. Make sure again and again that Lin Nan is not joking. Kongwook then rode his bike to the post office. From a distance, he saw a stylishly dressed woman standing in front of the post office, probably around 30, with curly burgundy hair, sensual with a hint of sexiness. It should be her. Jiang-Su stopped and asked, Editor-in-Chief Lin? I'm, year old Anping. Right. You're so handsome. Lin Nan's eyes lit up. She had seen Jiang-Su's ID card, but she was naturally even more impressive in person. After a few random opening lines of conversation, Lin Nan took out the contract. It's the same as the last one, except the title and price have changed. Jiang-Su read it and then signed it. Then, Lin Nan took out another envelope. Inside is the rest of your manuscript fee for your first book. After deducting the tax, a little over 1,000. Take a look. Isn't the paycheck due next month? Yes, but I thought you should be spending more money at your age. So I'll give you an advance. Lin Nan was now pinning all his hopes on Jiangsu. Nothing that can boost his favorability is skimped on. Jiangsu opened it and read it, then put it away. It's naturally nice to get paid early. By the way, how much stock do you have now? Lin Nan asked. It would be advantageous to have more. There's a rule within the storytelling club. It's that if a work does well and is updated quickly, it's something that can take up more content pages. Jiangsu was the fastest one Lin Nan had ever seen. Jiangsu, currently there are 34,000 stockpiled manuscripts on hand. Wait for a few days to gather enough for more than 50,000, and send them together to you. Hiss, how much? Lin Nan was shocked. This teenager is actually as terrifying as this? What kind of hand speed is that? After making sure again and again that Jiangsu wasn't joking, Lin Nan went back contentedly. Kangwook also went back. Since Lin Nan was so facetious, he would write a little more at night. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when everything was finished. Jiangsu opened the computer and clunked 6,000. 40,000 now. Should be able to get another 10,000 tomorrow. Shut down and go to sleep. The next day, I woke up at 6. At 6:40, it was back to coding. By 9:40, get 6,000 words. Kangwook stops and goes out the door, riding to the door of a Nuonyuo's house. She was already waiting somewhere. Dressing up is still dirt cheap. However, Kangwook liked it any way he looked at it. A divine dragon swung its tail and stopped in front of a Nuonyuo. Go, get in the car. Where to? Don't ask. You'll know when you get there. Oh, the young girl skillfully sat in the back seat of Kangwook's car. Depart. Half an hour later, Kangwook parked his car outside the mall. Do you want to buy something? The young girl asked. Well, to buy you clothes. Ha, why are you buying me clothes? Don't. And Nuonyuo shook her head. She was not one to enjoy what was gifted to her by others with peace of mind. No credit is due. Silly girl, have you forgotten about helping me sell clothes? Jiangsu pinched her face. I'm not paying you for this. Now buy clothes as payment. No, it's just a favor between classmates. When I picked up the goods, your father helped me cut the price. So it's like letting me make more money. And I'm giving back now. I really don't need to. And Nuonyuo's voice weakened as she spoke. Because this table mate of his eyes gradually became fierce. Finally, after much persuasion, the little ninny agreed. Can only accept up to $15 though. And just one piece. Jiangsu could only lament that people were different from each other. If it was Zhou Qingyue, it would definitely be more expensive to buy. Buy as much as you can. As for whether or not Kangwook could bear it, that was not in her consideration. Come to the place that sells women's clothes. And Nuonyuo was more or less nervous. Kangwook led her into one of the fewer families. Hello too. The waitress greeted them with a smile. Jiangsu's gaze wandered, and then picked up a long white dress, a set of long pants with athletic attributes along with short sleeves, and a pink dress that came down to about the knees. Take them all to a Nuonyuo, try them all. And Nuonyuo showed a difficult face and glared at Jiangsu. Kangwook read it. It's the idea that these clothes, $15 certainly won't buy them. Jiangsu said, try it first, buy it or not. Oh, okay. Feeling bad about saying any more, the young girl dutifully went inside to change her clothes. It didn't take long for the door to open, and Nuonyuo stepped out of it. Kangwook felt like his heart was about to stop. A long white dress that fell to her ankles. Willow was slender and her gaze moved upward. It can only be described in 4 words. Far ahead. Her skin was even more snow-white and delicate. Like jade, it glowed with a surfeit of luster under the light. The bangs cover half of your face though, but that body alone is a one-of-a-kind. The clerks all let out a gasp. Wow, this lady has a great body. And Nuonyuo squirmed a little. The dress didn't show, but she always felt a little uncomfortable. Kangwook returned to his senses and swallowed quietly. Pretending to be relaxed, he said, it's okay, go try the other one. Good. And Nuonyuo dug into the locker room with speed. Kangwook quietly asked the clerk how much the set of clothes cost. Well, sir, it's the latest model, solid material, and still branded, so the price is 138. No haggling. This is not expensive. The price of the other 2 sets of clothes Jiangsu also asked. 99 for a set and 108 for a set. Both are non-negotiable. I'll take all 3 sets. Pay you 325 up front and... Kangwook came up to the clerk's ear and muttered something in a low voice. The clerk nodded and glanced at Jiangsu. I thought to myself, why can't I meet such a nice boy? And Nuonyuo came out again. Changed into long pants this time. It's also nice and youthful. And finally, the pink dress that came down to the knees. Jiangsu took one look and narrowly missed a nosebleed. Hurriedly, he asked her to return it. Okay. and Nua was a little down in the dumps. Thought it didn't look good on me. After she changed back into her original clothes, Kong-wook said, "That long dress is nice. It suits you." Again, he pretended to ask the waiter how much it was. "This dress is on sale right now for $20. Okay, I'll take it." Kong-wook gave the money to the clerk in a flash. It was too late for Nuonuo to stop it. But when I think about the small difference between $15 and $20, I don't dwell on it. After collecting the money, the clerk went to hold a box. Smiling, he said, "The store is having an event where all customers get a chance to win a raffle." "Hey, what's with the raffle again?" And Nuo felt a hint of strangeness. "So did the last time I went for spicy hot food?" But without giving her a chance to think, Kong-wook grabbed her hand and put it inside the box, and Nuo grabbed a random ball of paper, then handed it to the clerk. The clerk opened it. An exclamation of surprise followed. "Wow, miss, you're also too lucky to have drawn the reward of being able to pick any 2 pieces of clothing from this store." "Ha?" And Nuo looked at the clerk dumbfounded. "It looks as cute as a little goldfish." Jiangsu patted her on the shoulder. "You've hit the jackpot. Otherwise you'll want these too. After all, you tried them on." "Really?" And Nuo felt amazing. "Really, didn't lie to you." The clerk held the paper ball out to Nuo. Seeing that Nuo was still lost in thought, Jiangsu had the clerk pack the 3 sets of clothes. Taking advantage of Nuonuo's inattention, he slipped her $10 and whispered, "Bring me 2 more pairs of white stockings to put in. This is with that knee-length skirt." A little bit of foul play there by Nu with those legs. Plus Kong-wook's possessive nature doesn't want to show it to another man. The clerk nodded gently. Soon the clothes were loaded. Jiangsu took them in his hand and shook Nuo, who was still frothing. "Let's go." It was then that Nuo came back to her senses. Following Jiangsu outside, he muttered in a low voice, "It always feels like something is wrong." Jiangsu didn't give her the time to think about it carefully. "Let's go. I'm a bit hungry. Let's go buy some food," forcefully interrupting meditation. And Nuo didn't continue to think about this matter and her smile brightened. Who wouldn't be happy to get 2 beautiful outfits for nothing? "Oops, I have an upset stomach. I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here." After saying that, Kong-wook ran to the restroom, and Nuo waited in place. Suddenly, she felt both pockets. "Yikes, I might have left my hair band at the store." Glancing in the direction of the restroom, and Nuo trotted to the store just now, just got to the door and was about to go in, and Nuo heard the clerk's voice, talking to someone. "You don't know. A couple of youngsters just came in, and it was fun." The girl was presumably from an average family, so the boy paid for most of it while she went to change. "Then, I was asked to write a winning note, a dozen notes, all with the same content. Hey, over $300 for a dress that the girl thought she got for only $20. I'm so envious. If only a boy would treat me like that." And Nuonuo's entire body stiffened there. The lake of his heart felt like a boulder had been thrown into it, sending a ripple through it. Biting her pink lips tightly, she was finally understanding why she felt something was wrong. "And then I thought about the last time I had spicy hot food. So, that's it." The boy, who had done so much for himself, where he could not see, tears welled up in his eyes. An emotion called moving spread from her heart, and Nuo lifted her foot and was about to go return the clothes, but it was quickly retracted. Thinking about the fact that Kong-wook tried everything, just to give himself clothes, he'll probably be angry and upset if he goes to return it. A bite, and Nuo decided to take it. Taking stock of what he had on hand, he had over $300, decided to buy an equivalent gift for Kong-wook as well. Anyway, it's almost summer vacation, so I don't have to go to the dining hall to eat, and it won't cost me anything. Thinking of this, and Nuonuo's mood loosened slightly. Turn around and return to your original position. At the corners of his mouth, an absolutely beautiful smile was spreading, before Jiangsu came out, and Nuonuo came back first. When he came out, and Nuonuo said, "Let's go. Last time my parents said they were going to invite you to their home for dinner this Sunday." Jiangsu's heart fluttered as he asked, "Is uncle back?" "No." And Nuo shook her head. "I made a phone call last night and said that I would be back today, but I'm not sure of the exact time." Kong-wook asked again, "Did that dress sell?" "I don't know. Dad said everything would wait until he got back." Kong-wook didn't ask any more questions. On the way back, Jiangsu urged, "There are a lot of bad people out there now, so you can't wear too revealing out. For example, that short skirt. If you want to wear it, you have to wear stockings, okay?" "Got it." Jiangsu felt that Nuonuo's tone was a bit different from usual, but it's hard to say exactly what it is, and Nuonuo looked at Jiangsu's broad back with a gentle expression. "It's nice to be at the same table as you." While passing by a fruit store, Jiangsu bought some apples in passing. By the time we got to Nuonuo's house, It was almost 11:30. As soon as I entered, I smelled the aroma of a meal. Dad, you're back? And Feng said smilingly, yes, Xiao Su, you're here. Hurry up and sit down. Just in time for dinner. Little Su is here. Li Yuanwan came out from the kitchen with a pot of soup, casually made rough tea. Don't mind it. Jiang Su said seriously. Auntie, your meal seems to be the level of the chef. Put aside outside to eat. This table does not have $1,000 or $800 or not enough. You child. You really know how to talk. Li Yuanwan smiled from ear to ear. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. 5 courses and 1 soup. While not a prized delicacy, it does sell well. After the 4 of them sat down, Li Yuanwan chucked a piece of braised pork and put it in Jiang Su's bowl. Taste the flavor. Well, it's fatty but not greasy and melts in your mouth. Auntie, after eating your cooking, I won't be able to eat anyone else's cooking in the future. Although, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say so, Li Yuanwan was coaxed into being happy. One by one, he gave Kong Wook food. This scene also made Nuonuo inexplicably feel happy. By the way, uncle, did you get rid of that load of clothes? Li Yuanwan and Nuonuo also turned their gazes towards Feng. And Feng said with a smile, all sold out. After deducting the cost, this trip earned $25,000. When he finished, there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. All 3 were shocked. Li Yuanwan put down her chopsticks. You're not kidding? Of course not. And Feng said smugly. And the other boss even said that he will take as many goods as he can get next. Jiang Su asked in a deep voice. Uncle, what is the other party's origin? Is there something fishy about this? Yes. How can money be so easy to earn? There won't be any traps, right? Li Yuanwan had a worried look on her face. Won't. And Feng waved his hand. Speaking of which, it's also a good thing that good people get good karma. You guys don't know. I came off the train that day with some of the workers. I hadn't gotten far out of the train station when I ran into a car that had been in an accident. The front end of the car was starting to spark and no one dared to step forward. Without thinking about it, I rushed up, broke the glass, and rescued the driver and passenger inside. One of them was a big boss and knew we were there to sell clothes, so it was a generous offer to take them all for $26 each. The payment was settled on the spot, and I was told to charge as much or as little as I wanted to sell in the future. All 3 froze. It's a bit magical. Jiang Su asked again. Then does uncle know what this boss's name is? Well, it's called Zhang Xiaowei. Called what? Kong Wook suspected his ears had misheard. Zhang Xiaowei. And Feng was a bit strange. Could it be that you know this boss? Jiang Su unconsciously sat up straight. Uncle, can you describe a little bit this boss's external features? Well, very tall, 5'7", pretty good looking, very elegant, a beauty mark on the left corner of her mouth, early 40s, nice guy. Kong Wook called out straight away. Sure enough, it's that woman. In her previous life, Zhang Xiaowei, who had topped the list of the country's female billionaires for 5 consecutive terms. This is a legend. Started with nothing. Husband died young. The latter became a tycoon with a fortune close to $100 billion by virtue of his own ability. Got it. Mystery solved. It's no wonder that in his previous life, Anfeng shot up so quickly. It's 80% that Zhang Xiaowei is helping him behind the scenes. I just don't know if the relationship between these two is, well, clean. Jiang Su felt that in all likelihood, there was a bit of a cat in the bag. Otherwise, even if Anfeng saved someone once, it's not as if this bit of affection could have pushed Anfeng to the position of richest man in the world. The biggest possibility is that Anfeng is capable, plus saving Zhang Xiaowei, plus the fact that later on, maybe the two of them have developed a fondness for each other over time as they get along. Case solved. Jiang Su, who figured out the reason for this, looked at Anfeng with a strange gaze. I didn't realize you were such a soft touch. Ugh, I'm ashamed to be in your company. Anfeng didn't notice Kong Wook's eyes. He was very excited and said, there are still a large number of clothes in the factory. If we can sell them all, we can make a few $100,000 at least. By then, our family will be free from poverty. Li Yuanwan and Nuonuo, too, were very happy. Must have a drink today. Li Yuanwan got up to get the wine. Both couples were drunk by the end of the drink. Jiang Su and Nuonuo helped the two of them into the room and then helped clean up the leftovers. The kitchen in Nuonuo's house was a bit small, and two people standing, slightly forced. Every now and then, the two men's arms would touch. Every time this happened, and Nuonuo would retract her arms as if she was electrocuted. A pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Whispering, I'll do it, why don't you get out? That's not good. You can't eat for nothing and not work. Jiang Su was serious. In reality, it was unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to increase their relationship with Nuonuo. In a claustrophobic environment, feelings breed fast. and Nua bit her lip slightly. It always felt like Kongwook was doing it on purpose, but he had no proof. After a few times in a row, and Nua wanted to go out. Not so much revulsion as shyness. Kongwook read her thoughts and said quietly, "You're not going to leave your guests to work and go play by yourself, are you?" And Nuo. She had the feeling that she was being held to death by the man in front of her. Ha ha ha. Jiangsu laughed out loud. It was appropriate and did not continue. Washed my hands and went out. Phew. And Nua breathed a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later she finished the dishes and washed some fruit and brought it out. The blush had faded from her face, but it was still attractive. Jiangsu looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Okay, I'll walk you. Send it to the door. After Jiangsu's figure disappeared from view, she turned back and locked the door before sneaking out the door. Thanks to the cuties who helped correct the errors. Love you guys. Want to buy a watch? Little girl? The owner of the watch store is planning to close. There was a lurch in his movements when he saw Nua walk in, and Nua nodded gently. Then his eyes were on top of the glass counter, slowly sweeping over it. Soon she had her eye on a belt watch. The style is very youthful. With just one look, and Nuo identified the watch. Think it goes well with Kongwook. He must look very handsome on it. It's just a little pricey for what it's labeled as. It takes 408. She only had about $300 on hand, so he said to the owner, "Can this one be cheaper? 206? The owner's eyes widened. "What are you thinking, little girl? It's brand name stuff. Well made and all that. Besides, the watch isn't going to sell. It'll be $20 cheaper for you at best." And Nua begged, "Boss, I really want this. It's for it to be given to a very important person. That's all I have on hand, $316.50. All for you." And Nuo took all the money she had on her, and took it out. The owner still shook his head. "Little girl really can't. If I sell it to you at this price, I won't make any money. Please boss." And Nua's tone was pleading. She spotted the watch at first glance and thought it would go well with Kongwook. Looking at anything else, it doesn't feel that way. Sometimes people are things you like at first sight. It would be hard to change again. Perhaps it was a bit intolerable to see such a little girl like a Nuo begging so hard. So the owner said, "Tell you what, if you clean up this store of mine, I'll sell you this watch." And Nua's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'll do it." Grabbed a broom and got to cleaning. The store had probably not been cleaned in a while and was very dusty. In no time at all. And Nuo got grimy, but she didn't care at all. After sweeping the floor with nimble hands and feet, another rag was used to wipe down the table, chairs, and even the front door. The owner looked and nodded. A few more favors for the little girl. Silently, he took that watch out and packed it away. When Nuo finished cleaning, she handed it to her. "Now, this watch is yours. Use it for your sweetheart, right?" "No." And Nuo shook her head. "For a very good friend. Boss, thank you. I'll go first." Hugged the gift box and trotted home. The mood was pleasant. She does have a crush on Kongwook, but to say I like it, that's naturally far from the truth. After all, the two had spent so little time together for real. Wow, just halfway across the sky, it rained. It turned to pouring rain in a very short time, and Nuo was directly drenched. He clutched the box dead in his arms and ran with his head down. When I got home, I was soaked to the bone. Hurriedly took the box out and, thankfully, it didn't get wet. A small smile appeared on his face, thinking that Kongwook would like it. The next day, still at the Three Forks. Today just Jiangsu came first. After waiting for a few minutes, and Nua arrived. "Good morning, Chu." And Nua sneezed. "What's wrong?" Kongwook asked with concern. "It's fine." And Nuo shook her head. "Maybe I caught a bit of a cold last night. By the way, this is for you." From her school bag, she took out the gift box and handed it to Jiangsu with both hands. "What?" Jiangsu asked curiously. "You'll see when you open it." With a few moments of curiosity, the box was opened. What comes to mind is a silver white, sleekly styled watch. The first moment he saw it, Kongwook fell in love with it. Thought the watch was a good match for me. Somewhat surprised, she looked at Nuo. "This is for me?" "Aha." And Nuo nodded slightly. "I don't know if you like it either." "Love it, but it's not cheap, is it?" "It's more than $20. And Nuo pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "I bought it a few days ago. It was bought at a stall. I hope you won't mind." Kongwook wore it on his left hand on the spot. "The more I look at it, the more I like it." Smilingly, he said to Nuo, "This is the best gift I've ever received and will wear it for the rest of my life." And Nuo smiled joyfully. "It's good that you don't mind. How can I hate it? It's super pretty. I super love it." Jiangsu was not perfunctory, but from the heart. So that's what it feels like to receive a gift from a girl. It's like it's the middle of summer. Eat a chilled piece of watermelon when your mouth is dry. Again, it's like eating a really sweet piece of candy. It's sweet from the mouth all the way to the heart and then spreads throughout the body. It's as if all the cells in my body have followed suit and become active. Seeing that Jiangsu really liked it, and Nuonyuo put her heart down, the two traveled to the school together. Only, Kangwook's happiness didn't last long before it was ruined, because Junyue, the eyesore, showed up as well. With an inch of hair, he has a pretty good demeanor. The whole guy looks sunny and handsome and a little muscular. Moreover, he brought breakfast for Nuonyuo. What the fuck? You're following my example, aren't you? Thank you, brother Junyue. And Nuonyuo smiled sweetly. Junyu felt like her heart was about to melt. At this second, he even thought about where he and Nuonyuo would be buried in the future. Someone is grinding his teeth. The three men came to the school parking lot. After parking the car, and Nuonyuo took out 2 buns from her school bag, handing them to Jiangsu and Junyu respectively. This is what my mom made last night. It smells so good and the shape is beautiful. Wow. It's so delicious. Auntie is so good at her job. Junyue took a bite out of the bun. Then there was a very exaggerated sound. A wave of nausea ran through Kangwook at the sight. This guy is shameless. How can he say such meaty things? I'd forgotten that I'd said something similar yesterday during dinner at Nuonyuo's house. Kangwook raised his hand absently. To Junyue, he said, I just bought this watch. Rate it? Junyue's family is quite rich and the things they use cost a lot of money. Not very old, but still has eyesight. At a glance, it was obvious that watch of Jiangsu's was an ordinary brand. There was a desire to show off in front of Nuonyuo, so he coughed and said, this watch of yours is of average styling. The material, let's see. It's pretty average too. The workmanship is also quite rough and not worth much. A couple $100 at most. It's definitely not particularly comfortable to wear, and the time is probably not very accurate. It's really something that depends on each person's needs, I guess. Like the one I wear is slightly better. Over $8,000. There's no need for young people to climb the ladder. It just works. After saying that, he even waved it in front of Jiangsu, and Nuonyuo couldn't help but lower her head. Kangwook grinned. Couldn't help but pat Junyu's shoulder. This watch. Ah, it's the one Nuonyuo just gave me. Junyue? What the hell? It was quite smug just now, attempting to use material things to achieve to make Kangwook ashamed of himself. Junyue, who was so good at showing his face in front of his favorite girl, was dumbfounded on the spot. Then he saw Nuonyuo with her head down. All of a sudden, irritation and jealousy came raging out. Junyu looked at Jiangsu with great anger. This guy is so hateful. I can't believe I dug myself such a big hole. Seeing in Nuonyuo's depressed mood, Junyu panicked on the spot, hastily explaining, Nuonyuo, I didn't mean that. I mean the gift is a gift. No, it's a nice watch. Straight away, he was incoherent. Jiangsu was naturally in a very happy mood. Let you damn well get in my face. And Nuonyuo raised her head and forced a smile. It's okay. The watch wasn't worth much, and I can't afford anything too good these days. Junyue wanted to slap herself twice. It's even more cynical. Why did Nuonyuo buy Kangwook a watch? And what makes Kangwook able to get the watch from a new Nuonyuo? However, at this time, Jiangsu once again made up for it. How come? This watch is the most precious gift I have ever received. It's just that I wouldn't sell it even if someone offered me $100 million, $1 billion. Comparing the two, the highs and lows are obvious. Junyue was about to blow a gasket. Can you stop fanning the flames at this time? Simply inappropriate people. Nuonyuo, it's really not what you think. I didn't mean to mock you. And Nuonyuo shook her head. I know. It's getting late. I'm going to the classroom. Bye, brother Junyue. Junyue wanted to say something, only able to watch the two go side by side. Want to cry. Insidious villain. Angry with the old man. Come inside the classroom. Jiangsu had just put his book bag away when Fu Yinjie came over. Said, didn't you ask me to build a base last time? My mom has bought me a villa with 2 floors above and 1 below. Finished with 5 top-of-the-line desktop computers. Let's go check it out after finals are over on Thursday. Nice guy. Jiangsu was shocked. I asked you to buy a house, and you actually did a 3-story villa straight away? Just wanted to ask your mom if she still lacks a son. Good. Then I'll go with Nuonyuo when the time comes. Jiangsu said, deliberately raising his left hand and waving it in front of him. Okay. Fu Yinjie didn't notice Jiangsu's intentions and nodded. Then. When he finished, he was going back to his seat. Hey, Kangwook pulled him back. Don't you see anything different about me? Fu Yinjie was at a loss. Where is it different? Once again, he waved his left hand in front of his face. This time Fu Yinjie finally was able to see the watch Jiangsu was wearing on his hand. Why are you wearing a watch? I've never seen you wear one before. Jiangsu grinned. How did you know that this watch was given to me by Nua? Fu Yanjia instantly didn't want to talk to Jiangsu. Silently, he raised his middle finger at him, then said something about dogs and went back to his seat. Sour. Mud. Why don't any girls give me gifts? I'm not so bad looking. Gangly. After the first class ended, Kongwook flew out, and Nua sat in her seat. While reading a book, he kept coughing, and Nua's physique was already a bit worse than the average. I didn't have any ginger soup or anything to take the chill off after I got back from the rain last night. Feeling unwell. Only she was now penniless and could only carry through, coughing all the time. And Nua then planned to get up and go get some hot water. Right about this time, Jiangsu put a box of 666 cold and flu spirit in front of her. Hurry up and take it before it aggravates your condition. Kongwook saw her coughing all the time during class. No, it's serious. As soon as I got out of class, I ran to the school's infirmary and bought a box of cold and flu. Before a Nuonuo could speak, another box of Xiaochaihu granules was placed in front of her. It's Grand Hyatt. He'd noticed something wrong with a Nuonuo's voice in the morning. After thinking about it, I bought a box of cold punch over. Isn't it written on some forum that teaches people how to chase girls? Help a girl when she is at her weakest. It will leave a lasting impression on the other person's mind. So he came over here with his ass on the line. Only what made Junyu very upset was how Jiangsu this guy also bought it. You're trying to fuck with me, aren't you? Unbeknownst to him, Kongwook was also thinking the same thing as him. How the hell does this guy have a grievance and see it everywhere he goes? The class, especially the women, each one looked at Nuonuo with envy, jealousy and shock. Can't figure it out even if I think about it. Why is the mediocre in Nuo so popular? Except for the school bully, Kongwook, who has always been nice to her, and now another one, and such a big handsome guy. Li Honghong blushed a little. She recognized Junyue, and, in fact, she had been secretly in love with Junyue. Only the Grand Hyatt is as bright as the stars in the sky. Li Honghong is relatively average in every way. Didn't have the courage to get to know this very good boy. Now she saw Junyu actively courting a girl who, in her opinion, was less qualified than herself in every way. The mood was predictable. Kongwook said, 666 cold and flu punch is better. Junyue was unwilling to show any weakness. The Xiaochaihu formula is more advanced and the medicinal power is gentler. Kongwook, drink mine. Junyue, drink mine. And Nuonuo's head turned to Jiangsu for a moment and then to Junyue. Finally opened both boxes of cold punch. Take out a packet and tear it open and pour it inside a glass of water. Whispering, can I drink both? Guys, stop it. With that, he ran off to fetch water. Kongwook, Junyue, Youngyue is gone. It wasn't the only drink he gave away, but it turned out to be acceptable. No distance was made by Kongwook. That's what he thought anyway. And Nuo went to pour hot water and came back. Her face flushed. Kongwook touched her forehead and it was a little hot. Just instructed. 2 more classes. And if things don't get better, take a leave of absence and I'll take you back. Don't. And Nuo shook her head. It's almost time for the final exam. I want to get a good grade out of it. Maybe it's the nutrition that's keeping up during this time. It's getting easier and easier for a Nuo to learn. I feel like I should be able to get a good grade out of this final. Kongwook didn't say anything, but make up your mind. If it doesn't get better, knock her out and carry her back. Luckily, by the time school ended at noon, her fever had broken. Kongwook told her to stay in the classroom and went to fetch food over for her himself. Then the two of them eat together in the classroom. Jiangsu pretended to ask inadvertently, that Junyue brother of yours, do you have a male-female fondness for him? And Nuo doesn't have much of an appetite right now. But she also knew that she had to eat well at this time of year for her body to get better fast. So it's all strong food. Hearing Kongwook's question, the movement of eating gave a start, then shook his head. Of course not. I grew up thinking of him as a big brother. In the future, if I come out to work and make money, be sure to treat him to a great meal and buy him a gift. Thank him for his help as a child. The little girl's eyes were filled with purity and seriousness. Jiangsu relaxed slightly. In his heart, he silently gave Junyu a cross. But it's hard to tell with this kind of thing. That kid was no good at first glance. Guaranteed to use some dirty tricks. Still have to be on guard. After eating and drinking a packet of cold punch, and Nuo fell asleep on the table. Jiangsu, on the other hand, took out his laptop and continued to code. Though when he was first reborn, Kongwook said he didn't want to work hard, but it's just talk. Even knowing that Nuonuo's father will become the richest man in the future. But the two won't last long if they don't have a lot of ability, accomplishments, and bottom lines of their own. Jiangsu also had a detailed plan about what to do next. That's the intention, to start with a literary studio of your own. In the name of the studio, with storytellers, Take advantage of the fact that storytelling is still in a period of relative strength. Make a name for yourself. After having a reputation, the next step, whether it's going solo or getting a better guaranteed price, will be much easier. When the opportunity is right, you can figure out how to adapt these in your hands. For film and television. In order not to disturb a nuonuo, Jiangsu went to another corner and sat down to code. The students came back one by one after eating. Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong also returned. Zhou Qingyue held her head high and was much more confident than before. Ever since signing up with storytellers, she's thought that sooner or later, she'd be famous, become a big beautiful writer. Glancing at Kong Wook who was coding in the corner, Zhou Qingyue was a little envious. She wants a laptop, too. This way, writing scripts is not handwritten. If he had told Jiangsu that he wanted the computer in his hand before, he would have given it without saying a word. Present, Zhou Qingyue had no bottom in her heart, but then she thought about it. It shouldn't be a problem to borrow a computer from her yourself, right? When the time comes, Kong Wook asks what he's doing with the computer. Just say yourself that you've signed up to write for storytellers. As soon as Kong Wook heard it, he must have been shocked and then impressed with himself. You don't have to wait until your own manuscript is released to get Kong Wook back. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhou Qingyue's mouth curled up slightly, and so it was towards Kong Wook. Li Honghong was unsure and followed. When she reached Jiangsu, Zhou Qingyue softly said, "Can you lend me your laptop?" Jiangsu said without lifting his head, "Stay wherever you like." The smile on Zhou Qingyue's face froze. Li Honghong was furious. "Jiangsu, what are you complacent about? It's just a broken computer. What's so great about it?" Kong Wook moved his neck. Cold eyes looked at Li Honghong. This woman is so croaky. She's buzzing like a fly. It was nearing the limit of his patience. Li Honghong was stunned by Jiangsu's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. Zhou Qingyue said with red eyes, "Why are you so malicious towards me? At least we are classmates." Kong Wook had wanted to tell her to hurry up and get lost, but suddenly there was a movement in his mind. Said, "It is not impossible to want to make up with me. You and Li Honghong should not come and go in the future. I hate you, and part of it is because of this woman. If you say yes, I can think about it." "Notice," he said, "consider. Zhou Qingyue had failed herself so much in her previous life. In this life, it's not too much to ask for a little bit of interest yourself, right?" Zhou Qingyue drifted off. It turns out that the reason Kong Wook hates himself is because of Li Honghong. At once, the level of disgust for Li Honghong skyrocketed, and then it was a big deal. Where's the importance of a best friend or something like Kong Wook? After all, Li Honghong doesn't buy herself all kinds of gifts, nor will they be at the beck and call, much less at the beck and call, but Kong Wook will. However, Zhou Qingyue naturally wouldn't agree to it in public. That's a sure way to get ostracized from the class. So she got very angry and dragged Li Honghong back to her seat. Li Honghong was greatly moved, then glared viciously at Jiangsu. By the time the first afternoon class was over, and Nuonuo had no other problems except for a slight cough, the last class was gym class. Jiangsu then dragged in Nuonuo to ask the physical education teacher for a leave of absence. The gym teacher saw that Nuonuo did look a bit haggard, nodding, then shaking his head. "But, according to the rules, I'm supposed to be sick next period. Oi, my punching a bison to death, yet frail and sickly gym teacher." Jiangsu said quietly, "Teacher, you don't want anything to happen to your students either, right?" "Okay, fine." The gym teacher agreed anyway. Mostly, Kong Wook is first in his grade, so it's not a problem to have one less class. After getting the leave slip, Jiangsu thanked him and left with a Nuonuo. Walking to the door, the gym teacher added, "Young people are hormonal, but there are some things that you can't do yet, haha." And Nuonuo's face instantly turned red. Trying to explain, he was pulled away by Kong Wook. "Why don't you let me explain? We're not like that." "Kong Wook, you want to wait for the homeroom teacher to go back to the office and then cut them off?" And Nuonuo whispered, "Actually, it's fine for me to take another class." Of course Kong Wook knew that. Doing so is for dealing with that Junue kid. Otherwise, by the time the regular class is over, that kid will be shady again. "Kong Wook, I'll give you a tutorial tomorrow. How can the homeroom teacher teach you as well as I do?" Classroom teacher, there were offended. "Oh, okay." And Nuonuo felt that Jiangsu had a point. The two of them were out of school with their leave slips. On the way, Kong Wook asks what's going on with her dad now. And Nuonuo said that Infeng took another large batch of goods from the factory this time. 2 vans were chartered this time. And Feng's intention was to take that factory if he could sell all the goods in the factory. The gears of fate have begun to turn. Dropping Nuonuo off in front of her house. Kong Wook's eyes flickered. "Auntie isn't home, is she?" "No, she's gone to work." "That's great." "Oh no. I mean then I'll walk you in, boil water for you and drink a packet of punch before it repeats." "No need. I can do it myself. And Nuonuo blushed a little. It's always a bit awkward to be in the same room with only two people. Although, she trusted Kongwook's character. Kongwook, no. You need to. Looking at Kongwook with a self-conscious look, he boiled water for himself and brewed the punch. And Nuonuo was a bit unnatural. In his heart, a trace of dissimilarity also rose. Mr. Kong, a little too nice for his own good. He won't be. And Nuonuo couldn't help but have a reverie. Kongwook put the punch in front of her. Drink it while it's hot and then go take a nap. I'll cook later and make more on the way and bring it to you. No good thanks. And Nuonuo was softened by Jiangsu's glare. Kongwook looked at the time and got up to leave. Then in passing, he took the key to Nuonuo's house with him. The beauty of it is that you don't need to bother her to open the door when you come over later. And Nuonuo, class is over. Zhou Qingyue dawdled and waited until it was just her and Li Honghong in the class. There was a huge shift in attitude all of a sudden. Coldly, he said, Honghong, let's not be together from now on. Ah, what did you say? Li Honghong froze. Zhou Qingyue said seriously. What Jiangsu said earlier. I think it makes sense. Honghong, if you really take me as a friend, then you should fulfill me. I'll remember you. And when I get married to Jiangsu in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Li Honghong was stunned. No, what makes you so sure he's not lying to you? Zhou Qingyue had been thinking about this matter all this class. She felt that Kongwook was right. How could he suddenly have such a drastic change in attitude when he was such a good girl? It must be because Li Honghong didn't run away. So she said with a resolute attitude, he has no reason to deceive me. Let's just leave it like this. From now on, no matter whether it's after school or going to the cafeteria, we'll be separated. Don't come with me again. We can't let Kongwook get the wrong idea. With that, he grabbed his book bag and left. Li Honghong's silver teeth clenched as she gave a forceful whack on the table. Damn it, Jiangsu. It's all because of you bastard. I won't let you go. At the entrance of the school, Junyu waited patiently for the figure that had haunted her. Subconsciously, he touched his book bag. In order to salvage the bad impression left on Nuonuo this morning, he spent several sessions putting together a study packet that covered all the courses in immense detail. It was precious, something he was proud of. Thinking, after giving such a precious gift, and Nuonuo should not be angry with herself anymore, right? Just waiting left and right, but not waiting for a Nuonuo. Junyu was puzzled in her mind. Could it be that she's on duty today? No, he had inquired himself. Her duty day was not today. It looked like the school was about to close. Junyu ran back to school and went to Nuonuo's classroom. It's all locked up. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? I didn't see her come out. At exactly this time, and Nuonuo's homeroom teacher left from the office. Junyu had long ago poked around everything about Nuonuo and naturally knew who her homeroom teacher was. So he rushed over to inquire. Hello teacher, I'm Nuonuo's friend. Doesn't she have class this afternoon? Oh, she's not feeling well and went home first for her last class. Junyu. At the moment, he felt like the word clown was clearly engraved on his brain. Kongwook, it must be that bitch. Junyu reacted furiously and asked again. Teacher, did Jiangsu also take a leave of absence? Yes. Junyu's teeth clenched. He knew he'd been put on the spot. That guy is just not human. Making himself wait here for so long for nothing. The resentment generated in his heart at this moment was enough to feed several evil-sword immortals. Li Yuanwan came back when Jiangsu brought the food over. She's obviously in much better shape. It's supposed to be that Amphion made money and the bottom line got bigger. After knowing the reason why Jiangsu delivered the meal, Li Yuanwan's favorability towards him once again rose to a new level. Auntie, I've prepared yours too. Try my handiwork. Don't mind. Li Yuanwan smiled from ear to ear. Xiao Sua, you are really excellent. Any girl who marries you in the future will definitely be happy. Kongwook scratched his head and pretended to be shy. Not really. Li Yuanwan is a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. And the more she looks at him, the more she likes him. I can't wait to get my own daughter to legal age now and get a license. Auntie, is Nuonuo up yet? Not yet. Go get her. That's not good. A girl's room. Jiangsu had a difficult look on his face. But inwardly, he was hoping that Li Yuanwan would say that it would matter. In that case, one goes in reluctantly. Maybe even be able to see some of the scenes to be mosaicked. It was only a pity that Li Yuanwan thought for a moment. You have a point. Then it's better for me to go. Kongwook. No, Auntie, why don't you follow the rules? Couldn't you hold out a little longer? A little more persistence and I'll say yes And Nuonuo got up in a daze. Sleepy eyes and hair a little disheveled. Walking left and right like a little penguin is so cute it's foul. When he finished eating, Jiangsu said to Nuonuo, I'll give you tutoring. There are still 2 days left, so I guarantee that you'll be able to take your strength to the next level. The young girl pursed her lips and timidly said thank you. Li Yuanwan looked in her eyes, so she said with a smile, "You guys go study. Don't worry about me. How about going to my bedroom?" And Nua suggested, still a little embarrassed. "Okay, let's go." Jiangsu nodded without hesitation, fearful that I would be reserved and then there would be no more. And Nuo, her bedroom wasn't much different from the last time she'd been here. Just came in and smelled a particular aroma. It was the scent of a young girl's body, fragrant and captivating. The two men sat at their desks. Since the desk is relatively small, it is inevitable that bodies are touching a little. Boys and girls. At this age, the slightest touch with the opposite sex will produce a great reaction. The young girl's face, again, climbed up a touch of red. With the two in close proximity, she could easily feel the heat radiating from the body of the boy next to her. Searing and intense. The body, all of it, was a little weak. The pen in his hand nearly fell off. Jiangsu was also a bit distracted, but quickly stabilized his mind. There's no rush. Take your time. Let's start by making sure that Nuonua's grade-level results can be stabilized at second place. When the time came that he himself would be at the top and Nuonua would be at the bottom, it would be a good story. The time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Kongwook stopped. And Nuonua is getting better at understanding now. Basically explain it once and she'll learn it. As long as you play normally, this final exam, not to mention the grade ranking. As far as class rankings go, top 10 is not much of a problem. Alright, that's it for today. I'll leave first. Jiangsu stood up and said, "Thanks." And Nuonua looked at the boy in front of her with bright eyes. "I'll give you a ride." She made up her mind that she would have to repay him properly in the future. "No, you get an early night. I'm off." Kongwook walked to the door and stopped again. "By the way, I have something for you." Morning. It's still the same three-way intersection. When Jiangsu arrived, and Nuonua didn't come. But then Junyue arrived. Both men saw each other and mentally said bad luck. Then another cold grunt, while turning his face away. Neither wants to see the other. In less than 2 minutes, and Nuonua arrived. "Good morning, Brother Jiang." "Brother Junyue." And Nuonua's voice was crisp and soft. Both boys' bodies crisped up at the sound of it. Jiangsu couldn't help but think of something. This sound is to be used in some specific situations. Wouldn't that instantly have your combat power? I could tell by the sound of her voice that the cold was all better. Youngyue flashed his big sunny boy smile. "Take out your study materials from your book bag." Handing it to a Nuonuo. "Nah, this is all my learning experience, problem-solving methods and such. You take it in the next couple of days to have time to take a good look at it. It's definitely going to give you a big boost. I'm sure I can get a good grade out of this final." Kongwook said lightly. "I don't feel the need." Junyue tit for tat. "Of course you think it doesn't matter if you get good grades. Nuonua still needs it." Kongwook, there's no need for her to read all this study material you're giving her, because last night, I gave her mine. This wave, call me a prejudgment of your prejudgment. Junyue was a bit offended. "It's your business if you give that. It's my business if I do." Kongwook, a secret martial arts book of the world's greatest master, putting it together with a 10,000-year-old's martial arts secrets. What do you think people will choose? Those words directly broke Junyue's defense. His face flushed red. For a moment, I didn't know what to say in retort. The mind spat madly. Kongwook grew up eating knives. How come every word hurts so much? It's too kunhachi. Sensing the smell of gunpowder between the two men was a bit strong. And Nuonua hurriedly gathered this study material. A word of thanks to Junyue. Indicate that you will definitely watch it. Junyue was in a more comfortable mood then. On the way to school, Junyue secretly made up her mind. There are still a few days left, so make sure you study like crazy. And then in the middle of this final exam, he finished first in his grade. Thoroughly suppressed the arrogant flames under Jiangsu. Coming to the classroom, Jiangsu glanced at Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong. Neither of them spoke. One was looking at a book and the other wasn't sure what he was writing. Usually you can see the two of them yakking away as soon as you come in. Jiangsu was instantly happy. It seems that Zhou Qingyue really did what she said. Noticing someone coming in, Li Honghong and Zhou Qingyue raised their heads at the same time. Only the way the two looked at Jiangsu was completely different. One is indignant, the other is elated. As Jiangsu passes by, Zhou Qingyue greets her with a heart full of joy. However, Jiangsu simply ignored her and treated it as if he hadn't heard her. "Jiangsu," Zhou Qingyue called out again, increasing her voice. Jiangsu paused, his tone cold. "Something wrong?" Zhou Qingyue, "Let's eat together at noon," was going to say no, but on second thought, if I refuse now, they'll both probably be fine again. Together, these two crouching dragon phoenixes love to make things happen. So it was a nod. Yes. With that, he sat back in his seat. Zhou Qingyue's heart burst with ecstasy. It turned out that Jiang Su hadn't lied to himself. The reason why he had treated himself like that earlier was entirely because of Li Honghong. In an instant, Zhou Qingyue's dissatisfaction with her reached a peak. Swear you'll never hang out with her again. Hearing this, and Nua asked in a small voice, are you going to make up with her? The corners of Jiang Su's mouth rose. Guess? And Nua shook her head. I can't guess. Kamwook smiled and didn't say anything, and Nua was reading with her head down, but her mind didn't know where it had drifted to. The time was fast approaching noon. As soon as school was over, Zhou Qingyue ran over, with a flinty face. Let's go eat. Kamwook, I used to be the one to fetch food for you. Today, it's up to you to fetch me a meal for once and bring it to me in the classroom. Play more. Oh, okay, wait for me. Zhou Qingyue glanced at Nua, and then ran off to get some food with a happy heart. She thought that Nua, a substitute for herself, was about to be abandoned, and Nua felt a little lost. Silently, he put his things away, and was going to get up and go get his dinner. Kamwook pressed her straight down. What are you doing? Go to the dining hall to eat. Didn't I already ask Zhou Qingyue to fight just now? Ha, and Nua didn't get it. Didn't I just tell him to call for a bigger portion? Enough for the two of us. That's not good, is it? And Nua hesitated. Kamwook felt he needed to explain to her. Or else you think you're a bully who likes to bully girls. So he told the past between him and Zhou Qingyue. After hearing this, and Nua's pink fists clenched. One face puffed out. How could she do this to you? Jiang Su shrugged. It was me who was ignorant in the past, but I made it very clear to her all the way back there to leave me alone. Since she had to provoke me, it's only natural to teach her a little lesson. And Nua nodded. Well, it should be. She was naive, but good enough to tell the difference. That would make the meal a peace of mind for her. Think of it as taking it out on the table. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Qingyue returned. She came running 8 times, panting slightly and dripping with fragrant sweat. A few strands of hair stuck to his face, placing the rice in front of Jiang Su with a pouty face. I don't know what you like. I typed one of each dish. Aha. Jiang Su nodded. Okay, go get busy. Eat together. She put her share on the table as well. Kamwook ignored her. Divide out half of the meal to Nwono. Break the disposable chopsticks again. The smile on Zhou Qingyue's face disappeared. Why did you give it to her? Kamwook, is this meal for me? No? Zhou Qingyue, yeah. Kamwook, since it was given to me, it's mine. I can give it to whoever I want. What do you care? Seeing how cold Jiang Su's tone was, Zhou Qingyue instantly reacted. Eyes red. Even more so. With a surge of indignation. You're playing me on purpose. Kamwook, well, yes. It's a taste I haven't felt much before. You asshole. I hate you and will never forgive you again in my life. Zhou Qingyue broke down in tears. Covering her face, she fled the classroom. Jiang Su had no fluctuations within his heart. There was only one thought. That means I hope you do what you say you're going to do and never talk to me again. Zhou Qingyue, who ran outside the classroom, unexpectedly ran into Li Honghong. She ran up to her, incredibly aggravated, and said, Red, I've been lied to. Li Honghong froze for a moment, then asked what was going on. Zhou Qingyue then told the story of what happened. After hearing this, Li Honghong laughed out loud. Zhou Qingyue, you just deserve it. Who made you such a bad person? Shaking her hand off with all his might, Li Honghong said coldly, for someone like you, you deserve to have no friends for the rest of your life. After saying that, he left. Zhou Qingyue was in tears, squatting on the ground. He cried unusually. It felt as if she had been abandoned by the whole world and everyone was bullying her. But don't think about it. The reason why she had gotten to this point was entirely of her own making. At this time, in the dining hall, Junue blinked her slightly sore eyes. He sat where he could see both doors. But after such a long time, there was no sign of a Nuonuo. Many of my classmates left after dinner. An unpleasant thought arose in Junyue's mind. It can't be Kamwook, that old six, doing something wrong again, right? He had been trying to find a chance to get closer to a Nuonuo by all means. It's just that lately it keeps getting ruined by Kamwook. Junyue's guess was correct. At noon, Jiangsu told Zhou Qingyue to go and fight for food. But there is also a layer of meaning in avoiding Junyue. It can only be said that the devil is 1 foot tall and the road is 10 feet tall. Junyu, this youngster, wants to grab a sister with Jiangsu, but he is still tender. The classroom stayed for half of the day today. The more you get to the time when you have to take the test, the more it is. By the time the teacher said it was okay to dismiss, it was after 5. The big guys swarmed out. Even the usually fun-loving Fu Yanjie has been grasping the review in the past 2 days, mostly because his dad gave a bounty. A $5,000 bonus is given for any total score over 300. In the whole year, it was probably only Jiang-Soo who had the easiest time, because he now recalls most of the questions from his final exam at the time. Downstairs, Jiang-Soo pulled a Nuonyuo who was going to the parking space. Don't rush back first. I'll take you to a place to relax. Ha, going somewhere. Just follow me. Kong-wook led her to the back of the school. Beyond the fence is a patch of mango trees. These were planted by the school and are now largely ripe. However, for fear of something happening to the students up in the tree, so there was a door, and it was sealed. The top of the fence, too, got a layer of broken glass to prevent anyone from going over it. However, Jiang-Soo knew that there was a place to go through. He came to the far left corner. There's quite a bit of weed growing here. He ruffled the weeds. The whole wall looks as one. In fact, some of it has been destroyed by former seniors. As for how Jiang-Soo knew, it was naturally because of his cousin Chenmi. She was in this school back in the day, and was a bit of a ringleader. When she left the school, she told Kong-wook the secret. With a little force, Jiang-Soo pulled out a brick. Form a hole that you can bend down and get into. And Nuonyuo was stunned and whispered, "We are tantamount to destroying school property. It's not good, right? Kong-wook, as long as we restore it later, it won't be considered vandalism." It made so much sense that a Nuonyuo couldn't refute it. At Kong-wook's urging, she followed suit and dug in. It's intense. She's always been the good girl who follows the rules. This behavior still seemed a bit over the top to her. Deep down, however, it felt a little exciting. Why is it that you can often hear about some good-looking, good-schooled girl being gotten by some yellowhorn? It's about being able to bring people very different feelings as well as emotional value. Through the high fence, the aroma of ripe mangoes hit my nose. There were quite a few ripe ones falling to the ground. Kong-wook looked up, picked a mango tree and climbed up, and Nuonyuo exclaimed from the bottom, "Be careful, crawl to the end on your hands and knees, pack a ripe mango into your book bag." It didn't take long to fill up. Kong-wook climbed down, taking out one. He peeled the skin and handed it to a Nuonyuo. "Taste it. Is it sweet?" "So sweet." The young girl's eyes glowed and her willowy eyebrows rose. It was a sign that she was in a happy mood. Jiang-Soo also tasted one. "Well, things that don't cost money are delicious. I'll pick it too." The young girl became interested and ran over to some shorter trees. There were some mango-laden branches pressed down. All she had to do was tiptoe a little and she was able to get it. Picking is not fun. Kong-wook looked at the time. It's almost 6 o'clock. I thought to myself, that guy, Jun-Yue, should be gone. Aha! It's another plot against Grand Hyatt. In the meantime, Jun-Yue, the big bully, waited at the school gate for most of an hour. Again, there was no sign of a Nuonyuo. So once again, he ran to a Nuonyuo's classroom in a hurry. One look, and the person wasn't there, and it blew up on the spot. It just so happens that once again, you see a Nuonyuo's homeroom teacher? Ask her if a Nuonyuo took another day off today. The homeroom teacher said no. Classes start and end normally. Now Jun-Yue was confused. Is there a back door to the school? Finally, he went back with a stomach full of incomprehension and lost his mind. He had just gone back not long before Jiang-Soo and Nuonyuo came out. Both were clutching their books in their arms, their book bags filled with mangoes, partly cooked, partly half-cooked. The young girl bounced around, her ponytail swishing, letting out a series of silver bell-like laughter. "When the exams are over the day after tomorrow, let's keep coming, okay?" Mainly because Jiang-Soo just told her that basically no one comes to pick these mangoes. Every year it just falls to the ground and goes to waste. The young girl felt rather sorry for herself. There are so many mangoes. It's okay to pick them for yourself or take them to sell. Of course, but Kong-wook looked around. This is a secret between the two of us. You can't tell anyone. Otherwise, if the teacher finds out, neither you nor I will have a good time. Including that Jun-Yue brother of yours can't reveal a single thing. Got it? Yeah, I know. On the way back, Jiang-Soo added, "Tomorrow we'll take a different road. There's a great lamb noodle place on that road. I'll take you there." After a Nuonyuo bought the watch for Kong-wook, she didn't have a penny left on her. Shy of money, he shook his head and said no. "Kong-wook, the owner of that store has a good mouth. Candidates who go for noodles get his blessings and have a high probability of getting good grades. You bought me a watch last time. I'll just buy you a noodle dinner. It's only a few bucks, so don't feel bad about it. I have a money-making scheme I need your help with when summer vacation rolls around." Jiang-Soo said so before and Nuonyuo agreed. The corners of Jiang-Soo's mouth revealed a hint of a conspiratorial smile. In the meantime, Jun-Yue, who had just returned home, suddenly sneezed, feeling a bit uncomfortable, a sense of being counted on. Come home and finish up everything. At 8 o'clock, Kong-wook clicked away at the keyboard for another 2 hours. Then he sent all the manuscripts. totaling 55,000 words in the past few days. To Lin-nan, national capital. Inside some bachelor pad, came a scream. Someone sent more than 50,000 words of manuscript in one go, and directly this beautiful deputy editor-in-chief was satiated. The next day, Jiangsu purposely set out a few minutes before and arrived at the door of the Nuonyuo's house. Then she was seen feeding Quinn in the yard. I guess teenage girls get up this early every day? Looking at the young girl's back, Kong-wook stroked his chin and pondered. This domesticated kunai must be delicious. Ah, what brings you here? And Nuonyuo, who had just turned around, saw Jiangsu appear in front of the courtyard. Taken aback, Jiangsu said smilingly, I got up a little early today. Don't mind me. Go about your business. It's still early. I'm good. Right away. And Nuonyuo went to wash the handles, then carried her school bag and pushed the cart out. The young girl is no longer hunched over like she used to be. The whole person seemed a lot more confident. When I came to the lamb store, it was quite crowded. You can smell the rich aroma from outside the stall. Jiangsu shouted towards the boss. 2 large bowls of lamb noodles. More lamb and less noodles. It's you, bunny. The boss laughed and scolded. Why don't you say simply put mutton on all of them for you? Kong-wook, it's not impossible. Boss, get out. The two found a place to sit, and Nuonyuo asked, do you know the boss well? It was okay, we used to play chess together. It's just that he's not very skilled and he's always a trickster. One time when he was so desperate to lose, he actually said he wanted to call me his big brother. Begged me to let him win one. And Nuonyuo covered her mouth and laughed lightly. When 2 bowls full of lamb noodles were placed down, the boss glared at Jiangsu with a bad face. You kid, stop talking nonsense. Old me is very good at chess. Which time didn't it kill you and leave you in a state of disrepair? Begging for mercy? Kong-wook had wanted to properly reveal his old self. But once you see the lamb on the 2 bowls of lamb noodles, it's at least half as much as the other customers. Immediately, he said with a joyful smile, yes, yes, yes. The boss's world is unrivaled. Just now it was my nonsense. There's no way around it. He's giving too much. Humph. Good to know. The boss was satisfied. Looking at Nuonyuo again, he said, little girl, this is the first time this kid has brought a girl here. He's a bit thick-skinned for a man though. There are good points outside of being a little shameless, a little horny, and not as good looking as me. It's nice to be a boyfriend. Boss, you misunderstood. We are just friends. And Nuonyuo hurriedly explained. I get it. I get it. The boss had an expression of I've already seen through everything. And Nuonyuo was anxious. And Nuonyuo wanted to explain further. But the boss had already gone to greet the other customers. Jiangsu's heart was happy. That's the kind of thing he's certainly not going to explain. Pick up the chili sauce on the table and open it. Pouring a little into a Nuonyuo, this is the boss's own. Fragrant and spicy. Combined with the lamb, you'll definitely never forget what you ate. And Nuonyuo picked up a piece of mutton, opened her delicate pink lips and brought it into her mouth. Next, yummy. The young girl's eyes brightened. So that's what mutton tastes like. It was the first time she had ever eaten lamb in her entire life. Immediately loved the flavor. Jiangsu smiled, didn't say anything, and also buried his head and ate a bowl of spicy, numbing and aromatic lamb noodles. Drinking it with the soup awakens the whole body. And Nuonyuo was even sweating from eating. Kong-wook grabbed a tissue and wiped her off. This slightly intimate gesture caused the young girl's neck to shrink. Smoke and mirrors. Kong-wook pretended that nothing happened. Let's go. Oh, the two rode on, heading for school. By the way, will brother Junyue be waiting for me over there? Having just walked out of the noodle stall, and Nuonyuo suddenly thought of Junyue. She then felt as if something had slipped her mind since morning. Now it's finally coming back to me. Jiangsu, he is not a 3-year-old child. See, the people are not there. Then go on their own. Couldn't we have just waited there? How lackadaisical does that have to be? And Nuonyuo thought about it. What the young girl doesn't know is this. It's actually more time consuming for Grand Hyatt to go this route. And the other side. Junyue waited for half a day at the 3-way intersection and never saw Nuonyuo's figure. It's getting urgent. Because if we don't go, we're going to be late. Why is Nuonyuo so late today? Did she oversleep? No. Junyue snapped out of it. And Nuono didn't come today. But the dastardly fellow who was always on top of him was nowhere to be seen. Junyue unleashed her clever brain. Figured it out pretty quickly. It must be that shameless man, Jiangsu, who doesn't know what he said to a Nuonyuo. Jean changed her route to the school and let herself be pounced upon. After figuring this out, Junyue was furious. Ranging up to the sky, he roared, "Old thief Jiangsu, I'm at loggerheads with you. Today is the last day of finals. All teachers don't teach. It's the constant handing out of various test papers that you have to keep doing and doing and doing. Of course, dragging the class is a sure thing. But when it came to the last class of the afternoon, the biology teacher showed mercy and let everyone out on time. Everyone rushed out in a flurry, fearful that the biology teacher will backtrack. Kang-wook wouldn't be able to think of any way to circumvent Junhye today, but it's acceptable to let him tag along once in a while. But what he didn't expect was that Junhye didn't show up at the school entrance. And at this moment, Junhye was sitting inside the classroom with a desperate look on her face. The teacher said, "Classes don't end until at least 5:30 today. My Manhwa, I can't see you again." If it weren't for the occasion, he wanted to look up to the sky and yell, "God, please don't fuck with me." Back home, Jung-soo was still busy around 8 o'clock, and then proceeded to code. Finals were stressful for everyone else, but he didn't put much stock in them, waiting to get busy until 10 o'clock to get 6,000 words done again. Just save the draft and get to bed on time. On the other hand, Junhye was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The more I think back on what happened in the last few days, the angrier I get. How many days had it been since he himself had seen in Manhwa? How could I not be satisfied until I had seen the young girl once? So with a clear conscience, he set an alarm for 5 o'clock, thinking to myself that I'm so early this time, there's no way I won't see her again, right? As soon as the alarm clock went off at 5 o'clock, Junhye immediately got up. Brush your teeth and wash your face, then put on your backpack and quietly leave the house. Come to the door of Manhwa's house. Looking at the door to the yard, he giggled. Then, just crouch under the corner, hands on knees. A cold wind blew, swirling the leaves on the ground, flew past him. Junhye felt as if the leaves formed two letters, S, B. Today, and Manhwa woke up 10 minutes later than usual. This is what Kang-wook told her yesterday when she came back from school. The more critical it is, the more important it is to get enough sleep. It's the only way to be able to fully realize your strengths. Wash up, and Manhwa fried the leftovers from last night. Eat and then head out. Just locked the door. As soon as she turned around, she saw a man crouching on the corner, startling her. The screams woke up Junhye as well. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw Manhwa. Hurriedly, he stood up and giggled. Manhwa, good morning. He also had a few leaves on top of his head, as well as some white stuff. It was a gift left behind by a flock of swallows that flew over his head in the morning. In fact, Manhwa's mom left the house at 6 o'clock. She left in a hurry, though, plus it wasn't particularly bright at that moment, so he wasn't noticed. And Manhwa was shocked. Brother Junhye, why are you here? It's not because I saw that you didn't show up for the past 2 days and thought you weren't feeling well. So, it's a little early in the day to check on you. No, I'm fine. And Manhwa said, Brother Junhye, do you want to go wash your hair? Why are you washing your hair? Junhye had a puzzled look on her face. Because, a few moments later, a scream cut through the air. Junhye wanted to cry. He realized it seemed like it was after he met Kang-wook. One becomes very unlucky. It's hard to do anything right. Use the water from Manhwa's house and wash your head. One look at the time and it's about to be late. The two got on their bikes and flew. At the three-way intersection, there was no Jiang-soo, and Manhwa was a little disappointed. Kang-wook waited over here until he was about to be late for school and left on his own. Although it is like in Manhwa to chase her down, but it's not going to be bottomless giving. There's no point. There was no way he could give up his aura of being first in his grade just to wait for her. A minute before class started, and Manhwa hurriedly ran into the classroom. Take a big breath. Kang-wook asks her why she's so late today, and Manhwa then told what happened in the morning. After hearing this, Jiang-soo burst out laughing on the spot. Junhye, you're a real talent. Could this be driving himself crazy? Jiang-soo wasn't in Manhwa, a silly girl, and didn't have half a doubt about Junhye's statement. Waiting to fall asleep, which is certainly not 10 or 20 minutes early. Couldn't it be that this kid, he's been here since 5 o'clock? It's amazing how hard you work to chase a girl. Isn't that a proper big lick? But I can't stop laughing when I think about how I used to seem even more outrageous. Start the exam. Everyone's desks were cleared. Then the positions are spaced apart. There are 2 invigilators. This high school that Jiang-soo attends is the best in Jiangcheng. It is also the most stringent. There is a bonus for good grades on the final exam this semester. Quite a few, I'm told. The first test is in the language. The questions were all pretty easy for Kang-wook. The essay question made Kang-wook freeze. Write an essay of 800 words or more on the topic my father. Kang-wook. At once, Jiang-soo had many images in his head. When I was a child, I always wanted stars in the sky, so my father gave me a few stars on his shoulder, which I later realized was a responsibility. It was only when I grew up that I realized that the lamp in my father's study illuminated not just the room, but the city's guiding light. When I was a child playing chess with my father always thought twice. When I grew up, I realized that my father was not only thinking about the game of chess, but also about the development plan of the province. Shaking his head, he banished the strange thoughts from his mind. Jiangsu put pen to paper. Finals are 2 days long. 2 exams in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Languages and physics in the morning. It wasn't half as difficult for Jiangsu. After 2 exams, some students ran away from school. Their moms and dads would bring food over. Jiangsu and Nuonyua's parents didn't come. Kongwook because his mom and dad are confident in him and don't see the need for it. Li Wanwan is also because of Kongwook. During this period of time, he tutored in Nuonyua's homework for her, and her grades improved a lot. Took good care of her too, so it's just very reassuring. On the way to the dining hall, Jiangsu looked at Nuonyuo. How did you do on the exam? It shouldn't be too much of a problem. I think it's all pretty easy. Well, that's good. Come to the dining hall. Both of them hit a full meal. Last night Li Yuanwan gave her $200. Said he didn't need to save so much now that his family was well off. Anfeng sold the second batch and made another few tens of thousands of dollars. Then it came with a 4 or 5 hand van. It'll be back tonight. Waiting to ship another batch out tomorrow. Nuo, how did you do on the test? The two just sat down. Jun Dogpatchue, too, sat over. With a concerned face, he looked at Nuo. All the questions were able to be answered, so it should be pretty good. What about you, brother Junyue? Junyu blushed a little unnaturally. I can certainly answer all the questions as well. Only one thing he didn't say. Just for getting up too early this morning. So it caused him to be a bit mentally unfocused during the exam. Got the 2 topics mixed up. That's 2 big points. It was only when the exam was over that Junyue reacted. Only it's too late. Something so humiliating. Naturally, it's impossible to say it in front of the girl you like. Kongwook ate his meal and ignored him. Junyue also had no intention of talking to Jiangsu. He was sick of the man. By the afternoon of the second day, all the gates were all taken. Just come by in a couple days to pick up your transcripts. After the test, the homeroom teacher came over and said, everyone has been studying hard for a while now. We still have some money left from the class. Tomorrow night, we'll all go singing. Everyone meets together at 5 o'clock in front of the school. If it's not enough, I'll pay for it. The class was abuzz with the words. Jiangsu poked in Nuonyuo's arm. Come on, let's go pick mangoes. Good. The young girl's eyes lit up. I took several bags. Load up some more and go to the stall with mom tomorrow. Although Anphone is making a lot of money now. However, the young girl had long ago developed a habit of thrift and frugality. As soon as I have free time, I think about making more money on my own. No. Jiangsu shook his head. Don't sell these mangoes. I have other uses for them. Ha! The young girl tilted her head and looked at Kongwook in disbelief. Jiangsu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This crooked head kills with a hint of cuteness in its innocence and a hint of flirtation in its cuteness. It was a huge shock to Kongwook. Explosive kill. Gulp. Jiangsu's throat quirked and he couldn't help but swallow. This little ninny. Her unintentional movements possessed great killing power. It made Jiangsu couldn't help but stand in awe. There is no other way but to recite the name of Fu Yanjie 10 times in my heart. Don't tell me. It works. In a short while, Jiangsu felt that his entire body had become clear. This brother can handle it. Finished with the exams. Will you go to my house for an all-nighter tonight? Fu Yanjie walked over. Vomit. Kongwook burst into dry heaves. What's wrong with you? Fu Yanjie looked puzzled. Jiangsu shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking of disgusting things. No go. I'll be over there in a few days. Fu Yanjie looked at Nuonyuo on the side. Got it. Well, now that you have a sister, I'm out of favor and on my own. Jiangsu rushed away with Nuonyuo. Intuition told him that someone might kill the classroom. Sure enough, the two had just left less than 2 minutes before Junyue came running over. The first few times, he was assassinated by Jiangsu in various ways. This time, Junyue learned the hard way. Come straight to the classroom door and block it. I don't believe I can still get away. However, when he arrived at the classroom, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Where are the people? Where's my sticky? A certain person gritted his teeth. Jiangsu, I'm not done with you. Behind the school, Jiangsu urged. Don't pack fully cooked ones. They won't last a day before they go bad. Pack fully green or half green ones. Oh, okay. The young girl took 2 snakeskin bags and had fun picking them up. Most girls at this age are more facetious. A lot of girls wouldn't want to do something like this with a snakeskin bag. Been picking for an hour or so. 2 school bags, 2 snakeskin bags, both filled with mangoes. Add it all up, and it's estimated to be 130 pounds. 2 school bags for Nuonyuo to carry, one in front of the other. 2 snakeskin bags Jiangsu carried. 100 pounds or so is not easy to say, but it's not too difficult either. All these mangoes, put them in Kong-wook's house. It is too late today, so Jiang-soo will not send in Nuo. He has more things to do. Then he said to Nuo, tomorrow morning you come over to me, and brother will take you to make money. Yes, and Nuo nodded heavily. Kong-wook is the favorite. You can bring yourself to make money. Chunyu called at noon and said she was going to a friend's party in the evening and didn't have to cook for them. Kong-wook then went out to eat a little by himself. Then it was off to a couple of nearby internet cafes to hang out. And Nuo's house. Anfeng is back and Li Yuanwan is home. It's only been a while, and he's changed a lot. A full face and a feeling of confidence. Money is the hero's guts. This stuff, it's most nurturing. Good girl. How did the test go? Well, it's all pretty good, and we should get a good grade this time. Well then, this is for you. And Feng took out a pink wallet and handed it to Nuo. The wallet is a gift for you. It contains $2,000. It was mom and dad's uselessness that made you suffer in the past. From now on, you'll be at home, being a little princess. And Nuo was shocked. So much money? Li Yuanwan laughed. Your father has earned more than $100,000 from these 2 business trips. The family's debts, too, were paid off. Your father is going to buy the factory when it's all sold off. So take this money and you won't have to suffer anymore. Yeah, Ampon said. Your mom, I told her to stop working too. Just stay at home from now on and take care of you exclusively. The young girl looked at the pink wallet, and the 20 bills inside, and froze a little. Happiness, it came so fast. She was a little caught off guard. The first thing that came to mind was to treat Kong-wook to a good meal. Himself, earlier, had been indebted to him for so many favors. Go back to your bedroom. And Nuo looked at herself in the mirror. The haircut was old-fashioned and covered half of the face again. It led to 2 semesters of classes where no one in the class was expected to see what they really looked like. Before, she wasn't confident enough. Now she has changed a lot. Maybe, I should change my hair. There was no way to stifle the thought once it rose. And Nuo drew $100 from her purse and went out. Arriving at the nearby haircutting store, and Nuo said, please help me get my bangs cut and styled. The next day, and Nuo set out early to find Jiang-soo. It only made her uncomfortable. All along the way, there were a lot of people looking at her. Used to being left unattended, the whole thing was suddenly uncomfortable with so much attention. There were even a few bold ones that stopped her halfway down the street to ask for contact information. Frightened, she accelerated away in a hurry. Mr. Kong, I'm coming. Arriving at the door of Jiang-soo's house, and Nuo shouted at the top of her voice. The door opens. Chen Yu walked out. Went up to party last night so the hotel closed early and went to bed early. Just thought I'd get up early today and make breakfast for my son. You are? Chen Yu was shocked on the spot after seeing Nuo. Such a beautiful girl. I've only seen her in my life. When did his own son hook up with one of this caliber again? Followed closely by anger. He himself regarded Nuo as his future daughter-in-law. No other girl can. Chen Yu's killing intent was boiling, and 108 types of torture had already surfaced in his mind. Jiang-soo, who was coding in his bedroom, involuntarily shivered. Jiang-soo scratched his head. Strange, why is there a feeling of being targeted by a powerful creature? Auntie, I'm Nuo. Don't you recognize me? What? You're Nuo. Chen Yu's pupils dilated. The girl in front of her, who was so beautiful, so delicate, so fair-skinned, was it Nuo? Chen Yu's entire body was dumbfounded. The voice, though, she could still hear. After confirming again and again that this was indeed Nuo, Chen Yu's mouth was on the verge of smiling crookedly. So my future daughter-in-law, so beautiful, it's worthy of my son. He has a good eye. The early bet was successful. Immediately, he pulled Nuo into the living room. A flurry of concern crackled out. Have you had breakfast? Are you tired of biking? Is it hot? What kind of drink do you want? How are the exams? When are you going to have a baby? Ahem. Scratch that last one. And Nuo crossed her 2 small hands together. Coyly. Auntie's behavior was just too much that for her to know what to say in response. Too enthusiastic. Chen Yu was about to be overjoyed. He was already fond of Nuo. Now that he saw her real face, he was even more eager for his son to marry her on the spot. You're here to see Wook, aren't you? He's in the bedroom. Go in yourself. With that, he directly pulled Nuo to the door of Jiang-soo's room, then knocked gently on the door. Inside came Kong-wook's voice. The door is open, Mom. Chen Yu winked at her before running away, an anti-smile on her face, and Nuo hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly pushed open the door to the room. Next, she then covered her mouth, but still let out a scream, and Nuo's scream startled Jiang-soo. With a twist of his head, he saw a youthful, beautiful and invincible back. She wore the long white dress Kong Wook bought for her today. Just from the back view, it was flawless and immortal. What are you doing? Scaring me, Jiang Su said somewhat breathlessly. And Nua blushed. Why don't you wear clothes? No blouse, to be precise. Kong Wook, it's such a hot day. Don't all boys just wear shorts? And Nuo, you're being a hooligan. Jiang Su, sister, are you mistaken about one thing? This my house And Nuo, okay. She was the one who forgot about it in a moment of confusion. Still, she stomped her foot. Anyway, it's your fault, Kong Wook. Sure enough, even the prettiest, gentlest girl can be unreasonable at times. Kong Wook was speechless for a while, but he still put his top on. Okay, turn around. Only then did Nua slowly turn around. Jiang Su shook his head, got up violently and hallucinated? Fix your eyes again. Nest brown. And Nua. You. Now. It was Jiang Su's turn to be shocked and incoherent. At this very moment, presenting himself, it was a woman with skin like snow, bright eyes and teeth, gentle and sensual, black hair like a waterfall, and a graceful figure. The girl who combines all the best qualities. She doesn't have to do anything. Just standing there is a stunning picture. The shock caused by this sudden scene was too great for Jiang Su. Shocker, the female co-star actually did this behind my back. Seeing this appearance of Jiang Su, and Nua pinched her skirt a little unconfidently. Is it unattractive? Kong Wook came back to his senses. Take a step forward. Viewed at close range, the shock of Nuo's face was even greater. This time, under Jiang Su's constant feeding, it had gotten rid of malnutrition. A face filled with a healthy blood-red color. The cheeks are also fleshed out and look pink. Why did you suddenly think of changing your hairstyle? Kong Wook asked. Because, I want to make some changes that aren't pretty? There was a deep lack of confidence in his tone. Though a few guys had hit on her on the way here earlier, but a long period of lack of confidence doesn't turn around all at once. Originally, Jiang Su was planning to wait until he had chased Nuo into his hands, and then the thick bangs she has, but now she takes it upon herself to accomplish the change. Jiang Su was able to accept it even though it was a bit unexpected. Not so much as to say something against her will to get her back to the way she was before. Just smiled and said, very pretty, heavenly. I now announce that for the next 2 years, the high school sweetheart is all yours. Hearing this, and Nuo was relieved. As long as it's not ugly. As for what Jiang Su said about the school flower, she didn't care. It also feels impossible to get to that point. And Nua, whose seal was lifted, was too much of an eye-catcher. It made one's eyes want to just stick to him for 24 hours. It also took Jiang Su a great deal of perseverance to not sink into it. Wait here for me. After saying that, Jiang Su ran out, and Nua was a little unsure, then just dutifully stood still and waited. Although Nua was curious about Jiang Su's room, she was measured enough not to touch it. Though, not even sitting, just standing like that. When Kong Wook returns, he sees her still standing there. I can't help but wonder, you've been standing? And Nua nodded. Why don't you sit down? You didn't ask me to sit down. And isn't it rude to go and just sit around in someone else's room? Looking at her in this dumb and adorable manner, Jiang Su's heart rose with endless pity. This silly girl, she's so silly and cute. Couldn't help but rub her head harder. I was not satisfied until I had messed up her hair. What a stupid girl. With your IQ, you'll be cheated sooner or later. And Nuo beamed and argued in a small voice. I'm not stupid. Nah, put this on. A mask? What are you wearing that for? Temporarily. Seal up your face so that it doesn't interfere with making money later. And Nua had a question mark on her face. However, and Nua's best feature was that she was obedient. Or maybe it's obeying in front of Kong Wook. Without much questioning, and very nicely, he put the mask on. Then Kong Wook takes her away. Rode his bike to the food market. Boss, how do you sell pork? $9.50 a pound. I'll take 10 pounds. Will it be cheap? That'll be 20 cents per pound cheaper for you. Okay, thanks boss. Boss, how do you sell eggplant? Watching Jiang Su skillfully bargaining with the bosses of each stall, and Nuo was a little confused. Soon he was carrying quite a few dishes in his hands, and Nua finally couldn't help but ask what this was all about. Jiang Su laughed. Make boxed lunches and take them to an internet cafe to sell. This one had been on Kong Wook's mind for a couple weeks now. Cyber cafes are still at their peak right now. Business is unbelievable on weekdays. Even more so now that we're on summer vacation. Take a medium-sized internet cafe. 200 machines. Even if only 40 of those individuals order, that's a lot of money too. There are 5 or 6 internet cafes in the neighborhood, so you don't have to worry about business. At this time, not too many people were paying attention to this line of business. It could give him a head start on making a profit. Meet Jiangsu bought 10 pounds of pork and 15 pounds of corn meat, then some vegetables, peppers, etc. All together, it's a little short of $200. Then some disposable lunchboxes and chopsticks were bought. The two re-entered the house with a large bag. Then the two men went about their business. And Nuo washes, cuts and cooks vegetables. Kong-wook then takes the helm. 1 braised eggplant, 1 diced chicken with chile, 1 cucumber stir-fry, 1 scrambled egg with tomato, and 1 chili pepper stir-fry. Start by preparing 5 of them on the first day. And for soup, just make a simple seaweed and egg drop soup. When you're done, the rice is cooked. The two men began to pack. So many meals. 66 servings packed. 528 if they all sell. After costs, you can make $300 too. That makes a profit of over $3 on a fast food meal. Less than $10. Jiangsu then said to Nuo, starting today, you'll help me with my hands. $5 for every copy sold. Any questions? Don't. And Nuo shook her head. The cost, the venue, and the ideas are all yours. I'll just do a favor. I can't take much, just 20 cents. That's what makes this girl so stupid. Proactively minimize your interests. There are those big foam boxes inside the house. Get 2 of them and put the boxed lunches together. Discharge on 3 wheels. By the way, there's mango. Picked yesterday, 2 large snakeskin bags of mangoes. Kong-wook picked some of the cooked ones out. Departure. And Nuo sat on the back of the electric tricycle. Got her a little bench. The mask on his face covered most of his face. Only a pair of clear, translucent eyes were revealed. Come to the first internet cafe. It's also the same internet cafe that was the first to sell clothes last time. As it happens, the owner was there. Jiangsu took out a boxed lunch and walked in with a Nuo. Hello boss. It's you. The boss was still quite impressed with Jiangsu. Jiangsu smilingly handed over the boxed rice in his hand. Boss, I made this rice myself. How do you taste it? The owner was a little confused as to what Kong-wook wanted to do. Still opened the boxed lunch though. It's a fried egg with tomato and spicy chicken. The aroma is very strong. The owner's eyes lit up after he tasted it. Not bad. Great cooking. Kong-wook's cooking skills need no introduction. After all, he's been in the kitchen since he was a freshman. Only then did Jiangsu explain his intentions. Boss, what about my main purpose for coming over this time? It's about trying to help you increase your traffic and increase your competitiveness. Oh, the boss got interested. Expand on that. Boss, a lot of your people here get off the plane by noon to go eat, right? Yeah, right. Even if these people get off the plane, they will come back after dinner. But this back and forth was delayed by at least an hour. That's a lot of people. A lot of times. That's a lot of money. If there is a pretty boy who can provide ordering service at this time, let these people get to mealtime without having to get off the plane. Wouldn't the owner make more money then? Although internet cafes also sell drinks and snacks and such, but none of these things can top the hunger. It's impossible to eat every day. The owner's eyes lit up, and the reasoning did make sense. Why hadn't I thought of that myself before? The owner slapped his thigh, giving Jiangsu a thumbs up. Are all the students so powerful nowadays? Kong-wook said smilingly, a brain that hasn't been in the factory for long is better. The owner immediately said he was welcome to sell it in his internet cafe, but Jiangsu didn't start selling right away. Instead, he silently took out a contract and placed it in front of him. Boss, let's do things the right way. You can sign for me. The contract is simple. It's the next to the end of summer vacation. This internet cafe would only be able to let him sell on this side alone. If there are other businesses selling food over here, he needs to be compensated personally. This is also done to prevent internet cafe owners from seeing that there is no small profit in this business. Then he kicks Kong-wook out of the way and does it himself. Going forward he doesn't care. But this summer, the business in this area can only be his. Internet cafe owners don't really want to sign. You have to sign a contract to sell boxed lunches? So the 3-inch tongue was unleashed. Says it's not the first. Other internet cafes have signed up. If you don't sign it you're falling behind the others. Even went so far as to pull out a couple of contracts that had already been signed. The internet cafe owner was instantly anxious. Read through the contract to make sure there's nothing wrong, but made a request. That means Kong-wook can only sell boxed lunches to 2 internet cafes at most. More than that, he has no advantage. Kong-wook agreed in one bite. Jiangsu was thinking about signing 2 of his own. It's enough to get Noi to sign 2 more. The owner of this house probably wouldn't have thought that this teenager was such a chicken thief at such a young age. Once this side was done, the 2 brought in the boxed lunches and the mangoes. Kong-wook hugged the foam box and shouted, selling boxed lunches. Selling boxed lunches. Cheap and tasty boxed lunches. It's only $8 a box. Plus, another big mango on the first day of business. The shouting attracted a lot of attention. A customer who was about to get off the plane came to be interested. Asked, "What's it all about?" Kang-wook reported the dishes, and opened the box to show him. The rich scent wafted out all at once. The ones he opened were spicy. The scent wafted away extraordinarily quickly. This was also something that Jiang-soo had done on purpose. It's almost dinner time. This aromatic and spicy flavor is more likely to be able to arouse cravings. Then I'll have the spicy chicken with rice. $8 for a meal is not particularly cheap. But then add a mango the size of an adult's palm and it's a bargain. And there's a free soup. Give me one too. The scent attracts a lot of people who are fighting in front of their computers. Kang-wook looked away. It's basically playing Legends. There are a few that look like they're not bad hosts. And Nua was in charge of collecting the money on the side and then delivering the mangoes. This first internet cafe sold 22 copies. Then the two went to the next house and did as they were told. Sign 2 more. Sell the boxed lunches without a hitch. In the end, Jiang-soo left 2 servings for himself and Nuonuo to eat. The two of them found an unoccupied corner and squatted to eat. And Nuonuo also didn't have the usual girl's pettiness. Have a good meal. Only made about $12 a morning though. But she's happy now. The main thing is that you can learn a lot by following Jiang-soo. This tablemate always had all sorts of unusual ideas. She was in awe. Kang-wook finished his boxed lunch. Then he said to Nuonuo, "Today is the first time to sell. There are some places that are still not too skillful. Tomorrow will be much better. I'm going to sing at KTV in the afternoon, so I'll hold off on selling it for the afternoon." Tomorrow he plans to go to the food market and find a few regular vendors. Get the price cost a little lower. Jiang-soo then took out $13 and gave it to Nuonuo. "Thanks." And Nuonuo happily put the money away. Jiang-soo glanced down at Nuonuo's feet. Wore canvas shoes that were old. So he said to her, "It's time for you to get a new pair of shoes. Come on, let's go shoe shopping." Yeah. It was Jiang-soo's turn to be surprised. "You actually agreed so easily?" He'd thought it would take a lot of mental preparation. And Nuonuo told the truth. "Dad said he has earned more than $100,000 in this period of time. Just yesterday I was given $2,000 in allowance. After I'm done tomorrow, I'll treat you to dinner, okay?" Kang-wook was happy. It looks like Nuonuo is bittersweet. Naturally, he would not give up the opportunity to be able to spend time with Nuonuo. "Okay, let's go then." Jiang-soo rode an electric tricycle and took Nuonuo to Commercial Street. Only a girl like Nuonuo wouldn't care about other people's strange eyes and would be willing to sit behind an electric tricycle. If it was Joe Chingyue, I guess the slap would have already come over. On his way to Commercial Street, Kang-wook stopped by the post office to pick up his paycheck. He was contacted by Lin An yesterday. A bill for the first book. "You've got the money, but you've got to keep the list." On the way, Jiang-soo suddenly remembered a joke. "Question for you. How many years would it take to go through all the 12 zodiac signs?" And Nuonuo replied dully, "Isn't it 12 years? "Nope." Jiang-soo shook his head and hemmed and hawed. "It takes 13.5 years, because it takes 2.5 years after the year of the rooster." And Nuonuo? "Okay, this is a stunt that no one knows about yet. Even brother, who was only a few years out of his shell now, coming to the shopping street." And Nuonuo once again became the center of attention, despite the mask. But the figure is too topsy-turvy. It made Nuonuo all subconsciously hide behind Jiang-soo, lowered his head, and became an ostrich. The corners of Jiang-soo's mouth rose. This action meant that Nuonuo had, to a large extent, a high level of trust in herself. Subconsciously, he took Jiang-soo as someone he could rely on. Come to a place that specializes in shoes. Although Nuonuo is rich now, but also, just bought a pair of white board shorts that were on sale for $19.9. Kang-wook asked her to buy one more pair of running shoes, which she could use in gym class later. And Nuonuo followed Jiang-soo's advice. But there were no big name brands, and Level bought a pair of very ordinary running shoes for $30. Straight away, I changed into my newly purchased board shorts and fitted the old ones. The young girl couldn't throw it away and thought she could still wear it. "Why don't I buy you a pair of shoes too?" the young girl said, and without waiting for Kang-wook to answer, she pulled him into a shoe store that advertised Tubby Number 1. The shoes here are generally $100 or more. Kang-wook was a bit touched. She's petty with herself, but generous with Kang-wook. Such a nice girl. Kang-wook thought to himself. The only thing he could do was to marry her in the future and repay her properly. Kang-wook knew that if he refused, the young girl would definitely be sad. So it was a pair of white running shoes for $109, and Nuonuo paid the money with alacrity. Then the two would go home before walking together to meet up at school. "I guess it's almost 5 o'clock when I get to school. Chingyue, you're so awesome. You're practically my idol." On the way to the school, Lee Honghong held hands with Joe Chingyue. The two of them made up. The reason was that Lee Honghong knew that Joe Chingyue had signed up for storytelling. And the first one has already appeared in the latest edition of the story meeting. The location isn't particularly good though, but for a student, that's something to brag about. Li Honghong felt that he was honored to have such a beautiful writer. When you go out and brag to others, you have more confidence. Today's Zhou Qingyue was specially dressed up. A light blue, knee-covering skirt. It was a corseted skirt that showed off her voluminous waist. Her feet were wearing a pair of ladies' sandals, revealing her small white and tender feet. Despite the lack of makeup, it was still glamorous and youthful. Youth is the best makeup for a girl of this age. It also attracted a lot of attention along the way. Zhou Qingyue was pleased in her heart. However, on the face, it still pretends to be a cloudy look. It's average. It's just $10 for 1,000 words. In a month, it's only $400 or $500. Li Honghong was unusually envious. This is already very good. My mom's salary is less than $2,000 a month. You'll have to buy me more milk tea from now on. Zhou Qingyue said indifferently. No problem. Li Honghong turned her tone. Then if Jiangsu knew about it, he would definitely be impressed with you, and then go crazy on you again. The corner of Zhou Qingyue's mouth curled up, but when she thought of the various things that Jiangsu had done over this period of time, she was in a bad mood. Mental note. Even if Jiangsu came back to pursue himself, he would have to make him suffer a lot before he could do so. Also, it was necessary to make him ruthlessly humiliate Nuonuo in front of his own face to be able to eliminate the aggression he had suffered during this period of time. With that said, it was time to come to the front of the school. A number of students from the class have already arrived. After seeing Zhou Qingyue's outfit today, they all revealed a look of amazement. There were a couple of bold male students who ran over and made a big deal out of it. Zhou Qingyue was reserved on the surface, but in reality, she was actually enjoying this star-studded feeling inside. Big Mouth Li Honghong even brought out the latest version of storytelling. To tell you all a heavenly news, our great beauty Zhou Qingyue is now a contracted writer of Storytelling Club. And it's already published on it. Everyone was shocked at this statement. Oh my god. Really? No kidding? Come on, let me see. The shock of this event, among the high school community, is still huge. Zhou Qingyue nodded her head in a rather reserved manner. Just a lucky signing. Well, it's on the 15th page. It's called Campus Love Story. Pen name Youth Follows the Wind. Everyone flipped it over. And it was true. A female classmate said with a face full of admiration. Zhou, you're so powerful. You can actually be published on top of the Storytelling Club. Zhou Qingyue calmly said. It's average. Eyes, on the other hand, darted around, trying to find someone. It's just a shame that it hasn't been seen yet. All of a sudden Zhou Qingyue felt a bit tasteless. Another male student asked, how much can I get for this? All the students cast their eyes in concern. This is the one that everyone focuses on. Li Honghong answered the question for her. Not much, not much, $10 for 1,000 words. You can get $400 or $500 a month. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold skin. A lot of people don't even have $100 a month in pocket money. And someone else, Zhou Qingyue, is now earning $500 a month with her own hard work? At once, men adore and women worship. Zhou Qingyue's entire body floated. The surface struggled to maintain reserve. Inwardly, I was frantically screaming, don't stop, keep quoting. What are you guys talking about? The homeroom teacher came and rented 3 vans. Teacher, Zhou Qingyue signed up for storytelling, and published. You see, she's so awesome. The classroom teacher was stunned. Spinning around, he praised Zhou Qingyue. Not bad, awesome, keep up the good work. Well, thank you teacher. Everyone is almost here, right? Li Honghong looked around, and then said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Hey, there's only 2 people left who haven't come. Certain people really don't have any sense of time, making everyone wait. It's 4:50. Just be there at the allotted time. What are you yelling about here? Jiangsu's voice came without any semblance of politeness. This woman is a nuisance. Chewing the cud. Li Honghong turned her head angrily, but the next second, the whole thing froze in place. Not just her, but the rest of them as well. Eyes, all looking to the same place, the same person, to be precise. And Nuonuo. How had they ever seen a girl so watery and beautiful that it was hard to describe? Just by standing there quietly, he became the center of attention of the entire room. Zhou Qingyue paled in comparison, as if she were a sheep's fat jade versus an ordinary stone. Fu Yanjie tugged on Jiangsu's clothes with glowing eyes. Who is this sister? Quickly introduce her to the big guys, the boys in the class. Each and every one of them looked at Nuonuo with unblinking eyes, innocent with a hint of cuteness. Despite being only a sophomore in high school, the body was already well developed. What was once a head of yellowish hair due to malnutrition is now also soft and shiny. The whole person standing there, without needing to speak, was a stunning sight. Originally, Everyone's attention was on Jo Chingyue, but with the appearance of a Nuonuo, Jo Chingyue instantly stopped smelling good, and those female classmates, looking at a Nuonuo, couldn't even be jealous if they wanted to be, at least from the aspects of face value, temperament or body. It was to kill all the female students in the class. In the past, and Nuonuo was a little transparent in the class. That's a lot of stares coming at once. Immediately, he retreated behind Jiang Su, only poking out a small head. Jo Chingyue's gaze towards a Nuonuo was filled with jealousy and hostility. Originally, he himself was the center of attention. Once a Nuonuo came, he was nothing. Moreover, when did Kongwook have such an uncharacteristically beautiful girl by his side? And what's the relationship between them? The reaction of these people was expected by Jiang Su. He said smilingly, "Really? You guys don't recognize it after changing your vest? This is a Nuonuo." The words fell, and there was silence. Then there was a loud laugh. "No kidding. And Nuonuo doesn't match her at all, okay? If she's a Nuonuo, I'll call you dad." Jiang Su pulled a Nuonuo out from behind him. "Say hello to everyone. They're all classmates." "Hello everyone." And Nuonuo blushed and was a little anxious. As soon as a Nuonuo opened her mouth, the scene once again fell into a brief silence, followed by a complete blowout. "Holy shit, it's really a Nuonuo. You changed your head, didn't you? This is unbelievable." The ugly duckling, who was unattended in the class, was instantly transformed into a fairy. The shift is just too big. And the one who had the hardest time was none other than Li Honghong Jo Chingyue. These two people had always been hostile and looking down on a Nuonuo, thinking that a Nuonuo was just a bumpkin, not worthy of being compared to them. However, the truth gave them a hard time. This girl they had previously looked down on had amazed everyone. Even the homeroom teacher froze for a moment. Then with a smile, he said, "Come on, get in the car." Fu Yanjie hooked a hand around Jiang Su's neck. Viciously, he said, "Did you already know what a Nuonuo really looks like? And then it's an early move on her?" Jiang Su smiled without saying anything. "Damn, Jiang Su, you are really damned." Fu Yanjie's tone was filled with sourness. It was hard for Fu Yanjie to see such a beautiful girl beside his brother. "I'm afraid that my brother is having a hard time. And I'm afraid that my brother is driving a Land Rover." "Damn it!" Jo Chingyue stomped her foot vigorously. Li Honghong was indignant. What a woman with a deep heart. She must have spent the last year dressing up in dirt on purpose, just for the sake of making a spectacle of this scene today. How shameless. That's why people who are narrow-minded no matter what they look at. Jo Chingyue wasn't willing to have all of her limelight snatched away by a Nuonuo. Gave Li Honghong a look. She understood immediately. Walking up to Kongwook in front of him, raising the storytelling club in his hand. "You don't know yet, do you? But our Chingyue signed up with Storytelling Club. How about the fact that her work has already been published on here? That's impressive, isn't it?" Kongwook was expressionless. Oh, instead, it was a Nuonuo who had a face of adoration. So powerful. Jo Chingyue was very dissatisfied with Jiang Su's reaction. Looked carefully at the expression on his face. Attempted to see something in his face, but was disappointed. Jo Chingyue suspected that he was pretending. There wasn't much expression on his face. In fact, the heart has long worshipped itself. Yes, it must be. Didn't you see the look of adoration on the face of that native woman? Some people are like that. Ever so smug. Li Honghong added. In the entire high school, I guess there's only one like Chingyue who can sign up for the storytelling club. Talent is always going to be more important than looks. She's the pride of our class. Kongwook, won't you say a few words? Jo Chingyue couldn't help but straighten her back. Jiang Su was speechless for a while. Awesome, awesome. Hurry up and get in the car. Don't delay. With that, he turned around and hooked up with Fu Yanjie towards the van. Li Honghong skimmed her lips and said to Jo Chingyue, "He probably has low self-esteem now." The corners of Jo Chingyue's mouth rose. "Hey, Kongwook, you dropped your stuff." A male student walking behind Jiang Su saw a piece of paper fall out of his pants pocket. Curious, he picked it up and spread it out. Unconsciously, I read the OP. Manuscript bill. Kongwook, pen name, Years of Peace, June manuscript fee, 15,000 before taxes. Source works those years of miserable youth. Bulgaria? This male student's voice wasn't too low, and all of the guys heard it. There was a flurry of people gathered around. This one, the class has basically seen it. Placed 10 years later. This kind of story is very cliched and dog-eared, but in hindsight, it's still pretty bombastic. It's like when Doobie first came out. There's nothing that I've seen that I haven't swooned over. Unbeknownst to Kongwook himself, he had actually amassed a lot of fans. A large number of students gathered around. After seeing this draft bill, they all looked at Jiang Su with unbelievable gazes. Nested in a big brown. Years and years of pieces. Kongwook? I've always idolized him. Ah, I thought this was written by a middle-aged man. Oh my god, Jiang Su is actually so talented? If Zhou Qingyue had published at the storytelling conference, she had thrown a cannonball into the lake, then Kongwook is blowing up a mountain. Not at all in the same order of magnitude. What? Jiang Su is the year-old Onping? Zhou Qingyue's petite body shook, followed closely by a dash to get the draft bill in his hands. Oh look, there was a flash of light before his eyes, and then his face felt hot. As it turns out, Kongwook has also signed on to Storytellers, and it's a manuscript that pays for itself several times over. And they are not in the same league in terms of the popularity of the work. Funny how she still thinks she's so great. Jiang Su would definitely look at himself differently once he found out that he had signed up with Storytellers. Now it seems that he is properly a clown. Li Honghong was similarly subdued by the news. Ever since I watched this one, those years of miserable youth. She then becomes a fan of Kongwook's books. Often, I fantasize about how much of a handsome big brother the author is. Who knew it was right under his nose? She couldn't tell you how mixed her feelings were. Kongwook took in everyone's reactions. Then he patted Fu Yanjie, who was dumbfounded next to him. I seem to remember you saying something. If I had written those years of miserable youth, it would have been called Dad, and now it can be. Fu Yanjie detached himself from the thinking that his good brother is so awesome. How should I lick him in the future? Looking at Jiang Su, he blinked blankly. You're remembering it wrong. When did I say such a thing? Jiang Su shrugged. Okay, I was going to bring you along to make money. Righteous father is above. Please accept Yen Jie's bow. Jiang Su pulled in Nuonyuo into one of the vans. Let in Nuonyuo sit by the window seat, while Fu Yanjie sat next to Jiang Su. Many of the boys rushed into this car. One by one, they were courting Jiang Su. Brother Kong, look, you're so awesome. Eldest brother-in-law. From now on, Nuonyuo will be left to me to guard. Kong Wook Appa. Just agree to my marriage with Nuonyuo. Jiang Su raised his middle finger towards them. Get lost. Whoever dares to hit on my sister will have all 3 of his legs broken. Sure, it's just a couple of the naughtier, more active ones in the class that would joke about it like that. Most of the male students, at the sight of such a stunning girl as Nuonyuo, all of them did not dare to even take a second glance. Zhou Qingyue and Li Honghong were both lost in thought as they walked towards the other van. Mixed emotions. That's what they call being a bad influence. By the time they arrived at the KTV, and Nuonyuo was no longer nervous. Only a faint blush remained on his face. It looked as if it had been coated with a natural rouge powder. Naturally unadorned. The crowd got out of the car, and Nuonyuo naturally became the center of attention. Nothing can stop that kind of light that radiates from the inside out. Zhou Qingyue's face went pale for a moment. She lost, and it's the kind that loses. Now, she finally knew why Jiang Su had abandoned himself. The homeroom teacher booked a large private room. After going in, many people were the first to ask Nuonyuo what she was going to sing. This is a treatment that has never been done before, and Nuonyuo was a bit flattered and waved her hands, saying that she was in no hurry to sing. Jiang Su pulled in Nuonyuo to sit down on the side. You guys play yourselves. These little wall cubs are so close to having the words "I'm going to plot against you" written on their faces. And Nuonyuo leaned against the wall, with Jiang Su at her side, which gave her a great sense of security. Some of the more active ones in the class were already ghosting. Fu Yanjie came over. Righteous father, what was that wonderful plan you just said about making money? Kongwook then tells him about selling boxed lunches. In the future, Nuonyuo and I will be in charge of making them. Then you take them over and sell them, and for every one sold, I'll give you 50 cents. How's that? That's how Kongwook envisioned it at the beginning. I first opened the sales channel, and then mainly to pay Yanjie to do. He also had to find time to set up a studio. Then, see if you can make enough money to buy an office space this summer. Kongwook has never been much of a fan of renting an office space. It's always less secure when it's someone else's. Might as well buy your own and still appreciate in value later too. And to make enough money, it's definitely not enough to just sell boxed lunches. In the main, it still has to be written. This second installment will be finished in a few more days. Then, Kongwook will have to start the third installment. I go. You're really cow. This can be thought of, and still let you make it. Fu Yanjie gave Jiang Su a thumbs up. Then it said, you give me 20 cents more per boxed lunch and I'll help you with the cost. Jiang Su's eyes lit up. You have a doorway? That's natural. Fu Yanjie proudly said, that stall in the South Market. My families want to buy cheap and fresh ingredients. In a word, Kongwook was curious. Then why don't you go and help your dad for the summer? Wouldn't you make more money? Pay Yanjie face, my father said. In his hands under the work wages he draws water 90%. Too fucking black. Kongwook. Jiang Su shook his head. Alright, in that case, we can hire a few more people and expand the business. Originally, Jiangsu also just wanted to be on summer vacation. Just one more small way to make money. But since Fu Yanjie has a doorway, then naturally he will not let go of this opportunity. Seeing the two of them talking vigorously, and Nuonyuo couldn't help but join in as well. None of the three people noticed Zhou Qingyue's approach. She had wanted to invite Kongwook to sing and try to redeem herself a little more. Then the three of them were heard discussing how to make money. She looked at Kongwook's side face and froze. Kongwook is getting stranger and stranger in her eyes. It's getting mysterious. 2. At a time when everyone was just thinking about having fun, he was already scheming on how to make money. And it's written to be a bestseller. This boy she couldn't look at in the past had gotten away from her. Himself. There seemed to be no possibility of catching up. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer interactions between the two sides. At the thought of this, Zhou Qingyue's heart ached vaguely, and her face paled a few more points. She gave up her intention of inviting a song to Kongwook and returned to her place in a state of disorientation. The Jiangsu trio didn't notice Zhou Qingyue at all. After discussing it for a while, a detailed strategy was developed. The main purpose is to pay Yanjia outside, Jiangsu and Nuonyuo main inside. Fu Yanjie grinned. I hope that I can surpass my father in terms of wealth sooner rather than later. From now on it'll be my turn to smash money in his face with a bold, old man. Take it and spend it. Kongwook gave a thumbs up. What a great big son for your dad. I'd like to be the angel you love in a fairy tale. A beautiful voice came from Zhou Qingyue singing. She has a pretty good voice. The song, and the emotion with which she sang it, drew claps from the group. When the song was over, she bent down at the crowd. Sorry, I have some family business to attend to, so I'll see you later. With that, he put down his microphone and left. The moment he turned around, there were crystalline teardrops waving down. It's just that no one noticed because the room was rather dim. Hey, wait for me. Li Honghong chased after him. Kongwook snatched the two microphones with a quick eye. Give one to Nuonyuo. Let's sing a song. What do you want to sing? The young girl said timidly. I don't want to sing. Kongwook, no. You want to. So let's sing about mermaids. And Nuonyuo. Kongwook went to order a song and started. I'm drawing a circle on the beach, belonging to my two restful worlds. And then gave a Nuonyuo an encouraging look. And Nuonyuo took a deep breath and stood up as well. Singing along, belonging to my two comfortable worlds. The booth, all of a sudden, fell silent, quietly listening to the two duet. Except for Jiangsu, it was the first time everyone heard Nuonyuo sing. The voice was ethereal and euphonious. It's like a trickle of water that flows to the heart without even realizing it. The song is over. The big guys froze for a moment and then applauded. Fu Yanjie is even more coaxing. Kiss one. Kiss one. Kongwook gave him a leg up. Blind Jill is up in arms, not looking at what the occasion is. It would be more like it if there were fewer people. And Nuonyuo naturally blushed, and hurriedly dropped the microphone and curled up in the corner, becoming transparent. It was fun until 9 o'clock when the big guys left. When they got outside, there were quite a few teenage girls who asked Nuonyuo for a button, and Nuonyuo was a bit overwhelmed. She hadn't even registered her own button until now. When this is said, I'm afraid people won't believe it and will think she's high-strung. Jiangsu stood out to relieve her. I'll send it inside the group later. She can't remember her button. The young girl cast a grateful look towards Kongwook. Being around him is just full of security. Classroom teachers are responsible for getting everyone home safely. Kongwook made the car stop at a three-way intersection near his house. Goodbye, teacher. The three men walked side by side. Fu Yanjie saw a milk tea seller not far away, so he asked the two men what flavor they wanted and ran over to buy it. Jiangsu walked slowly with a Nuonyuo. The young girl was well-built and much better developed than her peers. It seems like it was during the time that Kongwook was feeding. I don't know if it's because of the earlier uproar of paying Yanjia at the KTV, but she still doesn't know how to talk to Jiangsu. The two men remained silent. Fu Yanjia quickly returned and handed over the milk tea. Then a tap on the head. I forgot something. Both men looked at him in unison. Fu Yanjie, our neighborhood more than 50 large and small internet cafes. My father has invested. So, we don't have to go from house to house tomorrow to sign contracts. All I have to do is say the word and sell boxed lunches at their place. Kongwook? And Nuonyuo? No. What's your situation here? Jiangsu's head was full of questions. What's your dad doing investing in so many internet cafes? Fu Yanjie scratched his head. Because my dad doesn't allow me to go online and invested in these internet cafes just to keep an eye on me. Kongwook, 6. Thou art a showman, and I am not equal to thee. And Nuonyuo asked in a small voice. Are all those internet cafe owners willing to invest in uncle? A lot of them don't want to. Fu Yanjie spread his hands. My dad said it at the time. If they don't invest in him, they'll open a bigger, fancier one next door to them. And, completely free of charge, it straight up bankrupts you. Anyway, It doesn't take much to open an internet cafe. And Nua, huh? Jiangsu opened his mouth, having countless grooves but not knowing how to spit them out. Finally, out of his mouth came the words, just how rich is your family? In his previous life, he also only knew that Fu Yinji's his father had 3 listed companies. As for the rest, it's unknown. I don't know. Fu Yinji's eyes exuded clear stupidity. My father usually cautions me to keep a low profile. No one must ever know that my family has money. Jiangsu does not want to talk to this dog. Not just a few stinking money? I don't have a lot at the moment for now, but my future wife has plenty. Jiangsu waved his hand with a look of disgust. Hurry up and get lost. Seeing you is distracting. Fu Yinjie heatedly smiled. Then I'm leaving. You guys can enjoy doing bad things. Kongwook throws a leg kick that he deftly avoids. Jiangsu looked at the young girl's uncomfortable appearance and smiled. He's joking. Don't mind it. Aha. Silence, dropping her off at home. Then, a big black rat scurried out in a mischievous manner. Both men were taken aback. Fixing my eyes, it was Junyue. Jiangsu directly gave him a kick. You're sick. Running out at night to scare people. Junyu ignored the footprints on her legs and looked at Inuonuo. And then, the whole thing was like a heavy blow. The Inuonuo who had lifted the seal, but anyone who was familiar with it and saw it for the first time, would be shocked severely. Although Junyu had by chance caught a glimpse of what Inuonuo really looked like, but it's not as visual as seeing it face to face right now. Brother Junyu, why are you here? Junyu returned to her senses, her little heart pounding. Somewhat stammered. I was waiting for you to get your contact information. He was so bitter in his heart. On the first day of summer vacation, I was going to look for Inuonuo. Who knew that when I came over early in the morning, Inuonuo was gone. Came by at noon. Still not there. By the end of the night, his stubborn streak was up. It had to wait until Inuonuo. I don't have a button, nor do I have a cell phone. Inuonuo softly said, Brother Junyu, have you been waiting long? No, just got here. Junyu smiled like a fool. The current Inuonuo is so good looking that she just can't get enough of it. Jiangsu was speechless for a while. This guy has the personality of a cow. He's persistent. It's more lickable than he used to be. Junyu added. Then let's go to the internet cafe together tomorrow, and I'll help you register a button. It's inconvenient without a buckle. And Inuonuo, thank you brother Junyu. Mr. John said he would help me register. Junyu then felt depressed. How to look at Jiangsu is not good. Why is this guy clinging to his sweetheart every day like a dog's paw? Undeterred, he asked again. So when are you going tomorrow? And can you bring me along too? He had to keep an eye on the future wife he had decided on. He couldn't be taken advantage of by this son of a bitch. Jiangsu. Ahem. Jiangsu coughed. I'm sorry, she's going to my house tomorrow. I have a computer at home. Junyu. He still wanted to say something, but Jiangsu had already pushed Inuonuo to the door of the house. Alright, it's too late. You hurry back to rest. Oh, then bye-bye Jiang. Bye-bye Junyu brother. Jiangsu waved his hand, and then he turned to leave. Only Junyu was left standing there alone, dumbfounded and unable to cry. Brother Junyu. Just as Junyu was planning to leave, and Inuonuo suddenly poked her head out again. Junyue's spirit was shaken. Rushing over, Nuo, is something wrong? And Nuo pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she still said, Brother Junyu, I just treat you like a big brother. You don't need to be purposely nice to me so that I'll be psychologically burdened and afraid to see you in the future. Junyu's entire body froze in place, and Nuonuo was a bit reluctant to do so, but still said in a firm tone, Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's better to make things clear, lest Brother Junyu cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. And don't waste your time on me. The young girl looked dull, but her mind was sensitive. Grand Hyatt is showing too much, and it was true that she, indeed, did not have that aspect in mind for Junyu. This was completely different from Jo Chinyu. Junyu only felt the corners of her mouth dry and bitter, and Nuonuo's words were an incomparably huge blow to him. After a moment of silence, Junyu said in a hoarse voice, So, do you like Jiangsu? Jungjiol's comment stopped her in her tracks. She wasn't sure if she liked Kongwook or not. Just know that you are happy and relaxed with him. That feeling is something you can't bring with anyone else. I don't think it's a favorite. Though, what exactly? And Nuo couldn't say. But in order to kill Youngyue, and Nuo still nodded. Well, I like him a lot. Junyu's head was, in an instant, a blank. Has one's love withered before it even germinates? I'm sorry brother Junyu. It's too late. You should go home early. And Nuonuo rushed at Junyu and bowed deeply before running back into the house. Junyu staggered in the direction of her home, looking forlorn. The back is slumped. snow flurries and the north wind is blowing. No. The next day. And Nua ran to Jiangsu's side early in the morning. She doesn't have to do anything at home now. Li Yuanwan took care of all the housework to make it up to her. Seeing Jiangsu, and Nuonua's gaze was a bit evasive. After all, she had personally said she liked Kongwook in front of Junyu last night. If this were to reach Jiangsu's ears, she wouldn't know how to behave. Come on. I helped you apply for the button number 268x22, Blind Gil wrote. Do not add this number, like it or not. And Nua reached over to the laptop to take a look. A newly registered button number. The avatar is a little bunny with the nickname Glutinous Rice Balls. Jiangsu thinks that with a Nuonua's temperament, don't give her any Martian symbols. What soul favor you? Attachment and other messy nicknames. Keep it simple. And Nua likes the name. Tap on the friends list. Jiangsu had already helped her add the class, except for Li Honghong, Zhou Qingyue and Chang Fei. The young girl stretched out her green jade finger and pointed to the first one in her friends list. Who is the super invincible handsome good brother? Jiangsu smiled without saying anything. And Nua, mouth bulging at him. You stink. Kongwook said. The password is your birthday. Have you memorized the number? Well, remember. Only then did Kongwook close his laptop and unplug the phone line. He doesn't have broadband at home yet. He's usually off the grid. It was only plugged in for a while when it was time to send the manuscript to Linnan. Fu Yanjie also arrived and rode his family's electric tricycle over. This kid has awakened the trait of getting high whenever he makes money since the last time I brought him money. The whole man looked very exuberant. Let's go. Let's embark on a journey across the mountains and the sea. Jiangsu gave him a kick. Don't compare. We're just a small trader. Make it seem like the company is going public. Fu Yanjie hemmed and hawed. What if it materializes later? The three came to the food market. Last night Fu Yanjie told his dad. For that matter, he was in favor of it. After all, you can exercise your own son. So some vendors were called that night. It's not like they have to sell at a loss. Just give a cheaper price. These traders are naturally willing to give a face. So by the time Jiangsu and the others arrived, it didn't take much work to buy back the raw materials. Pork, $6 a pound. And all the rest were 1/10 to 2/10 cheaper than when he bought them yesterday. After the raw materials were bought, the three of them returned to Jiangsu's house. I bought twice as many ingredients today as I did yesterday. Plus Pei Yanjie, also from 9 in the morning, has been busy until 11:30. In all, 135 boxed lunches were made. There was a portion of the ingredients left over, saved to continue in the afternoon. Today, Jiangsu and Nuonuo won't go. Another hired a male student in the class, $10 a day, to pay Yanjie to play the hand. Then Jiangsu and Nuonuo eat first. And Nua finished eating first and took the initiative to clean up the kitchen, tied her hair up today, revealing her snow-white neck. It's just a shame that it doesn't come tied to a double ponytail that doubles your attack speed. After Jiangsu finished eating, he said to Nuonuo, Go, take the snakeskin bag. Let's continue to pick mangoes at school. Good. The young girl leapt for a moment. She was a big fan of the whole mango picking thing, riding an electric tricycle to school. It's summer vacation, and it's cold and quiet, with only an old man watching the door. Walking to the door, the old man stood up, his mouth smoking a dry cigarette. Now you are not allowed to enter the school. Go back. He knew very well that kids that age were bloodthirsty. Running to school at this hour must be doing something unseemly. How can you let this happen when you are a sacred gatekeeper? Jiangsu was busy handing over a carton of cigarettes he bought on the way. Grandpa, we are going to pick mangoes behind the school. Please make it easy for us. Well, go ahead. The boss put his cigarettes away in a flash and then looked away. Jiangsu immediately pulled a Nuonuo in. The young girl looked at Jiangsu adoringly. You're awesome. For a high school student, Kongwook seemed old-fashioned in this way of handling things. The average high school student, and some college students, would probably choose to sneak in by climbing the walls. Kongwook, you haven't seen what I'm really good at yet. And Nua, huh? Ahem. Jiangsu coughed. Let me quiz you on a question. The two couples caved in, but it happened to be the day that the wife had her period. Both hands were injured. Her feet were broken. She had a Western offense. She was still a flyer. And she had mouth ulcers. Ask, what is a husband to do at this time? Ha! The young girl tilted her head and looked at Jiangsu with a dumbfounded expression, completely unable to understand what the hell Kongwook was talking about. Jiangsu said in a serious manner, It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. I'll teach you hand in hand later. Bring 4 snakeskin bags, fill them up, and return home. After putting the things away, Jiangsu said to Nuonuo, Don't go back, just stay here. There's a guest room if you want to rest, and plenty in my bedroom if you want to read. Well, I'd like to read a book. Well, go. Inside Kong Wook's bedroom, and Nuonuo took an English book and was looking at it carefully. English is her shortcoming and is slow to improve. Jiangsu opened his laptop and quickly got into the swing of things, occasionally glancing at Nuonuo, who was carefully reading a book. A shallow smile would appear at the corner of Jiangsu's mouth. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and my youth is great with you. Around 1 o'clock, Fu Yinjie came back. All the boxed lunches are sold out. A total of 1,080 were sold. After deducting the cost of ingredients, 390, and hiring a man for $10 a day, it was exactly 400. And Nuonuo obtained 27 pieces and Fu Yinjie obtained 94 pieces. The rest is a gain for Kong Wook. That part and deducting some costs for utilities and gas and such, the net profit is 400 almost. Surprisingly much. If you can sell the same number of servings in the afternoon, you can make almost $1,000 a day. Fu Yinjie took his reward and was happy. Jiangsu, I have a new idea. We could add something else, like milk tea, grilled vermicelli, or something like that. Jiangsu nodded. This is a good idea. Go get it. That part of what you earn, you just keep to yourself. Okay. Fu Yinjie rubbed his hands and was energized. The two of them also stayed at Kong Wook's house. By the time 2 o'clock rolled around, the two of them were handling ingredients, and Nuonuo wanted to go and help but was stopped by Jiangsu. Are you kidding me? How can you stay with another man? Your future wife. Not even if one of them is a good brother. Jiangsu continued to code until 4 o'clock and wrote another 12,000 words. This second book, he's already written over 120,000 of them. I'll write a little more in the evening, and will be able to finish in the next few days. Then he went to cook with Nuonuo. The fact that this boxed lunch sells so fast has nothing to do with the two men's cooking skills. Get all the meals done at 5:30. The evening was a little less, only 120 copies, waiting to see how the night sells before deciding whether to increase or decrease tomorrow. After that was done, and Nuonuo went back, Kong Wook then continued to code. Just after 8 p.m., Lin Nan sent a message. He's up to the last installment of his first serial. The market response has been so good that a couple of publishers have already approached me about publishing it. It's just that the copyright is in the hands of Kong Wook and the price given is average. Just ask him if he wants to sell. Naturally, Jiangsu won't be able to sell it that easily, waiting for a few more productions to push its own popularity. By that time the price is different again. The other one, is that the second part is starting to be serialized as well? Takes up a great spot in the storytelling session. Jiangsu inquired in passing whether the manuscript fee for the second part could be given to him in advance by then as well. Otherwise, if he waited a month, his plan to buy an office would not be realized. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Nan agreed. As soon as he sends all the scripts for the second part and has made sure it's okay, she can be paid in advance on her end. That's what only the big boys get. Waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yinjie came back. The evening ones are sold out too. After deducting the cost, Jiangsu made nearly 400 at night. That's 800 or 900 a day. And Pei Yinjie took more than $100. Happy to grin a big white teeth. When they left, Jiangsu continued to code. It was in extraordinarily good shape tonight, hitting 4,000 plus mph. By the time it was 10:10 p.m., another 15,000 was engaged. That's over 140,000 total words. Immediately, I shut down and went to bed. Get up early tomorrow and try to finish this one in the morning. The next day, Kong Wook got up before 6 o'clock. After brushing my teeth and drinking a glass of warm water, I turned on my computer and tapped away. 8,000 words left. Done in 2 hours. At 8 o'clock, Kong Wook tapped down the last punctuation mark. Done. Sending all the manuscripts together to Lin Nan. Jiangsu stretched his back. This second book got it done. And the manuscript fee was about 20,000 after taxes. The current price of office buildings in Zhangcheng Jiangsu does not know yet, but a square meter will not exceed 5,000. It doesn't need to be big at first. Having a 60 or 70 square meters is enough. Ask for a separate office for yourself, another toilet, and use the rest as a common area. At 60 square feet it would be $300,000. Not even close. Depends on how well the second book does. It's only easier for him to realize if it's better than the first book. And the 1,000-word pay goes up. And Nuonuo came, still carrying her backpack and holding soybean milk donuts in her hand. And today, she wore the pink, knee-length dress that Kong Wook had bought her. Even more so with white stockings. A pair of beautiful legs were long and straight. Today she didn't have a ponytail. Her long, dark, beautiful hair was just tied with a pink ribbon. Inside and outside of his body, he exudes a strong youthful odor. Can't top it. Can't top it at all. Sister, you're too foul. Hey, what's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Seeing Jiang Su's expression, the young girl fiddled with her skirt a little unnaturally. It was the first time she had ever worn such a dress. Couldn't even ride my bike today. Walked, albeit, with shorts on underneath. It's okay, Kanwook said without saying a word. Mainly because I was afraid that if I praised too much, this little ninny would be proud. Oh, breakfast. After breakfast, Fu Yinjie came, somewhat irritated. He said, that Zhang Jiqiang kid quit, so he has to find someone again. Chang is the one who came over yesterday to help. Jiang Su didn't think much about it. It's fine. I'll help you today. He's going to stop by today to get a bank card and get the studio registered. 11:30. All done. There were more today. 150 copies. Jiang Su tells a Nuonyuo to just read at home. She doesn't need to follow. She was already used to following Kongwook's commands and obediently agreed. Hey, isn't that Zhang Jiqiang? The two came to the outside of the first internet cafe. Fu Yinjie sharp eyes. Immediately, he saw Zhang Jiqiang and a fellow classmate. It was no one else but Cheng Fei. They, too, sell boxed lunches. And the price is even $2 lower than what Jiang Su sells. Fu Yinjie was furious. Immediately, he rushed over. Zhang Jiqiang, what do you mean by this? Zhang Jiqiang was startled and a little weak, but it was soon straightened out again. No one says I can't sell boxed lunches. He saw Fu Yinjie selling boxed lunches yesterday, and his turnover for the day was nearly $2,000, and he only gets $10 a day. The difference is so great that naturally the heart is very unbalanced. So, it was Cheng Fei who was found. Tell him about it. The two hit it off and started screwing. And the first step in trying to steal business from Jiang Su and the others is to lower profits. For $6 they've done the math and there's still money to be made. You are so shameless. Fu Yinjie's eyes erupted with fire. This is plagiarizing our idea. Cheng Fei snorted. Did you invent selling boxed lunches? Only you are allowed to sell them and no one else? You. Fu Yinjie was furious, but he was unable to retort. While talking, a few people came out of the internet cafe and bought boxed lunches from Zhang Jiqiang and the others. Kanwook took a look at what they were selling. I don't know about the flavor, but the portion size is quite large. Even though you can't go inside an internet cafe and sell it, you can save $2 by walking a few steps, and people are still willing to do it. Anger is anger. But Fu Yinjie has no way. Did you lower the price yourself? But what if the other side follows suit and lowers their prices? Wouldn't we lose all our money then? Couldn't help but cast an inquiring look at Jiang Su. It's okay to let Fu Yinjie charge into battle. Getting him to use his brain, that's not going to work. This situation had been anticipated by Jiang Su and a response had been made. I just didn't expect that the one competing against me would be in the same class. Patted Fu Yinjie's shoulder. Small scene. Don't panic. The advantage is in me. Although the profit from this one internet cafe was not big, Jiang Su did not intend to give it away. Letting Fu Yinjie wait over here, he returned home and brought 2 bags of mangoes. Fu Yinjie came up and said through gritted teeth, these 2 dogs have sold another 6 boxes. Opposite. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei threw provocative looks towards the two. Calm down. Jiang Su looked as normal. These 2 are just small characters, not worth getting angry about. Kanwook puts a bag of mangoes on the floor and opens it. Seeing that someone from the internet cafe had come out, he planned to go to Zhang Jiqiang's site to buy food. Just yell at the top of your lungs. We're selling boxed lunches for $8 a piece, and they come with 2 big, sweet mangoes. You're going to play price tag, aren't you? Then I'll hit back with a giveaway. A mango weighs at least a pound, and if you buy it at the store, you won't be able to pick it up without $1 or $2. $8 boxed lunches are slightly more expensive, but add 2 big mangoes and that's crushing. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei's faces changed. Are you out of your mind? This will lose money. Jiang Su ignored both of them. It's not like this mango costs anything. It's just a matter of spending a little time picking. Dozens of mango trees behind the school, enough to last him a long time. And very few people know how to get there. Fu Yinjie's eyes lit up. He was also aware of the fruit trees behind the school, having been there last semester with Jiang Su. As soon as I saw these mangoes, I guessed they were picked from over there. Can't help but admire Jiang Su, or you think well, unlike me, in addition to a few stinking money at home, nothing. Kanwook, get lost. Originally, a few were going to go over to Zhang Jiqiang's site to buy a boxed lunch. Hearing Jiang Su's yell, he walked over. Really sell boxed lunches and get 2 big mangoes for free? One of them, who had also bought Kanwook's boxed lunch yesterday, also got a mango. Very sweet and juicy. He felt it was more cost-effective if he gave away 2 today. Jiang Su laughed. Naturally. Okay, then I'll have a boxed lunch with eggplant stir-fry. After Jiang Su collected the money, he gave the man an extra mango. Dude, help me go inside and publicize it. Hey, no problem. People have the trait of taking advantage. Soon, most of those who were going to buy from Zhang Jiqiang's side now all switched to Jiang Su's side. He still has 30 or 40 copies unsold. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei's faces turned green. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Bastard. So shameless. Zhang Jiqiang was angry. To Cheng Fei, he said, quickly, let's pack up and go to the next internet cafe. Jiang Su saw that they were going to leave, and immediately said to Yan Jie, you leave part of the boxed lunch and follow them. He. Fu Yanjie rubbed his hands. Is this a business war? How interesting. He followed. Zhang Jiqiang and Cheng Fei is riding a tricycle. Fu Yanjie easily followed. The two people took turns pedaling. The chain is about to smoke. Or there is no way to get rid of Fu Yanjie. It couldn't help but make the two of them despair. On the other hand, after Jiang Su finished selling his boxed lunch, he nibbled on the last mango in his hand and went to run a bank card first. After running the card, Jiang Su went ahead and rented a tiny office. Then registered a cultural company. You can't register a company without an office. The name is Glutinous Rice Culture Company. When you buy your own office at a later stage, you will change your address. On the way back, Jiang Su received a text message that his bank card had arrived. The draft money came through. 19,999. After taxes. Lin An also sent a message saying that the price of the third book would need to wait until a week after his second book went live. Depending on the results, pricing is then done. This second book has been online for 5 days. When we get back, let's write the third book first. What to write in the third book? Kanwook had also thought about it a long time ago. Still love. A reference to a previous trope from a certain national TV series. Though, car accident, serious illness, memory loss. You could write millions of words on those 3 elements alone. Back home, and Nuonuo was already preparing the meal to be sold in the afternoon. Kanwook immediately went over to help. I'm coming over. Outside the house, came Fu Yanjie's rough voice. He had a grill in his hand and a large bag on his back. What are you doing with this? Kanwook asked. It's used to bake starchy sausages. Fu Yanjie said, putting the grill on the ground. Then take the backpack off again. Inside was a starchy sausage he had just stocked up on and some other snacks. The kids still got some business sense. What happened to those two at noon? Jiang Su asked again. Fu Yanjie had a disdainful face. Just 2 limpets. It didn't take long for them to surrender. And promise not to keep selling it on our turf. It's just a little thing. After cooking, Fu Yanjie went to sell by himself. According to him, calling another person over to help might result in another backstabbing. Instead of that, he should have worked a little harder. Kanwook just let him be. The next 2 days went well and passed regularly. Kanwook's third book, titled Pure White Lovers, 30,000 words had been written in 2 days, and 10,000 words had been sent to Lin Nan for the beginning. Next, another person had to be found to give a Nua a ride. Then he wrote the book himself full time. There's money to be made on both sides. Capital. Lin Nan's office. What the hell is all this writing? Annoyed, I threw a submission in the trash. Ever since signing up with Kanwook, it's like she's used up all her luck. Other than Zhou Qingyue, who was barely getting by. The rest of them sucked. Knock knock. Buckle up and ring. Lin An clicked away. At first glance, it was an email from Kanwook. There was a moment of anticipation. Definitely a new book. I wonder what type of new book it is. Pure White Lovers. Clicked on it and read it carefully. Soon she was immersed. No more? Just nothing? I just saw the highlights and realized it was gone. Lin Nan had the feeling of being ruffled up and at the critical moment people ran away. This feeling of not being on top was very hard for her. At the same time, she could see the potential of this book, definitely far beyond the previous 2. Then there was the price, which put her in a bit of a bind. Surely it can't be lower than the second book, but give more than that and the company won't agree. If you give less, Lin Nan will not be able to live with his conscience. Halfway through her thought, she had an idea. Go straight to the owner and discuss it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Fu Yanjie came back. Business was better today. We'll have to do more tomorrow. After deducting the 2 of them today, Jiang Su netted over 1100. It's a good sign. Jiang Su then sent a Nuonuo home. It's dangerous to walk outside alone at night when your tablemates are first growing up. It's not like it's 10 years from now and the whole city is full of cameras except for public restrooms. After sending in Nuonuo home, Jiang Su returned alone. As soon as he arrived home, he saw a woman standing in front of his house. A very pretty, tall and elegant woman with a very imperial demeanor. Hello? Who is it that I'm looking for? Kanwook walked over. The woman turned around and looked at Jiang Su with a sweet smile. Are you a student of Jiang Su? Yeah. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoyuan, Juanyue's sister. Jiang Su's gaze flickered. What can I teach you? Wang Xiaoyuan stroked a few strands of hair in front of his forehead. He has been in a very low mood for the past 2 days and has pined away a lot. It was only when pressed by me that I informed him that a girl I liked had rejected him, and then also said that liked another boy. So I wanted to come and see what someone who could beat my brother looked like. Although Wang Xiaoyuan used to beat his own brother a lot, he is also always stealing his pocket money and planting evidence. But it doesn't stop Wang Xiaoyuan from hurting Junue. Seeing the state he's been in for the past 2 days, I can't bear to see him. I came to see Jiangsu to feel the bottom. Then see if you can work out a rundown. Help your own brother and get your sweetheart back. Ha! Kongwook instantly spotted Hua Dot. According to Wang Xiaoyuan's words just now, is it that a Nuonuo rejected Junue and told Junue that she likes herself? 6 Ah! Jiangsu was instantly energized. So, this is going to happen soon? No! He pressed on. Right now. He wanted to go over and find a Nuonuo to ask for clarification. But in the end, I held back. Wait till tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyuan was seriously sizing up Jiangsu, realizing that he appeared to be just a little bit more handsome than his brother. A little bit taller. A little bit more calm. A little bit brighter-eyed. I'll go. When you think about it, your brother didn't lose so badly. Kongwook said. So now that you've seen it, do you have anything to say? He still had to get back to coding. Wang Xiaoyuan said. Where are you going to play in the summer vacation? Can you take me with you? It's just met and can't be seen. Know your enemy and know yourself. So you can win 100 battles. You have to know Kongwook's personality, preferences and such before you can prescribe the right medicine. The woman's a bit of a nag. Kongwook wasn't going to pay any attention to her. But suddenly there was a flash of light in his head. And then, he looked at Wang Xiaoyuan with a smile on his face. Wang Xiaoyuan was looked at by Jiangsu with a little bit of hairiness in her heart. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back and clasped his hands to his chest, looking at him warily. Ouch! What are you doing? Little Blackie, right? Jiangsu was a bit speechless. I don't have time to play. I'm starting a business now. Wang Xiaoyuan was stunned. Starting a business? Starting what? Kongwook briefly told him about selling boxed lunches. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes changed when he looked at Jiangsu. The kid's only a sophomore in high school and he's getting into all this. Awesome. Which is like her brother, who hangs his head in shame after being rejected by a girl, so tempted to apply for a different brother. Alright, no time to talk to you that much. Jiangsu waved his hand. I'm still short-handed on my end and have to go back and figure it out. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. I can help. You? Kongwook looked her up and down. Can you cook? You can learn if you don't know how. And don't you need a handyman? This is a great opportunity to get to know Kongwook. It doesn't take long. At his own age, which was 4 or 5 years older than the other man, an observation of 3 or 5 days would be about right. When the time comes, it's an option to run. Kongwook looked at her suspiciously. You should have graduated from college. Don't you want to go look for a job? No need. Wang Xiaoyuan blinked. My mom left me a movie and drama company. There are specialized people to manage it. Every once in a while, if something is important, I'll just sign off on it. Hey, I'm such a loser. I can't find a job after graduation. Can't do anything except inherit one of the family's publicly traded companies. Just bother hiring me so I can experience the hard work at the bottom. Kongwook. Well. You're surrounded by rich people and you're the poorest of the poor. Damn. She's loaded. Jiangsu bristled. It's fine if you want to come, $10 a day. Work 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. Okay, deal. Wang Xiaoyuan agreed without thinking. Then she added Kongwook's friend and left on her high heels. Kongwook returned home and coded for a while longer before going to sleep. The next day, and Nua came over with breakfast. Now that she's not short of money, she stops by every day and brings breakfast. Morning. The young girl's voice was soft and sweet. Putting her breakfast on the table, her beautiful eyes darted around. Where's Aunt and Uncle? They've been at the store lately and rarely come back. Anyway, the second floor of the hotel can be occupied. It also saves you from going back and forth every day and wasting time. Of course, the most important thing was that they knew what Jiangsu was doing right now. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable if a Nuonuo saw the two of them every day when she came over? There aren't many parents as enlightened as Kongwook's parents. Most parents are at the age of their children, not to mention falling in love. Even if there was a hint of it, it would be snuffed out at the first opportunity. Oh, and Nua didn't think much of it. Right. Kongwook came over, staring into the young girl's crystal clear eyes. I heard someone told someone they liked me yesterday? The young girl's face flushed red. The little head was buzzing and his voice became broken as he spoke. I am saying. What? I don't understand. A big question mark surfaced in the little head. How did Kong-wook know? Did Yoonghwae say that? But it can't be. The two of them have always been at odds. What are you so nervous about? Kong-wook deliberately said. No, that girl is you, right? And Nua stomped her foot. I'm not. Anxious. She was anxious. Don't say. She looks unusually cute in this state. Seeing Jiang-soo a picture of I don't believe it. The young girl was so anxious that her head was about to explode. Like a lost duckling. Circling in place. Finally, she had no choice but to tell the story of last night. Jiang-soo was instantly a little disappointed. It's not what you think. But the strong are good at utilizing all conditions. Jiang-soo pretended to be a bit angry and said, and Nua student. This is not a good thing for you to do. If these words get out, how can I behave? After all, I'm an innocent schoolboy with a clean reputation. And I'm just going to be tarnished by you. How can I face my classmates, teachers, and folks in the future? Going deeper, what should I do if I can't get a wife later? And Nua was confused. Originally she thought it was just a small thing. But when Jiang-soo said this, it was as if he had violated the laws of heaven. Facing the overbearing Jiang-soo, and Nua couldn't help but shrink her neck and said weakly, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang-soo deliberately made a stern face. One sentence is not on purpose and that's it? No, you'll have to compensate me for that. The young girl was a bit overwhelmed. How am I going to pay for this? Jiang-soo almost didn't laugh out loud. This little ninny is just too innocent. Coughing, Jiang-soo said with a serious face, this is a matter of my reputation, as well as the big event of getting a daughter-in-law in the future. There is absolutely no room for sloppiness and carelessness. So, otherwise you could just marry me and solve all these problems perfectly. And Nua knew that she had been tricked by Jiang-soo. She glared at him in exasperation. Only, the look didn't kill at all. Instead, it would raise an urge to bully her. A complete illustration of what it means to mess with me and nothing happens. Kong-wook finally couldn't help but go up and pinch her cheek. Fleshy and great to the touch. You're so annoying. The young girl took a step back. Her face flushed and her eyes filled with shyness. Boss, I'm coming to work. Outside the house, came Wang Xiaoyuan's voice. Jiang-soo's door was left open, so Wang Xiaoyuan barged right in. Then, the two big and small beauties, both froze at the same time. Sister Circle, what brings you here? Nua, you two are living together? The two sisters spoke in unison, and Nua immediately became taut. What do you mean by cohabitation? That's a bit of a leap of faith. After a few minutes, both sisters came to their senses. Wang Xiaoyuan instantly felt a bit of Nien Nun pain. That's a tricky question. These two actually spend every day together now. If you don't have feelings, you have to have feelings. Is there any hope of flipping your own stupid brother? Not long after, Fu Yanjie also came. After he saw Wang Xiaoyuan, he suddenly turned red. The words became stuttering. This, sister is. Ha! Jiang-soo was amazed. Fu Yanjie, what is this situation? Shy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of squirming. Wang Xiaoyuan instead greeted him graciously. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoyuan. I came over to help. Hello sister Tiny Round. Fu Yanjie scratched his head, wanting to look at Wang Xiaoyuan but not daring to. Jiang-soo scared. I didn't realize this kid's tastes were such that he liked older ones, but Wang Xiaoyuan was in the prime age of a girl, excellent in every way. It's not surprising that it would attract an innocent young boy like Fu Yanjie. Jiang-soo saw through it and didn't say anything. You guys go and get busy. Holler. Fu Yanjie was instantly energized. Took out a little head honcho pie. All kinds of hands-on. Living like a peacock courting the opposite sex. Kong-wook went back to his bedroom to code. For the third installment, he predicted a word count of around 300,000 words. Even at 30,000 words a day, it would take 10 days. Capital. Storyteller's headquarters, topmost floor. Boss, just say yes. This author really has potential. Inside the office of the owner of the storytelling club, Lin Nan's mouth was dry. The owner of the storytelling club was a man of nearly 50 called Gu Li. He was a bit embarrassed. I've read this work you mentioned by years and years onping, and it's indeed very good. It's just that you're overdoing it by asking him for 300 per thousand words right out of the gate. He's worth the price. Lin Nan said seriously. Didn't you read his new book? This kind of writing, this kind of storyline, will absolutely sell. 300 for 1,000 words. Investing in a future great writer. Seems like a good deal to me. No. This price is still too high. Gu Li didn't agree. Besides, if other writers found out about it, they would definitely have a problem with it. Let's put it this way. The most I can give him is 200 per thousand words. And there's also a point to be made in the contract. If this follow-up doesn't sell, the price per thousand words has to be lowered. Lin Nan thought about it for a while and felt that this option was possible. But she also wants to fight for Kongwook's rights some more. Just said. Then add another clause. If this one scores well, then the price per 1,000 words has to be adjusted according to the level of achievement. Most editors are good to their own authors. It's all about fighting for more rights for them as much as possible. Okay, do as you say. Guli could see this one. Indeed, would make good sales. It's just that he didn't think it would reach much of an anticlimactic level either. Only what he didn't know. It won't take long to regret this behavior. Kongwook's cell phone, which was coding, vibrated. When I opened it, it was a message from Lin Nan. Hello, I've gotten you 200 per 1,000 words for this pure white lover's book. Do you think it's okay? Kongwook was a bit surprised. The price was much higher than he had predicted. In that case, after a book is written, he can get more than $50,000 after tax. Immediately, I replied to her that it was fine for the price. Lin Nan, well then, I'll use express mail and try to get the contract to you tomorrow afternoon. Jiangsu, okay. There is another one. I set up a studio. This book will be signed in the name of the studio. Lin Nan, yeah. You're good. You can. No problem. Ending the chat. Kongwook moved his wrist. Keep on yelling. This price is also giving Kongwook a lot of motivation. At this rate then, by the end of the summer, one should be able to make a minimum of $200,000. When the time comes, we'll ask mom and dad for a couple $100,000, and we'll be able to pick up a suitably sized office. And Nuonuo and the three of them went to buy groceries and came back, and started making preparations. Wang Xiaoyuan used to do basically no housework and was clumsy. Still, it's an effort to learn in order to spy. Fu Yinjie walked around in front of her, pretending to be busy and diligent, trying to attract Wang Xiaoyuan's attention. It was just a pity that she had been whispering to a Nuonuo. There was also no deliberate effort to pry into Jiangsu's information. Instead, you can get the information you need by sidestepping some questions without thinking. It also allowed Wang Xiaoyuan to gain something useful. Except, knowing this made her even more clueless. For example, Kongwook scored first in his grade, and very businesslike. Before the summer vacation, he took in Nuonuo and paid Yinjie to earn a lot of money, and a variety of talents. Especially good at playing basketball thief. Listening to Wang Xiaoyuan, he felt that his brother was too weak. What kind of class is his own brother to be worthy of liking the same girl as Zhang? By 11:30 noon, the meal was ready. Fu Yinjie invited Wang Xiaoyuan to go together to sell once. She thought about it and agreed. Learn more about Kongwook's entrepreneurial endeavors and have more to talk about next. Wang Xiaoyuan's family is quite rich, but the person is not much of a racket. When we got outside, we sat directly behind the electric tricycle. Then he pulled out Storytime and read it with great interest. Fu Yinjie, Sister Xiaoyuan, you also like to read storytelling. Which book is your favorite? Wang Xiaoyuan smiled and said, an author whose pen name is Years of Peace. Both of his books are very good. If only I could meet him in person sometime. Fu Yinjie froze for a moment. Isn't this Kongwook? Then look at Wang Xiaoyuan's expression. There was a hint of yearning and adoration for the idol in his eyes. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable inside, as well as a hint of alarm rising. If Wang Xiaoyuan knew that yearning Anping was Jiangsu, will you like him for that? For the first time, the teenager became concerned. Hesitantly, I still haven't said anything about this. Thinking that Kongwook now has a favorite. Wouldn't he be destroying Kongwook and Nuonuo if he said it? Thinking this way, Fu Yinjie felt that he was right to do so. Wang Xiaoyuan finished reading the latest updated chapter. A bit unfulfilled. Put the story club away and look at Fu Yinjie's back. Tell me about Jiangsu. Fu Yinjie's heart thumped and forced a smile. What does sister want to know? Personality, hobbies, whatever. He, likes to sing and dance, play basketball, and used to like to surf the internet with me. Ever since I fell in love with a Nuonuo, I've abandoned me. Favorite foods include oil cakes, fruit powder, grinding and steaming, consuming balls, and shrimp heads, spiced shark's wings and rice, pan-fried fish with aromatic essence, pigeon and cilantro phoenix nut chicken, crispy mountain, chicken feet, berry and vegetable sauce, uncooked lamb, Meyer gum, and purple shark. As a good brother, will not intentionally go black. Jiangsu, are honest. Wang Xiaoyuan silently memorized this information. Several internet cafes rotated and around 1 o'clock all the boxed lunches were sold out. Then Wang Xiaoyuan was shocked. In one morning, over $1,300 were sold. 100 of them is to pay Yinjie to sell their own barbecue sausages and other small snacks earned. That aside, the net profit is 700 or 800. Is this something a sophomore boy could come up with? This can't be a reborn, can it? At once, she became interested in Jiangsu. Wrote 10,000 words this morning. Kongwook takes a little break. looked at the time, 12 o'clock, had dinner with a Nua, saw a senior math book sitting next to her. Just ask her what she doesn't understand. Senior year is so hard. The young girl flicked her hair. Only a little bit. I'll teach you, Jiangsu said. And Nua's eyes lit up. How much have you learned? Kongwook, all of it. He remastered all of his senior year classes. Wow. You're good. The young girl's eyes were filled with adoration. Jiangsu waved his hand. As long as you're willing to work hard, sooner or later you'll be as good as a tenth of me. The young girl wrinkled her crystal compact nose. Stinky, under Jiangsu's explanation, and Nuonuo quickly entered the state. He did a great job of talking about it, from the beginning to the end, step by step, slowly, and Nuonuo's narrow mind was opened up and enlightened. It would allow Jiangsu to input more of the essence of his knowledge into it. And Nuonua greedily drew in the nutrients of knowledge and grew a little bit. Fu Yanjie came back with Wang Xiaoyuan. Both slowed down when they saw the two studying in the living room. Wang Xiaoyuan carefully walked behind the two. After listening for a while he couldn't help but show a different color. Another good thing about Kongwook has been discovered. A distant second in learning. Sophomore year had just ended and people were already supplementing their little sister's senior year program. And on first listen, the caliber is extremely high. Teachers, in general, are not necessarily of this caliber. My dear brother Yo, I feel that even with old sister's help, you have no chance of winning. Wang Xiaoyuan thought as such in her heart, and so on. She quickly thought of something. Suppose we're talking about what if you get Kongwook by yourself, so his own brother, doesn't he have a chance? The more he thought about it, the more Wang Xiaoyuan felt that the feasibility of this was high. However, Jiangsu's age. She quietly took out her cell phone and opened some web page. In the search box type, is it illegal for a 21-year-old girl to be with a sophomore boy? Soon the search results came back. Just 2 words. True torture. Wang Xiaoyuan. Well, this way is not possible. It's been a long time. Sister-in-law. Zhou Qingyue's home. Her sister-in-law is here today. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. I is Xiaoyu. All grown up so big. So pretty. So watery. Zhou Qingyue was a bit embarrassed. No, I'm very ordinary. Ever since she saw Nua's true face, she was hit hard. Didn't go anywhere for the last few days of summer vacation. It's just staying home and writing all the time. Not to mention, in this strange state, she was thinking like a fountain, spewing out a lot, and creating at a fast pace. Lu Yu stared at Zhou Qingyue for a while and suddenly said, Yeah, do you know how to sing and dance? Zhou Qingyue froze for a moment, and then said, I know a little bit. I learned from the TV when I was not doing anything. Come on, show your sister-in-law. Zhou Qingyue was unsure, but did as she was told. Very good. You have a talent for acting. Lu Yu stood up in excitement. A hand grabbed Zhou Qingyue's hand. Yu, is there any interest in entering the entertainment industry? Your sister-in-law. I'm a gold medal agent now, with a sharp eye. You just need to be trained and then packaged by the company. You can definitely make it big. Zhou Qingyue was dumbfounded by these words. I can't. Being a star and all that never crossed my mind. Zhou Qingyue, whose mom was also here, said, Is she okay? It's possible, Lu Yu said with certainty. I just partnered with a few other people and opened a company. There is a huge demand for entertainers at the moment and Moon has potential. And it's a family member, so surely she won't be screwed over. Zhou Qingyue still shook her head. What about my reading? Silly kid, do you know how much an unheard of 18-line artist earns in a year? 5 million to start. Zhou Qingyue was shocked. So much? Lu Yu, that's not true. Even if you graduated from a prestigious university, out of the calculation of your monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, it would take 40 years to make enough for $5 million. And, in your condition, it's not a problem to make tens of millions of dollars a year. Imagine a few years from now, those classmates of yours have just graduated from college. One by one, they struggle to squeeze the subway and bus only 9 to 6 in the morning every day. Days of sweating and potentially getting taken advantage of by horny guys. In order to save a few dollars, they are afraid to eat even slightly better meals, and they can only get a few $1,000s a month in salary. And by that time you are a nationally famous entertainer, living in a mansion, driving a luxury car, and wearing all kinds of designer labels. You can go in and out of all kinds of upscale places, and meet all kinds of celebrities, and be surrounded by stars. Annual revenues in the tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions. 2 very different lives. Which one do you want to choose? Zhou Qingyue was said to be heartbroken. Mainly, she thought of one thing. If he or she becomes a big nationally known star, then, Kongwook won't treat himself like he is now, right? He would, for sure, come back to himself again. Jiangsu was now, already, Zhou Qingyue's obsession. In the beginning, she didn't like Kong-wook. It's just not a good idea. It's like you get $10,000 every month for paying nothing, but suddenly one day that money is gone. Naturally, you're not happy about it and want to regain it. In this process of striving, Jo Chin-yue slowly discovered one shining point in Jung-soo. Without realizing it, there was a crush on the boy. And the obsession runs deep. Originally she was desperate. After all, Jung-soo had a girl like in Nuonuo who was a heavenly fairy next to her, and she didn't have any confidence at all. But Lu Yu's words gave her hope. If in the future, I am in the limelight, wearing stars, you, perhaps, will like me again? Thinking of this, Jo Chin-yue no longer hesitated and agreed in one breath. Since Jung-soo was reborn, the biggest change had occurred. At this time in her previous life, Jo Chin-yue wasn't at home, but took Jung-soo to the supermarket and sucked his blood. So I didn't run into the sister-in-law who goes back home once a year at most. As for Jo Chin-yue's parents, neither of them objected once they heard that they would be able to earn millions or billions of dollars a year in the future. One was trusting Lu Yu, and the other, also holding the idea that their daughter would earn money earlier so they wouldn't have to work. That afternoon, Jo Chin-yue followed Lu Yu, her destiny, moving in a different direction. I'll see you tomorrow then. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaoyuan waved his hand and parted with a few people. See you later, sister circle. Jiangsu patted Fu Yanjie's shoulder. Don't look at it. It's all gone. So you like this type? Fu Yanjie reddened. What are you talking about? Where did I say I like her? It's not justified. And Nuo snickered from the sidelines. Ignore you guys. Ha! Fu Yanjie fell away and fled. And behind him came Jiangsu's mocking voice. Afterwards, Jiangsu sent a Nuo back, wondering if it's time to buy a motorcycle. Riding a bike is not as comfortable as driving a car, but women's motorcycles are still pretty expensive these days. Starting at 5,000. Bear with me for now. When they arrived at Nuo's house, she got out of the back seat of the car. Standing in front of Jung-soo, the breeze blew gently, and the skirt and hair fluttered with it. Pink lips quirked. I've got some chickens I can butcher at home. Do you want to eat them? From the perspective of where Kong-wook is, just in time to see the chicken coop, he sighed. Your family's chicken coop didn't collapse. The one I've been building for years says it will. Eat hard. The young girl blinked, a bit confused. Kong-wook doesn't have chickens at home. Mysterious, always saying things he can't understand. You have a chicken coop at home. On the way back, Kong-wook stopped by a few bookstores, found a lot of people. Stop and observe for a moment. Boss, I'll have a copy of the latest story. Sold out. Sorry, go buy it somewhere else. Similar conversations were heard at several bookstores. After observing for a while, Jiangsu went up to that boss and asked, Boss, may I ask which part of the storytelling is the most popular? Of course it's those years of miserable youth with Youth and Mourning, both by the same author. A paying customer next to me echoed. Me too, except for the second one. The author made the protagonist too miserable. I couldn't eat for days watching it. Dog author, don't let me know who it is or I'll cut him. This resonated with many readers who ranted and raved. The old dog thief is really inappropriate. If I ever see him, I'll hang him up and beat him up and rewrite the plot. That's right, tenderizing him to death is light. Too much shit, just too much shit. Jiangsu couldn't help but shrink his neck and pull out his legs to run. These people, they don't have any literary cells at all. But as far as these few bookstores observed, the second book sold significantly better than the first. Youth and Mourning is about to finish its serialization. Then the third book is about to be linked up as well. Throughout the summer, the heat of the storytelling sessions will be on Kong-wook's side. At present, Kong-wook is also considered to be a little famous writer, especially in the high school group. And most of those girls in his own class had now become Jiangsu's hardcore fans, often sending him snaps and stuff, shushing him. He could play that whatever powder if he was a little scummy, every day without fail. Currently, Jiangsu's goal is to write 10 short books first, make a complete name for yourself, and after that, it's split 3 ways. The first rule is to write your own outline and hire someone to write it. Just keep quality control behind the scenes yourself. Anyway, the reputation is out there, and as long as the quality is high, there are naturally readers who will buy it. This is the path that many established writers will take. They often have studios of their own. The second one, naturally, is online literature. The peak of the storytelling club went downhill in 2010, when Jiangsu went to college, and it's the kind that goes all the way down. Online literature, on the other hand, rose to prominence and has been thriving for more than 2 decades. The third way, movie and television. This one is a bit more difficult and requires money and connections. However, it seems that Wang Xiaoyuan has a listed movie and TV drama company. But it's a bit early to talk about cooperation when you don't know people well yet. And there's also the factor of Grand Hyatt. So it's still a toss-up as to whether or not people are willing to cooperate. For now it's better to have an office of your own as soon as possible. Dad, you're home. As soon as she returned home, and Nuonua was surprised to find that Infong had returned. It used to be rare for my father to leave the house for days and weeks at a time, and Fong's temperament is getting better and better. All of them carried a strong sense of confidence between their brows. That's the smell of success. It looks like it's a lot younger too, with a much better demeanor. Sure enough, money can make what was originally a skilled laborer undergo such a dramatic metamorphosis. Good daughter, back, and Fong smilingly took out a few bags. Look, I bought you all kinds of designer clothes, shoes and bags, and Nuonua was naturally happy, but still asked, Dad, these are expensive, right? It's okay, it adds up to over $10,000, and Nuonua's hand trembled, and she was about to tell Infong to back off, and Fong smiled and said, Don't panic, this time your father I've made close to $1 million, I made you suffer in the past, it won't happen again. Also, bought 2 of the latest cell phones, the pink one you use, and the black one. You take it to Kongwook tomorrow. And Fong was still grateful for all the help Jiangsu had given when his family was down and out, and Nuonua was dumbfounded. Dad's words were too much for her to digest for a moment. Dad made close to $1 million so fast? It's like a dream. Oh, right. And Fong tapped his head. There's one more thing. You help me give it to Jiangsu tomorrow. Dog authors? So inappropriate. Woo woo. Wang Xiaoyuan's house. After her shower, she flopped down on the bed in her silky nightgown, 2 legs crossed, crying and watching youth and sorrow while greeting someone. From the side, her curves undulate in an ornamental way. Despite the constant cursing, she finished the latest installment of Storytellers she'd bought on her way back. Her tastes are now being bred to be so dense that she's not interested in any other authors except those written by Kongwook. Wiped the tears from his eyes. Wang Xiaoyuan suddenly thought of something. Both of these, by the way, would be great for a TV series, though she lives a rather lazy life on a regular basis. But the business sense that should be there is still there. Besides, she really liked both of them, thinking that if I got the rights to it and supervised it myself, it would be a perfect recreation of the original. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyuan immediately took out his cell phone and called the contact number at the end of the storytelling session. The call was soon transferred to Lin Nan's side. Talked for a long time. In the end, Lin Nan said it was a bit late now and she would respond tomorrow after she had asked the author. After ending the call, Wang Xiaoyuan fell asleep with anticipation. Snapped the lights off. Before going to sleep, Wang Xiaoyuan blinked her eyes. Yourself, as if there was something you hadn't done, but can't remember how. Never mind, since I can't think of anything, it must not be anything important. So she fell asleep at ease. And the next room, Junue stood on the balcony, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Her face full of sorrow. The sky does not grow old, and love is hard to end. The heart is like a double silk net with 1,000 knots in it, he said, taking a drink of the red liquid from the glass in his hand. The sadness that lingered in his body intensified. After that, grabbing the large can of Coke that was sitting on the railing, he filled himself up again. Sentiments have always been sad about parting, and even more so during the cold fall of the autumn festival. It's just a good time and a good scene. Nuwa, my Nuwa. He's drunk. Coke is not intoxicating. Grief flows backwards. Woohoo. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiangsu woke up on time. You can get 8 hours of sleep a day and that's perfectly adequate. After washing up, it was time to start coding. The word count for this one is the most Kongwook has ever planned. The 7 that follow are all between 100, 000 and 150, 000 words. There is the accumulation of fame from the previous 3 films. There's no point in piling on the word count when you can certainly ask a high price for the latter. At 8 o'clock, and Nuonuo arrived on time. She was holding something in both hands. 2 butchered kuns, breakfast, and a black bag with no idea what it contained. Kongwook took the stuff over. Good job on your hard work. Reward you with an extra 10th for today's homework. Jiangsu now assigns Nuonuo some serious homework every day so that she can make sure that what she learns can be absorbed and mastered in its entirety. The young girl puffed out her cheeks. I don't want it. Kongwook, girls like to say the opposite. Don't mean yes. And Nuwa, then I want it. Kongwook, okay, I'll satisfy you. And Nuwa didn't say anything. She had never been a match for Jiangsu in the area of verbalization. What is this? Jiangsu looked at the black bag. Oh, this is the cell phone Dad asked me to give you. And Nuwa took out her new cell phone, waving it in front of Jiangsu. My dad bought it. One for you and one for me. Jiangsu instantly recognized that the one in Nuonuo's hand was from Tianyue, or a folding phone. It's not cheap, 3 or 4,000. Open the bag and inside is a touchscreen CoolPad cell phone. CoolPad is still very strong these days and this phone is 3-4K. Jiang-Su asked in surprise, Uncle got rich? Dad says he's made almost $1 million and is going to buy the factory today. Jiang-Su nodded. Anfeng hitched a ride on that one, and has certainly been on the up and up ever since. Seems like a good investment in yourself up front. And phone still knows what he's doing. Oh, and this. And Nuonyuo took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Jiang-Su. Dad asked me to give it to you. There are $80,000 in it. The password is 6/8. Give me money for what? Dad said you're very business-minded and that you might be able to get something going with all this money. And he said you don't have to pay it back. Kanwook couldn't help but grin. Not bad for your own good father-in-law. It hasn't quite made a fortune yet. And with a little bit of money, it's the first thing that comes to mind. He didn't pretend to be polite and just took the card. Smilingly, he said to Nuonyuo, thank uncle for me. There is no way to repay the great kindness. Why don't I just marry you? Teenage girls can't stand to be teased. The cheeks went red all of a sudden. Then he gently bit Kanwook. Badass. After that, he ran off to the kitchen. Jiang-Su changed his cell phone card. And just after breakfast, Wang Xiaoyuan and Pei Yanjie arrived. After seeing what Fu Yanjie was wearing, Jiang-Su was directly unable to strain himself. No, are you sick? Dressed like that? Suit, shoes, and a big back haircut with hair cream. That's a proper cold sword look. What do you know? This is called maturity. Fu Yanjie hummed and looked at Wang Xiaoyuan. Sister Xiaoyuan, do you think so? Wang Xiaoyuan stifled a smile and nodded. After the three of them went to buy food, Jiang-Su continued to code. At 9 o'clock, Lin Nan sent a message saying that someone wanted to buy the rights to 2 of his movies and TV dramas. However, she didn't know what Jiang-Su's psychological price was, so she didn't agree. When I contacted Kanwook today, I just gave him the other person's phone number as well as his button. And then Jiang-Su used another work number that he had just registered and added the other party. The other party's avatar is an office building, and the screen name is Chairman Wang of Chuanqing Entertainment Company. This looks like a working number. In less than a minute, the other party came through, sending a handshake emoji. Chairman Wang, hello, I'm the owner of Gunstar Entertainment. Kanwook, hi, are you planning to buy the rights to my 2 books? Chairman Wang, yes, about these 2 books. I wonder if you have any desire to sell the rights. Kanwook, it depends on the price you give. There was a pause there. Then a text. Chairman Wang, those years of miserable youth. A one-time buyout of $300,000. Youth and misery. A one-time buyout of $350,000. For this price, Jiang-Su can only say ha. If it's a 2 or 3 year copyright at that price, he can live with it. But if you buy out, it's a blood loss for sure. After all, this is something that could be written in several series if it was run well. For example, a certain Ren's movie made a lot of money over several series. After thinking about it, Jiang-Su replied, 2 modes of cooperation. One is to sell the copyright for 3 years, 300,000 and 350,000. The other one, free license, but I have to take 30% of the revenue made from the movie and TV show. After the message was sent, there was no reply from the other side for a long time. In the living room of Kanwook's house, Wang Xiaoyuan looked at the message on her cell phone and frowned slightly. She didn't follow Fu Yanjie to sell boxed lunches today. All the words that should have come out of his mouth yesterday have already come out of his mouth. This made Fu Yanjie very disappointed. Then isn't this mature and handsome outfit of his wasted? Wang Xiaoyuan thought about it and typed a reply. This condition is a bit hard to accept. To be honest, although you are somewhat famous now, it is not enough to make such an offer. As much as she liked both of them, there was no way she could really just give them mindless money. It's definitely a good idea to try to keep the price down when you can. The other side replied quickly. It's okay. If you can't talk, forget it. Anyway, these copyrights the other party could not be sold off by Jiang-Su unless they offered a very high price. Wang Xiaoyuan burst into a fit of anger. I thought to myself that this author is too greedy. There was no further conversation. Putting down the cell phone, Wang Xiaoyuan looked at Nuonyuo who was quietly reading a book on the side. Another glance at Kanwook's bedroom. Curious, he asked. What's he doing in there? She'd wanted to ask yesterday and had held back. Reading a book, and Nuonyuo replied in a small voice. She wasn't sure if Kanwook wanted outsiders to know about the writer's identity. Oh, Wang Xiaoyuan retracted his gaze and looked at Nuonyuo, revealing a gossipy expression. You too. To what extent have you developed? And Nuonyuo looked a bit unnatural, just like that. Wang Xiaoyuan, ever booped? Ha, the young girl looked puzzled. Wang Xiaoyuan, oops, it's just whether or not there's a kiss. No. And Nuonyuo shook her head like a rattle. A moment of weakness. It was supposed to be a subplot, and she was now very out of it. It was also impossible to tell the truth to Wang Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, Junyue would have to pester me again. Hey, you guys are going too slow. If it were up to me, I would have already. Wang Xiaoyuan bragged for a while. It is clear that you have no hands-on experience at all. But in her mouth, it's like how many times she's been through it and how experienced she is. And Nuonyuo blushed as she listened to Wang Xiaoyuan brag. Is this something I can listen to without paying for it? I'm sorry to hear it, but I can't help it. Capital. Clear River Entertainment. When Zhou Qingyue arrived here, she immediately became nervous. The decor of the place looked just like a palace to her, and she couldn't help but develop an inferiority complex. And the people here are so stylishly dressed. You look like a village girl yourself. So old-fashioned. Lu Yu saw her nervousness and grabbed her hand. Don't be afraid. Just treat it as your own home. This company has 40% of my sister-in-law's shares, and is the proper #1 shareholder. If you perform well in the future and can make enough achievements, you can also become a shareholder of the company. And all these well-dressed people you see before you will serve you. Zhou Qingyue's eyes glowed. Okay, first we'll take you through a simple test to see how your innate acting ability is. Lu Yu brought Zhou Qingyue to a workroom. There were several men and women. Lu Yu brought a card and handed it to Zhou Qingyue. You perform according to the plot on it. Don't be nervous. Feel free to play. Oh, okay. 10 minutes later. The few people in the room all looked at Zhou Qingyue with incomparable shock. Geez, this you really haven't studied acting before? One of the men intoned with awe. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. Picked up a treasure. Lu Yu was excited. You were born to eat this bowl of rice. Trust me, you can definitely become a superstar in the future. She hadn't seen a single person her age with 1/10 of Zhou Qingyue's acting skills. Plus the profile is in good condition and the voice is alright. It's hard to say that this isn't hot. Lu Yu's head was spinning rapidly. In her company, there's a pin in the air that's missing right now. Instead of spending a lot of money to go out and dig it up, you should develop it yourself. It's still a relative of my own, so I'm sure I won't betray it. And Zhou Qingyue gave her hope. Soon, Lu Yu made up her mind to do just that. So he turned his gaze to one of the men wearing glasses. Director Wu, are there any youth-themed movies or TV shows lately? Lu Yu planned to first cast Zhou Qingyue in a small role to test the waters. Director Wu shook his head. I haven't seen any suitable scripts or on the market at the moment. This is going to be difficult. Lu Yu frowned. At Zhou Qingyue's current age, acting in a youthful campus drama is the most appropriate and easy to manage. The rest of the subject matter struggled to achieve the effect she wanted. Listening to the conversation between the two, Zhou Qingyue's heart stirred. After thinking about it, or whispering, that, I have a movie recommendation. I don't know if it will work. Lu Yu didn't actually take Zhou Qingyue's words seriously, but without dismissing her, he smiled and asked, what is it? I've got it with me. It's called Those Years of Miserable Youth and it's great. Zhou Qingyue said as she put her own school bag down. Pull out 3 storytelling books from inside. Lu Yu took it over and looked at it. At first there was some disinterest, but soon, Lu Yu's expression became grave. When she finished reading it, she gave it back to Director Wu. How is it? Is it okay? Zhou Qingyue asked carefully. It's so okay. Lu Yu was very happy. I feel that this one was written especially for you. If you were to star in it, you could definitely explode. Zhou Qingyue's heart trembled. Lu Yu's words instantly enlightened her. Quickly go over the plot of this one in your head. She felt an inexplicable familiarity the first time she looked at it. Now that Lu Yu had made such a point, he immediately reacted. This one, isn't it written about yourself and Kong Wook? She's wet, eyes wet. It turned out that he had such a high status in Jiang Su's mind. The reason he did this to himself, that must have been out of love. The deeper the love, the heavier the hate. Yes, it must be. Zhou Qingyue couldn't help but clench her pink fists. A silent vow was made in his mind. He must succeed early and then make Kong Wook come back to his heart and come back to his side. After watching the beginning, Director Wu also praised the plot. The idea and the characters are all very good, and I don't see the need to make too many changes. Just bring it in and shoot it straight away. Good, that's it then. Lu Yu clapped on the spot. I'll personally go contact this author and buy the copyright. Lu Yu is a man of thunder and lightning. Once you make up your mind, you immediately launch into action. After settling Zhou Qingyue down, he went to make contact. When you know in the future that the copyright was recommended out for you by me, surely you will be very happy? Zhou Qingyue thought joyfully. And the other side. Soon, Lu Yu contacted Jiang Su through Lin Nan. After a few simple introductory remarks, Lu Yu reported an amount that made Jiang Su feel very surprised. Hello, we are sincerely interested in purchasing the rights to Those Years of Miserable Youth. Now for your 2 partnership options. One is a 3-year copyright for $400. 000, tax included. The other is a co-development model with free licenses. 15% of the total proceeds of the products developed in the future go to you. Jiangsu did not expect the other party to give such generous conditions. Shanghai Entertainment Company, he also knew about it. It's a top 10 presence in the country. Not now, of course, but 10 years from now. Jiangsu vaguely remembers that Qinghe seems to have gone public in the end, with a peak market value of close to $10 billion. This company still has a pretty good reputation. It seems to be the case that there was no dispute between any of the actors or employees with the company. However, Jiangsu didn't say yes right away, but asked again. I'd like to know how long it takes for your company to go public from the inception of the project? If it takes too long, it's better to go with getting paid. Lu Yu said. We are planning to use this one to support newcomers. Time is money, so it's a maximum of 2 months from inception to go live. Youthful school subjects like this one require very little filming. Many of the scenes are indoors and can be accomplished with curtains. It's mostly about the actors versus the plot. 2 months is more than enough time. It would be a good bet if it was just 2 months. See if you can have higher returns. If the movie that is made blows up, then the revenue is significant. And, if it does do well, there is a high probability that it will be followed up with a TV series. The returns will be even higher then. It's like having a quinquin that can keep laying golden eggs. Jiangsu, yes. Then I'll choose the second mode of cooperation. But there are a couple of things. One is to sell only the movie rights. Another one, if you guys are going to do a TV show in the future, the mode of cooperation is also up to me to make the choice. And this is also written into the contract. Lu Yu thought about it and said, yes, then it's a deal. I'll send someone from my side right away to sign the contract with you, and I'll contact you by noon tomorrow. Kong Wook, good. Then we'll talk more about it then. After ending the call, Kong Wook walked to the kitchen. It's after 5 in the afternoon, and Nua was handling the 2 kunai she had brought in the morning. The kitchen in the home boasts 3 modes. One is gas, one is electric, and one is wood burning. This is because Kong Wook his father prefers to eat the kind of cake that is baked with firewood. That's why it was purposely kept. A kunai is wrapped in a lotus leaf and covered with a layer of dirt on the outside. Put it inside the wood stovetop to burn. The other quinquin split in 2. Half of it is used to make chicken soup. Cut the other half into pieces for the grill. And Nua cooks very well and is very handy. The looks are again of a national color. The body is perfect and the personality is so well behaved and sweet. In the future, you will have inexhaustible wealth again. Who the hell is talking about a girl like that? Oh, so I'm the one talking. That's okay. And Nuonuo twisted her head and glanced at Jiangsu. It's almost ready. You can wait outside for a while. Aha. Kong Wook smiled. I'll go out and see if there's a delivery to pick up. You're alone to watch the house. Oh. Okay. No, this isn't my house. And Nuonuo looked up and realized that Jiangsu had already left. A thin blush spread across the blown-out skin of a pretty face. It looks showy and unusually tasty. Stomping her foot lightly, she elicited a raging, yuck, come to the post office. Kong Wook found the contract that storytellers had mailed. Open it on the spot and read the contract through. Once you are sure there are no problems, sign it and post it back. By the time he returned home, Fu Yanjie and Wang Xiaoyuan had also returned. Fu Yanjie, this kid is like a follower. Wang Xiaoyuan, where to follow, where to go. The intent is too obvious. Wow. Nua, your cooking just smells so good. Wang Xiaoyuan did not mince words in praising Nuonuo. In his heart, he didn't even know how many times he had cursed his own brother. It's really useless. I can't believe you couldn't get your hands on such a wonderful girl. And Nuonuo had already finished several kunai dishes. There was a strong scent wafting through the air. The chicken broth was simmered to perfection and the soup was golden in color. The barbecue and grilled koan are also very colorful and tasty. The 3 men were hungry just looking at it. Can't wait to do it. And Nuonuo served soup to everyone. Jiangsu took a sip, and the freshness and sweetness of his mouth was incomparable. The meat was also grilled to just the right heat and crispy. It's just a shame that it's not old enough. Otherwise, with a can of beer, it's a top-notch treat. Wang Xiaoyuan ate it without any regard for his image. Taking a bite complimented in Nuonuo once while cursing Junwei in her heart. Painful. Why can't such a good girl be the daughter-in-law of my old Wang family? And Nuonuo was embarrassed by the compliment. Wang Xiaoyuan took a bite of the chicken leg while saying to Jiangsu, I won't come to help tomorrow. Jiangsu has not yet spoken. Fu Yanjie anxious, why sister? Hey, Wang Xiaoyuan let out a long sigh. Originally, I came over here to help. He wanted to probe Jiangsu's bottom line, then find a weakness and target it, so that I can help my ungrateful brother to get Nuok Nu. But after spending a few days together, I realized that Junwei is scum compared to Jiangsu. As long as Jiangsu was still alive, Jun Yu didn't have a single chance. So yeah, there's no point in staying. and Nua's face was red. Although it was fake, it was still shy to be said so publicly by Wang Xiaoyuan. Sister Xiaoyuan, you'll stay a few more days. Jiangsu is a person with many faults and weaknesses. I can tell you all about it. Kong Wook? Well, 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 well. Wang Xiaoyuan shook her head. No need. I've given up. Hurry up and eat. Oh. Fu Yinjie's mood went down. 2 quins were eaten clean by all 4 of them. One by one. Their stomachs are holding out. Although Fu Yinjie was in a bad mood, he ate the most. After a short break, and Nuo packed the dishes back inside the kitchen, Wang Xiaoyuan was too embarrassed to just eat and not work, so he also ran to help. Jiangsu patted Fu Yinjie's shoulder. You two are not suitable. There are plenty of gentle, pretty girls at school. No need to hang on to one tree. Fu Yinjie clenched his fists. Who said that? I can feel it. Sister Xiaoyuan also has a crush on me. Jiangsu's face was full of questions. Where did you see that? Fu Yinjie, this morning in the kitchen. She told me, Pei brother, you are so cute. She said I'm hardworking. Hey, how can I say that if I don't like it? Jiangsu's forehead veins throbbed. Love brain, all go history for me. Then I'll go first. I'll give you a right sister circle. Fu Yinjie farted and followed. Jiangsu shook his head. That kid is so stubborn. It had been told to him many times that there was no way Wang Xiaoyuan would like a brat like him. Just don't listen. Obviously at the most carefree age, you can live happily ever after, preferring to taste the bitterness of love. It's not like a child is too old for his father. Forget it. Just let him be. Jiangsu also sends in Nuo home. Came back and went back to coding. Day 2. And Nuo came over for a while before seeing Fu Yinjie appear. His whole body looked depressed and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. One didn't need to think about it to know that it must be because of Wang Xiaoyuan. Fruity. After seeing Jiangsu, Fu Yinjie directly hugged him and cried bitterly. She said she likes mature and stable and that she doesn't think I'm tall enough. I'm so miserable. The first time I've ever liked someone in my entire life. And I just fell out of love. Okay, don't cry. Kong Wook patted his back. That's because she has eyes and doesn't see the good in you. By the way, what are your strengths? There doesn't really seem to be any. Not good looking. Not tall enough, not good at sports, and average grades. Thinking that way, it makes sense that she wouldn't like you. Fu Yinjie stared angrily at Jiangsu. Are you still a human being? Can't see me getting so upset and hurting me like this. Jiangsu kicked him off in the next second. But out here yakking. Hurry up and get to work. Just go. Why are you so fierce? Fu Yinjie said aggressively. You used to be gentle with me. You've been getting more and more impatient with me since Nuo showed up. Does love really go away? And Nuo? Kong Wook's forehead was covered with black lines, just to beat him up. Fu Yinjie shrunk his neck and hurriedly ran away. Kong Wook's phone rang. It's the staff member who Luyu said she wanted to sign the contract yesterday. After talking to Nuo, he went out. At the agreed location, Jiangsu met the other party, a svelte-looking man with glasses. There was a brief conversation between the two sides. The other then took out the contract. Kong Wook looked over it carefully. He is not seeing anything wrong with it. But in case there are any contract traps, Kong Wook still asks the two to go to the lawyer's office together. It's safer to get a lawyer to confirm it. The other side agreed. Then it was time to take a cab and go to a lawyer's office. The contract was signed only after the lawyer confirmed that it was okay. And this lawyer's consulting fees are paid by others. And also gave Jiangsu the money to take a taxi back. Jiangsu's favorability towards this company soared at once. As long as you're generous to me, you're my friend. It's so nice not to have to get up early. Wang Xiaoyuan stretched his back. A pair of jade feet stuck out from the ends of the quilt. The toes are crystal clear and 5 stars for playability. Sure enough, one just isn't cut out for work. He's just a loser who inherited a lot of money from his parents. Wang Xiaoyuan picked up the cell phone on the bedside table, whispering, after one night, I wonder if I've come around to selling me the rights. Thinking of this, she sent another message to Kong Wook. Hello, have you thought it over? The price I'm giving is already very affordable. Kong Wook's side replied quickly, but the reply blindsided her. Those years of miserable youth has actually sold. Wang Xiaoyuan hurriedly sat up and rubbed his eyes vigorously. There's no mistaking it. Really? Wang Xiaoyuan was a bit incredulous. It's only been a day. How did it sell? She slowly typed out a question mark and sent it over. Thinking to myself, could this be the other side saying this on purpose? The goal is to try to drive up the price. And Kong Wook quickly replied that it was bought by Qingha Entertainment. What the exact price was he was not at liberty to say, but it was definitely higher than the price quoted by Wang Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, Kong Wook wouldn't have sold it. The reason why I said that was to try to make this Wang Dong develop a sense of nervousness. If you don't buy it, the other one may be sold again soon. Xinghe Entertainment Company Wang Xiaoyuan is aware of it. The majority shareholder is a well-known gold broker in the industry. She even dug it once. Just didn't work out. Wang Xiaoyuan opened his address book and wanted to call Lu Yu, but on second thought gave up. Calling directly, that would be like telling him that he also looked at the rights, and maybe people would run over to compete again. Never mind. It's safer to use your connections to sidestep the process. Wang Xiaoyuan waited for more than 2 hours and finally got the information she wanted. Those years of miserable youth was indeed purchased by Clear River, but the exact details of the deal are unclear. Wang Xiaoyuan couldn't sit still at once. Secret regret. If I'd known this would be the case, I wouldn't have haggled. This buying and selling stuff is sometimes like courting girls. When it's just him, it doesn't matter much. As soon as there is competition for the object, it immediately raises the importance of the suitor a notch. Wang Xiaoyuan hurriedly contacted Jiang Su. I'll take the 3-year rights to this one, Youth and Sorrow, for $450,000. That price was basically the limit of what she could offer. Jiang Su's side also quickly replied with a message of agreement. That price is high enough. There's probably another 400,000 when we get our hands on it after taxes are deducted, plus the savings he now has on hand. Almost enough to buy a 50 or 60 square foot office. However, since the funds are now sufficiently plentiful, might as well wait for him to finish the 3rd book then. After you get your fee, buy a set of offices of hundreds of square meters at once. You can expand your office room when the time comes. Get a couch, a big soft bed to sleep on or something. If you get together with a Nuonuo in the future, and inside the office, ha. After receiving Jiang Su's consent on Wang Xiaoyuan's side, she planned to get up and go meet him. But on second thought, forget it, I'd rather not go. In her mind, Yearning Anping was the well-built, glasses-wearing, gentle writer. In case you see a bearded, unkempt, fat man, that would really shatter the filter all over the place and would ruin her imagination of what was good. Or don't see each other ever. Allow yourself to keep the best of your imagination. So Wang Xiaoyuan called and asked his secretary to sign the contract. Jiang Su, on the other hand, chose the location at the same law firm just now. Anyway, he's not gone yet. The signing process is the same as earlier. But what slightly upsets Jiang Su is that this time the other party actually does not reimburse the lawyer's consultation fee. Patterns? Patterns. The call was pretty fast. After signing the contract, that little assistant went back. In less than 2 hours, the money was credited to Kong Wook's bank card. Bank card deposits are almost $600,000. Jiang Su looked at the balance of the card and had other thoughts in his mind. Otherwise, why not just buy a commercial and residential office building? One step at a time. You can also spend the night there later. The first floor is used for office, and the second floor can be used for cooking, living and so on. In reference to the 3-story house his parents bought for over $2 million. If you buy a 2-story set with a slightly smaller area, $1 million or so should be enough. For the address, choose one that is not far from the school and is also more convenient. With a goal in mind, motivation is high. Jiang Su intends to set the number of words he yards every day, at least 40,000 words above. And Fu Yanjie also got motivated after being rejected by Wang Xiaoyuan. He had to make some achievements to show Wang Xiaoyuan that he was no longer a child. Maybe it will come around. 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Su stood up and moved his muscles. There was a crackling sound from all the bones in his body. Today's 40,000 word update is done. A few more days and this 3rd book could be finished. Wait until you get the manuscript fee for the 3rd book in hand. Go back to mom and dad for another 300,000 or $400,000 and you can go buy a house. Turn off the computer. Kong Wook picked up his cell phone and looked at the snap. Found the group to be exceptionally busy today. After looking through the chat logs, he realized that Zhou Qingyue had actually run away to become an actress. This news was broken by Li Honghong, whether in a previous life or now. For most ordinary people, actors are high-flying, glamorous and mysterious professions. Many students inside the group expressed their envy. A number of other people are asking Kong Wook how he feels and how he feels about this. How can Kong Wook look at it? He can look at it on his cell phone. Needless to say, he was naturally delighted. The woman ran off to become an actress, and Kong Wook really hoped that she would make a name for herself and hit it big, so that we never have to see each other again. How nice. There were quite a few other people in the group who complimented Li Honghong. After all, Zhou Qingyue had the best relationship with Li Honghong. If Zhou Qingyue was on fire in the future, Li Honghong might also benefit from it. It certainly wouldn't hurt to get on her good side in advance now. Li Honghong was so cool. It's been a while since I'd been complimented like that. Laughing coldly in his heart, Jiangsu really had eyes without a pearl. When Zhou Qingyue becomes a big star later, you'll regret it. Kangwook didn't take this matter to heart. Wash up and go to bed. And in Nua, at this moment, was also looking at the messages in the group. I don't know why, but some sense of urgency somehow arose in my heart. It had been her intention to go to bed, but then put the phone down. From inside the drawer, I pulled out the sweater pants that I hadn't knitted yet. The whole thing is 90% done, but it hasn't been embroidered yet. According to Nuonyuo's estimation, it would probably take another half a month to complete it with normal progress. Didn't you sleep well last night? Why the dark circles under your eyes? Day 2. When Jiangsu saw Nuonyuo, he realized that she was listless and had heavy circles under her eyes, and Nuonyuo shook her head somewhat sheepishly. We can't let Kangwook know. Myself, last night was spent trying to knit him a sweater, and I didn't get to bed until after 2 a.m. And Nuonyuo couldn't figure out why she was doing this. It was last night after seeing that Zhou Qingyue had the potential to become a big star with shining light. Just want to get the sweater as soon as possible and send it to Kangwook. Kangwook, you go and rest more now. I'll get it. And Nuonyuo shook her head. No, I'm fine. Kangwook, there's really no need. You go and rest. And Nuonyuo, I can do it. This little ninny is such a disobedient and stubborn character sometimes. Jiangsu didn't bother to talk nonsense. In Nuonyuo's shocked voice, he directly picked her up with one hand, toward his bedroom. Geez, what are you doing? Put me down. The young girl struggled free. The strength, however, is not particularly great. A small, blown-out face was covered with a blush in an instant, and Nuonyuo was very light and soft. Holding her was like holding a big ball of dampened cotton. I'm coming. Fu Yanjie, who had just come in from outside, saw the explosive scene. The jaw almost didn't drop, didn't dare to come forward again. Instead, he stood in the doorway and thumped his chest for a while. Birth? What a birth! I haven't even held a girl's hand yet, and you're actually exploring the supreme mysteries of life already. Kangwook put Nuonyuo on his own bed. The young girl's big, watery eyes were clearly tinged with panic, fearing that Kangwook would do something he shouldn't do next, but she was clearly overthinking it. Kangwook hadn't been born to this point. Pulling the quilt over, he covered Nuonyuo and turned on the air conditioner. Then glaring viciously at Nuonyuo, she said, get some rest for me. If you're out by 10 o'clock, I'll heave you. You hear me? The young girl tightened the covers around her body, revealing only a head. Biting her lip slightly, she nodded gently. Resistance is not daring to resist. The only way to barely make ends meet is to be good and obedient this way. Well, that's good. Kangwook rubbed her hair hard and went out. Fu Yanjie immediately came over. Kangwook saw sympathy on his face. What's that look on your face? Hey! Fu Yanjie patted Jiangsu's shoulder. Find some time to go see a Chinese medicine practitioner. Don't delay too long while you're young and should still be able to treat it. Kangwook had a question mark on his face. What are you talking about? Fu Yanjie, from the time you entered the room to the time you came out, it was only 2.5 minutes. Suppose it takes a minute to undress and then 10 seconds to wipe it off. It takes a minute to get dressed, so actually you're 20 seconds good and miserable. Kangwook got harder fists. Good boy. Rumors don't cost anything, do they? If it wasn't for the wrong gender. High and low lets you experience on the spot what it means to be scary. 2 days later, Jiangsu finished the third book. Lin Nan was once again taken aback. How on earth did this teenager practice his hand speed? The keyboard is probably smoking. The first 2 parts of Kangwook have been serialized. Take advantage of the fact that Kangwook is hot enough in the market right now. Lin Nan made another non-stop arrangement to serialize the third part as well. And because Kangwook has so much capacity, plus the results are great, so by the time the third installment was serialized, it was straight up taking over the best panels. And Kangwook also once again offered to pay for the manuscript in advance. Lin Nan readily agreed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangsu received the manuscript fee from Lin Nan. After taxes, it's a little short of $50,000, plus his own on hand, and the money from selling boxed lunches all this time. $650,000. Buy a house. Kangwook cleaned up and left the bedroom, planning to ask Nuonyuo to go with him to his parents. It's just that when I came out, I didn't see Nuonyuo. Where did it go? The guest room doesn't have one, and neither does the restroom. Is it on the second floor? Jiangsu walked up to the second floor. Then he was confused when he took in the sight before him. The living room. Jiangsu and Nuonyuo looked at each other, speechless. The atmosphere is a little weird. And Nuonyuo's eyes looked at Jiangsu with anger and aggression. In extreme anger, she raged. Go back 5 minutes. He didn't find Nuonyuo on the first floor, so he ran to the second floor. Who knew that as soon as he went upstairs, he saw that Nuonyuo was actually mending her clothes. While working, her blouse was accidentally torn. So, took the needle and thread. Sneak up there when no one is around and plan to sew. Who knew that just halfway through? Kang-wook ran up. What would have happened back there is a guess by anyone without a brain. Thus the opening scene. Ahem. Jiang-soo scratched his head. I didn't see anything. After all, it's so dark upstairs. You don't say. The young girl's cheeks burned, and she was a bit overwhelmed. She didn't believe what Kang-wook said at all. Just want to get the hell out of there now. So she said, and rushed off. Kang-wook felt that she needed to calm down right now and didn't quite follow. Jiang-soo packed up and went out to go inside his own restaurant. Speaking of which, he was supposed to be helping out at the store every day at this time of year. But it can't be helped. There's too much going on for myself right now to care about coming. After coming inside the store, Jiang-soo directly opened the door to Jiang-shan. Dad, how much money can you come up with right now? Give me some up front. Kang-san, how much do you want? Kang-wook, $400,000. You wait, Kang-san said and left the room. Before long, he pulled Chun-yu in as well. Closed the door by the way. Jiang-soo was taken aback. Dad, what are you doing? Kang-wook saw that he was holding a long wooden stick in his right hand. Chen-yu's expression was also serious. What do you need so much money for? Did it get Nua pregnant? Jiang-soo's head was filled with black lines. What are you guys thinking? Am I such an unreliable person? It was also reckless of him to not make his words clear. And so, just take what he's been doing lately, including the money earned from writing, the rights sold, and all of that too. After hearing this, the two couples were naturally shocked. The first reaction was that there was no way my son could be so bullheaded, waiting to be sure again and again. It was only after he also saw the arrival text message from Jiang-soo's cell phone bank that he was fully convinced, followed closely by excitement. Anyone who wants their son to be, well, better than his peers. And Kang-wook is already way ahead. Good son. Just wait. I'll get you the money. Chun-yu ran off with a cheeky grin. There's no reason not to support your own son when he's so awesome. In a business like theirs, they usually keep spare cash. Chen-yu took out $400,000 from inside the safe and handed it over to Jiang-soo. Kang-san said, Son, do you need us to go with you? After all, it's not very safe to carry around that much cash. Kang-wook shook his head and said no. There is a bank right next door on this street. Go over there and deposit the money first. It's 5:40. The bank's still open. It's not too late. It's only a child as dependable as Kang-wook. Plus they both have big hearts. It was only at Kang-wook's age that he was so relieved to give him such a large sum of money. Carrying a large school bag, Kang-wook went to the bank and deposited money into his card. The card totaled $1.5 million, which should be enough. He then went to an agency. Immediately after stating his needs, an agency boy enthusiastically introduced him. Currently meets Kang-wook's requirements. Be near the school. To have a commercial and residential nature just 2 suites. A set that has been around for over 20 years and is rather old. With an area of over 200 square feet and a total price of $1,650,000. He couldn't afford it. The other set was built 2.5 years ago and covers 100 or so square meters. There are 2 floors and a backyard of more than 30 square meters. It was a 5-minute walk from the high school Kang-wook attended. It looks pretty good from the photos given by the other side, but we'll have to go over there to see exactly how it is. The suite was given an offer of $960,000. Kang-wook offers to take a field trip. This agency boy immediately got on his motorcycle and drove him there. 10 minutes later, Jiang-soo came to the outside of the building. It's still in pretty good shape and the tiling is new. Didn't go in right away. Instead, he let the agency boy drive himself around the neighborhood. There's a food market. There is a kindergarten, a medium-sized clinic, and a large supermarket. The surrounding amenities are excellent. Kang-wook was satisfied. The entrance is on the main street, and there is still quite a lot of foot traffic. If you want to run a business, you can even set up a booth or something at the entrance. Then it was time to walk into the building. There is also a small yard in the front for 2 sedans. There were more weeds and it looked like it hadn't been tended to in a while. Opened the door. Waited a while for the air to get through before going in. This house is already renovated. Decoration style Jiang-soo still like. Simple atmosphere. According to the agency boy, the owner of this house had intended to build it for his son's wedding. And by the way, you can start your own little company. Who knew that he got rich a year or so ago and now his whole family has emigrated? The house would be useless. So why not just sell it? If the homeowner isn't lying, the cost of materials used in a house you live in is certainly not bad. All kinds of appliances and furniture and whatnot are complete. According to the agent guy, the furniture is a separate cost. It's going to be an additional $20,000. It's also still acceptable. Look at the second floor first. There are 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Each bedroom has its own bathroom, a kitchen, A common bathroom with wet/dry separation and a bathtub. The overall layout of the room and everything, Jiang-Su was very satisfied. After the tour of the second floor, we came back to the first floor. The layout and decoration of the first floor is according to the office. There is a common office area. 2 rows of long tables were placed. You can get 6 to 10 people to work on this top. There are also 2 separate offices, one large and one small, both equipped with ensuite bathrooms. The balcony is also quite spacious and connected to the living room. You can also open the balcony to the living room to increase the usable area if needed. After reading it, Jiang-Su basically had nothing to be dissatisfied with. On the surface it didn't show much emotion. Just say to the agent guy, "It's okay in every way, just can you reduce the price a bit?" The agency boy shook his head. "Sir, I'm really sorry." The owner of the house explained it. Not a penny less. The price also seemed like a good deal to Kongwook. After all, in a few years, this place will never be taken down without $20 or $30 million. Kongwook was aware of it. It won't be long. With some outside support, River City will skyrocket in every way. In a very short period of time it has jumped to the top tier of cities. A house with all the paperwork like this one. You can get your papers the same day if you pay. This agent is probably just working for a short time, and he is very hardworking and enthusiastic. After Jiang-Su paid the money, he immediately got busy. Should have used some of their agency's connections as well. So it took Kongwook just over 2 hours from buying the house to getting the license. After getting the real estate license, Jiang-Su couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's really not easy. After working so hard for so long, with $400,000 from my parents and $80,000 of support from my future father-in-law, finally took a small building at full price. Rounding up, doesn't this amount to a house you've worked hard to buy all by yourself? The house is pretty much complete with everything. Jiang-Su went to change the locks on the gate while it wasn't particularly late. Then he sent a message to Anuonuo, asking her to come out shopping together in the evening. It's been a couple hours. That thing should be over, right? I've been so tired lately, and I just finished my 3rd book, so it's time to take a couple days off. The message was sent and was not immediately answered. Kongwook looked at the balance on his card. It cost a total of $980,000 to buy this small building. There are still over 70,000 points left on the card. Go buy a women's motorcycle. The rules are still very loose now. It doesn't require any papers or anything like that. The other side. And Nua received a message flying from Jiang-Su. Inside she wanted to go, but as soon as she thought of that shy scene earlier, she couldn't help her face burning, so it became a little hesitant. Finally, after a few minutes of deliberation, it was better to hold the cell phone with both hands and give Kongwook a reply. National Capital. Clear River Entertainment. Dance Studio. Hoo. Zhou Qingyue lay on the ground without any image, panting heavily. His clothes were soaked with sweat. She has a lot to do every day now. Wake up at 6 a.m. For a 1-hour morning run. Vocal and acting lessons begin at 8 o'clock and continue until 12 o'clock noon. Then we will have a break for lunch and a dance and form class at 1:30 p.m. That will last until 5 p.m. Then after an hour break, it's back to studying foreign languages, grooming for some high-profile occasions, etc. By 9 o'clock, you can go back to your dormitory and rest. However, Zhou Qingyue didn't go back, but ran over here every day for extra training. It hadn't been more than a few days since she'd been over here, but it had already opened up a wide world for her. She is hungry for success. In his mind, the image of that boy kept coming back every night when he slept and closed his eyes. It was becoming an obsession for her. She longed for the boy's approval, desire, to get the other person to like them again. So she trained her ass off and worked harder than anyone else. After a little rest, Zhou Qingyue climbed up, practiced speaking, lines, etc. In the mirror, the rights to those years of miserable youth were bought. Preparations for the movie are already underway. Lu Yu was even forceful in giving the female lead of this movie to Zhou Qingyue, even though it's a small budget movie with a total investment of no more than $2 million. But Zhou Qingyue was also working very hard on this. Kongwook, wait for me. I'll appear in front of your eyes with a brand new image soon. For sure. This is. Did you buy it? When Jiang-Su rode a white motorcycle to the door of Anuonuo's house, her eyes glazed over slightly at the sight of the motorcycle. The women's motorcycle was beautifully styled, the kind she liked. Yeah, bought it especially to transport you later. Happy? Kai doesn't believe it. The young girl pouted slightly. Bad guys, they love nothing more than to tease themselves. Heck, it's annoying. Jiang-Su smilingly handed her the helmet. Put it on, let's go drink milk tea and eat delicious food. Good. The young girl put her helmet back on and carefully got into the car. Didn't dare to hold on to Kongwook's waist, but held onto the horizontal iron on both sides of the car. Are you sitting still? Okay. Go you. Jiangsu twisted the gas, and the car moved forward at an even speed. There are some ghostfire teenagers who like to make a sudden sharp stop when they are driving a girl. Under the effect of inertia, the girl's whole body would then lean forward and hit the back of the person. But Kong-wook had no intention of doing that. Punks, hooligans do this kind of thing. Wow, that's a lot of people. Arriving at the snack street, and Nuonuo couldn't help but shrink her neck. It's crowded. Kong-wook tells her not to take her helmet off. Then pulling her arm. Come on, let's finish shopping and go somewhere else to eat. Don't you grab my arm And Nuonuo couldn't help but struggle. But the force was light, and the voice was even softer. It's the same thing as a girl saying no on certain specific occasions. Jiangsu said in a serious manner. With so many people, it's easy to get lost. What if some pervert or something is onto you? There are a lot of bad people out there. Do you think anyone is so simple and kind like me? The young girl whispered. You're the worst. What did you say? Jiangsu didn't hear clearly. Nothing. And Nuonuo hastily shook her head. I said listen to you. Oh, come on. Kong-wook grinned. No, it's not. Not holding hands though. But pull your arm today and hold hands tomorrow. The day after tomorrow it might be a kiss. And the day after that. And Nuonuo lowered her head the entire time and acted as an ostrich. If my classmates see it, it'll be a disaster. By the time you get to school, the rumor mill will be flying. I bought 2 cups of milk tea, 2 candy canes, 1 order of stinky tofu and 2 skewers of hot dogs. It was all in Nuonuo who grabbed the money. Being able to buy a girl dinner is not a skill. It's only awesome if you can get a girl to offer to pay for it. Passing a stall selling cakes, Kong-wook asked her, do you eat oil cakes? And Nuonuo shook her head. After buying the stuff and Nuonuo couldn't wait to leave. It's pretty dangerous to stay on this side for 1 more minute. Only when the car restarted did Nuonuo breathe a sigh of relief. Where are we going? For the reason that driving winds are more to the point. So the young girl had to be close to Kong-wook's ear for him to hear it. The fragrant aroma hit her ears and tingled. It made Jiangsu's mind wander. He settled down and said with a grin. Took you to be sold. It's not like I'm worth anything. Then you sell me as a young daughter-in-law. No, you're the worst. Ah, don't shake. The sudden swinging of the front end of the car made the young girl lose her balance and subconsciously hugged Kong-wook's waist. Kong-wook, taking advantage of me? Ha? And Nuonuo, I didn't. It's obvious that you're the one who made it bad. Kong-wook, then let go of your hand. The young girl stopped talking. As soon as I let go myself, the car shook again. You can't talk about it. You can't fight it. Mouth bulging. Living like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. After waiting in front of the small building he had just bought, Kong-wook stopped the car. Turning her head, she looked at Nuonuo. How much longer are you going to hug me? The young girl let go of her hand in a hurry. Despite the helmet, Kong-wook guessed that her face must be red and flushed right now. Taking off her helmet, and Nuonuo glared at Jiangsu in exasperation. It's just that she doesn't get angry at all. Instead of looking half-hearted, it made people want to bully her more and more. Jiangsu opened the door, then pushed the car and said to Nuonuo, come in. Where is this place? And Nuonuo followed her inside and looked around curiously. Bought it with my manuscript fee plus a little money from mom and dad. And this will be my office from now on. Wow. You're good. And Nuonuo's lips parted. Quite surprised. And then there was deep adoration. In a time when most of my peers are still finding ways to cheat their families out of pocket money on a daily basis, Jiangsu actually bought a small building just by himself. It's straight up several versions ahead. Jiangsu closed the gate behind him and said, I'll move all the books from home tomorrow. You can come over anytime you want to read a book later. Aha. Use the name to assuage some of her concerns. When you get used to it, you'll think of it as a second home. Yeah. The young girl nodded. There was no realization of Jiangsu's sinister intentions at all. Enter the room. The two sat down. And Nuonuo ate the stinky tofu first. This stuff doesn't taste good when it's cold. Watching her take small bites of stinky tofu, Kong-wook suddenly came to have a bad taste. Coughing, he said, here's a question for you. If one day you meet a bad guy who wants to violate you, what can I do to make sure I'm safely out of danger? Ha, the young girl blinked. A little dully. Calling for help? Kong-wook, there's no one around. You can only rely on yourself. Besides, the outlaw power could easily take you. The question stumped her. After thinking about it for a long time, he shook his head and said he didn't know. Jiangsu had a wicked grin on his face. There's only one way to break the game, and that's to take a shit in a few seconds. When the stench comes, it's guaranteed that no one will be interested in you, no matter how nationally beautiful you look. It's like that stinky tofu in your hand. And Nuonuo glanced down. Vomit. There was a burst of dry heaving, then an angry look at Kong-wook. Ha ha ha, Jiangsu laughed out loud. The young girl was angry. This bad guy just knows how to bully himself. She wasn't a vegetarian, though. Looking at Kong-wook over there, he laughed a lot. Immediately, she took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. Soon, the call was answered. Geez Nuo, why do you have time to call me? It was Chen Yu's voice, and Nuo pouted. Auntie, Jiangsu he just bullied me. What? Chen Yu's voice suddenly raised an octave. The murderous aura went straight through the phone and filled the room. That boy has turned against the world. Give him the phone. Jiangsu's loud laughter came to an abrupt end, and Nuo proudly handed her cell phone to Jiangsu. Mom, who is your mom? Chen Yu was furious. Good Jiangsu, you've gotten fat. You dare to bully Nuo. Don't you know I'm covering her? How dare you? Kong-wook. The corners of the young girl's mouth turned up as she finally found restraint. Jiangsu's forehead was in a cold sweat. Mom, listen to me explain. It's not what you think. Mother Superior, who sat on top of the clouds, trampled thousands of avenues under her feet. Terrifying as it was simply not something that he, a small high school student who had not yet officially stepped into the secret realm of society, could fight against. Explanation. No explanation needed. Chen Yu was overbearing. I'm telling you, no more bullying Nuo. If you ever bully her again, get ready for a mixed doubles fight between me and your dad. You hear me? Humble Ginger Conceitsu nodded his head in a hurry. I hear you. Humph. Remember, if you dare to let Nuo suffer, see if I won't skin you. With that, he hung up. Jiangsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at the smug look on the young girl's face, she gritted her teeth and said, When did you get my mom's number? The first day I went to your restaurant to help. Auntie gave it to me, and Nuo was in a happy mood. You heard what Auntie said. You're going to be miserable if you ever bully me again. He said and waved his pink fist hard. So happy. He had been pressured by Jiangsu before, but now he had finally turned over. Jiangsu's teeth ached for a while, and Nuo classmate. You are not speaking of martial virtues. Don't shake people if you have the ability. No, I'll take it. Slightly. The young girl spat out her tongue at Kong-wook. Playful and cute. Jiangsu was extremely angry. I never thought I'd have a day to roll over, and Nuo actually gained such a powerful backer. There's no way to bully her to your heart's content in the future. When on earth are boys going to stand up? The air shakes cold. Humph. The young girl hummed a light tone and ate her candy cane. She couldn't eat the rest of the stinky tofu. As soon as I saw it, I remembered what Kong-wook had just said. This guy is a pain in the ass. Kong-wook picked it up and ate it himself. Seeing Jiangsu's actions, and Nuo was instantly stunned. He's using, like, a bamboo stick he just used himself. It's got his own spit on it. How could he? Doesn't this amount to an indirect? Jiangsu froze for a moment and then reacted. He really didn't think about it that much just now. It's purely because I don't think we should waste food, isn't it? At this point, it's natural to play dumb. What are you talking about? The young girl's heart was in a panic, but not to point it out. Just keep your head down, eat your candy cane, and stop talking. Kong-wook looked amused. When the food is finished and the milk tea is finished, Jiangsu then invited in Nuo to take a tour of the entire building. Finally came the backyard. Kong-wook looked at her. Give me your opinion. What kind of remodeling would you put this place through if it were you? Get her involved too. In the little moments of life, they continue to imprint each other's marks. Eventually, it reaches the point of being unbreakable. My words in Nuo bounced to the corner. Here, to plant 2 grapevines. I like eating grapes the most. And here, you can use it to grow some vegetables. Tomatoes, winter squash, eggplants, whatever. Here you can dig a hole and raise some fish. And here, you can get a swing. When you're not doing anything, it'll be very comfortable. Here, it can be used for barbecuing. The young girl's eyes lit up. With good and aspirations for the future, Jiangsu silently memorized these. Just go ahead and change it like she said. Bring her over when it's done and surprise her. It's getting late, so Jiangsu rides his beloved scooter and sends in Nuo back. The cool night breeze blew away the stifling heat and into the hearts of the two men. Hey, look over there. Suddenly, and Nuo realized something. Following the direction of Nuo's finger, Jiangsu saw a kiosk on the left side. A familiar figure was buying something. Li Hong. That's not the point. The point is she's stealing. The owner of this kiosk is a grandmother in her 70s. Kong-wook often goes to her place to buy things. Know something about her. My partner is long gone and my son left in an accident some years ago. When my daughter-in-law ran away, I was left with a young grandson. She raised her alone. The 2 grandchildren depend on this kiosk for their survival. Business wasn't supposed to be particularly good because of the location. Who would have thought that this woman actually steals things? Granny's getting old. Lee Hong took advantage of talking to the grandmother while she was distracted. Sneak some of the more expensive things into your bag. And Nuonuo was unusually angry. How could she be like this? Because they both lived in the neighborhood. And Nuonuo also knew something about this grandmother. Jiangsu stopped the motorcycle and said to Nuonuo, "You watch the car. I'll go over. Okay? You be safe." Jiangsu took out his cell phone and turned on the video recording function. Then creep closer. Cell phone camera functions are mediocre these days, but they still work. Lee Hong's attention was focused on dealing with the old granny, and she didn't notice in the slightest that Jiangsu had already appeared behind her. This woman is really ruthless. The thefts are all still relatively expensive. The bag is about to fill up. That's worth $70 or $80 at least, if not more. For grandmothers, $70 or $80 takes 2 or 3 days, sometimes even 4 or 5, to earn. Damn this woman. Sensing that the bag was about to be too big to fit, Lee Hong stopped, and then randomly bought a 50-cent pack of chili fries, paid and left. Kong Wook followed. It was something he didn't want the grandmother to know. After all, it's so old, always treated people with honesty. If she knew that there were children with such evil hearts, she was bound to be very sad. Walked a bit, Lee Hong suddenly turned around. Seeing Kong Wook behind him, he was taken aback. Immediately following that, he cursed, "What's wrong with you? Are you stalking me on purpose?" Kong Wook was expressionless as he stepped forward and took her hand. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Help! Hooligan!" Lee Hong yelled out. Just over 10 meters ahead is a law enforcement booth. Kong Wook forcefully pulls her over. The 2 guards standing guard at the door heard the commotion. Immediately, he rushed over and asked what was going on. Lee Hong eagerly shouted, "Save me! This man is going to do something untoward to me." Kong Wook let go of her hand and said to the 2 guards, "I want to report this woman for theft." "What are you babbling about?" "I didn't." Lee Hong was startled, followed by her exasperation. Jiangsu raised his cell phone. "What you did just now, I filmed it all. It can't be denied." Lee Hong's heart was beating wildly, and fear was visible to the naked eye. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going home." Turning around and about to run away, he was grabbed by Kong Wook. Straight away, he dragged her inside, and then showed the video he had taken to the staff involved. Open Lee Hong's bag again. It's clear to see the variety of snacks inside and whether they're real or not. "Where does your family live and where is your school? Why are you doing this?" the staff member asked with a serious gulp. Lee Hong's age is there. Off certainly won't be off. At most it will be an education and then she'll be told to return the stuff. Lee Hong had a look of fear on her face, shivering and unable to speak at all. Jiangsu was on the side, turning on the camera and recording it all. Finally, under several interrogations by staff, Lee Hong explained the motive for the crime. Turns out she had her eye on a set of makeup but couldn't afford it. "It just so happens that we have guests at home this evening." Her mom then gave her a couple $dozen to go buy some snacks and come back. Lee Hong wanted to covet the money, so she had a crooked idea. Tears were shed as he spoke. Says he regrets now that he shouldn't have done what he did. Jiangsu sneered in his heart. What she regretted should have been being found out, not really repenting. The staff educated Lee Hong and took her to her parents. Another staff member is about to return these things she stole. Kong Wook said he offered $100 for it and not to let the grandmother know about it. So this staff accompanied Jiangsu to that kiosk. "Good evening, Grandma. Get me one Sprite. Not frozen. It's Wook." "Ha, hold on." Granny turned to get Sprite from the shelf. Taking this opportunity, Jiangsu quickly threw the $200 he was holding inside the grandmother's half-open money drawer. The staff instantly cast an approving glance at Jiangsu. The kid's got a good heart. On the way, Kong Wook told the staff member something about the grandmother. He was even more furious at what Lee Hong had done. Then also bought some drinks. "Snacks from this side. Consider it a small show of support." Walking out of the commissary, both videos taken by Jiangsu were uploaded inside the class group. Don't say anything about her being young and having to give her another chance. They're all so old. They'll be adults soon. Should be held accountable for what they do. And the woman was never any good in the first place. It might be a good idea to get rid of her while we're at it. Naturally, it's a 2-for-1 deal. "How's it going, Mr. Kong?" And Nua came over pushing the cart. Don't look at her soft appearance, but she's actually very strong. Pushing a motorcycle is also fast. "Well, it's done. And, calling me classmate again? Call brother. Classmates, classmates, classmates." Slightly. The young girl spat her bloody tongue at Jiangsu and playfully made a face. Jiangsu pretended to be fierce. "Naughty huh? Let you be naughty. Let you be naughty. Let you be naughty." and at this time inside the class group. With the release of these 2 videos, the entire group exploded on the spot. Holy shit, how could Lee Hong do something like that? Doesn't her conscience hurt? To actually go and steal from a grandmother. It's a disgrace to be a classmate of such a person. Originally, Lee Hong popularity in the class was average, plus what she did this time was just too much, so almost all of her classmates came down and expressed their anger at her for this behavior. And Lee Hong was severely beaten by her parents after being brought home and told about the incident. She hated Jiang-soo in her heart. Lying on the bed, aggrieved, she was planning to send a message to Jo Chin-yue to complain about her problems, but as soon as I opened my cell phone, I saw tons of Snapchat messages. By the time she realized what was happening, she went black. On the other hand, Jo Chin-yue, who was, Sister Shui, I like your acting so much. I didn't expect to be able to see you here. It's such a pleasure. In the dance studio, Jo Chin-yue was incomparably excited as she looked at a 25 or 26-year-old or so, a woman with a delicate face, outstanding temperament and exquisite figure. Her name is Chen Shui, a popular new generation actress, appeared in many movies, TV series, and being a professional dancer herself, she is very popular. There are over 5 million followers on the microwave alone. She is also one of the shareholders of Clear River Entertainment and is the second largest shareholder. It was a rare day when he was free, so he was grabbed by Lu Yu. Specialized training for Jo Chin-yue. Little girls love to chase after stars, and so does Jo Chin-yue. That's why she was so excited after seeing Chen Shui. Chen Shui's personality was also quite good, at least on the surface. She also speaks with a unique gentleness and knowledge. She smiled and encouraged Jo Chin-yue a few times before letting Jo Chin-yue continue practicing. This girl she kind of likes too. Very hard. She is talented enough in dancing and acting. Cultivated well. And perhaps in the future you can reach, or even surpass, yourself. Good. Jo Chin-yue answered and got up to continue practicing. Chen Shui saw a book sitting on the side of Jo Chin-yue. Take it over to the latest edition of Storytellers. Jo Chin-yue has now collected all of Jiang-soo's published storytelling sessions, and the more she understood, the more Jo Chin-yue admired Jiang-soo. Each book is completely different, but equally wonderful, especially this latest one, Pure White Lovers. More than anything, she couldn't stop looking at it, so that led to her bringing it even when she came to practice. Take a break and check it out. Pure White Lovers, Chen Shui muttered, and then was quickly caught up in this. This story is probably about a man and a woman who meet because of an accident. And then the sweet romance began. It didn't last long, however, before the plot suddenly took a 180-degree turn. The heroine is hit by a car and wakes up with amnesia. Infatuated with the hero before she was hit. Amnesia, but how to look at the male lead. The obsessive male lead is unrelenting. Use every method to help the heroine regain her memory. After a great deal of effort, it was finally successful in helping the heroine regain her memory. The two are back together sweetly. But it didn't take long. Oh ho! The hero is found to have an incurable disease. In order not to drag the heroine down, the hero quietly fled the city alone. Go live somewhere where there are no people and walk the last stretch alone. The heroine went crazy looking for him. Finally, on a snowy day, found the hero who had frozen. The main one is a sadistic one. This kind of plot would have been cursed if it had been written 10 years later. But nowadays, there are very few such episodes on the market. It's dog-eared, but it's still very top-heavy to watch. By the time Chen Shui finished reading the latest chapter, she couldn't get enough. Heart 100 paws. I can't wait to take a knife to the author's dog's head right now. Tell him to hurry up and update, sis. It's so pretty. I'm going to share it with my fan babies only. Thinking this way, Chen Shui took out her cell phone and filmed this, opened the microwave and edited a piece of content to post. Babies, I found an excellent one today. It's called Pure White Lovers, so check it out, everyone. Within minutes of this entry being posted, a number of fans commented and retweeted it. Wow, it's rare to see a snowy recommendation. That name is appetizing. Okay, I'll get it now and watch. Well, Yuki recommended it, so be sure to get it. In addition to the fans, there are also some friends who have followed her circle, as well as some newcomers who had just entered the circle and wanted to flatter her. They followed suit by commenting and retweeting. It just so happened that today was calm and uneventful, nor did any of the stars collapse their houses. So this microwave quickly shot up to the 10th position in the hot search. Be seen by more people. A portion of Chen Shui's loyal fans went to buy the storytelling session at the first opportunity. After watching it, most of them gave it a favorable review. Then it ran to the microwave to promote it, further expanding sales. In a very short period of time, the storytelling sessions, in most areas, sold out straight away. One by one, bookstores are urgently contacting headquarters for restocking. The headquarters were all confused on the spot after learning the news, because the market expectation for this new Kong Wook book is relatively high. So this time there would have been a tenth more printed than before. That's 100,000 copies for the first shipment. As predicted, it should take a week or two to get the first batch sold. It's only been online for just 2 days now, and it's amazing that most areas are sold out. The people at headquarters didn't have time to find out what was going on. At the first opportunity, we called the printing house and hastened to print another 100,000 copies urgently, and Lin Nan, who had gotten this news, was also shocked, followed closely by her excitement. She was jumping and dancing in her office. Steady, this time for good. The position of editor-in-chief is not mine. Years and years of peace and prosperity for me. Ha 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 ha. After the excitement, Lin Nan wanted to tell Jiang Su the good news, but on second thought, let's wait. Now, sales are high, but they haven't reached their limit yet. Waiting to tell him until his grades are higher will probably shock him. After sending in Nuonuo back and returning home, Jiang Su drew him the design drawings of the backyard. Then take a picture and send it to Pei Yanjie. Part of his family's business is in remodeling. Ask him to help ask how much it would cost to follow his design plans and requirements. 10 minutes later Pei Yanjie returned the message. It's 1.2 million for the whole package. This is including labor, materials, and Kong Wook's request to plant vines and such, all contracted together. At this price, Jiang Su was a little skeptical that his family could make any money. So the question was asked. We can't let people owe us anything for nothing. Fu Yanjie replied that the profit is still there. Just give Jiang Su a discount. Jiang Su was then relieved. Wash up and go to bed. After turning off the lights, it's time to think about book 4. This fourth book is not going to be a schoolyard study. It's going to be a new story. Wake up the next morning. Jiang Su ate breakfast and sat down in front of the computer. But suddenly he didn't want to write anything and was drained of energy. Sure enough, the writing can't stop. Just stop for a day and get lazy yourself. Kong Wook stared hard at the computer. You're already a full-fledged computer. You have to learn to code your own words to earn money to support your master. You know? Move it. Hurry up and move it. Laptop. For the fourth book, Jiang Su intends to write a domineering president in love with me. The heroine, Mei, is ordinary and confident. Obviously his family is poor, but in the company he dares to scold the boss at the top and dislike the employees at the bottom. The male lead, Xiao Shuai, is the president of a listed company, with a paralyzed face. He is pursued by many girls every day, but he is totally unattractive. Until he meets the heroine, the woman who caught his eye. All the other women ran into him with a flowery, coy look on their faces. Only this woman. After meeting him, instead of humbly currying favor, he cursed him. The bully's heart fluttered. How many years has it been since he finally met a woman who doesn't covet his money? Woman, you've managed to get my attention. Then a dogged story of a man chasing a woman unfolds. The male lead lets go of the second female who has white skin, long legs, graduated from a prestigious school, and is from a good family. The preference is for heroines who are average looking, have average family backgrounds with average education, have average bodies, and have bad tempers. Who the hell is this type chasing? The answer is a bunch of little people living out their own fantasies. When Kong Wook thought about it last night, he got goosebumps. It's so embarrassing, but as embarrassing as it is, the audience is still large. Even after a decade or so, the subject matter has sucked. But if it was made, there would still be a lot of people who would enjoy watching it. The book title is The Bossy President Loves Me. After criticizing the laptop for a while, Kong Wook started writing. Like this one, it's not a lot of work to write, as long as you know the routine, where the whole plot is going. Last night while sleeping with the lights off, Kong Wook had already gone over it in his head. Plus he's got 3 books ahead of him to hit the ground running. So now his hand speed is up another notch. You can get 6,000 words in an hour. This pace is only moderate if you put it in the context of online authors. There are big ones that can be 10 or 20,000 an hour. Kong Wook still has a lot of room for improvement. Write until 8 o'clock and get 10,000 words done. It will not be sent to Lin Nan for the time being. We'll see what the final score is after the third book is serialized. And Nuonuo is here. Both hands were behind his back, looking a little squirmy. Kong Wook asked what happened, and Nuonuo looked from side to side. When he saw that Fu Yanjie hadn't come yet, he quickly put his 2 hands in front of Jiang Su. Kong Wook saw her carrying a bag in her hand, and Nuonuo whispered, I've been idle and bored for the last few days, so I knitted a sweater and sweaters. It's not even cold yet. Anyway, it's just that you can have it if you like it, and I'll take it back if you don't. When he spoke, his eyes didn't dare to look at Jiang Su. Kong Wook froze for a moment, taking the bag from a Nuonuo. When I opened it, it was a set of black sweater pants. There are some patterns on it. The styling isn't old-fashioned. It's quite stylish. Kang-wook saw Nua's dark circles under his eyes again. Immediately, it made sense. It's not like I was bored. It was simply knitted especially for him to stay up all night. And probably more than one night. Jiangsu's heart instantly rose with infinite emotion. Straight away, he lay down on the couch. Come on. And Nuonuo, huh? What's coming? Kang-wook, it's the first time a girl gave me such an expensive gift. There is nothing I can do to repay you, but to give my body to you? Boing boing. You're so annoying. Ignore you. And Nua turned and ran into the kitchen. Kang-wook opened his eyes and hugged his sweater and pants. The characteristic scent of a young girl seemed to remain on it. He laughed joyfully. Like a fool. Jiangsu, your father is here to show you my new favorite concubine. Fu Yanjie walked into the living room. He was seen carrying a mountain bike on his right hand. This stuff is expensive. You can't get it without a couple thousand. Fu Yanjie was very proud to say. How about it? This modeling handsomate, riding on the road, absolutely turnover rate burst. Kang-wook sat up and bristled. Average. Fu Yanjie sneered. This was given to me by my grandpa, and the price was as high as $2,300. That's just pure jealousy on your part. That said, his family was pretty odd to him. Any goodies like laptops, all kinds of designer sneakers and clothes and such. That's all there is to it. But not much pocket money. It's a lot compared to the rest of the class, though, but very little if you go by his family's assets. Jiangsu pointed to the motorcycle parked outside. That motorcycle? You saw it when you came in, right? Fu Yanjie, see? Your parents bought it. Jiangsu sneered. I bought it with my own earned money. Do you think anyone is like you? A rich kid who only knows how to ask his family for money? What can you do with yourself? In addition to inheriting several of your parents' publicly traded companies, dozens of properties, and hundreds of millions of dollars in savings, what else can you do? What else are you? Fu Yanjie lowered his head in shame at his words, feeling like such a failure. Oh, stinky Kang-wook, talking to Kuan Ba hurt people. Hey, what's that in your hand? Fu Yanjie was quickly caught by the sweater and sweater pants in Jiangsu's hand. What are you doing with this thing now that it's so hot? Jiangsu said laughingly, I advise you not to know better. I'm afraid you'll be sad if you find out. Saying this, instead, it stimulated Fu Yanjie's curiosity, continuously urging Kang-wook to hurry up and speak. Kang-wook, really? Fu Yanjie, hurry up, don't talk nonsense. Jiangsu, it's really nothing more. It's just Nua staying up late and making it for me personally. You know what that's like, don't you? Oh, and by the way, you've never gotten a gift from a girl before, so you wouldn't understand if I told you. Pain. It just hurts. Pop gave himself a hard slap in the face. Why can't you control your curiosity? There you go. Flat out taking another blast. Fu Yanjie hard mouth, I do not care about it. Not just a sweater. I'll get him 10 or 8 of them later. Fighting good brothers is one of the joys of life. Jiangsu continued to fill in the gaps. Only those who are incapable will use money to buy. Competent, attractive men rely on their girls to do it themselves and then deliver themselves. How long have we known each other? And she's been so sweet as to make me sweaters and sweaters. That's if it's been longer. All kinds of clothes and pants and shoes. She makes them all herself and sends them to me. How else am I going to go out and buy new clothes and shoes? All the money can't be spent. Will it cause merchants to make no money and then go out of business? It's such a pain in the ass. You'd be better off without it. Because there won't even be a girl to give it to you. Ha ha ha. Fu Yanjie had tears in his eyes. He wanted to escape now. Kang-wook is too born. Against Yanjie's young mind caused a major blow. The whole thing is bad. Jiangsu spread his hands and said innocently. I told you long ago not to listen to it. You nonetheless don't listen to it. So can you blame me? Fu Yanjie was furious. From now on, sever the father-son relationship for 10 minutes. Kang-wook, whatever. I'll pretend I don't have you as a son. In the end it was Fu Yanjie who lost the battle and went to work with his head hanging down. A helper came today to give a Nua a hand. Also a girl in the class with a poorer family and a shy personality. It's called Zhang Yuan. The money given is $5 more per day than what was given to Zhang Jiqian last time. After the noon meal was ready, Jiangsu saw that Fu Yanjie took the barbecue grill with him. Why are you taking this with you? It's useless. Fu Yanjie scratched his head. I see that the business of the incidental barbecue seller is very good recently. Just talked to my dad and opened a barbecue place in the middle lot of a couple internet cafes. Just get it from that store from now on without me having to work so hard. Kang-wook, 9. Rich people just know how to have fun. Kang-wook went back to his bedroom and continued to write about his bully. I hadn't been writing for long when the phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, Kang-wook chose to answer. With that, Zhou Qingyue's voice came over the phone. How have you been? The next second, there was a beep 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 beep. Jiangsu cursed a psychopath in his heart, hung up on the spot, and then blacked out the number. And at this moment, Zhou Qingyue was on the set. It's also just after a few days of emergency training that she's about to open those years of miserable youth. The first scene of the day is a reminiscence of school youth years later. The director asked Zhou Qingyue to grieve with a hint of remembrance. She hasn't been doing so well in the grief department, so he called Kong Wook's number. As expected, the person hung up without saying a word to her. Isn't that where the sadness comes in? Zhou Qingyue quickly entered the state. If Kong Wook knew the purpose of this woman's call, he would probably be even more angry. Good. Great. It's perfect. The first scene is important. The director was mentally prepared to waste several days. I didn't expect Zhou Qingyue to pass the second time. Lu Yu on the side laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. Zhou Qingyue gave her more and more surprises. She can't wait for this movie to be released soon. Zhou Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief before silently thanking Jiangsu in her heart. You're a real blessing to me. It was supposed to be an 8-hour day of shooting, but Zhou Qingyue wanted to finish the movie earlier, so she took the initiative and asked to work overtime. The actor had a smile on his face, but in his heart he hated her. After his own scene was shot, he didn't just leave. Instead, I was on the set, watching how others were performing and taking notes. Studying she wasn't much on, but performing, she was incredibly focused and serious. The crew on the set were all praising Zhou Qingyue for being well-behaved and understanding, without realizing that she had once taken a teenager and hurt him to the core. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Yanjie came back. He's visibly tanned in the last few days, but he looks healthier. Well, there's nothing else to compliment him on except his health. Dividing today's income, Fu Yanjie took a sip of Fat House water, then said, "Do you guys know? Li Honghong quit the group, and I heard from a neighbor who lives close to her that the whole family moved. That's normal. After all, that woman is supposed to be very facetious and vain. After that incident, she naturally had no face to stay." Kong Wook's heart fluttered. Then what about her family's house? If it was for sale and the price was right, he himself would take it and intercept that woman's chi. I don't know. Fu Yanjie shook his head. You're interested? Jiangsu nodded. You have more doors. Help me to inquire. Fu Yanjie, Kuan 8K. Wait for my news. Pei Yanjie to go. And Nuanyuo and Zhang Yuan's home is on the way. The two girls, so they go back together. On the way, Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Nuo, are you really related to Jiangsu? Yeah. What's up? It's nothing. Zhang Yuan shook her head. As the day went on, she always felt that the state between Jiangsu and Nuanyuo was a bit strange. It's not like they're related at all. It's like more than a friend, more than a lover. The other side. Kong Wook waited until everyone was gone, then ran to the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Put a sweater and sweaters on. Stand in front of the mirror and look left and right. TSK. So handsome. The clothes are beautiful. Worthy of being made by my future daughter-in-law. Just nice and warm. It's a summer's day, and it's not uncommon to be warm in this. Stinks for a moment before taking his shirt off. Stained with sweat. Forget it. Just wash it. Washed it. Hung it up and took a picture. Hair button space. With the text, under the afterglow of dusk, glowing with a faint golden color, that was my youth. Disgusting is a little disgusting, but Kong Wook still chooses to send it. It didn't take long for Pei Yanjie to be the first to leave a message. 3 words, go stuff. Then Nuo also left a message. A smiling emoji. These days, smiley emojis don't discriminate. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangsu came over to the new house. Decorating started this afternoon. Since he wanted to finish the work as soon as possible, he gave the masters an extra $2,000 to work overtime. On the way, I bought some drinks to distribute to a couple of decorators. Kong Wook then took some of the clothes, household items and books that he had brought and got them into the bedroom on the second floor. The room was already equipped with bookshelves, saving him from having to go out and purchase additional ones. By the time it was done, the decorators were off duty. The yard is small, and at the current pace of construction, it will be finished in 2 or 3 more days. It was a bit late, so Jiangsu simply spent the night over here. Anyway, it's been a long time since the place was renovated, so there won't be any formaldehyde or anything like that. Pei Yanjie to send a message. He inquired about Hong Hong Li's place. It is indeed for sale. The house is 90 square meters. It's been around for over 30 years and the location is relatively isolated. That's why their family didn't dare to quote too much. The total price was 234,600 a square foot. Kong Wook reckons it should still be a cut. But now I don't have much money on hand myself. I had 70,000 left over after buying the house. Almost 20,000 for the motorcycle and the backyard renovations. Now it's up to you to see how the third book fares. If you get good grades, maybe by the time the fourth book is finished, you'll have enough to buy that house of Li Honghong's. The following day at noon, Jiangsu received a call from Lin Nan. Her voice was unusually exuberant. Do you know what the sales figures are for Pure White Lovers? You know what? Yesterday, in one day, 120,000 copies were sold. In the few days it's been online, total sales have topped 220,000 copies. And it's still so hot that the printing press machines are drying up and smoking. No, Kong-wook was shocked. How did it get so high? If he remembered correctly, since the creation of the Storytelling Club, the highest sales volume of a single issue is only more than 600,000, right? Normally, a single period, a week, is only about 150,000 sales. It's only day 4 of a new cycle. I think. That's right. This third book of yours is on fire. Lin Nan's laugh was extraordinarily high. For the next few weeks, your third book will have to dominate the charts. And yeah, my boss is probably secretly puking blood inside his office right now. This third book-marked contract is for variable income. That is, if the sales figures are good, Kong-wook will get an extra payment. The guaranteed issue is 100,000 copies sold. If he exceeded that, Jiangsu would gain 50 cents for each additional book sold. Just as of now, Kong-wook has an extra $60,000. If only the sales of the later issues of the serial could keep up this trend. With this book alone, Jiangsu estimated that he would be able to make millions of extra dollars. It's no wonder the owner of Storytellers is secretly spitting blood. Kong-wook got a tiny bit excited. With that score to build on, Book 4, the price won't be too low. Moreover, Kong-wook still intends to continue this kind of contract. As for whether the Storytellers would agree, unless they're out of their minds, they'll refuse. But Jiangsu was still curious. Why did it suddenly explode? What went wrong? Based on the information I've gotten from visiting some bookstores myself, your book is being followed by the big star, Chen Shui. She promoted it on the microwave, which led to tons of fans going for it. What Chen Shui Jiangsu did not recognize. And then the conversation turned to the new book. I've written the beginning of the new book and I'm sending it to you now. Lin Nan's interest instantly rose. Okay, I'll watch it right away. When he ended the call, Kong-wook sent the open hair over. Over there, Lin Nan clicked on the email. The boss loves me. Just by looking at the title of this book, Lin Nan became interested. By the time she'd finished the beginning of the 10,000 words, there was a moment of scratching her head. So excited to see what's going to happen in the later episodes. This year-old onping is just too much. How can you break a chapter? Addiction all of a sudden. No. Want to see it again. Hastily tapping on Jiangsu's chat box, he typed a paragraph. Brother, give me one more chapter. I'm dying. Please brother. I felt so bad all over. I could hardly breathe. Please brother. Just give me one more chapter. Just one more chapter and I'll never touch it again today. I can't take it anymore. I'm tossing and turning and can't sleep really. I'm dying. Jiangsu, who was about to fall asleep, saw this message from Lin Nan and was filled with question marks. What's this little speech of the day? Forget it. Uncle favors her father. Sent her the remaining 40,000 words again. Seeing the follow-up chapter sent by Jiangsu, Lin Nan exhaled heavily. It's come to life. It should be enough, right? Half an hour later, all watched. Lin Nan had an unsatisfied look on his face. And want to see it, and want to see more. Come on, give me all the back chapters. I have got the disease that doesn't make you weak. Wake up the next day. After washing up, Jiangsu remembered and looked up this one called Chen Shui. He had never played with microwaves in his past or present life. The microwave is actually okay now. In a few more years, though, it went completely stale and was called the NWC by the internet. Chen Shui's first top microwave was about his book. Then the second. And the third, actually, separate introductions to his other 2 books. Chen Shui couldn't get enough after reading the latest chapter of Pure White Lovers, so it was off to read the other 2 Kong-wook books. It was very natural to become Jiangsu's brainwashed fan. Unconditionally help him with publicity. Jiangsu memorized the name. If you get a chance in the future, mention it. And then it was back to the house and immediately into coding. This book, The Bossy President Loves Me, has a booking word count of around 150,000 words. If there was nothing special, Kong-wook could get 50,000 to 60,000 a day. Today and tomorrow, it will be written. It's natural to make a lot of typos when you write that fast, but he never changed. It's all about what editors and readers have to do. What does it have to do with me, the author? By noon, Lin Nan sent another message. The payoff for his 4th book is out. 302,000 words. More than doubled. However, it's missing that sales incentive. This was something that Jiangsu naturally couldn't agree to. Straightforward reply, I'll find another company then. A sentence that almost didn't scare Lin Nan. That's not good. Kongwook is her cash cow. So he hastened to comfort him, then hurriedly ran to find Gu Li. Boss, I told you he wouldn't say yes. You might as well add that clause. No way. Gu Li's eyes glared. Tell him not to be too greedy. 320 for 1,000 words. That price is already for a first-tier writer. He was a nobody a month ago. And if it weren't for our platform, would he have the reputation he has now? Lin Nan was a little upset in his heart, but didn't show it. Boss, you're right, but there are too few authors with extremely high output and good quality like years and years of peace. I don't think we're losing any money by giving it to him under the previous contract. No loss? Gu Li's voice suddenly drew up. It's all your fault. If you hadn't added that clause last time, I wouldn't have lost that much. At least 1 million more. Gu Li then felt his blood pressure spike. Lin Nan was also on the verge of not being able to hold back his violent temper. Taking a deep breath, he said, Boss, I still think. No need to think anymore. Gu Li waved his hand, interrupting her words. That's it. 302,000 words. Love to sign or not. The platform can still emerge with more quality authors without him. It's not like he's not necessary. Despite Jiangsu's ability, he saw it in his eyes. But this kind of author who likes to haggle with his boss, he dislikes it. And Gu Li also believes that the biggest platform on the market is them. Jiangsu went to other places. Those small platforms also simply cannot afford to raise. In the end, 9 times out of 10, you'll still only be able to come back. Lin Nan's temples jutted. She could barely hold back her cussing in this tantrum. Finally held back. Expressionless, he left from Gu Li's office. And then, told Jiangsu about it. At the end, he added, Don't worry, leave this matter to me, and I will definitely help you fight for the benefits that belong to you. While Jiangsu listened, he said something that made Lin Nan quite surprised. Or you can quit your job and follow me. Jiangsu's sudden outburst caused Lin Nan to freeze for a moment. What? Jiangsu said. I've set up a literary studio and I'm not hiring anyone yet. Otherwise, why don't you come over and join me? And when the company gets bigger, you'll be the patriarch. Is this reliable? Lin Nan's heart was filled with skepticism. Jiangsu said with a straight face. How is it unreliable? Only people like me who love literature can succeed. How can a boss like the one you have now, who is full of money, lead the company to a higher level? Wouldn't you like to see more prestigious works from your authors in the future? Don't you want to ring the bell with me and take the company public in the future? Don't you want to own shares in a public company in the future? Jiangsu's voice, full of compulsion. The air smelled like big pancakes. But the next second, what Lin Nan said instantly made Jiangsu tense up. But, when I was 18, my dad gave me a public company with a market capitalization of over $100 million. It's just that company was in auto parts, and I didn't like it, so I ran out as an editor. Kongwook? Well, you're all here to fuck with my mind, aren't you? No, the people around you are all toxic, aren't they? Pei Yanjie is like this. Wang Xiaoyuan is like this. The future in Nua is this. Now Lin Nan is doing the same. Is it really appropriate for you guys to do this? Take a deep breath. Jiangsu does not believe. Still cannot take you a rich girl who just worked not long. His voice trailed off for a moment. Tell me, what is your dream? Dreams I have no end of money to spend, and I've realized them. Farewell. There's really no way to talk about this day. Never in a million years did I expect Lin Nan to agree in the end. The main reason was that Gu Li had gone too far this time. She felt that the company would not grow much in the future in the hands of such people. Might as well leave early. She has some things to take care of over here, though, and won't be able to get over there for about 2 weeks. Aha! While Lin Nan was still over here, Jiangsu once again asked for an early draft. Let's buy that house of Li Honghong's first. In a couple of years' time, house prices will soar 10 or 20 times anyway. Lin Nan promised in one breath that the money would be credited to his account within a few days. After ending the call, Jiangsu's eyes flickered. Since there's no way to continue working together on the storyteller's side, so what's next? It's time to get ahead of the formation. Point Nimps was founded in May 2002. The way it's going now, it's okay, but it hasn't peaked yet. Also, Doobie hasn't been published yet. That was posted in 2009. In his previous life, Jiangsu Doubao had seen no less than 10 times. In addition to being extremely fond of the story as a whole, the other thing is that the follow-on income from this book is really strong. Even after more than a decade of completion, it can still often be found on the bestseller lists of .com. Some of the other platforms have done extremely well. It's at least a couple million a year. With just that one book of doujinshi, you'll be clothed and fed for the rest of your life. There is also a lot of great work. although he wasn't able to copy it down 100%, but the general framework, Jiang-Su still remembered. Start a pay station that doesn't lose money. It's just some of the upfront investment that can be bigger. The first thing that comes to mind is naturally Fu Yinjie, a good brother. Naturally, when he arrived, Jiang-Su didn't directly approach him for investment. Instead, he talked about the renovations, about how many more days until it's done. Fu Yinjie, I asked yesterday, the day after tomorrow. Words. The tone of voice paused. Fu Yinjie asked curiously, when did your parents buy a suite over there again? Ah, that's what I bought. My parents sponsored just 1 billion points. Oh, what did you buy? You bought? Fu Yinjie jumped up on the spot, looking at Jiang-Su with a shocked face. Where did you get so much money? He had always thought that the suite was bought by Kang Wook's parents. Now he's telling him that Kang Wook bought it himself. No, where did you get so much money? Pei Yinjie a face with a question mark. It will not be to find a rich woman. There is this good thing not to introduce me to go too far, ha. First point number 1. You're too ugly for any rich woman to like, unless gifted. Secondly, the money I made from writing the book plus selling the rights to both. The copyrights are sold? Fu Yinjie was dumbfounded. How much was sold? It's the kind of thing you used to just see on the internet. In reality, it's a first. Not much, just $400,000. Jiang-Su had a cloudy face. Well, it's finally time to put on a show in front of this guy too. Fu Yinjie's entire body went numb. A face of envy and jealousy. Jiang-Su, you really deserve to die. Got such a beautiful girlfriend and now so good at making money. No, I'm not balanced anymore. I'm going to my dad here and ask him to transfer a publicly traded company to me. Kang Wook hurriedly pulled back Fu Yinjie, who really intended to go to his father. If this one does go, 80% of them will be served by 7 wolves. So, I have a business venture. Do you want to invest in it? The previous said so much, just to let Fu Yinjie know his current earning power, and then good to relay to his father. The money for this investment must have come from his father. What? Fu Yinjie came to be interested. Kang Wook then spelled out his business plan. Fu Yinjie couldn't hear much, what with paid reading and IP and all that, but it felt like Jiang-Su was speaking in such a profound way that it sounded very powerful. So it was a pat on the back. No problem. How much investment do you want? Jiang-Su mused. What you need to use in the early stages may not be too much. $500,000 will be enough. Can you tell your uncle that I can give 5% of this $500,000 investment? Don't be too short. If you're willing to vote, then sign the contract. I will state that after 1 calendar year, if the company fails to reach its expected size, I can contribute $50 million to buy out the shares you have on hand. Pei Yinjie staggered. Do not have to play so big, but also 50 million. You can give me 5 million. I cannot even imagine. If I had $50 million, I'd just wash up and wait for you. Scram, Jiang-Su kicked out. I'm going to get the detailed program now, and you'll bring it back to your uncle and aunt at night. Okay, go ahead. Jiang-Su spent more than an hour getting the detailed program out. With his experience in his previous life, it was still easy to make a program that would satisfy investors. After bringing the proposal book back to Fu Yinjie at night, Jiang-Su pulled a Nuo and let Zhang Yuan go first. What's wrong? And Nuo blinked. Hey, Jiang-Su rubbed his hands together with a wicked grin on his face. I want it today. You're saying that Kang Wook made this investment proposal? Back home, when Fu Yinjie took the proposal given by Jiang-Su and showed it to Fu Xinghan after he finished reading it, he had disbelief in his eyes. Yeah, what's the problem? Fu Yinjie instantly became nervous. A good brother seeking investment for the first time can't afford to let him down. And after hearing what Jiang-Su had said himself, he was also thinking that it would definitely work out. AI, Fu Xinghan suddenly let out a deep sigh, followed closely by putting the program aside and silently pulling out his belt. Fu Yinjie wondered, Dad, what are you doing? In the next second, Fu Yinjie let out a burst of miserable screams. Hit it and call it a day. Fu Xinghan felt a surge of refreshment. Fu Yinjie wiped his tears in an aggrieved manner. No, Dad, why are you hitting me for a good reason? Fu Xinghan snorted coldly. Seeing you makes me angry. Why are people so good at Kang Wook? At a young age, he has already bought a house and started a company on his own. You, on the other hand, are a real pain in the ass. Fu Yinjie whispered then, like father, like son. How am I supposed to be good when your genes are like that? Not surprisingly, he was beaten again. And then Fu Yinjie's mom heard the commotion and rushed over to ask why. Fu Yinjie's words for help had not yet been spoken. His mom plowed right in with a broom and joined in. Fu Yinjie, 6. After beating his son up, Fu Xinghan said, tomorrow, tell Jiang-Su that I'm investing in this company. But first things first, the money is to be paid in 3 installments. For the first 100K, you have to make something up front, Like an overall framework or something. Otherwise, I won't be able to fund the follow-up. Fu Yanjie grinned. Got it. What are you going to do? And Nuonyuo took a step back, looking at Jiangsu and feeling a bit scared. Ha. Jiangsu rubbed his hands together with a wicked grin on his face. I'm going to let you help me clean up today. And Nua? Well, she was overthinking it. The young girl's cheeks burned. Too damn Kong Wook, teasing himself again. And Nuonyuo had just finished cleaning and was about to go back. Jiangsu then received the final exam report card from his homeroom teacher, as well as the grade ranking list. No surprises. First in grade. Far ahead. The second oldest, though, was actually not Junyue, but a sister. Grand Hyatt dropped to 5th place in one fell swoop this time. Kong Wook rubbed his chin. It shouldn't have anything to do with himself, right? And look at Noinois. The grade improvement would be huge. 15th in her class and 42nd in her grade. Fu Yanjie grades also improved a little. Class 29. That's good. According to this keep going, Fu Yanjie can get a better university than in his previous life. However, it was definitely impossible to take the same school as Jiangsu, regardless of whether it was his previous life or this life. The thing that Jiangsu wanted to go to the most was Magic City University. It was only because of Zhou Qingyue in his last life that he gave up this opportunity. It's definitely going to be there in this life. And in Nua, should still go to the first academy. This is something Kong Wook does not intend to interfere with. It won't be as childish as it was in his previous life. When he liked someone, he had to stick together all the time. Classmate Jiang, I'm 15th in my class. Hey. The young girl bounced and jumped in front of Jiangsu, incomparably happy. Stop. Jiangsu shouted at her in a hurry. Don't jump. And Nuonyuo, huh? Why? Kong Wook, it's too wobbly and blue. The young girl cocked her head, not understanding a thing he was saying. Cough. Jiangsu coughed. Let's go. Send you back. It just so happened that there were no more disposable lunchboxes, chopsticks and all that. Oh, on the way. Jiangsu asked in Nuonyuo, I helped you improve your grades so much. How are you going to thank me? I just said thank you. Teenage girls aren't stupid. Usually when Kong Wook asks this, he's definitely going to make it bad. So there's no going along with what he's saying. What? Kong Wook's voice got loud all of a sudden. You said that in order to thank me. You want to be my girlfriend? Nonsense. And Nuonyuo was anxious. I'm not. Kong Wook, what? More kissing? That's not good. And Nuonyuo silently took out her cell phone and opened the dialing interface. The first contact is Chen Yu. Then he showed the screen to Kong Wook. Jiangsu. And Nua. You'll easily lose me like this. This chick is learning the hard way now. I can't believe I don't want to be honestly bullied by myself. The young girl laughed. When she smiled her eyes looked like curved moons. Cute as hell. When he reached her door, Kong Wook stopped. And Nua held his shoulder to get out of the car and crisply said thank you. Kong Wook, you haven't said how you're going to thank me for helping you improve your grades. And Nua's face flushed red. Put your head down. Waiting a few seconds before looking up. His voice weak. Then close your eyes. Jiangsu's heart then accelerated uncontrollably. What's that supposed to mean? Is she going to? That's not good, is it? I'm not mentally prepared for it myself. Close your eyes at the first opportunity. Seeing Jiangsu close his eyes, a wry color flashed in the young girl's eyes. Then he twisted hard on Kong Wook's waist and quickly ran away. After opening the door, he made a face at Kong Wook, who opened his eyes. See you later. That's my thanks to you. Jiangsu's teeth itched. Fine. And Nua. Just wait to be sanctioned by me tomorrow. This little ninny. Now she's getting bolder by the day. But that's what makes it fun. The more you resist, the more I will. Hey. Turned around and went to buy disposable lunchboxes and chopsticks. Kong Wook is planning to go back. Then he saw a familiar figure coming down from a very luxurious car in front of him. Anfeng? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. That's not the point. The point was that after Anfeng got off the bus, followed by a woman with a very stylish, expensive dress and a wow body walked down. Jiangsu fixed his eyes on it. If it isn't Zhang Shelwei, it didn't matter. After all, one had nothing to do with her. Important. After the two of them got off the bus, Zhang Shelwei actually took the initiative to hold Anfeng's arm. The words and actions were quite intimate. Anfeng is also not rejecting this behavior. Jiangsu's mind was slightly shaken. Have the two of them gotten this far so quickly? The two of them were then seen heading towards an alleyway after looking around. I'll go? That good? Jiangsu's eyes flickered. Park your motorcycle in a safe place. And then quietly ran over. He knew this area well and wasn't worried about being discovered. Soon a position was found where it was safe to both see and hear them both. Haven't seen you in a few days. Have you missed me? Zhang Shelwei's voice rang out, very flirtatious. sounding full of seduction. And Feng smiled bitterly. When you just suddenly appeared, it all startled me. If my wife and daughter were to see this. Zhang Xiaowei pouted, divorce if you see it. Am I not better than your wife? Anthony, to each his own. Zhang Xiaowei, if you divorce her, I'll definitely do everything I can to help you. Let your career skyrocket to a level you never thought possible before. And Feng said seriously, if I am the kind of person who abandons his wife and children for the sake of profit, do you still dare to like me? I can abandon them for profit now, and I can certainly abandon you for that later. Zhang Xiaowei's voice was smaller. You're right too. Then there was a loud sipping sound. Look at Kong Wook with envy. No, embarrassment. I have to say, the Amphion CPU people are also very good at what they do. Such a strong woman, now submissive under his hand. If not, people can be the richest in their previous life. After sipping for 10 minutes, Jiang Su was on the verge of dozing off before they stopped. And then some more lovey-dovey words that sounded, well, goosebump-inducing. And then it's gone. Kong Wook waited for over a minute before going out. And Feng was seen walking home alone. Zhang Xiaowei's car then drove away. Jiang Su hesitated slightly, but still appeared in front of him and stopped him. And Feng froze for a moment, then laughed. Xiao Su ah, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Jiang Su said lightly. Uncle, I saw it all just now. And Feng's smile disappeared. What have you seen? Kong Wook, you were intimate with Zhang Xiaowei. And Feng's face changed slightly. Wanted to explain, but didn't know how to open his mouth to do so. Jiang Su ignored the change in his expression and continued. Uncle, Zhang Xiaowei is younger than Auntie, prettier, and of course richer. But I hope you can understand one thing. You can't abandon your chaff. And Nua, you have to think about her feelings. I hope she never finds out about this. Is that okay? There's really nothing to this sort of thing. That's what Kong Wook thinks anyway. After all, which one of the slightly rich ones doesn't have a woman on the outside? But fun is fun. And families must be maintained for sure. Kong Wook doesn't want to see that one day, and Nua knows. His own simple and honest-looking father had actually done such a thing. And Feng's expression was grave. Don't worry, I will definitely keep this secret forever. That's good. Jiang Su's words immediately changed to a gossipy expression, squeezing his eyebrows at Feng. Uncle, tell me, how did you take that strong woman down? Although after first learning that Feng had saved Zhang Xiaowei, Jiang Su had his suspicions. The two might get it on. But now that I've seen it for myself, I'm still amazed and incredibly intrigued. And Feng was a bit uncomfortable with the change in Kong Wook's expression. But seeing his face of curiosity, with a hint of admiration in the depths of his eyes, Ampon still said it with a slight hint of intent. It's not really that complicated. It's just a trait that a lot of people have. That's like not liking yourself. Zhang Xiaowei is unbelievably good in every way. It leads to the fact that there is no man who has ever met her who has not fallen in love with her. But Anthony is an exception. He had seen Zhang Xiaowei many times, but neither had in their eyes that most instinctive urge a man has for a woman. This made Zhang Xiaowei curious in her mind. So there was all sorts of testing of him. This tryst went on and the two of them got good at it. Jiang Su didn't know how to express it other than envy in his heart. With such a powerful confidant, it's hard not to succeed. At the end, Feng added a command. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't worry. Jiang Su patted his chest and assured. I will definitely not let Nua be harmed. And Feng was completely relieved. Then the two went their separate ways. Kong Wook was still in a good mood. At least Feng now had a big handle on him. If he didn't agree to be with Nuonuo in the future, he could use this to threaten him. Uncle, you don't want Auntie and your daughter to know about this, do you? Hey. While this tactic may be a little dirty, it works as long as it works. The next day, Fu Yinjie came with good news. This was expected by Jiang Su. Contracts and whatnot are already prepared in a minimalist format. Fu Yinjie signed after seeing no problem. The back was straightened. Standing on the chair. Ahem. As the second shareholder of the company, I will briefly say a few words. And Nua whispered to Jiang Su, can I join the stock? She did believe in Kong Wook's ability. At the same time, there were deep-seated factors that even she didn't realize were interfering. Jiang Su nodded. Of course, how much money do you have? And Nuonuo, it was only 2,000 or so. But yesterday when Dad came back, he suddenly gave me another $50,000. It says a girl should have some savings on hand. I wouldn't take it and he had to let me have it and wouldn't let me tell my mom. There was still a slight puzzlement in her eyes when she said this. Needless to say, it must have been Feng who was weak-minded and had developed a guilty conscience. So the plan was to make up for it with money. No, I should say let him get his own peace of mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Su grit his teeth for a while, his heart extremely unbalanced. What do you mean by that? Why do you give your daughter so much money? And I The one who found out your secret. Won't even pay a dime in hush money. Since Manhwa wanted to take shares. That was fine. Give her 0.5% of the shares according to the amount invested. And Manhwa happily ran back to get the money. Fu Yanjie was unusually envious. You're just fine. You have such a pretty little girlfriend who is so good in all aspects. As for me, I still don't know when I'll be able to catch up with Sister Yuan. This guy, he's still not dead even now. Jiangsu didn't bother to persuade him. It's the same as once no matter how much Fu Yanjie advised himself to stop licking Zhou Qingyue, but he just wouldn't listen. Speak of the devil. Wang Xiaoyuan made a surprise visit. Fu Yanjie was like a dog that smelled the smell, and immediately pounced over. All sorts of pleasing, seeing Jiangsu roll his eyes for a while. There's no need to lick it like that, is there? Suddenly a phrase comes to mind. You're the busiest in the circus. You're the craziest in Gotham. You stand guard in front of McDonald's. The king and queen in poker. Wang Xiaoyuan politely spoke to Fu Yanjie. Then he walked over to Jiangsu. Are you free, brother Jiangsu? I want to talk to you about something. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyuan had come specifically to find Jiangsu, Fu Yanjie was a bit jealous. Hastily opening his mouth, he said, Jiangsu is very busy. If there's anything you need to find me, I can help you. Wang Xiaoyuan smiled. This is something that you probably can't help. Fu Yanjie, how can it be? As long as you have a word, no matter what, I will give you to do it properly. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. Really? You know the sophomore Olympiad too? Fu Yanjie, what? Wang Xiaoyuan, it's like this. There's a little cousin in the family. She's a sophomore in high school this year. There were a few questions I couldn't do, so I asked me, and then I couldn't either. The current school questions are so sick that even I, a college graduate, can't do them. So I was going to come to Kongwook, so if you know how to do it you can help me. Hello? Fu Yanjie took out his cell phone. Hey, I'm you this thing it. The more they talk, the further away they get. Wang Xiaoyuan. Jiangsu asked, wouldn't your brother do the same? Wang Xiaoyuan sighed. He's wasted, and now he just knows how to borrow drinks to drown his sorrows all day long. Jiangsu was speechless. Since people have come to the door, Jiangsu agrees to go back with her to take a look. Before leaving, he patted in Nuonuo, I'm going out. Take good care of the house. Oh, got it. Well, according to current trends, and Nuonuo wasn't far from being fully transformed into her own shape. Wang Xiaoyuan came in a sedan. Kongwook sat on the passenger side. Just saw Wang Xiaoyuan fastening her seatbelt. Her body curve was thrilling. In the past, when I've seen her, she's been dressed more loosely. I didn't realize it was so powerful too. This is at least the size of a coconut. Wang Xiaoyuan noticed Jiangsu's gaze and wasn't shy, saying with a smile, does sis have a good figure? Kongwook, it's okay. Then, a strange color flashed in Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes. Do you want to? Kongwook, it's okay if you're not responsible. Wang Xiaoyuan, get lost. The car starts. For more than half an hour, came to Wang Xiaoyuan's house. She has a big house, a 4-story villa. The front and backyards add up to 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. The dog is a big one. Wang Xiaoyuan brought Jiangsu to the 3rd floor. The study. The door pushed open and a girl with glasses, a double ponytail and a JK stood up. About 5 feet 6 inches tall. Very fair-skinned with a few pimples on his face. The face value is still very high, and with a score of 100, you can make a 90. It looks like a well-behaved face. Jiangsu took a look. Good guy. Glasses, double ponytail and JK are all set. Suddenly it came to mind what Mr. Lei once said, that's not cool? Hello sister, hello this brother. The young girl's voice was soft, and hearing her voice gave the impression that she was a good girl. Wang Xiaoyuan introduced both sides. This is my cousin Jiang Xiaoyan, and this is my friend Jiangsu. Kongwook smiled and nodded. Wang Xiaoyuan said, then you help show my cousin, and I'll go get you some fruit. Wait until Wang Xiaoyuan is gone. Jiang Xiaoyan pulled out the chair and said somewhat shyly to Jiangsu, brother, please sit down. The girl's first impression of Kongwook was still quite good. Well behaved, sweet and polite. I just don't know if it's really what the internet says it is. The better behaved you grow, the more fun you'll have. The glasses are off and the fire is on. Jiangsu sat down and asked, which question can't you do? Take it out and I'll take a look. Jiangsu was still quite confident in this regard. Not to mention his sophomore year, but even his junior year, he was basically able to do the vast majority of the questions. Jiang Xiaoyan brought a workbook over from the side, turned to the last page. Embarrassed, I said, it's just that I don't know this question, so I'm bothering my brother. Jiangsu took it over and fixed his eyes on it. At first glance, it seems like you're looking at your eyes. One more look and a question mark popped into his head. What the hell? He looked at Jiang Xiaoyan who had a well-behaved and harmless face. Are you sure this is a sophomore math problem and you're not kidding me? Jiang Xiaoyan blinked. Yeah, what's wrong, brother? Is there something wrong? Kong Wook said. Which book did you read about this topic? Show me. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. I didn't bring that book. Ha! Jiang Su sneered. I'm not that idiot Wang Xiaoyuan. You're not even a sophomore math problem. You're one of the top 10 unsolved math problems in the world. I can't even solve it, let alone that stupid cousin of yours. Sure enough, girl, the main attraction is a contrast. Having been recognized by Jiang Su, Jiang Xiaoyan simply stopped pretending, pulling the chair next to him over. He sat down facing Jiang Su. Cross your legs and stack your right leg on top of your left. It presents a perfect curve of lines. Kong Wook watched with unblinking eyes. Jiang Xiaoyan grunted coldly. Denizen prodigal son. Kong Wook said seriously. A gentleman is colorful but not lustful, he is sentimental and stops at the rights. I am. Appreciate the beauty, not the color Grant. Jiang Xiaoyan, hooligans aren't scary. They're afraid that hooligans are cultured. The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. The sweet girl vibe disappeared from her body. In its place was a maturity that did not match his age. Even more, Jiang Su saw a hint of a strong woman's qualities from her. In an instant, Kong Wook judged her. Either he's a personality quirk or he likes to play the fool. Jiang Su preferred the latter. Kong Wook asked, why did you trick your cousin? Ginger salt, she's too nosy, yakking in my ear. The intention was to let her know what to do, but who knew that she had actually gone to outside help? After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyan sized up Jiang Su with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, you're the most powerful amongst the people of your age that I've seen. Have you read all of your senior year classes? Finished watching. Jiang Su nodded. Come to compete? It was the first time that Jiang Su had met such an interesting sister. From her, there was even a feeling of a true rival. Jiang Xiaoyan raised a willow eyebrow. Come. So the two competed. First, there's the math. Each give the other 10 questions that they think are the hardest. The two unraveled almost simultaneously. It all took 10 minutes. One question a minute. Then literature, biology, geography, and even the last side to philosophy. Surprisingly, the two fought evenly as well. Then the way they looked at each other changed. In the meantime, Wang Xiaoyuan had originally come up with fruits. It was a relief to see them both so serious, and they retired. Jiang Xiaoyan stood up, a pair of beautiful legs tensed up. Gently twisting her waist, she walked towards Jiang Su step by step. The two were getting closer. Kong Wook could clearly see her flawless face, and the ethereal aroma that emanated from her. She brought her head over and looked at Kong Wook fixedly, and then said something that made Jiang Su very surprised. I'm going to be your girlfriend. Jiang Xiaoyan's tone was soft, but it contained a dominating force. It seems to be saying, I am not consulting you, but ordering you. Jiang Xiaoyan was a genius, the kind of genius at the top of the heap, but all geniuses always have something unusual about them. It's like ginger salt talking straight. Not for everyone, of course. Only someone like Kong Wook would reveal his true nature in a situation where Kong Xiaoyan thought he was one of a kind. Normally, she was a good girl in front of her classmates or elders. Jiang Su shook his head. Not interested. Why? Jiang Xiaoyan wondered. She exhaled. Because of the distance. The aromatic air exhaled pounced on Jiang Su's face. Kong Wook, you're too smart. This is boring if you're together. You can't hide any secrets from you. Some women look pretty but are covered in thorns. A little inattention and you risk getting yourself covered in blood. It's really boring then. Jiang Xiaoyan sat back down. She had already made a concession by being able to initiate the idea. Kong Wook wouldn't be caught dead if he didn't agree. Jiang Su looked at her. His heart stirred. From our exchange just now, you're pretty good at math. Can you program? A little bit, that is. I think I wrote a dozen pieces of software and created a website on my own over the summer, she said with an air of cloudiness. It didn't come with bragging rights, as if it were an insignificant thing to say. For Jiang Xiaoyan, this is indeed very simple, not really anything to brag about. Jiang Su's eyes immediately lit up. He was now worried about where to find a reliable technician, to build your own station, payment system, anti-piracy and all that. So an invitation was extended to her. Jiang Xiaoyan came interested. Tell me about your future plans for this company. There's no need to play it safe when you're talking to smart people. Kong Wook said everything he could. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Nice planning. And I have some knowledge of the network. Straightforward, briskly paced, substantial, and low cost. It's a good choice for most people's recreational pastime. Give me 10%. No salary. I'll take in 10% of the shares. Jiang Su was not reluctant to give. The prerequisite was that one had to look at Jiang Xiaoyan's strength. Kong Wook, yes. Then you build the website first. Make it complete. When I'm done looking at it and I think it's okay, let's sign the contract. Jiang Xiaoyan, deal. And then Kong Wook spelled out his request. It's still the age of PCs. It wasn't until 2011, when Fruit 4 Oops came out, that the PC side started to go down the drain. Finally the two of them friend each other and Kong Wook got up to leave. Walked to the first floor. He saw Wang Xiaoyuan lying on the sofa without any image, both legs on the table, watching the TV while letting out a giggle. Stupid college students. Indeed. Her legs are real big though. No. Her legs are so round. No. Hey. Hello there. Wang Xiaoyuan got up in a hurry. Kong Wook glared at her. What kind of talk is that? Nah. This is for you. Consider it a thank you for this favor. Wang Xiaoyuan took out $100 and gave it to Jiangsu. We're all friends. We don't need to be so outgoing and treat me like an outsider, do we? With that on his lips, his hands were not slow at all. Numbly, he put the money in his pocket. Wang Xiaoyuan, you know what I admire most about you? Kong Wook, handsome? Talented? No, it's shameless. Super shameless. Jiangsu was enraged. You're slandering me. Wang Xiaoyuan then took out another $100 and shoved it into his hand. Jiangsu hemmed and hawed. Sister is a good judge of character. Wang Xiaoyuan gave him a big blank stare. Alright, I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll send you back. I'm going to go pack. I have to go to the theater tomorrow. Kong Wook, to shoot a movie? Yeah. Wang Xiaoyuan nodded. I just recently purchased the rights to one. I don't know if you've read it, but it's called Youth and Morning. It's very well written. And it's sure to be a big seller if it's made. It's just a shame that the other one, Those Years of Miserable Youth, was taken by someone else. Jiangsu's face instantly became incredibly odd. Turns out she bought the rights to her own. Should I tell her that I wrote it myself? Think about it. Not knowing is the best. Otherwise if she wants to buy the rights next time and play the acquaintance sentiment card, she'll be in trouble. Drop Kong Wook off at his doorstep. Wang Xiaoyuan put the window down and threw a flying kiss at Jiangsu. I'm leaving. Oh, your performance at my house just now was awesome. I'll come back to you the next time I need you, and you won't be short on money. After saying that, he pressed his foot on the gas. Coincidentally, and Nuonyuo, Fu Yenjie and Zhang Yuan just walked out. When Nuonyuo and Fu Yenjie both heard this, their entire body was bad. Fu Yenjie rushed up with a sad face. You too. What? And Nuonyuo subconsciously then clenched her hands tightly and held her breath. Jiangsu said without a trace of anger, that woman has a belly full of bad water, referring to the fact that I tutored her cousin very well. Oh, so that's how it is. Fu Yenjie sighed in relief. I told you, Sister Yuan can't even look at me, so how could she possibly look at a product like you? Kong Wook? And Nuonyuo also let go of her hand silently. The tightly tensed face also became relaxed again. Jiangsu shook his head breathlessly. Don't want to go to work. Lin Nan looked at the keyboard with a look of despair. Originally she was the most diligent one, but now that I've decided to leave my job, I've suddenly lost interest in everything. Just want to touch the fish and mingle. There were just a few things left to take care of and no way to leave right away. Lin Nan glared viciously. Little shitty Ben, why do I have to fuck you every day? Like or not like my big keyboard? This will knock you out with a big keyboard. How come you're only bleeding a small paycheck? The little broken class that said, your former employees are like me. Knocked on the keyboard for so long every day. Keyboard. Just as her soul was flying out of her mind, a colleague from the finance department called. Lin Nan came back to his senses with a jolt. Hurriedly, he got up and ran over. It should be something that she helped Kong Wook apply for, to support the manuscript fee in advance. Originally, Guli was not very willing to advance this time, but only after Lin Nan's repeated insistence and a bit of harassment did Guli reluctantly agree. After calling Kong Wook with this share of the manuscript fee, he himself could submit his resignation. Come to the finance department. Lin Nan greeted a few co-workers, and then it asked, how much does years and years of peace pay for manuscripts at the moment? The head of the finance department said rather emotionally, it's actually as much as $160,000. It's just too much. Lin Nan was also very surprised by this number, then laughed. Yeah, this author of mine is a fast shooter. Super fast at coding. He deserves to make money. She had predicted that $100,000 would be about right. She's been busy with other things for the past 2 days, so she hasn't been paying attention to sales. I wonder if sales are getting better every day as word of mouth festers. More than 95% of the thousands of stores nationwide are sold out every day. Lin Nan confirmed the data and signed it after realizing that there was no problem. He watched the finance pay the manuscript fee to Jiangsu's account before leaving. Next, after she left her job, the subsequent share of the remuneration will only be able to call every day to a fixed time. After returning to his office, Lin Nan sent a message to Jiangsu, asking him if the manuscript fee had arrived yet. Come on, text me. Jiangsu opened it. Happy. The payment for the manuscript actually arrived, and as much as $150,000. With this manuscript fee, together with the tens of thousands of dollars he has on hand, and then negotiate the price, it is almost possible to plate Li Honghong that house. And then it replied to Lin Nan that it had arrived. Then, Lin Nan immediately returned a fast. Give me the follow-up chapters. I do not look at a day all over the body is difficult. Almost cannot. I've become. If I don't look, I'll turn into a little twerp. Kong Wook, big sister, can you talk properly? Breathlessly, I sent the recently updated tens of thousands of words. This book, The Bossy President Loves Me, is almost finished and has a few days to go. But since the strategy has now changed, then this book, Jiangsu does not intend to go on the entity for the time being. He had other new plans. In the afternoon, Fu Yanjie came back from selling rice and told Jiangsu that the house was decorated. When Nuonyuo went back, he followed Fu Yanjie over to see it. This house is in a good location and the decoration is quite good. Fu Yanjie was also here for the first time. Read it and give it a positive review. Then there was a tour of the two offices on the first floor. The smaller one is mine, right? No, Kong Wook laughed and scolded. How do you have the face to say such words? Fu Yanjie's eyes glared. I'm the second shareholder. Can't I still have my own office? You're the third shareholder. The second shareholder is someone else. Besides, you want a friggin' office. Go to an internet cafe if you want to play games. Fu Yanjie was furious. You dare to talk to investors like this? I want to withdraw my capital. Jiangsu raised his middle finger at him and stopped paying attention to this guy. Came to the backyard. Den was in a soothing mood. It's exactly what you asked for. Vines, swings, a small pond for fish, etc. are all arranged. Also, at the head of the yard, an acrylic cover was added. Even if it's raining, you can sit in the yard with a cola in one hand and a chorizo in the other and recite a poem. Book to book. Lots of hills and lots of grass. On the walls, there were also 3 rows of flower pots. A variety of small flowers were planted, some of which were already in bloom. This first-time visitor is bound to feel like they've walked into a paradise when they see this place. Aha! That's good. Tonight, make an appointment with a Nuonyuo. Then in the yard, have a candlelight dinner. When you're almost done eating, you turn the lights off on purpose, and then, hey, perfect. Kong Wook checked the weather forecast for this evening. Well, no moon. Hopefully it's accurate. And then Jiangsu went to visit the villa that Fu Yanjie bought. I had promised him a long time ago that I would come over, but I never got around to it. This guy had the whole villa gaming style. The first floor is for rest and fun. On the second floor is a high-end computer. The third floor is a buffet area. Let's just say that rich people know how to have fun. Jiangsu accompanied him on this side and played a few CFs before going to the market to buy food. After arriving at the food market, he walked while sending a message to a Nuonyuo, inviting her to come over in the evening. Quickly, and Nuonyuo replied to the message. I couldn't go today, and when I came back I had a terrible stomach ache. Kong Wook immediately inquired what was wrong. No, it's just that my stomach hurts. I'll be fine after a nap. Kong Wook understood. It's coming to a relative. It will hurt. That's more cold in the body. The first thing that came to mind was a news story I saw in my previous life. A girl has menstrual cramps in the middle of the summer, and then sits down in a hurry on top of a sun-bleached stone pier, and then magically realized the menstrual cramps were gone. Some of the more detrimental netizens have gone on to say that this is called a big fire to collect the juice. Of course, Kong Wook couldn't go to her house holding a large stone pier. Girls are relatively fragile and sensitive psychologically at this time. It's the time to make deeper connections. Jiangsu immediately came out of the food market, went to a nearby fruit store, and bought 2 durians. Let's open one and bag it. Cold knowledge. Durian is a hot fruit. Eating it has the effect of activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Much better than any brown sugar water. The downside is that it's expensive. Come to a Nuo's house. Knocked on the door. Li Yuanwan opened the door. Now that she doesn't have to go to work and has money, she dresses much more expensively. Looked a lot younger too. I hope she never finds out what her husband is doing out there. It's Wook. Come in quickly. Li Yuanwan was beaming with joy and incomparable enthusiasm when she saw Jiangsu. Jiangsu nodded. Thank you, auntie. Then I'll come in. Oh, look at you, child. Just come and come. What are you bringing things for? Li Yuanwan was a bit annoyed. Jiangsu smiled nervously. A little bit of randomly bought. Where is Nuo? I heard her say that she is not feeling well. Is it convenient for me to go and take a look? Sure. She's in the bedroom. Go in yourself. Li Yuanwan was now at ease with Jiangsu. Guessing from the way she looked at Kong Wook, she probably couldn't wait to hold her grandchildren sooner. Well, she's still thinking like the older generation. He came to Nua's room and gently knocked on the door. The door was open. One push and it opens. And Nua was lying on the bed, covered by the quilt, her forehead sweating. A half-drunk brown sugar water sat on the nightstand. Indeed, it's a relative who's coming. Walking up to her, and Nua realized. The voice was weak. What brings you here? Here to help you with your pain. Come on, I'll help you up. Carefully, he helped Nua up. Kongwook held out the durian. Here, have some, it will help you. And Nua frowned. It stinks. Many people are not used to the smell of durian. Loved it again. Kongwook comforted. Eat a little, it will ease your stomach pain. And Nua, don't. Kongwook, if you don't listen, I'll log into your button number and send a message in the group that you like me. And Nua's expression was torn. Finally taking a deep breath and with a great deal of determination, red-faced, he opened his mouth a little. Jiangsu said helplessly, open wider. You open so small that you can't even put it in. A mouthful of durian goes down. And Nua blinked. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. The flavor smells like it's not great, but it tastes okay. Kongwook picked up another piece and put it to her mouth. Can I do it myself? And Nua whispered. This feeling of being fed food was a little uncomfortable for her. Jiangsu, your hands are dirty. It's better if I do it. My hands aren't dirty. The young girl was a little aggravated. Looking at Kongwook, he wanted to RUO a billion down. Under Jiangsu's toughness, and Nuonuo's cheeks kept bulging. Finished all the durians. After a few minutes, a glimmer of light surfaced in the young girl's eyes. It's like, it really doesn't hurt that much anymore, hey? Right. Jiangsu laughed. There's another one outside, so I'll eat it tomorrow as well. Thank you. And Nua's tone was sincere. Outsiders had no idea how much pain she had just been in, because that's how it used to be every time she came, and she was trying to keep her mom from worrying. So after drinking some brown sugar water, it was hard. If it wasn't for Jiangsu coming over, she didn't know how long she would have to stay up. Jiangsu said smilingly, then how do you want to repay me? His eyes, with their burning power, made Nua not dare to look at them. The temperature in the room, all of a sudden, rose. The young girl's voice was thin. What do you want from me? This time, she didn't refuse. Jiangsu was instantly agitated, trying to keep his voice as mild as possible. I haven't really tried to be 10-fingered with a girl in all my life. Will you grant me this little wish? Originally, Jiangsu wanted to make even more excessive demands, but considered that Nua might not accept it, so it started with a slightly more acceptable, small request. As the saying goes, once you're in the car, you can drive it 3 times, and by the 4th time, you'll have the experience of driving on autopilot. That's how it works. The young girl's face rolled. She didn't know what to say to Kongwook's offer anymore. Jiangsu struck the iron while it was hot. I don't mean anything else. I just want to experience it. It's not like you know many girls around. We're all friends. You shouldn't be so petty, right? And Nua bit her pink lips, still a little hesitant. This is too embarrassing, blah blah blah. It's not just holding hands. It's 10 fingers clasped. Hey, isn't it only for couples to be like this? Does Kong have something else in mind? And Nuonuo became upset all of a sudden. Seeing her like this, Jiangsu sighed. Forget it, it's my request that's too much. It's okay. Big deal. I'll get a girlfriend later so I can experience it. Well, I'll be off then. With that, he made a show of getting up to leave. At the same time, say 1, 2, 3 in your mind. On the count of 2, and Nua spoke up. I promise just that. The voice was so small that it was almost impossible for Kongwook to hear it. Kongwook quickly sat down again. Want to laugh. Hurry up and hold back. Reaching out, but then looking toward the door. The door was closed. Behind the door, Li Yuanwan shouldn't be so bored to be eavesdropping, right? However, for safety's sake, Kongwook got up and went to open the door. Auntie, you. As soon as she opened the door, Li Yuanwan stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground. Even stabilized his body in a very awkward manner. Still, she immediately said in a rush, oh, I was cleaning my room and just wiped the door, you opened it. It's okay, you guys talk, don't mind me, ha ha ha. And Nua couldn't help but cover her face with the quilt. Jiangsu was also speechless. Auntie, I didn't expect to be so nosy too. Close the door back up. I don't think she'll be eavesdropping now, will she? Re-sit on the edge of the bed, gently pulling off the quilt covering Nuonuo's head. One of her faces was red as that again. Kongwook loved to see this shy look of a young girl. He never got tired of seeing it. Smilingly, he said, let's continue where we left off. It's getting late. You should go back. Having been so involved by Li Yuanwan, Her guts had now shrunk tenfold, and then it was going to backfire. Jiangsu was dying to give himself a big slap. What's the point of opening the door in the first place? Even if it was overheard, it was nothing. That's not good. It's so hard to have such an opportunity. If you miss it, it will definitely be more difficult to get her to say yes in the future. And Nua student. Do you know what happens when a person is very happy and then experiences great disappointment? And Nua, huh? Jiangsu's serious nonsense. It will be depressed, which will cause the blood flow rate to decrease and the blood supply to the brain to be insufficient. Then, problems arise in various organs of the body. Following that, it affects studies, the whole family, and even my future. So please do agree to what you just did. And Nua was dumbfounded. It's not that much of a stretch, is it? Seeing that she was still hesitating, Kangwook had no choice but to use the killer. Zhou Qingyue should be willing, or I'll go find her. As soon as the words fell, the young girl had already put a slender hand in front of Jiangsu. Her hands were as slender as jade, her skin was as white as snow, and each of her knuckles exuded a spiritual beauty. Under the light, it was emitting a faint luster. The young girl scrunched her legs up and buried her head in her knees. A weak voice came out, "Hurry up, just for a little while." You could hear it all in her voice, how shy she was now. As soon as he did, Jiangsu grabbed him and clasped his fingers together. She hasn't done much heavy lifting in a while. The calluses on my hands are gone, and there's a little more meat on them, too. The girl's hands, really, as if they had no bones at all. Holding it in my hand was like grabbing a dollop of jelly fresh out of the freezer. Taking advantage of the fact that Nua was an ostrich, Kangwook puts the hand speed of 2 single lifetimes to good use. Quickly taking out his cell phone, he turned on the camera and took a dozen pictures. And Nua heard the sound of taking pictures and quickly raised her head. At that moment, some panic. "You rogue, how can you take pictures? In case half a dozen times, not a million." So out, trying hard to pull his hand back. "Let go, it's almost ready." How could Kangwook just let go so easily? Think outside the box and get an idea right away. Deliberately changing the subject, "Do you know what the 5 virtues are?" And Nuonuo replied, "Benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom." Kangwook, "Then do you know what I understand the 5 virtues to be?" And Nua shook her head. Kangwook, "To love a lowly and to pity the lonely and weak is benevolence. I like the girl next door. She's growing up. I'm looking forward to it. Its growth is righteousness. I like beautiful women. Chow Wei's style, not to marry with them, or not, and falsely adorns his body, is sincerity. It is constant to prefer those who are over 30 years old and not to abandon them because they are getting older. It is wise to like secondary wives and not to resist the United States by being someone who is not of my world. These are the 5 virtues I uphold. Benevolence, righteousness, sincerity, constancy, and wisdom. You're full of shit." And Nua's eyes were watery. What is all this that Kangwook is saying? It's so blush-inducing. It's embarrassing. Jiangsu was pleased in his heart. Good. Managed to get her attention. He said in all seriousness, "How can this be nonsense? Everyone has a different understanding. If you don't think it's right, tell me what you understand. As I understand it, blah, 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 blah." Jiangsu was smiling and looked like he was listening intently. Practically not a word was heard. All of his attention was on top of Nua's delicate jade fingers. Kangwook nodded every now and then in response. Originally, and Nua was speaking well when she suddenly reacted. With a hard jerk, it was finally out of control. Puffing, she glared at Jiangsu. "Bad egg, you did it on purpose." At this time, it was natural to play dumb and look at Nuonua with a puzzled face. "What are you saying? I don't understand." "Humph, ignore you." The young girl looked away. Kangwook laughed. "The way you look, you especially look like you just had a fight with your boyfriend." No, 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 no. Jiangsu couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Nua was a bit annoyed. Turning his head, he tried to bite Kangwook. It was dodged though. Looking at the time, Jiangsu said, "Well, it's not too early. I'll leave first. Don't go over there for the next 2 days. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye." Only after Jiangsu left it and Nuonua once again put her whole head under the blanket. So humiliating. He himself, just now, shouldn't have agreed so impulsively. Also, he just said something about it being like a fight with his boyfriend. What? It's not. In his mind, the scene of the 2 people clasping their fingers just now involuntarily surfaced. It did seem to be a little bit like a boyfriend and girlfriend. But soon, and Nua banished that thought from her head. Kang Wook has said that he just wants to experience it. When Jiang Su returned home, he asked about the progress of Jiang Xiaoyan's website. According to what she said during the day, building a website would be a breeze for her. Just a few days. Soon after, Jiang Xiaoyan replied, "It's just that this reply is a bit already can't write anymore." Kang Wook? This girl is a bit of a psychopath in the body, but Kang Wook liked it. Respond immediately. Oh, look at your mouth saying you don't want to write. When you touch the keyboard, you're still going to be a good boy and write for me. Too much code is used. Phew, what a great programmer. Jiang Xiaoyan's house. Looking at the chat with Kang Wook, she smiles with joy. There was even more excitement welling up in his eyes. She, finally, is finding a channeled person yet. One that's willing to accompany one's insanity. Got up, went to the bathroom and changed into a set of clothes. When you come back, you'll reply to Kang Wook, and within 2 days, you'll be done. The reason why it's so fast. One is that her own strength is sick. Another reason is that she actually keeps many sets of website building templates. It covers the vast majority of genres on the market today. Taking one slightly and remodeling it is all. The hard part is the rest, like anti-piracy, payment systems, and preventing hacking and all that. After receiving Jiang Xiaoyan's exact reply, Jiang Su washed up and slept in peace. After a few more days, another great general, Lin Nan, also came over. Then you can start the next stage. The next day, Jiang Su wrote 12,000 in the morning. Then it was off to help in the kitchen. And Nua didn't come today. It was slightly busy, waiting for noon to pay Yenjie to leave with Zhang Yuan. Kang Wook went out on the back foot as well. First, we'll take the one on Li Honghong. Still got the same agency guy from last time. The other side remained enthusiastic. After listening to Kang Wook's request, checking that house is still there. Just take Kang Wook over there. Mostly, that house was in a remote location, so there wasn't much to look at. Come to the destination. Kang Wook took a look. The exterior of the house just looked very Spartan, and a number of the walls were peeling away. Walking in, the light was dimmer inside as well, and it's still one floor. This agent guy scratched his head and said, "This house is frankly pretty average. I don't think it's worth the price. Or why don't we go look at something else? This agency boy is still quite real." When Jiang Su looked at it, he said, "Help me ask the owner of the house if it is for sale at 1900,000. If it sells, I'll call the money right now." "Yes, please wait." The agency boy nodded. While then he took out his cell phone and went aside to make a call. After a while, the agency boy ended the call. "Come over and tell Kang Wook that the other party agreed." I guess the other side also thought it was already a good price for this shitty house. It took a little over 2 hours to get all the paperwork done. The house book was successfully obtained. And then Jiang Su suddenly thought of something. Asked the agent guy, "I can move up another floor in this house, right?" At this point in time, many places should not have banned self-builds yet. If it can be built, then as long as the strength of the foundation allows it, build 1 or 2 more floors, 2 or 3 more floors that won't cost much without renovation. The agency boy said, "Yes, it can be. It's just a bit of a hassle to have to go to the Ministry of Housing and Construction to declare it after it's built. If you have a need for that, I can do it for you, for $200 in fortunate fees." Jiang Su nodded. "Okay, then I'll contact you then." Still called Fu Yenjie, let him help contact the relevant master. Come over to survey. Heard that Kang Wook bought another suite. Pei Yenjie's teeth on the other end of the phone were about to be gritted. "You really are too beastly. Why did you buy a house again? At this rate, couldn't it be that by the end of high school you'll have more money than my dad combined?" Kang Wook, be bold. And there's a chance it could happen by the end of sophomore year. Fu Yenjie immediately changed his attitude. "Righteous father, if you are rich and powerful, do not forget each other." Kang Wook, ha! It didn't take long for Fu Yenjie to come over with a few masters. Kang Wook handed them drinks. And then several masters took out the various instruments they had with them and examined them. Fu Yenjie, on the other hand, pesters Jiang Su to impart some secrets of success. Kang Wook, first of all, you have to be good looking. Second, you have to be handsome. Fu Yenjie. It took a few masters more than half an hour to finish the test and talk to Jiang Su about the results. A couple of masters walked over. One of them said to Jiang Su, "After we carefully scouted, this home has a great foundation as well as load bearing. Conservative estimates suggest that 2 more floors could be added." Jiang Su's eyes lit up as he handed them cigarettes. "Thank you several masters. If only we could build 2 more floors. In the future, if it's demolished, you can at least earn a few million more." Kang Wook then asked them how much it would cost to just raise the floor. He doesn't intend to live, so the height of the first floor is a little over 2 meters is all. Reinforced concrete and everything else is also to minimum standards. That should reduce the cost quite a bit. One of the masters thought for a moment and replied, if that's the case, all costs together, 15,000. Labor is not expensive these days, and neither are the prices of various materials. This price, and perhaps pay Yenjie family face on. Jiangsu finalized the matter on the spot, and hopefully construction will start soon. After quietly asking Fu Yenjie if these people are reliable, and getting an affirmative answer, Jiangsu then first gave these masters, one person $1,000 of wages. The money has to be paid sooner or later, but giving it ahead of time is definitely going to make them more energized. After all, that's what you do. Most of them are in the process of asking for money long after they are done. Fruity, when he gave a small portion of the wages first, the gazes these people looked at Jiangsu were filled with gratitude. At a young age, you know a lot about people. As soon as we met, we offered drinks and cigarettes. People like that are comfortable to be around. They all made up their minds. Gotta make this thing look good. When a few masters left, Fu Yenjie looked at Jiangsu curiously. No, why do you do things so old-fashioned? The same as my father. Kongwook, am I not your father? Scram! Fu Yenjie raised his middle finger at him. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going home to play games. Kongwook, get lost. He went back slowly. The mood is great. Everything is going in a good direction. Marrying a rich white woman and going to the top of life is just around the corner. Capital. Studio. Okay, that's the end of today's shooting. Everyone go back. The director shouted, and the many actors immediately did a bird and animal scatter. Only Zhou Qingyue ran to the side of the director and whispered, Director, may I see what was just filmed? As she was diligent enough. Plus everyone has learned that she's a connection. So often the shoots are done when it's clear that you can get off work. But Zhou Qingyue still asked for more shots. Everyone was upset, but no one showed it. And as a result filming is moving quickly. It's up to 6/10 of the way there. At this rate, it will be done in another week or so. The director smiled and nodded. He just loved this toughness in Zhou Qingyue. If she wasn't a relative of the boss, she'd have to be subliminal. But since there's this relationship out there, the director would just be able to put on an image of an amiable elder as much as possible. Zhou Qingyue said a thank you. Then it was time to give a careful look over what had just been filmed. Watching and taking notes at the same time, she was holding a breath in her mind that this movie had to be a success. By the time she got back to her dormitory, it was after 1 in the morning. Dragged my tired body to take a shower. She had just taken a shower and smelled uniquely of a young girl. The loose skirt pajamas she was wearing still hardly covered that perfect body. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The hemline swung gently with her steps, showing off long, slender legs and beautiful legs. Zhou Qingyue's figure was slim without being voluptuous, more developed than most of his peers. The skin was also white, as if it had been immersed in milk for a long time. Glowing white. Lying in bed, I casually picked up the latest version of Storytime that sat on top of my nightstand. As she watched, she burst into tears. After all, it was the first time in my life that I had gone out that far. There's a sister-in-law around, though, but it's still lonely when it's late at night. Again, he couldn't help but think of Kongwook, thinking of all the ways the boy had been good to her. I miss you so much, Kongwook. After crying, Zhou Qingyue fell asleep. I don't know what I was dreaming about, but there was a light smile at the corner of my mouth. It was just after 8 o'clock the next morning. Kongwook stretched. It's done. The 4th book is finished. Next thing you know, you'll have to write about Doujinshi. Of course, Jiangsu wasn't going to use the original name, but changed it to Martial Vault. The sound of a door opening sounded outside. It should be a Nua coming over. Kongwook gave her the key to her house. At first this little ninny was reluctant, thinking it wasn't very nice. However, under a burst of CPU from Kongwook, the two men each exchanged keys to their homes. By the time a Nuonuo reacted, the wood was already gone. Of course, at the moment, Jiangsu had no intention of trying to sneak over in the middle of the night. However, this right is reserved. Ahem. Walk out of the bedroom. Jiangsu's eyes lit up. She is like a fresh and light painting that makes people's hearts pound. Snow white with a jade-like sheen. Eyes bright as a lake. Full of innocence. A head of long, black, shiny hair that naturally fell over her waist, accentuating the willowy waist that filled her hands. My family's tablemates are growing up. One smile and then the other. Why are you looking at me like that? The young girl was a bit unnatural, and until now she hadn't gotten used to the fiery eyes that Kongwook would occasionally show. Jiangsu stepped forward and grabbed a pair of her delicate and small jade hands, and Nuonuo subconsciously wanted to pull it out, but realized that she couldn't. What are you doing? Let go of me. In his heart, he felt that Jiangsu was really a bit excessive, kind of pissed off. Where does one grab a girl's hand early in the morning? Isn't that hooliganism? Jiangsu was full of seriousness. Well, Your hands aren't cold. And your stomach shouldn't hurt, right? Ha, and Nuwa froze for a moment. So, Kongwook is concerned about his body. It was a shameful feeling. She thought Kongwook was taking advantage of her. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thanks for the durian. But it's a bit expensive, isn't it? Jiang Su said smilingly. It's okay, we are good tablemates. Naturally we should help each other. And Nuwa was touched in her heart. Looking down at Kongwook still grabbing his hand. His cheeks burned a little. Weakly, I said, that, can you let go now? It's all been caught for a long time. Although Kongwook's hand was large and hot, it was comfortable to be held by him, but it's still a little embarrassing. Ah, right, Jiang Su's voice suddenly increased, revealing an expression that he had just thought of something. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Since your stomach is fine, why don't you go to that newly purchased house of mine for dinner tonight? And Nuonua's stomach didn't hurt anymore, so naturally it was fine. A mouthful of promises. Then added, so can you let go of me now? It always felt like he was taking advantage of himself, but there was no proof. By the way, there's one more thing. Kongwook acted as if he hadn't heard her say anything. To himself, he said, how are your senior year classes going? In half a month, school will start. Well, the major courses, they're a good chunk of the way through. She also reads for a while every day when she gets back. Plus, now that I'm enlightened, I'm learning more and more efficiently every day. By the time school starts, mastering a portion of all senior year courses is not a problem. And Nuwa, so you can. Speaking of which, Jiang Su laughed. This summer vacation of ours is still quite boring. None of them have gone anywhere else to play. And the other students are probably going everywhere, traveling. And Nuwa, Jiang Su's ears twitched. Heard the sound of the door being opened outside. It should be Fu Yanjie coming over, so it was natural to let go of Nuonuo's hand. The young girl took a step back and said, a little aggressively, you're bad. Kongwook's eyes glazed over. What? I'm good? And Nuonuo, you're so bad. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Fear of being caught again. Kongwook grinned and sniffed his hand. It has a light fragrance. Well, decided not to wash my hands today. Kongwook continued to be busy again. Today, it's going to start with an outline of martial arts. Although he's seen it many times, there's no way to replicate it 100%. Just the general direction of the plot, the main characters getting it out. Also, some of the original storylines that readers regretted could use some modification. For example, Yun confiscated it, which is too much. The words written by Jiang Su must be collected. Well, there's little Dr. Fairy. What's wrong with being a savior-like hero and giving love to a few more girls in need? By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Su had already written out the entire outline of Wudong. You can officially start writing in the evening. School starts in half a month. There won't be as much time after school starts. Writing 10 hours a day. At 6,000 an hour. You can have a 90 or so, a million or so saved by the start of school. Lin Nan sent a message. She's resigned. She can come over tomorrow. And, with it, 2 trainee editors. It's a recent graduate who's only been at Storytellers for less than half a month. Lin Nan saw that the 2 of them were hardworking and had a good character. So he gave them a flutter and got them over. And coincidentally those 2 trainee editors were both from the Zhongqing side as well. I guess it is also because they can go back to work in their hometowns that they have agreed to do so. 3 editors, up front, would be enough. Moreover, there wasn't much going on in the early stages, and Kongwook had other ideas. Fu Yanjie went back with Zhang Yuan. Jiang Su looked at the backs of the 2 of them. These 2 are quite suitable. Aha. And Nuonuo, who was on his left side, nodded. Yuan is very nice. And I feel like she's also a little good at dealing with Yanjie. What about you? Kongwook suddenly came over and stared at her with a burning gaze. Got a favorite? When of course there isn't. The young girl skimmed her head unnaturally. So you know who I like? Whoever. Put your ear to the ground and I'll tell you one. And Nuonuo was a little wary. You're not going to play bad again, are you? She's been fooled many times. Am I like that? You are. Forget it. Then, don't. I'll just get over there. Teenage girls still want to know this. Her ears were crystal clear, and you could see a myriad of tiny veins and fuzz. The earlobes are just the right thickness, like a perfect work of art. It makes you want to hold it in your hands and play with it for a while. Jiang Su involuntarily swallowed. Every time he got slightly closer to a Nuonuo, his own willpower had to endure a huge test. He grinned and purposely puffed out a stream of hot air. Of course it's my parents. Who else could it be? The young girl's body was so weak that she barely fell to the ground, and then puffed up, and then showed his teeth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white shell teeth, and then bit down towards Jiang Su's arm. Jiang Su was slightly in pain and didn't care. Instead he smiled and said, you know what? only couples, bite people. And Nua Nua still didn't let go. Jiangsu stretched out 3 fingers, labor shoe to the mountain. If you don't let go, I'll kiss you. The frightened young girl let go and took a few steps back, covering her small mouth in the process. She thinks Kongwook really dares to do this. Jiangsu laughed and waved his hand. Alright, you go back. Don't forget about the evening appointment. I'll find you at 8 o'clock. Got it. The young girl ran far away before turning around and spitting her fragrant tongue at Jiangsu. Stinky guy, stinky bad guy, giggle. Jiangsu made a gesture to chase after him, frightening the young girl to quickly run away. Jiangsu was dumbfounded. The current in Nuonuo is only as active as she should be at this age. It's not going to be like that at the beginning, dead and stuffy, like a little nerd. Looking at the time, Kongwook went to look around his newly purchased house. Tomorrow Lin Nan is coming over with 2 other editors. Let's help them find a place to live first. Aha! The former company is just starting out, treating employees, or a little bit of sweetness. The paycheck is not enough. The warmth is. Looked for a couple rentals. Finally found a 4-bedroom one. The decor is okay. Fairly new. The surroundings aren't bad and there is security at the front and back doors. The rent is 800 a month, with a deposit of 3. Kongwook is quite satisfied. I don't know if Oren Nan and the girls like it or not. Just go ahead and take pictures of each room and post them. Soon Lin Nan replied and said she loved it. Kongwook then tells her to rent it if she likes it. He pays the first month's rent and they pay the rest. Anyway, Lin Nan wasn't bad with money, so he shouldn't care about that. Lin Nan really replied that there was no problem, and that she would pay for this rent herself, so she wouldn't have to pay for those 2 little editors who had been abducted here. To ho! Let's be friends. Once the contract is signed and the keys are in hand, it's done. And then Jiangsu went to the food market to buy some ingredients, and bought 2 bottles of Kuolu, with a few pink candles, as well as 2 bouquets of roses. You can't drink red wine, so use this instead. Back at home, Kongwook started to get ready, worked on it until 7:30 and everything was done. Kongwook covered all the dishes so they wouldn't get cold. Kongwook had thought of all the steps to carry out this evening. First this, then that, and finally so and so. It's supposed to bring 2 people together. Then it's cultivated until high school graduation, and then you can confess your love. And then, hey. After looking at the time, Kongwook was ready to go out and pick up a Nuanua and accept his set. But just at this time, Jiang Xiaoyan called. Guy, the website stuff is done. Come and take a look. As soon as he picked up the phone and heard Jiang Xiaoyan's voice, Jiangsu almost didn't drop his cell phone. What's with the cute voice in the middle of the act? But it also made Jiangsu feel a little surprised. Didn't they say it would take 2 days? It's not even time yet. Jiang Xiaoyan said daintily. Of course it's because Guy need so people work overtime to get it done. They have dark circles under their eyes. How is Guy going to make it up to people? Kongwook, can I treat you to a Kongwook brand cream cake? Yeah. People love to eat. What if you don't even like this tone of voice at first, but the more you hear it, the more you get on top of it? Though it was known that Ginger Salt was pretending to be a stinky clip, but most guys really do eat it up. Of course, there may be a set thing going on here as well. Jiangsu said. It's fine. Then I'll go over later. I still have a few things on hand right now. By the way, where is your house? Otherwise, tomorrow. It's too late. And your parents shouldn't feel comfortable with it. Jiang Xiaoyan said in a coy voice. It's fine. I'm living in a small villa by myself. Dad's got a mistress out there and Mom doesn't care about me. The tone was light, as if he was used to it. Jiangsu's heart fluttered. So that's what her family is like. Perhaps there was a reason for her shifting personality with a hint of darkness. Okay, then send me the address and I'll be there later. I'll wait for you, oh brother. Pulling a long tail. It seems to be giving some kind of hint. I don't know where this little girl learned that. Ride your bike. Go out. When he waited, and Nuonuo was already waiting at the door. She's wearing a new outfit today. White shirt with jeans. On his feet was a pair of white board shorts. The jeans fit well and showed off all the curves of her luscious body perfectly. The liner is long enough to cover the shock absorbers. She still dressed conservatively and there was no way she could accept that area being viewed by everyone. Not like in a few years when the streets are full of revealing dresses in shorts shorter than that. It's no different than hitting the streets in a bikini. Jiangsu stopped and beckoned. Beauty. Sit in the car not. Sit a trip a fragrant kiss. You're annoying. The young girl spat lightly and fluidly got into the car. After getting on the bus more often, and Nuonuo also went from being rusty at the beginning to being incredibly skillful now. Back home. And Nuonuo sees the black light and asks why the lights aren't on. Jiangsu brought the prepared black cloth. Here, blindfold your eyes. There's a surprise. With a few moments of curiosity, and Nuonuo blindfolded her eyes. That's part of the setup. You can't even see. So I must be the one to hold you, right? It was dark before my eyes. Despite knowing that Jiangsu was right next to her, and Nuonyuo still felt a hint of fear. But just at that moment, Kangwook grabbed her hand. Familiarity. The large, broad and strong hands brought a great sense of security to Nuonyuo. Tight muscles, all of a sudden, loosened up. Kangwook deliberately led her around a few times, for no other purpose than to hold it a little longer. Then came the backyard. Kangwook lit the candles. Only then did he take off Nuonyuo's blindfold. Slowly open your eyes. There was a second of discomfort. Immediately, when Nuonyuo saw the scene in front of her, she was so surprised that she covered her mouth. This actually didn't seem like anything too new to Kangwook. But for girls these days, scenes like this have only been seen on TV before. And Nuonyuo used to see the male and female protagonists on TV having a candlelight dinner together, and thought it was very romantic and longed for it. Little did she realize that suddenly one day such a scene would be laid out before her. After being surprised, and Nuonyuo was a bit overwhelmed. Her face flushed red. But since it's dark all around now, just a little candle light, it's not visible at all. But the young girl's voice could be clearly felt trembling. Why did you make it like this on not only couples? And Nuonyuo's became distraught all of a sudden. All sorts of wild guesses. Is Kangwook doing this to confess to himself? So what should I do if he confesses? Is that a no? But reject it. How will the two get along in the future? No refusal then. And Nuonyuo has a crush on Jiangsu though, but it's far from that. To be boyfriend and girlfriend Just when her mind was all tangled up, Jiangsu's words directly brought her back to reality. No, the light bulb is out in this backyard. It's a big night and there's no place to buy it. There are white candles in the house, but that's just weird. So just buy this pink one at the neighborhood grocery store. Kangwook of course knew that the two were now more than friends and lovers. A reckless confession now would surely bring the relationship between the two down to freezing point. It may even cause the two to drift apart. Oh, so that's how it is. And Nuonyuo instantly felt embarrassed. Turns out I was thinking wrong. But at the same time, a faint hint of disappointment rose in his heart. But that disappointment quickly faded. Because Kangwook never knew where and took out a box like a magic trick. Nah, and Nuonyuo student. It's been hard on you lately. A little gift for you. I hope you don't mind. Gifts? The young girl's eyes lit up. Curious, he picked it up. Asked if I could open it up and take a look. Only after receiving Jiangsu's affirmation did he carefully, with a few moments of anticipation, open the box. Inside the box, a bracelet in the shape of a cherry blossom grass lay quietly. How about it? Do you like it? Jiangsu asked with a smile. And Nuonyuo brought the bracelet to her left hand as fast as she could. Look left. Look right. Needless to say, I could tell by her expression that she loved the bracelet. Thanks, I like it so much. And Nuonyuo's voice carried a kind of leap in it, gently caressing the bracelet. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Kangwook, if you like it, then you'll have to wear it all the time from now on. It should not be taken off under any circumstances. Seeing it is like seeing me, okay? Only a boyfriend and girlfriend would use that tone of voice and say something like that. But it wasn't like Nuonyuo had ever been in love. So she was drawing a blank in that area. So it didn't discover the trap in Jiangsu's words. She nodded in delight. Well, sit down and try some of my cooking. Aha! It was a candlelight dinner that lasted over an hour. With the help of the dimly lit environment, and the atmosphere of the scene, the relationship between the two people, without even realizing it, has taken a step further. I want to go to the bathroom. And Nuonyuo got up. Kangwook, oh, be careful. Snap. When she passed the switch socket, and Nuonyuo subconsciously pressed it. Then the lights came on. Jiangsu's body stiffened. The air grew quiet for a moment. The young man met the young girl's eyes. Jiangsu was dumbfounded. Then it was tempting to smack myself in the mouth for forgetting to turn the main switch off. And Nuonyuo didn't say anything more. And after locking eyes with Jiangsu for a few seconds, she turned around and went to the restroom. Kangwook, never mind. It's as good as it gets. And Nuonyuo said she wanted to go back after using the restroom. It's late now. Almost 10 o'clock. It was the same time she came out and told her mom that she was coming to Kangwook's side to play. If you go to someone's house, if you're not home this late, you've been looking everywhere for a long time. Out the door, with a contract in tow. After sending in Nuonyuo back, Jiangsu hoofed it to Jiang Xiaoyan's house. The place where she lived was in the core villa area of Jiangchang. Even now, a square foot here costs 80,000 to 90,000 dollars. Another little rich girl, surrounded by either big or little rich women. Thank goodness for the love. Beefy. When he reached the entrance of the villa, Jiangsu called Jiang Xiaoyan. Not for a few minutes. Wearing a short white dress with 2 crochets. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was still wearing white stockings on her legs, bounced out. Brother, you're here. You've kept me waiting for a long time. The voice was clipped, and there was a little bit of sultriness in the tone. Those who didn't know thought that Kong-wook had done something worse than a beast to her. Jiang-soo had roughly guessed the girl's personality and such, so he smiled and didn't explain. Jiang Xiaoyan led Jiang-soo into the villa. There are cameras everywhere around the perimeter and the security force is adequate. Go inside the villa. Jiang-soo asked if the head of this house is Jiang Xiaoyan's. Ginger Salt said it was hers. That old man of hers is pretty unreliable though. But she was not shortchanged financially. A special card was given to Ginger Salt. Every month, they put a 6-figure allowance into it. If you run out, just call her dad and you'll refill it. Kong-wook, 6. What to drink, brother? Once inside the room, close the door behind you. Jiang Xiaoyan then kept leaning towards Jiang-soo. The eyes were also seemingly glowing with electricity. Jiang-soo pushed her away with one hand. Female cultivator, please respect yourself, or else the harmonious divine beast will mercilessly cut me down. A hint of fear passed through Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes. It was thought that he had also heard of the great name of this divine beast and knew of its terrifying features. Positively, the stuff is on the second floor. All of a sudden, it became dignified and elegant, giving a feeling of sanctity and inviolability. In a trance, Kong-wook seemed to see a white light coming from her. Couldn't help but be impressed with Jiang Xiaoyan. You can really call it 100 different kinds of leprechauns. Various postures are transformed at will. That's if I can get her as a girlfriend. One can experience innocent, flirty, sexy, cute in more styles. It's a buy one get one more free-ish. Of course, there is another possibility. That's the girl's nerves. A little of this, a little of that. Come to Jiang Xiaoyan's bedroom. Her room is very unique. 4 walls, 4 different styles. A pink wall with lots of cute cartoons on it. A black wall with a lot of dark styles plastered on it. Like vampires, dark knights, that kind of stuff. One wall was blue and labeled with a variety of fish. One wall was red with pictures of various bloody kills. Case solved. This woman, she just has a nervous disposition. The mind was slightly wary. One needs to be a million times more careful when dealing with such a girl. Otherwise it could easily be an uncontrollable scenario. Like talking to you and chatting. There was a smile on his face, and suddenly a knife stabbed him. Seeing you covered in blood and asking you with an innocent face if it hurts? Thinking about this kind of scene made Jiang-soo's scalp a little numb. Snapeable. Just too snapeable. Brother, look at this. Does it look okay? Jiang Xiaoyan turned on his computer. Kong-wook sat down. Slide the mouse. They say the weirder the personality, the stronger the strength. This is well demonstrated by Jiang Xiaoyan. The whole site is beautifully designed. The layout between the panels is also very well organized, and the switching is very smooth. Various functions were also designed exactly as Jiang-soo thought. There were even some that Jiang-soo hadn't thought of that Jiang Xiaoyan had gotten out. For example, unique reading patterns, an immersive experience while reading a book. There are also chapter, paragraph comment features. Jiang-soo gave Jiang Xiaoyan a somewhat surprised look. That's a bit of an over-the-top idea. You know, it can be years before this feature is available on the PC side. It's a bit of a waste to use it now though. It can easily be copied by competitors. Better to wait until you have a certain user base before joining. Just let Jiang Xiaoyan hide this feature for now. After Jiang-soo had experienced all the features, he took out the contract directly. Sign it, my second largest shareholder. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up the pen and signed without looking at the contents. Jiang-soo was stunned. Don't you need to look at the content? Aren't you afraid of being pitched by me? Jiang Xiaoyan's smile was sweet. How could it be? Brother seems to be a great person. He definitely won't bully his sister. If my brother bullies me. Jiang Xiaoyan's words changed. One second she was a sweet girl, and the next, her whole face turned morose. The cold air emanating from it was as if it could freeze the entire room. Sourly, he said, people have so many means to deal with brother. For example, the site's defenses look like paper mache to me. Then again, a little trickery can bring down a website's payment system. Then again, on a sunny afternoon, my brother is happily finishing school. Someone called out to you. One turn and a dagger pierces your body. With another pull of the dagger, a flower of blood blossomed with it. That scene, it must have been great. Kong-wook's eyes narrowed, but he quickly smiled, rubbing the young girl's head forcefully. Don't worry, as long as you don't do anything to hurt me, or those around me, and I won't do anything half as bad as I've done to you. It was Jiang Xiaoyan's turn to be a bit surprised. With that look just now, a normal person would have been scared and even avoided it like a snake. Aren't you scared? She asked. Not afraid, Jiang-soo said with a straight face. I know it, you didn't want to become this way. I'll take you around more often in the future to meet more people. Aim to treat your mental illness sooner rather than later. Let you live like a normal person. A slight ripple went through Jiang Shaoyan's heart. Kang-wook is the first person to say such a thing to her. She has a mind that is sharper than many. One could sense that Jiang Su wasn't just saying it, but was sincere. Thus, Jiang Shaoyan said something that caused Jiang Su to be shocked. Tonight, why don't you stay? The young girl looked at Jiang Su with a sincere gaze. Jiang Su was alarmed. No way. No way. What a joke. If you agreed to do it yourself, then you won't be able to get out of the gate tomorrow, because the house would be sealed on all sides by 404 that fell from the sky. Jiang Shaoyan smiled cheekily. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm asking you to share a room with me. It's to get you the guest room next door. It's been a long time since I've been alone, and I'm a little lonely too. With that, she became a little downcast. Jiang Su's heart softened as he thought about her situation. Strike that. 2. If everyone gives a little love, the world will be a beautiful place. Okay, then I'll stay with you tonight. A radiant smile immediately appeared in Jiang Shaoyan's eyes. Let's play cards then. The loser has to tell a secret to the winner. It has to be true. Kang-wook nodded indifferently. The two are playing blackjack, and whoever has the most points wins. In the first hand, Kang-wook had 15 points and Kang Shuyan had 16 points. Yay, I won. Ginger Little Salt cheered. Brother, my question is, have you ever had an? Kang-wook froze for a moment, followed by a sudden realization. Oh Brown, you actually asked such a shameful question? Jiang Shaoyan gazed at him. Don't mind me, just say whether you fought or not. I've heard that a lot of boys, at that age, do. Don't be embarrassed. You have to be honest, or it won't be fun. When one of the hands you lose, ask me a similar question and people will answer it. Jiang Su's forehead was covered with black lines. No, absolutely not. Oh, well, come again. Ginger Salt beamed. Hey, what's with the disappointed look on your face? Do I look like that? In the second hand, Jiang Su only had 13 points and thought he was going to lose, but he didn't expect Jiang Shaoyan to be even lower. Only 12 points. I lost. Jiang Shaoyan was all excited. Hurry up and ask me some very secretive questions. The more secretive the better. Oh, Kang-wook. This chick. It's not right. It's very wrong. Kang-wook still wants a face. Though, he did have that one moment. Just one moment of curiosity. But surely you can't ask for it. Ahem. Kang-wook touched his nose. My question is, how tall are you? Ha, why ask such a boring question? Jiang Shaoyan was disappointed. 1 meter 6.5. At that age, 6 feet 5 inches. It's tall. Over the next 2 years, it's expected to grow a few centimeters. Third handle. Another win for Kang-wook. Before he could ask, Jiang Shaoyan said quietly, Brother, be a little manly, don't pretend. Jiang Su was furious. This chick is looking down on herself, isn't she? Okay, so here's my question. When you take a shower, does the shower head? There is. Jiang Shaoyan nodded excitedly. There is every time I take a bath yet. Want to ask me what it feels like? Don't. Stop. Jiang Su stopped. Don't talk about the details, or the live broadcast will be blocked. In the fourth hand, it was still Kang-wook who won. Jiang Shaoyan didn't say anything, but from the way she looked at Jiang Su, I hope Kang-wook asks as outrageous a question as possible. After a slight contemplation, Jiang Su asked, do you have any genuine friends? No yet. Jiang Shaoyan bristled. Don't play the emotional card, okay brother? Ask something hipper. Kang-wook, 666. In the fifth hand, Jiang Shaoyan won, her red lips opening and closing quickly. I want to know if you still have dreams now. Brother. Kang-wook stroked his forehead. No more. Pervert, or are you a pervert? In the sixth hand, it was still Jiang Shaoyan who won. Brother, how many gigabytes of sci-fi are stored on your computer's D drive? No. Jiang Shaoyan obviously didn't believe it. Brother, you're not making sense. Oh, what can't this be said? Kang-wook was helpless. There really isn't. He had long since gotten out of the low level and had achieved the advanced realm of having no peace in his hand and a peace in his heart. Brother is awesome. Jiang Shaoyan said this on her lips, but a disdainful look surfaced in her eyes. Jiang Su was speechless for a while. He was actually despised. Before I knew it, I had been playing for over an hour. Jiang Shaoyan's eyes kept fighting, and then his body lurched and he fell right back on the couch. Asleep? Kang-wook shook her. Seeing that she didn't move, Kang-wook could only pick her up. The little girl looked heavy, but was actually very light, estimated to be around 80 pounds. It's also hard to be that weight and still be able to stay way ahead of the pack on top of your figure. Putting Jiang Shaoyan on the bed, he turned on the air conditioner and after setting it to 26 degrees, he covered her with the quilt. The sleeping Ginger Salt looked serene, well-behaved and cute. One can't help but feel compassion. Kang-wook took another insulated water bottle from the living room with a water cup and put it on the bedside table. Just now, the little girl had droned on for so long without taking a sip of water. Wake up and expect to be thirsty. After doing so, Jiangsu then turned around and walked out of the room. What was not discovered was that the turn was the moment. The corners of Jiang Xiaoyan's mouth rose slightly. Kongwook fell asleep next door. I've been delayed with all the coding I had to do this evening. The next morning, Kongwook was awakened by scratching. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan lying on the edge of the bed, was taking a small handful of his hair and ruffling it in his face. The young girl had an innocent smile on her face, but it made Jiangsu's scalp tingle a little. It always felt like the next second she was going to flash a sneer and put a knife to her neck. Why are you awake so early? It's always been waking up at this point. Jiang Xiaoyan was soft as water. Brother, I was so relieved when you were here yesterday. The quality of sleep is much better than before. Why don't you stay over here permanently from now on? That definitely won't work. Jiangsu refused without hesitation. I'm very busy. Then it's okay if I come and stay at your house. Kongwook ha. If she went, what would Manhwa think? If mom and dad found out, 99% of them would beat themselves to death. They're not too old to practice a little anyway. Jiang Xiaoyan skimmed his lips, and his voice turned again. Brother, are you a true gentleman or a fake villain? I can't believe you didn't do anything yesterday when people weren't defending themselves at all. Kongwook got up and moved his body. Reaching out her hand, she bounced it on her smooth, white forehead. Little girl, her head is all cradling all day long. Without further ado, I'm going to make you breakfast and then I'm going to head back. Yesterday we talked and learned that originally there were 2 ants at the villa, one for cooking and one for cleaning, but they were all driven away by Jiang Xiaoyan. Usually for dinner, you go out to buy. The ant who cleans only comes over once a week. Every week, cleaned up and got kicked out right away. Cooking her a meal should bring a touch of warmth to her cold heart. But this little girl is completely out of her element. As soon as Kongwook's words left his mouth, Kong Xiaoyan said something to be Mosaic. Stop it, sister. If you keep talking, the live room will really be blocked. Jiangsu was truly convinced. At a young age, all you can think about is cradling and being drunk. In the end, Jiangsu naturally did not agree to her rude request. Instead, he went to the kitchen and cooked her a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. There are still plenty of kitchen ingredients. Hurry up and eat. I'm leaving afterward. Okay, ba. The little girl obediently picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. It's delicious. Brother, thank you. When you get the chance, people will be gushing over you. Kongwook, you said it's better to gush. Only after seeing her finish eating did Kongwook leave. He had a sudden craving for water-fried buns and hoisin soup today, so he made just 1 serving of noodles. Looking at Jiangsu's back, Jiang Xiaoyan's face was complicated. And then, a silent laugh. After eating breakfast in front of a morning stall, Jiangsu returned home and began to code. 3 chapters written, and here comes in Noi Noi. Also brought Kongwook a fat kunai. Well killed. Feeding Quin on his own leftovers is just fine. Thanks. Jiangsu took it with a smile. Only, the originally smiling and Manhwa suddenly became expressionless. Keeping his head down, he walked into the kitchen. Ha! Jiangsu's head was full of question marks. What's going on? Why the sudden change of face? Walk into the kitchen. Manhwa, what's wrong with you? And Manhwa turned her back to Jiangsu. No, the sound is a little off. Jiangsu carefully recalled the conversation just now, and did not say anything that should not be said. What's with the sudden anger? Still wanting to ask more. The phone rang. It was Lin Nan who called. She's already here. Had to go ahead and pick people up there. I have something to go out first. You watched the house. Only after Jiangsu left it and Manhwa turned around, slightly biting her lip with a complicated expression. Hey, we're here, outside the high-speed train station. Lin Nan waved her hand vigorously after seeing Jiangsu. Kongwook rode over. Beside Lin Nan, there were also 2 slightly youthful girls standing. One wore glasses, and the other wore glasses. This is Wang Xiuwen, and this is Chen Rongrong. Kongwook smiled and nodded. The 2 trainee editors had already heard Lin Nan say that the new boss was young, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I was still quite surprised. That's not as big as you are, is it? But it's not like I'm worried about the company going bankrupt or anything. Lin Nan had given assurances and signed a contract when he scooped them up to come here. If the company goes bankrupt within 2 years, Lin Nan will give everyone a one-time compensation of $100,000. Lin Nan is still hiding something from Jiangsu, or bragged about it. It's not because of any personal charisma at all. It's purely the ability to pay. After a brief acquaintance, Kongwook hailed a cab. Talk to the driver in the local language so you don't get screwed. First, we take them to a restaurant to eat and pick up the pieces, and it was only then that they were led to the rented room. After you put your bags and stuff away, you walk to the office. The three girls are still happy with the company's environment. The second floor is not open to the public. 3 people on the first floor is currently enough. The new office environment, it's great. Then Jiangsu called Jiang Shayan over again and everyone got acquainted. In front of outsiders, Jiang Shayan acted like a harmless, shy little girl next door. Lin Nan and the girls were all exceptionally fond of Jiang Shayan. Jiangsu thought that if you guys knew the real face of this sister, you would probably be scared away. This is a very dark and neurotic girl. After a brief acquaintance, Jiangsu assigned tasks. First of all, preliminaries, if you will. Only do the male ones. Wait until later in the season and then do the women's side of the story. You'll also have to recruit some online writers up front. Tonight, Kangwook will write a few outlines and then have the writers write according to the outlines. For prep, the book library needs to be large to work, otherwise there's no way to retain users. After everything was done, Kangwook went home. It's afternoon, and Nua is quietly reading a book in the living room. When he heard the movement, he raised his head, looked at Jiangsu, and then lowered his head again. It's not like the old days, at all. In the past, every time he came back, the little ninny would show a sweet smile. Kangwook sat down next to her. Immediately, Nasan moved and leaned to the other side. Nua, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry for a good reason? And Nua lowered her head and didn't say anything, eyes glued to the book. Mine long since flown to nowhere. Kangwook had a bit of a headache. How does one know what she's thinking if she doesn't say anything? Several times, she didn't say anything when asked. Jiangsu immediately got up and went to close the door with the window. And Nua finally spoke. What are you doing? Kangwook pretended to be vicious and said, if you don't tell me the reason why you're suddenly angry, then I'll take you. And Nua pouted. I know you won't. Kangwook, this little ninny, is she evolved? Have you drifted? Or can't I hold the knife? However, and Nua still said why? You smell like another girl's perfume and it's not nice. Kangwook froze for a moment. Then it became clear. This must have been accidentally stained last night, when he was with Jiang Shayan. I didn't expect Nuonua's nose to be so smart that she could find this. Kangwook, who knew the reason, was a bit teary and happy at the same time. This meant that the little ninny was jealous. What this perfume smell I don't like to smell is just bullshit. Ben wanted to flirt a bit, but looking at Nuonua's unnatural face, it was better to let it go, lest she should be annoyed or so ashamed that she would find a crack in the ground. Jiangsu said with a straight face, oh, it's like that. Yesterday I discussed the website design with the second shareholder of our company. Maybe the two of them were close together at the time and got contaminated. If you don't like the smell, I'm going to take a shower. And Nuonuo, who had been in a gloomy mood all day, immediately cheered up when she heard this, the kind that's visible to the naked eye. She pursed her lips, doing her best to keep from laughing. Oh, so that's it. I'll try to get used to it then. Actually, it's okay. She herself may not have realized the change that had taken place in her mind. Jiangsu looked in his eyes and didn't point it out, but it did give him a heads up. I'll have to be more careful in the future. The same mistake should never be made a second time. At night, Jiangsu worked an extra shift and got it to 11 o'clock. Wrote 20 outlines out, 10 urban, 5 metaphysical, and 5 fairy ones. He looked it up, and the current popularity of the subjects in these categories was still the simplest of sets. Kangwook wrote the outline, slightly ahead of the curve. Only wrote the first million words of the outline though. I'll write the later ones when the word count comes up. After checking that it was okay, it was sent to Lin Nan. Get a writer to write it and pay $5 to $8 for 1,000 words. This kind doesn't require writing, just tell the story. She'll take care of the latter. Once everything was done, Kangwook was ready to light the lamp and go to bed. But just at this time, Jiang Shayan sent a few special photos. Wow. In the bathroom, Jiangsu rinsed his body with cold water for several minutes before his boiling qi and blood calmed down. The photo sent by Jiang Shayan is a bit over the top. However, seeing as she was young and didn't know any better, Jiangsu forgave him. Having been through more myself, it's only right to suffer a little more. This, then, is the pattern. And the other side. Mischievous ginger salt, put down the phone, lay down to rest, in a good mood. Kangwook's appearance had indeed brought about a considerable change in her life. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Shayan tested the station several more times. After making sure there were no problems at all, it was time to network. The name of the site is also called Gnome. In these 2 days, Jiangsu wrote hundreds more, various types of outlines. It's also fortunate that Kang Shuya has seen a lot of various genres before, so it's still not too stressful to get it up. Lin Nan is on some writers' forum, recruiting writers in large numbers. These are to prepare the contract, lest some writer see it bursting into flames when the time comes, unwilling to run out and make a scene when they only get so little money. In the early days, in order to gain a level of trust from the writers. It was all done on a one-day basis. You can choose to transfer money to the top of your respective bank card or charge your phone bill. There are some faster hands that can write 30,000 to 50,000 words a day. A bit of a drain on funds. Lin Nan and the girls were all busy at once. For mostly every book, check daily for spam and follow the outline. And there's no such thing as prohibited content, etc. Kang Wook then asked Kang Shayan if he could come up with a software. You can quickly check for typos and check for weights. Stated that it was all child's play and could be done in a day or two. The little ginger salts really work well. Such high-end technology at such a young age. It's the expense side of things that's now going to be 3,000 to 5,000 a day. The upfront startup capital will also support it for just a month at best. But wait until the bookstore is up. Then show the relevant data to Fu Xinghan. Should be able to get the second investment money. In the afternoon, Jiangsu took the time to look at the original Li Honghong set of houses. Construction has already begun. There is no need to tile or even cement the exterior walls or anything. Just build it up with red bricks. If Jiangsu hadn't found out that the demolition needs to be robbed to be counted, he wasn't going to ask for all 4 walls. Progress is still possible, because the requirements are simple. Kang Wook asked about it and it should be finished before school starts. Jiangsu briefly looked around, bought some drinks for a few masters and was ready to leave. Who knew that just going out actually happened to see Li Honghong, who came back? Haters will be glad to see each other. Of course, it refers to Li Honghong versus Jiangsu. And Kang Wook didn't take this woman seriously at all. If she hadn't appeared now, Kang Wook wouldn't have been able to remember that there was such a person. Li Honghong sees Kang Wook coming out of her old house. Immediately, he responded, "My house was bought by you?" Jiangsu didn't even raise his eyelids, didn't even want to talk to her. It circled around her and was about to leave. Saying one more word to such a stupid and ignorant person affects one's tone and intelligence. And this kind of indifference of Jiangsu to himself from the bottom of his heart made Li Honghong even more furious. She sidestepped and blocked Jiangsu with a gloomy expression. "Jiangsu, you're not human. You ruined my life. The high school I was supposed to attend was the best in the entire River City. Her grades are also moderately high. You'll be able to get into a decent school later on anyhow." But the video was sent inside the class group by Kang Wook, causing her to have to transfer to another school. "The high school I'm just attending now is pretty average. The quality of teaching is also not at all comparable to the original. And you have to be scared every day. Fear of who I will be recognized by at my new school. Shake out what she's done in the past. Then she might just have to transfer again." Jiangsu felt a bit funny. "Do you know what is called retribution? Get lost or I'll beat you up." Against such a person, Jiangsu wouldn't talk about compassion, said the man, and literally swung his fist. Li Honghong was startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Sneering, he said, "This house you bought is old and decrepit. To tell you the truth, it's a $100,000 loss. I didn't realize you were paying nearly $200,000 for it. There's just something stupid about it." After thinking about it, she was only able to think of such a point to attack Jiangsu, only she didn't even know it. This set of houses is a little bit on the remote side, but in the future, even if he does not add 2 more floors, when it's demolished, you'll be able to get at least $3 to $5 million, or a portion of the cash with an allowance for a suite. I guess she'll be vomiting blood by the time she finds out the news. A missed opportunity to change their family's destiny for nothing. It was all her own doing and no one else's fault. Then we'll see if I'll lose. After saying that, Jiangsu left. Li Honghong glared hatefully at Jiangsu's back. If he didn't know he couldn't beat him, he would have rushed up long ago. Back home, and Nua saw in the afternoon that there was still quite a lot of flour in the kitchen, which had been bought and not used up for some time, to avoid breaking down. After Kang Wook's consent, it was all made into a cake. It was estimated to be 20 or 30 pounds. There were several large pots. Fu Yanjie and Zhang Yuan both brought a little back. Leave a portion for Jiangsu, and then Nuonuo takes the rest back. It's not easy to walk with 2 big bags in your hand. Kang Wook then takes her back on his motorcycle, and Nua is really virtuous and has a talent for cooking. Cake she hadn't made before. Just had Kang Wook look up the information online. A little experimentation and it was done in style. The flavors and stuff are great too. Jiangsu couldn't even dare to imagine. One day in the future Nua will wear a cook's suit. What does it look like when you're busy in the kitchen? Uniform enthusiasts revel in ecstasy. 2 bags of cake, one with a Nua to take home. The other bag she insists on giving to Kang Wook's mom and dad. Jiangsu smiled and said, "If you become my daughter-in-law in the future, my parents will be overjoyed." And Nua blushed and didn't say anything. She couldn't tell if Kang Wook was joking or serious. Unsurprisingly, Chenyu and Jiang Shan's mouths were crooked with smiles after seeing the cake that Nuonyuo sent. A big compliment. As for Jiangsu, he was directly ignored. The two were too enthusiastic, causing Nuonyuo to be completely unable to hold out. Not daring to stay on this side for too long, he said the word and scurried off. Kongwook smiles and drives her home. However, when he was still a few minutes away from Nuonyuo's house, Jiangsu's mouth almost shouted out Waro, capital, high-speed rail station. Lu Yu, Zhou Qingyue and the rest of the group, holding large bags, boarded the high-speed train together. Zhou Qingyue had an expectant look on her face. After the last scene goes to Flower City and is filmed, we can call it a day. Lu Yu laughed. You, the progress is faster than I imagined. You've worked hard. Zhou Qingyue shook her head. She didn't find it hard at all. Instead, he was very much looking forward to letting Jiang Su see his results earlier. Lu Yu grabbed her hand. The quality of the movie is good. You'll definitely catch fire. Zhou Qingyue nodded heavily. 100 meters or so ahead, about to approach the corner. Familiar car, familiar man and woman. The woman is mature and flirtatious, wearing black stockings with high heels. Everywhere in the body, it exudes amazing charisma. The man was medium-looking and looked left and right and sneaky. Who else could it be if not Zhang Shelwei and Infeng? Jiangsu's mouth almost shouted out Waro. What the hell is going on with these two? You really aren't afraid that something will happen to you if you hang out near Nuonyuo's house every day? Besides, if the neighbors see it, it'll be the end of the line. Behind him sat Nuonyuo. This must never be shown to her. Otherwise, it can be a big problem. Various thoughts turned quickly in Jiangsu's mind, and then with a drift, it drifted directly inside a side alley. It was so fast that it almost threw Nuonyuo out. She looked at Jiangsu with some shock. Kongwook coughed. That what? I suddenly have something I want to say to you. The young girl blinked with a puzzled look on her face. Jiangsu's head was spinning rapidly. I don't even know what to say myself. I said, future father-in-law. You're too good at making things difficult for yourself. You're such a big man. Why are you still so unconscious? There was no way to divert Nuonyuo's attention. All he could say was, there's something for you. Close your eyes. You're so weird. Why are you suddenly like this? Or in an alley? And Nuonyuo breathed slightly sharply, because Kongwook suddenly leaned his head over. The distance between the two was just over 10 centimeters, and Nuonyuo could only lean herself back as far as she could. It looks like a bit of an odd pose. Kongwook doesn't really have anything else on his mind. It was trying to block Nuonyuo's view to the outside, just in case those two are seen if they suddenly pass through the intersection. You don't care if it's strange or not, just close your eyes. Oh, well, and Nuonyuo pouted and closed her eyes. I didn't tell you to open it, so don't open it. While saying so, he quickly took out his cell phone, called Anthony's number. Pick up and hang up immediately. Handle speed play to the extreme hair. It took over 10 seconds to edit a text message and send it, and Nuonyuo's eyelashes fluttered. She hears Kongwook reaching for his cell phone, pressing buttons, and tries to open her eyes. Kongwook immediately told her, if you open your eyes, I'll forcefully kiss you. Frightened, and Nuonyuo hastily closed her eyes hard, and cover your mouth with both hands. Kongwook. He dug into his pants pocket and pulled out a 50-cent piece. While talking to her, he quickly folded the money into heart shapes. Okay, you can open it now. And Nuonyuo opened her eyes and saw Jiangsu placing heart-shaped paper money in front of her. Nah, it's for you. It took me a lot of work to fold it. And Nuonyuo opened her mouth. But after hesitating, she still didn't say the words that came to her mouth. She's got good hearing. Knowing that this was just folded by Kongwook, he's hiding something. The young girl made a judgment in her mind. Even though she gives off a naive, goofy vibe. But over the years, being too self-absorbed, the young girl had long ago developed a heart of 7. But she believed that Kongwook wouldn't harm herself. If you have something to hide, you have something to hide. She took it and smiled sweetly. It was like 100 flowers in full bloom. Jiangsu was dumbfounded. The inner thought came out. Nuonyuo, you're so pretty. Later, the words fell out of his mouth and he was bitten on the arm again. I don't know if this is a natural skill for girls or not. This time the little ninny bit down extra hard. Jiangsu showed his teeth for a moment. Let go or I'll hit back. Young girls don't listen. Jiangsu's violent temper, where he would let people bully him. Immediately, it was returned, and Nuonyuo's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly let go of Jiangsu's arm, her face reddening while her eyes had tears welling up in them. Shocked, he looked at Jiangsu, not expecting him to. How can you do something so outrageous? Jiangsu smiled sarcastically. I said I would fight back. It can't be blamed on me. And Nuonyuo silently got out of the car. She hates Kongwook now. Nuonyuo, let me explain. If you don't say it, the speed flies. Sure enough, When a girl is angry, it's harder to press than a pig. Increases movement speed by 1/1000%. 500% more damage. Rage value increased by 1000%. Deafness increased by 500%. I couldn't hear a thing. When a girl is angry, the king of soldiers passes by and has to take a few big smacks. Kang-wook drove after him. Zhang Xiaowei and Infeng have already left. Along the way, Jiang Su kept teasing in Nuonuo. She always had a stern face. Though, looks like it's really pissed off. There was a thud and a very hard slam of the door. Jiang Su's head was full of black lines. But soon he hemmed and hawed and muttered. They say it's better to raise a wife from childhood to adulthood. But unfortunately, Nuonuo is already very big and less fun. Reader, you damn well better be talking about age. Looking around, there weren't a lot of people on the street. Kang-wook walked to a corner and dialed Infeng's cell phone number again. Opposite second pickup. Xiao Su. Thank you this time. Jiang Su was a bit speechless. Uncle, what exactly is going on between you and Zhang Xiaowei? Do you have to hang around your house? Is really not afraid of accidents. And Feng laughed bitterly. You think I want to It's her. After forcing me to divorce several times and disagree. Just ask. It has to be 3 intimate acts in my neighborhood. Jiang Su's heart fluttered. It looks like Zhang Xiaowei did it on purpose. It's just wanting to be seen by the neighbors, or his wife and daughter, thus breaking up their relationship. But perhaps it was Infeng's flood of fortune that twice in a row, he was only discovered by such an acquaintance as Jiang Su, and Feng was spouting off over there. And Kang-wook listened silently. It's mainly about Zhang Xiaowei. This woman started out high and mighty, but once it changes shape, it's sticky, properly a love brain. Naturally, family is paramount in Infeng's heart, but Zhang Xiaowei side, too, could not be discarded. He was so used to being poor that he didn't want to put himself and his family through any more suffering. So even if you're walking on a tightrope right now, you've got to keep going. As much as possible, get more money and give your wife and daughter more security. After listening to it, Jiang Su could only say it was very sick. It's obvious that you're the one who made the mistake. And you're still making such a big deal out of it. Learned. After complaining, and Feng once again said, Xiao Su, your mind is flexible. Help uncle think of an idea. What's it going to take to get through that last one peacefully? Jiang Su's eyes flickered as he thought a little. It really did give him a good idea. Uncle, why don't we just let Auntie and Nuonuo go on an out-of-town trip next time before Zhang Xiaowei has to come over? And Feng's voice was pleasantly surprised. It's true that it's still you young people who have a flexible brain. So let's do it. Ha. Jiang Su laughed. But then again, it's always a bit unsafe for Auntie and Nuonuo, 2 weak women, to go out. Little nephew is untalented and willing to follow around and saddle up in order to serve as a dog and horse. And Feng laughed and scolded. You brat. If you want to dabble in traveling for free, just say it, and talk in such a grandiose manner. Kang-wook, uncle, I just want to give them a guarantee. Alright, just as you said. Zhang Xiaowei will come over the day after tomorrow, so we can leave tomorrow. Uncle wise. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Su grinned. It's great, we're leaving tomorrow. So we need to talk to mom and dad's side of the family first now. Turn around and go straight to the hotel. Good thing. Hearing Jiang Su's words, Chen Yu and Jiang Shan didn't have half an opinion. Jiang Su was dissatisfied. How come you guys aren't worried about your own sons at all? Worry my ass. Chen Yu rolled her eyes. With your robust physique and quirky personality, it's a good deed if you don't go screwing people over. Speechless trolling from my own mother. Right. Jiang Shan's words changed. Didn't you open a studio? It just so happens that we're not busy today, so I'll go over there with your mom. Jiang Su naturally had no problem with it. The two of them rode one motorcycle and Kang-wook rode one by himself. Geez, you're home so early today. On the way, when you come across a neighbor, you will greet them warmly. Chen Yu smilingly, not home, my son opened a studio. To see. Yes. He made his own money and bought a commercial and residential house. Neighbor, I didn't ask you that either. Kang-san, Kang-wook. Mom just loves to show off. Unlike myself, plain and simple and still so understated. Come to the office. It was the first time for Chen Yu and Jiang Shan to come. Was happy with the shape of the building. Walking inside, 3 employees were still working. Kang-wook then introduced himself a little. Chen Yu enthusiastically distributed the fruits she had bought on the way. At that moment, the door to the other office opened. Ginger Little Salt walked out. Outside of the house, she's all dressed up as a good girl. A pale pink, knee-length dress, with straight stockings under her feet and a spectacle that makes her look like a favorite. Brother, you're here. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, and then it was time to turn around and head back to the office. It didn't take long to run out, a box of cookies in hand, handing both hands to Kang-wook. I personally made it myself yesterday. Try it. Kong Wook was amazed. This chick can make cookies? Can't see it. But now is not the time to ask that to your face. Introduced his mom and dad to her. Good day uncle and aunt. Jiang Xiaoyan slightly lowered her head, a shy face. What a cute little girl. Chen Yu wanted to pinch her cheeks, but bear with me. It's not very polite to do that on your first meeting. Jiang Xiaoyan was super well behaved after seeing her parents. It gave Kong Wook the feeling that she wouldn't refuse anything you asked her to do now. Chen Yu was naturally incomparably fond of it, and she gave Jiang Xiaoyan a fierce compliment. Only then did he fondly wave to a few people and head to the second floor for a tour. Kong Wook pulled out his keys. It hadn't been inserted yet, and looked at the lock with a slight gaze. The lock shows signs of having been moved. Not particularly obvious, but just enough for Kong Wook to notice. No need to think. It must be that girl Jiang Xiaoyan who did it. And, still, it was a deliberate attempt to make himself noticed. It's to tell myself, you, the lock, can't trap me. Jiang Su opened the door without moving. Jiang Shan walked in with Chen Yu. Kong San closed the door to the room with a smooth motion. The next second, Kong Wook received a heavy blow to his butt. One stumbled, barely able to stand. The one who kicked out was Chen Yu. Kong Wook was shocked and said, Mom, why are you kicking me for a good reason? Brat, I'm going to beat you to death today. Chen Yu, who was still amiable downstairs, became unusually fierce all of a sudden after going upstairs. Picking up his own slippers, he hit Kong Wook hard. Jiang Su was in pain for a while, so naturally he didn't dare to fight back. With an aggrieved face, Dad, control your wife. Why are you hitting people for a good reason? Kong San silently took his slippers off as well and joined in. Co-ed doubles. Kong Wook? Chen Yu scolded as she fought. Brat, your father and I are honest people. How did I give birth to such a womanizer like you? What's up with the 3 employees being pretty girls, not to mention the ginger salt? Don't think I can't see that she likes you. I've seen you a couple of times, and I've been looking at you like you're in the throes of love. I'm telling you, I only recognize Nua as my future daughter-in-law. If you lose her, your father and I are still young enough to get a new one anyway. While talking, Jiang Su received at least hundreds of slipper blows from the 2 men. These 2 are really daring to do it. No kidding. Jiang Su wanted to cry. So it's because of this. Hastily explaining that it was just a coincidence. Partners, only after their mouths were dry. Chen Yu and Jiang Shan were willing to let Jiang Su off the hook. There was no desire to visit the second floor, either, so he just left. When they reached the first floor, they changed their faces again. Smiling, he greeted a few people downstairs. Kong Wook, send the 2 old men outside. Before leaving, Chen Yu made a neck-wiping gesture. Remember what I said, don't let Nua down, or else the dog's head guillotine will serve you. Jiang Su groveled. Yes, I will definitely follow your teachings. Only then did the 2 old men leave satisfied. Jiang Su wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A scented breeze hit the room. Jiang Xiaoyan walked out and said with a smile, Brother, does it hurt? Kong Wook played dumb. What did you say? Jiang Xiaoyan pursed her lips and laughed softly. There are shoe prints all over your body. Don't argue. Can't you notice that Sister Lin and the others have been stifling their laughter? Jiang Su looked down, and his head was suddenly dizzy. It's over. His reputation is ruined. Jiang Xiaoyan enjoyed seeing this embarrassed look on Jiang Su's face. Scoffed for a while before saying, Taste it to see if I made a good cookie. Kong Wook has been holding the cookies in his hand. Smiling, he opened the lid and tasted a bite. Then sneered, a street away on the left. Miss White's pastry shop bought it. I often go there to buy. I told you, this rich girl wouldn't be able to do this kind of difficult stuff. Oops, you found it out. Jiang Xiaoyan spat out her tongue, not embarrassed at all. Kong Wook was just about to ask her about the lock on the second floor. Jiang Xiaoyan was the first to speak. Brother, did you go to your bedroom on the second floor to look? I was over there and left you a little something nice. Oh. A bad feeling immediately rose in Jiang Su. At a 100-meter sprint, he rushed to the second floor. His bedroom. Upon seeing what was placed on his bed, he almost didn't spit blood. It was actually a very sexy lace nightgown. Couldn't help but have a bout of fear. Luckily Mom and Dad didn't go inside the room to visit just now. Otherwise, one would not be able to speak even if one's body was covered with mouths. Ginger little salt is just abominable. It has to be cleaned up hard. Kong Wook turned around angrily. Then he saw Jiang Xiaoyan already standing behind him. There was also a thin strip of bamboo in his hand. Cupping her hands, she pouted and said pitifully, I was wrong, please chastise me. The eyes reddened and the tears said they would fall. Knowing that she was pretending, Kong Wook still got angry all of a sudden. This girl, she has a knack for taking people's hearts. Hopefully there's no condom thing going on here. Kong Wook, 6. Jiang Xiaoyan instantly smiled. So, you like me too? What? Jiangsu was unsure. Ginger Salt broke her fingers and said, because 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 dash 1 plus 3 plus 1 dash 4. Doesn't that mean you love me and want to be with me for the rest of your life? You're a fucking relationship brain too, aren't you? Jiangsu was speechless for a while, couldn't help but pinch her face. The flesh on Jiang Xiaoyan's face wasn't as much as in Nuonuo's, and it was a little bit worse in the hand. Don't ever do that again. And hurry up and take that dress away. Okay. Ginger Salt stopped when it was appropriate. Walking into the bedroom, he took his pajamas out and cradled them in his arms. Winking. Boing boing. You sure you don't want it? I just wore it last night and haven't washed it yet. Jiangsu wanted to vomit blood and waved his hand. Girl, please collect the divine power. It's just too much to top. Jiang Xiaoyan laughed happily and continued to tease Jiangsu. Actually, I'm older than you. I'm already 18. It's just that I learned 2 years later than everyone else. After saying that, he also took out his ID card and waved it in front of Jiangsu. Kong Wook's eyes widened. Then how do you call me brother? He's only 17 now. Jiang Xiaoyan was unimpressed. Isn't this normal? There are still girls who like to call their boyfriends dads. Jiang Xiaoyan is really a show that makes Jiangsu's scalp numb. Didn't want to discuss these topics with her anymore. Jiangsu said, I'm going to go out of town for the next 2 days to run some errands, so I'll leave this place in your care. Ah, then I won't miss you if I don't see my brother. Jiang Xiaoyan blinked her eyes with a deep and helpless look. Kong Wook walked away expressionlessly. It's good to know that 1 out of 100 of this woman's words is true. Looking at Jiangsu's back, Jiang Xiaoyan giggled, got home and continued to code. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Amphion called again. Say that Li Yuanwan and Nuonuo have agreed to go on a trip. Also agreed to let Kong Wook follow. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Just meet in front of his house. The next day, Jiangsu woke up early. Snappy wash, breakfast, then code until 9:30 a.m. Lock the door and go. Computers are also to be brought. As a qualified author, you can't forget to code wherever you go. Come to the door of Nuonuo's house. They are all ready to go. All 3 of them, as a family. And Nuonuo looked away when she saw Jiangsu. Obviously, still mad at him. But that's okay. The journey is long and there's plenty of time for coaxing. Li Yuanwan said in embarrassment. Trouble you Xiaosu. No trouble. Jiangsu said with a serious face. It's an honor to travel with Auntie. Li Yuanwan smiled happily. I like Kong Wook's sweet mouth. And Feng smiled and said, I have to go to the factory, so I won't be able to accompany. Next time, I'll make sure to take you abroad. Li Yuanwan gently straightened in Feng's clothes. Well, then you yourself should pay more attention to rest and eat on time. Good. The cab that was called arrived. Kong Wook carried the suitcases of the 2 mothers and daughters to the trunk. Li Yuanwan had the sense to sit in the front and gave the back seat to the 2 youngsters. Nuo, you look so pretty in this outfit today. As soon as he got into the car, Jiangsu said with a smile, aha, and Nuo answered softly, then stopped talking. Neisan has quite a temper. Li Yuanwan, who was sitting on the passenger side, appeared to be concentrating on the roadside scenery, but actually perked up her ears. 2 youngsters. It's a fight. Interesting. No matter how old you are, human nature is to eat melon, and it's even more fun to eat your own daughter's melon. Kong Wook doesn't play well with Li Yuanwan on his side. Just took out his cell phone and sent her a message. And Nuonuo's cell phone shook, picked it up, and almost didn't laugh out loud. Forced to hold back. Super invincible handsome good brother, I've just been looking at you. You're so good looking. Looking good doesn't make a meal, but it can make a meal better. And Nuo turned her head out of the car window and pretended to be looking at the scenery. These days, there's no such thing as an earthy love story. Jiangsu this make out. Quacking good. Though, he got goosebumps himself as he typed those words. But by the look on Nuo's face, it worked. 1 more. 2 thumbs up. Typing on the fly. Sending. And Nuo's cell phone vibrated again. She didn't want to see it again, but can't help it. It took a moment before opening it reluctantly. Super invincible handsome good brother, since the first time I met you, I can only sleep in the middle of the bed, not on either side. You know why? Because that would be thinking about you left and right. And Nuo couldn't hold it together and puffed out a laugh. Kong Wook smiled back. Done. The location of this tour is the City of Flowers next door. There are many places to play. There is a large zoo, a large amusement park, and the largest wholesale clothing market in the country. Of course, there was plenty to eat. In 2007, the City of Flowers opened the high-speed train. So this time, I took the high-speed train directly and arrived in 2 hours. The cab came to the High Line. Kong Wook took the ID cards of the 2 mothers and daughters to buy the tickets. 12:30 tickets. After you buy it, you have to wait a while. Jiangsu then said to Li Yuanwan, Auntie, Why don't you sit here for a while I go with Nua to buy some food? Li Yuanwan smiled and nodded. Okay, you guys go ahead. Nua, you're so pretty. As soon as he left Li Yuanwan, Jiangsu gave a wild boast. That's what little girls like to do. And Nuonuo wrinkled her nose, revealing her small tiger teeth. I forgive you this time. If there is a next time, I'll ignore you forever. Good. Jiangsu nodded. Unless we get married in the future. The day of the wedding night. The young girl blushed again and stomped her foot vigorously. You're annoying, Jiangsu said very seriously. Nua, you must not stomp your feet in public in the future. And Nua, why? Kangwook, it's bad for your eyes and your heart. And Nua, the high-speed train is on. Both mothers and daughters were taking the high-speed train for the first time and were looking out of the window with great novelty. Li Yuanwan sat in front by the window, and Nuonuo sat at the back by the window, while Jiangsu sat next to a Nuonuo. After the novelty wore off, and Nuonuo began to doze off, it didn't take long to fall asleep. Kangwook carefully pins her head back against his shoulder. Nothing more, just wanted to provide a more comfortable sleeping condition for the young girl. Arrived at Flower City at 2:30 p.m. Sharp. Kangwook was carrying a backpack and pushing a suitcase. It's definitely time to show more. Li Yuanwan refused at first, but agreed only after Jiangsu insisted. The gaze that looked at him became even more fond. What more could I ask for in a son-in-law? Flower City. Jiangsu had been here quite a few times in his previous life. He loves the human history and all that here. A favorite, though, has to be the endless and dazzling array of morning teas here. Some of the local charterers are also envied by many people. You don't need to work, just collect the rent every month, day after day. I took a newspaper and read it from morning to noon. Combined with the rich morning tea, life couldn't be more pleasant. When you come here, book your room first. For this outing, and Fong gave $50,000. In this day and age, that's enough to eat and drink over here for a month or so with leftovers. After booking the room and putting the luggage away, Kangwook took the two of them to dinner. Li Yuanwan asked, Xiao Su, you seem to know this place well? Kangwook knows his way around, and the two of them, mother and daughter, are new to the area and are a little nervous about going out. Jiangsu scratched his head with a naive and honest face. No, I did a lot of homework last night. Gu, you're a child with a heart. Surely you didn't sleep well? Li Yuanwan was very distressed. At the same time, the level of love for Jiangsu was raised to another level. What a nice kid. And Nuonuo was also a bit moved and touched. Good food is everywhere in Flower City. Jiangsu takes them to a local roast goose first. After eating, I wandered around the neighborhood and went back to the hotel. This first day here, there's no rush to have fun yet. Rest for the night and wait till morning. Each to his room. Kangwook took a simple shower and then went out alone. Go see if there's any specialties or something nearby and buy some. Luna, that's great. 2 more days of shooting and then we'll call it a day. Auntie, when will it be ready for release? Quickly, next week, or at the slowest before school starts. Just as he walked around the corner, Kangwook heard the sound of 2 women talking. One of them was also incredibly familiar. The next second, the 2 sides met. Zhou Qingyue, who was talking to Luyu, froze at once. Immediately following, his eyes erupted with endless joy. Jiangsu, why are you here? Could it be that you've specially come to find me? With that, she reached out her hand to grab Jiangsu's arm, but Kangwook dodged it. His brow furrowed slightly, and his heart cried out for bad luck. What kind of luck is that? He himself had run to Flower City, and he was actually met by her. Zhou Qingyue's face darkened. Then she smiled again. Did you come alone? Jiangsu, came here with my girlfriend, who you also know. Nua, out for a trip. Zhou Qingyue's heart trembled and her face instantly turned pale. The body shook a little. You've been working so hard to get Kangwook to like you again. How is he able to have a new love so soon? Luyu saw the problem. The youngster's business was something she didn't want to get involved in. After saying a word to Zhou Qingyue, she went back to the house first. Zhou Qingyue's eyes reddened and her voice carried a sobbing tone. You're joking with me, right? Jiangsu sneered. Do you think you deserve to make me joke? Not polite at all. After saying that, he quickened his pace and left. With people like that, it's better to keep your distance. Tragic images of her previous life surfaced every time she saw this woman. It's a mistake that will never be repeated. Zhou Qingyue's shoulders were constantly shaking, and tears were falling down like pearls on a broken string. Kangwook had a girlfriend. So what was all the hard work he had done all this time? Chocho student? Just when Zhou Qingyue was at the end of her rope, and Nuonuo appeared. After her shower, she realized that she was almost out of pads. So the plan was to buy some for myself inside the little store downstairs. However, he did not expect to run into Zhou Qingyue here. Seeing Nua again, Even if Jo Chinue disliked her no matter how, she had to admit that Nuonuo, in all aspects, exceeded herself by a lot. Hibiscus, pure, flawless and beautiful. Jo Chinue wiped her tears. She was not willing to show her cowardice in front of her love rival. Stalking, he said. What? You're here to strut your stuff and tell me you won, aren't you? Ha, and Nuonuo cocked her head in confusion. Seeing her like this, Jo Chinue was furious, still pretending. Don't think you're great just because you're with Jiangsu. It's still hard to tell if it will even make it to the end. Besides, at such a young age, it's unashamed of you to come out to a room. You misunderstood. And Nuonuo quickly waved her hand. I'm staying with my mom, and classmate Jun followed me over to play together. Also, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Jo Chinue froze for a moment, followed by a wildly happy heart. Are you telling the truth? And Nuonuo nodded. She doesn't lie. Jo Chinue, who had already been disheartened by everything, was instantly revived with full blood. She felt like she could do it again. Kangwook turns out to be lying to himself. It's really too much. I'll be sure to punish him later when I've chased him down myself. The mood was instantly pleasant. She looked at Nuonuo and became much more agreeable. Then the plan came together. Suddenly grabbing Nuonuo's hands, she said pitifully, classmate can I beg you for something? Ha! Jo Chingue's eyes reddened and tears came when she said, I like Jiangsu, so much. He must like me too. After all, he's been chasing me for almost a year. Feelings are so deep, it's impossible to just give up. That, I'm sure, is evident to you. And Nuonuo was in an inexplicably bad mood. Jo Chinue continued, to say something you might not like to hear. Jiangsu is most likely just treating you as a substitute for me. Or maybe it's a deliberate attempt to piss me off with you. I don't want you to get hurt because of what happened between me and him. So, want to plead with you, from now on, stay away from him. Kangwook and we'll make up soon. We're made for each other. You're not right for each other. Really, and he has a personality that only I can subdue. After a few words, and Nuonuo's face paled, and Nuonuo's psychological defense has been loosened a bit. Seeing that there was a chance, Jo Chinue intended to persuade further. However, just at this time, an explosive cry came from behind him. Jo Chinue. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Jiangsu aggressively walking towards the side. Kangwook came back a minute ago. There's not much to buy in the neighborhood. Foot washing and massages. And the kind of store that says it cuts hair but has a red light in the store. So he came back. Then she happened to see Jo Chinue talking to Nuonuo. Originally, if he had just said something irrelevant, Jiangsu would not have appeared. But who knew that Jo Chinue woman was so vicious? He couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing that it was Jiangsu, a look of panic surfaced on Jo Chingue's face. He opened his mouth and before he could speak, his face was flushed. Pop! A solid slap was thrown at Jo Chingue's face. Crisp and pleasing to the ear. A deep five-finger print appeared on the white and smooth face immediately. Both girls were stunned. And Nuonuo reacted at the first opportunity and pulled Jiangsu. You hit me? Jo Chinue looked at Jiangsu incredulously. Get lost dog woman. Jiangsu said with a cold face. I've told you hundreds of times. I haven't had you in my heart for a long time. Can't you save yourself some decency? After saying that, he pulled Nuonuo downstairs. Only Jo Chinue was left alone, standing there blankly and helplessly. In his mind, the words that Jiangsu had said earlier were replayed over and over again. Suddenly, she smiled. The smile was tinged with resentment, resignation, and intense anger. At this moment, Jo Chingue's mindset had undergone a huge change. She held her head high, keeping her tears from falling as long as she could. Step by step, he walked to his room. Soft, yet extremely powerful words drifted down the hallway. Jiangsu, sooner or later, one day, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. Downstairs, Jiangsu pulls Nuonuo and is explaining to her. The young girl's face had returned to its original color, but she still said, you were too impulsive to hit anyone. Kangwook was unimpressed. I was so victimized by that woman in my previous life. This life has tried to come and ruin his good life several times again. Just slapping her. Kangwook thought his means were already gentle. However, in the face of the young girl's worried appearance, Jiangsu said something else. Fine. I'll listen to you, and I'll never do it again. By the way, what are you doing down here? And Nuonuo whispered that she was going to the small store to buy something. I'll go with you. No. And Nuonuo shook her head like a rattledrum. Don't go. I'll just go by myself. Looking at her with a shy look, Kangwook understood. I'm sure you're going to buy that. You're not a pervert yourself, so there's no need to go along. Okay, go ahead then. Then will you let go of me? The young girl's watery eyes held something indefinable. Oh, sorry about that. Kangwook pretended to be in a state of realization and let go of her. Badass. Obviously on purpose. What did you say? Jiangsu's eyes glazed over, and Nua ran away in a hurry. She was now well aware of some of Jiangsu's tricks. Jiangsu grinned. Between this, is the youth, belongs to the old man's white moonlight. After getting up the next morning, Kangwook offered to check out. This one was supposed to be pretty good in every way, but the appearance of that shitstirrer Zhou Qingyue made Jiangsu's mood turn sour. It's better to change places to prevent some more unpleasantness. Li Yuanwan didn't know what happened last night, and when she saw her daughter agree, she didn't say anything. After checking out, the three men left. Suddenly, Jiangsu raised his head with a feeling in his heart. He happened to see Zhou Qingyue standing on one of the windows on the second floor. He had good eyes and saw that Zhou Qingyue had put on black lipstick that didn't belong to her age. Yoo-hoo! Is this going to be a blackout or what? Zhou Qingyue's gaze, as she looked at Jiangsu, was cold. He didn't care and turned his head to talk and laugh with a nuonuo. Today's itinerary was to go for morning tea and then take the subway to the zoo. There's supposed to be a lot of people on the subway in the morning. If it gets crowded, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a little protection for a nuonuo, would it? As for how to protect it, that depends on how many people are in the metro. There are still a lot of people having morning tea. Find any restaurant and it's basically full. Nowadays, in restaurants, there are no pre-made dishes that can be eaten in a very authentic way. Both mothers and daughters were very curious. This tavern is an open kitchen with a long counter with a serving of morning tea, dry steamed siu-mai, shrimp dumplings, barbecued pork buns, pork ribs in black bean sauce, phoenix claw, intestinal noodles, and red rice intestines are a must-order. There were also waiters pushing carts and walking around, selling. Both mothers and daughters looked at the food that filled the table and worked up an appetite. Whether it's the sell or the flavor, it's great. And Nua caught a shrimp dumpling and brought it to her mouth. A look of joy appeared on his face. That's the look people tend to give when they've had a good meal. Jiangsu also ate slowly. For morning tea, what you eat is not only the flavor, but also the atmosphere. The pace was soothing, a serious split from the busy commuters outside. A morning tea took over 2 hours. Both mothers and daughters were full and satisfied, and Nua went to check out. It cost about $90. It's still affordable. Then it was off to the subway. It's a 10-minute walk to the subway station. Kangwook went to buy a ticket. Sure enough, there were quite a few people. Isn't this a chance? Jiangsu said seriously. Once the subway door opens later, let's charge inside. To take that stance of going forward and dying if you stand in my way. The two mothers and daughters were greatly puzzled. It's just a subway ride. Why do you make it sound like there's a war going on? Soon they understood. As soon as the subway doors opened, the army of commuters surged forward. The scene. There was a flurry of chickens. There was still a large group of people who didn't squeeze in and had to wait for the next batch. On the floor, a few more lone slippers. Li Yuanwan swallowed her saliva. It was too scary, so she suggested that she should take a taxi otherwise. Kangwook said in his heart that definitely won't work. If you take a taxi, how can you occupy yourself? How can you represent yourself? Just said, Auntie, the subway is very close. Half an hour away. If it's a cab, you can't get there without 2 hours. The gap is so big, so forget it. Okay, next trip is coming up. Get ready. The two mothers and daughters tensed up at once. The subway doors opened, and Jiangsu naturally took in Nuonuo's hand and rushed inside. Mighty Miracle squeezed uneasily. Li Yuanwan, who was following Jiangsu, also went up. Then Kangwook cornered in Nuo. There's a bug in the front. When the protagonist was reborn, he wasn't a freshman or sophomore in high school, so now the protagonist is a senior in high school. It's been changed. Sorry. Every compartment, the people were basically full. Jiangsu braced his hands against the compartment wall to give Nuonuo a narrow space. The young girl lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiangsu. The whole thing shrunk into a ball, like a little quail. Due to the height, Kangwook could smell the burst of aroma coming from Nuonuo's hair. It's like mint and cinnamon blended together. Looking at the very shy Nuonuo, Jiangsu smiled and said, I helped you so much. How do you plan to thank me? Next time you bully me, you'll be spared a bite. The young girl said as such. Jiangsu's tone was ghostly. Nuo, you've learned the hard way. Who taught you this? And Nuo covered her small mouth and laughed. A big bad guy taught me. Kangwook, nasty aversion. And Nuonuo. There were a few males, who saw Nuonuo's stunning appearance and leaned over without moving. Such a superb girl was the only one they had ever seen in their lives. There's a lot more of this morally corrupt stuff on the subway in this day and age. Jiangsu's eyes instantly became ferocious, like a wild wolf that chose to eat. Get lost. If you come any closer I'll kill you. Usually only some cowardly and lewd people would do such sneaky things on the subway. After they saw that Jiangsu was tall and had a fierce face, they immediately wimped out and left in disgrace. What's wrong with you? And Nua was unsure. Kong Wook smiled. It was nothing. And Nua didn't notice anything due to the angle. But Li Yuan saw it. A look of relief appeared. A girl is looking for a man who can stand up for herself at critical moments. At this point, Jiangsu was undoubtedly qualified. On this side, Kong Wook takes the two mothers and daughters to the zoo. On the other side, Zhang Xiaowei actually ran inside in Feng's house. Something was left in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, balcony, and bathroom. I have to say, middle-aged people are pretty good at this too. The two men then sat on the couch. Zhang Xiaowei leaned on in Feng's shoulder, soft as water. Hey, tell you something. What? Smoking his cigarette. Ampon glanced down at her and went back to smoking. That daughter of yours? With her national colors, her orchids, and so virtuous, I love her when I look at her. This kind of girl is very popular with the big families. If you cultivate them well, you'll have no problem marrying into a big family in the future. And, also, to help you in your career, too. That won't be necessary. And Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. My daughter has a very good boy by her side. Even though my daughter doesn't say it, she has a crush on him, judging by her words and behavior. Zhang Xiaowei was unimpressed, just a youngster. He doesn't understand the rules of how the world works at all. When you get into society, you know the cruelty. Even the best of boys can't compete with the hoi polloi. With your daughter's condition, she could have flown the coop. And Feng frowned. That kid is different. Besides, he secretly helped a lot when my family was still poor. In his heart, he was already looking at Jiangsu as half a son-in-law. Can't you turn your brain around? Zhang Xiaowei said without a trace of anger. This favor, in the future, when you get rich, you'll be given millions, tens of millions, and you still can't repay it? It's not like it's a life-saving favor that necessitates putting your daughter's life's happiness on the line? And Feng's frown deepened. However, there was some internal shaking. Zhang Xiaowei stopped at a suitable moment and didn't say anything more. Her eyes flickered, and she wondered what was going through her mind at the moment. 2 days later, Jiangsu and the others returned, played for a couple days and had a great time with it all. Especially with Nuo, the relationship deepened a bit more. Before returning, Kong Wook sent a text message to Feng. Remind him to erase all traces of what might have been. Through Zhang Xiaowei's behavior on several occasions, her character was roughly guessed as well. The sultry type. On the premise that there was no one else in Feng's house. 9 times out of 10, those days, were spent at home. Amphion replied that everything was handled properly. Even after he left Zhang Xiaowei, he used mosquito incense and smoked the entire room. Just very showy. In this way, Kong Wook was relieved. School starts in 5 or 6 days. Selling food at an internet cafe. Kong Wook isn't going to do it anymore. There are a few days left, so it's an all-out sprint to get more stock. More than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangsu returned home and saw a weak face of Fu Yinjie. He gave him the key before he left home himself. I go. What have you done? Met a female goblin? Jiangsu was shocked. You still have the face to ask. Fu Yinjie was incomparably furious. You bastard went dashing off and didn't know that you've increased my workload a few times. Zhang Yuan was also there and didn't say anything. Smiling politely, Jiangsu shrugged. This is a test for you. School will start soon. Business is not done. Get some rest for the next few days. Fu Yinjie didn't have much to say. The novelty has worn off. Plus, after he was rejected by Wang Xiaoyuan a few times, he didn't hold much hope anymore. The grand ambitions set at the beginning have gone with the wind. But Zhang Yuan was a bit lost. She has an average family and was thinking she could make a little more money. You guys hold on a second. Kong Wook got up and went back to the house. It didn't take long to get out. Put 2 red envelopes in front of the 2 men. 1 for each of you. The amount is the same. And thanks for all the hard work you've been doing this whole time. Fu Yinjie was so happy that he opened it on the spot. Oh ho! $500. How generous. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, wanted to take it but hesitated. Feeling like I don't deserve to take so much. Fu Yinjie directly on the red envelope into her hands. Take it. Jiangsu is my son. Filial piety to us. Kong Wook, believe it or not, I'll give you a few big mouths. In a little over a month's time, selling boxed lunches, I made almost $30,000. Pei Yinjie earns not much money. This experience, however, would be of great benefit to him in the future. Most people, even if they start a business, that starts during their college years. Pei Yinjie, this is directly ahead of the 2 versions. There was also a red packet that was saved for tomorrow for a Nuo. Even though she had money in her family now, she still had to give what she had to give. We'll go first. Fu Yinjie left with Zhang Yuan. On the way, Fu Yanjie asked her if she wanted to drink milk tea, his treat. Zhang Yuan shook her head. Fu Yanjie, then you treat me. I want to drink. Zhang Yuan smiled coyly. Good. Jiang Su, who was standing in the doorway, looked at the two of them being quite close and couldn't help but look forward to it a little. These two. There's something going on. Back to the house. Yard work. Going to play in the past few days? Jiang Su can only write 8,000, 10,000 at night. The next few days will be a retreat. Write for 12 hours or more a day. On the other hand, after a grueling summer of filming, the movie Those Years of Miserable Youth. Coming soon. Those Years of Miserable Youth, totaling over $1 million. Sort of a small budget movie, but Lu Yu, as well as the director, poured a lot of effort into it. If this movie can be successful, not only can it open up the movie market of campus youth, it can also make the company famous, and it will be much easier to pull an investment in the future. So a lot of effort has gone into publicizing it. The first thing was that all the company's contracted artists, including Chen Shui, the second shareholder, were also selling their publicity above the microwave. Then the major posters and such also started to buy waterbenders to turn up the heat. Zhou Qingyue wasn't idle either. She changed her clothes a couple times. There are mature ones and innocent ones. Took a lot of pictures. Then, it was all sent to the high school and the group she had joined in middle school. Zhou Qingyue's face value was there. In high school, there's no one who can overpower her except for Nua. Naturally, there is a loyal pack of lickspittles. When these photos were sent out, they quickly received a ton of compliments. Wow, our big star is so beautiful. This temperament, this body, if she were my girlfriend, I would live a long life and be worth $10 billion. Good man, you're not taking any losses upstairs. The two groups, with Zhou Qingyue posting these photos, instantly became hot. Zhou Qingyue looked at the praise of so many people without any fluctuation in her heart. Because, Kong Wook didn't speak. Still, she sent a text out in a very sweet tone. Thank you all for your support. The movie I'm starring in, Those Years of Miserable Youth, will be released the day after tomorrow. I hope you can go to the theater and support it. Love you all. The original middle school group didn't have much else to react to seeing this. A large portion of the male students have said they will be there to support it. The high school group, on the other hand, blew up. Holy shit, didn't Kong Wook write this? It's actually being made into a TV show? How much is this going to cost? Are you two together or why else could you act in a movie adapted by Kong Wook? There were quite a few people, even at Jiang Su and Zhou Qingyue. Some of the male students are even more set in their ways. If these two got together, he or she would never support it. Kong Wook saw the message from the group. There's nothing to be happy about. Just bad luck. Damn it. His own. He was actually spoiled by Zhou Qingyue. At this time Zhou Qingyue naturally wouldn't say anything she shouldn't. Very firmly, he said that he had no relationship with Kong Wook at all. The rights, which were bought by the company, were only attended by himself. This has resulted in a lot of male students saying they are going to support it. There was also a portion of female students who said they were going to support it, but as to whether or not they end up going, it remains to be seen. Then Zhou Qingyue spilled the beans in the group, asking everyone to help publicize it, and it also said that she would make a trip back to school when it started. At that time, people can exchange their movie tickets for autographed private photos of her. Upon hearing the words private photos, most of the male students got excited. The group discussion heated up. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. That should get a little publicity and contribute a little to the box office, right? She then turned off her cell phone and started packing. We're going to be promoting and standing on the capital side tomorrow. Then there are a couple of other big cities, and River City is on the promotional route, and it's still in her school. This was something that Lu Yu had already communicated with the relevant person in charge of the school and got agreement on. It would be good for the school to produce a star for visibility. The next day, and Nua arrived on time. Kong Wook gives her the red envelope. She now knows that Kong Wook has money, and after the trip to Flower City, the two had gotten a lot closer, and without counting that much, I took it. It was just a slight loss of mood after learning that they don't sell meals. In that case, won't you be able to come over every day? But this concern of hers was superfluous. Kong Wook, who was full of hard eyes, had already thought of an excuse, took out a whole bunch of senior year's exercises. With a serious look on his face, he said, "You have to come over every day until school starts and finish these exercises." "Oh, I know." And Nua responded joyfully. "Then just sit down nicely and start working on the questions." Jiang Su was quite pleased to see her being so obedient. I thought to myself, if only I could be more obedient. But not for a while. You have to wait until after your senior year and the seal is lifted. Otherwise, even if a Nuonuo was obedient now, Jiang Su wouldn't dare. Sealed in minutes. For the next few days, Jung-soo spent his time in a frenzy of coding, writing 12 or 13 hours a day, average 6,000 an hour. You can get 70,000 or 80,000 a day. At this rate, it's not even top-notch. But for Kang-wook, it's already at the top. Any more than that and your body won't be able to handle it. At 6 o'clock that night, Jung-soo had just finished eating when In Nuonyeol came over. She went back and took a shower, changed into a long blue corseted dress. This summer, she's a lot taller. It's 6'8" now. By senior year, it's estimated to be 5 feet 7 inches. Long, dark, silky hair, simply tied up. 3,000 strands of hair, silk around the heart. The face is not powdered, but it is already charming thousands of young men. At this moment, a sentence came out of Jung-soo's mind quite naturally. 3 years of blood money, 10 years of no loss. Shaking his head, he banished some of the odd thoughts. Kang-wook, you have to yell at it. Wait until next year again. Walking over to him, he said with some curiosity, why are you over here again? And Nuonyeol took out 2 movie tickets a little shyly. The show starts at 7. Going to see it? Jung-soo fixed his eyes on it. Good lord, isn't this those years of miserable youth? Frankly, he didn't really want to go. The main star is Jo Ching-yue. Originally, Kang-wook didn't even feel anything for her anymore. But the words she said to Nuonyeol last time managed to make Jung-soo feel disgusted with her again. If he didn't know about that one himself, and Nuonyeol this silly girl, and listened to Jo Ching-yue's words to keep a distance from herself, that shall not cry to death? And Nuonyeol could see Jung-soo's resistance and whispered, I quite like this story. It doesn't matter who the actors are. Jung-soo smiled. Alright, let's go then. After all, it was the first time Nuonyeol had taken the initiative to invite herself to a movie. Even if the story played was about 2 maggots, Kang-wook had to go. Just a moment, I'm going to take a shower. While Jung-soo went to take a bath, and Nuonyeol went along and washed the dishes, and the boiler and all that. Another side trip to clean the living room briefly. Seeing that Kang-wook hadn't come out yet, he went to the bedroom and tidied up as well. Halfway through organizing, something fell off the desk, and Nuonyeol picked it up and took a look at it, and suddenly her cheeks fluttered. It was a magazine. The cover is very that. Turning the first page, and Nuonyeol couldn't help her cheeks fluttering. Nuonyeol, where are you? At this particular time, Kang-wook finished his shower and walked into the bedroom, and then, there was this scene in front of me. Couldn't help but have a flutter in his eyelids. Nice guy. Why is this thing still sitting here? Remember, it was a sunny summer day. He and Fu Yenjie passed by a stall selling discs and magazines. Aha! Fu Yenjie was then caught by the magazines on the stall. Bought 2 books with the intention of studying what the adult world is like. Gave a copy to Kang-wook. Jung-soo originally did not intend to ask for it, but it was too enthusiastic to pay Yenjie. There's no way around it. So I'll take it. The magazine is, well, okay. Anyway, Kang-wook experienced the dedication of the female lead in it. It's worth learning. And Nuonyeol's delicate body trembled. Silly, holding this in my hand. It's not a good idea to put it back, nor is it a good idea to put it away. Kang-wook walked in. Eyes glanced at the magazine in her hand. Immediately, it's wicked. In an exaggerated tone, he said, how wow and Nuonyeol. I didn't think you'd actually read this kind of stuff. No, it's not. And Nuonyeol was incoherent. It fell off the bookshelf. Jung-soo had a righteous face. How can that be? A good boy like me wouldn't touch it. Then he changed his tone. But it's understandable. At this age, you're always curious about something. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. And Nuonyeol was anxious, trying to say I'm really not like that. But seeing Jung-soo's expression, she knew she had been set up again. Exasperated, he took out his cell phone and was about to call Chenyu. Frightened, Jung-soo hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Don't. I'm wrong, I admit it. That's what Fu Yenjie used to force me to do. Mordecai. A good brother is for betrayal. And Nuonyeol let out an "oh," then said it was time to go. It was then that Kang-wook saw that his room had been organized. Heartwarming. What a good girl. There was only one strength in himself, so it seemed that he would only be able to repay her that way in the future. Departure. To the movie theater. Jung-soo naturally made Nuonyeol wear a mask. Otherwise, at her face value, she could easily get into some kind of trouble. Arriving at the movie theater, Kang-wook went to buy popcorn and 2 glasses of ice coke. The young girl looked around in disbelief, curious about everything. It was the first time she had been to a movie theater in her entire life. Arrived just in time to start. Not many spectators though. The entire studio, including the 2 of them, was only 12 people. The lights dimmed and Nuonyeol took her mask off. Picking up a popcorn, he handed it to Kang-wook first. Kanwook took a bite out of it, and Nua shrunk her hand back electrically, aggrieved and angry. He looked at Jiang-Su. Kanwook pretended that nothing happened and drank a coke while watching the movie start, and Nuonuo couldn't do anything about him and watched the movie somewhat sullenly. Soon, though, it was the plot inside that caught my attention. Kanwook barred his lips and looked at it seriously as well. Well, the beginning is still pretty good. Zhou Qingyue's costume is very much in line with the original. The performances weren't said to be amazing, but they were okay to watch. It's mostly her looks, her body and all that. One would, to a large extent, overlook the lack of acting. The first half was kinda flat. By the second half, the plot has a lot of ups and downs and is very emotionally engaging. And Nua was already secretly wiping her tears. He even stole a glance at Jiang-Su. There was some pity in his eyes. Jiang-Su was furious. From Nua's eyes, Kanwook reads that she thinks the clownish male lead in the story is himself. Abominable. But on second thought, you can't miss such a good opportunity for nothing. And so, he directly fell on Nuonuo's fragrant shoulder with a face of pain. And Nua's body tightened and she whispered, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." A little sadness came to mind. "Could you lend me your shoulder?" And Nua twisted her body a bit unnaturally and looked around. Then it turned right back around again. She saw a couple of audience members in the back that weren't even watching the movie. Instead, they're blinking like nobody's business. This caused a very big shock to Nuonuo's young mind. "How long are you going to lean?" And Nuonuo sounded a bit aggrieved. Kanwook sucked in a hard breath. The nose was filled with the distinctive body odor of a young girl's body. Refreshing. Facing Nuonuo's question, Jiang-Su replied, "As a fellow tablemate, can't you sympathize with me? Can't you see I'm all sad?" And Nua froze for a moment. Then he saw that Kanwook's expression was indeed painful and there seemed to be tears welling up in his eyes. The heart softened at once. Feeling like I did go a little overboard in saying that, but completely missing it. Kanwook's other hand pinched his thigh vigorously. "It hurts like hell. How can you not cry?" Thus, Jiang-Su leaned on Nuonuo's fragrant shoulder like this, in a birdie position, watching a movie. 120 minutes a movie. After reading it, Nuonuo cried once more. The little girl is quite sentimental. However, although Jiang-Su was very unhappy with Zhou Qingyue, that woman, and was very unpleasant to look at, but one also has to admit that she did act very well in this movie. Performed all the characteristics of the original heroine. I guess the woman thought that the heroine of this one was written about her. So bring in some inexplicable empathy. According to Jiang-Su's vision, this is a movie that still has a pretty good chance of blowing up, possibly similar to the one from years later, The Girl We Chased all those years ago. To put it another way, this movie exploded and Kanwook was able to make a lot of money, because when the contract was signed, Kanwook didn't ask for royalties, but for a share of the proceeds. Let's say the movie netted $10 million. Then Kanwook would get a cut of about $1 million before taxes, but if it does blow up, then the net profit must be more than $10 million, and the rights to the movie can be sold to TV platforms when the theatrical buzz dies down. Also for his fame, it can bring an increase. How much of an increase though? Depends on what this movie can achieve in the end. The movie was over, and Nua was still sitting there wiping tears from her eyes. Kanwook was not feeling much, but he did emo with her for a bit. The rest of the audience inside the theater had already left. There's no telling how much they actually got into this movie. After a while, Jiang-Su saw that Nuonuo still had no intention of leaving. Just smiled and said, "What? You're not leaving yet? Are you planning on staying here with Boo Boo?" I thought for sure that Nuonuo would be red-faced and say nasty again, just like in the past, or one that just bites him in the ass. Unexpectedly this time, she said something that made Jiang-Su feel incredibly surprised.